Jiang Luo was reborn into a world dominated by beast tamers, ascending to the status of a young master of a prestigious beast-taming family, where he could command the winds and summon the rains, inherently advantaged from the very outset of his existence. Moreover, he awakened a mythic-level beast-taming talent known as the Eye of the Divine, granting him the ability to perceive the essence of all things. Utilizing this extraordinary gift alongside the resources provided by his family, Jiang Luo cultivated a series of immensely powerful mythic-level beasts, establishing himself as a mythic beast master. The Azure Flame Dragon evolved into the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. The Night Spirit Cat transformed into the Dark Destruction Deity. The Earth Bear ascended to the Earth Controller. Chapter 1. Awakening the mythic-level talent, the Eye of the Divine. It is finally time to awaken my beast-taming talent, Jiang Luo mused. Having been reborn into this beast-taming world for 16 years, he had at last reached the age to awaken his innate beast-taming abilities. If he could awaken a formidable talent, his rise as a top-tier beastmaster would be all but guaranteed. With a mental prowess of unparalleled strength, he could command even the highest-tier spirit beasts. Additionally, as the young master of the illustrious Jiang family, one of the foremost beast-taming clans in the southern domain, with a grandfather who is a world-renowned beast master, he was truly a third-generation prodigy, lacking neither spirit beasts nor resources. Xiao Luo, are you prepared? Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Luo's grandfather, inquired before the Awakening Temple. I am ready. Then let us proceed into the Awakening Temple. Jiang Luo nodded and stepped into the sacred hall. Within the temple lay an awakening stone. By merely touching it, divine energy would surge within him, activating his latent talents. Approaching the stone, Jiang Luo placed his hand upon its surface. Instantaneously, a torrent of divine energy erupted from the stone, flooding into his being. In the next moment, a resounding hum echoed in his mind, and his consciousness was transported to a vast, white expanse. Suddenly, a blinding azure light pierced his vision, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. After acclimating to the brightness, he slowly opened them to behold an enormous pair of azure eyes before him, adorned with mysterious, intricate, and arcane symbols. At the moment Jiang Luo's gaze met the azure giant's eyes, they shrank to two beams of azure light, penetrating into his own. That a primal fear welled up within him, only to be swiftly replaced by exhilaration. For these magnificent azure eyes symbolized his beast-taming talent, the Eye of the Divine, a mythic-level talent. I have awakened a mythic-level talent, Jiang Luo exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. It was worth noting that this talent was the highest tier, said to manifest only once in a millennium. The hierarchy of talents ranged from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, fabled, and mythic. Typically, awakening even a diamond-level talent was considered a significant achievement. Epic-level talents were 1 in 10,000, while legendary talents were rarely seen in a century. Fabled talents appeared only once every few centuries. Most high-ranking members of elite factions possessed talents of epic level at best. Jiang Luo's awakening of a mythic-level talent was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. As he calmed his racing heart, he began to comprehend the implications of this mythic-level talent. The more he learned, the more exhilarated he became. This talent was exceedingly formidable, enabling him to glean information about all things. Not to mention, simply knowing a spirit beast's potential and its entire evolutionary path would suffice to elevate him to the status of a top-tier beastmaster. How is it that in this life, I am so fortunate when I did not even save the galaxy in my previous one? Jiang Luo could not help but marvel at his circumstances. Not only had he been born into such privilege, but he had also awakened a mythic-level talent that occurred once in a millennium. Outside the Awakening Temple, Jiang Yuanshan anxiously awaited his grandson's return. As the future heir of a top-tier beast-taming family, he held high hopes for Jiang Luo. If he awakened a lower-tier talent, his future achievements would inevitably be limited. Not only would leading the family to glory be a challenge, but even preserving its illustrious legacy would be a daunting task. This was a scenario Jiang Yuanshan wished to avoid at all costs. May the heavens bless us. I hope Xiao Luo awakens a high-level talent, he prayed fervently. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Luo emerged from the Awakening Temple. How did it go, Xiao Luo? What level of talent did you awaken? Jiang Yuanshan inquired eagerly. Mythic level. Jiang Luo felt no need to conceal anything from his grandfather. Mythic level? Jiang Yuanshan could scarcely believe his ears. I too was astonished to awaken such a talent, Jiang Luo admitted, barely containing his elation. Seeing the genuine joy in his grandson, Jiang Yuanshan's heart soared with happiness. Excellent. Truly exceptional. Heaven has blessed our Jiang family. He laughed exuberantly, then pressed Jiang Luo for details about the talent he had awakened. Upon learning it was the Eye of the Divine, which allowed one to perceive the essence of all things, his excitement intensified. He understood that this talent would not only immensely benefit Jiang Luo, but would also significantly aid the entire Jiang family. With his power, it was conceivable that the Jiang family could ascend to become the foremost family in the world. Thus, it was imperative that news of Jiang Luo's awakening not reach the ears of other elite factions, lest they conspire to eliminate him. Xiao Luo, this talent must remain a secret, known only to your parents and me, Jiang Yuanshan cautioned. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Even without his grandfather's warning, he had no intention of divulging this information to anyone beyond his grandfather and parents. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the peril of possessing a treasure that attracts envy. Though he was the young master of a prestigious beast-taming family, he was not alone in this world. There were other elite families to contend with. In the southern domain alone, 3 top-tier beast-taming families existed: the Jiang family, the He family, and the Gu family. His talent was so formidable that, given time, it would undoubtedly elevate the Jiang family above all others. Such a reality would be intolerable to the other elite families, and thus, a united front to eliminate him would not be unimaginable. They might even seize the opportunity to obliterate the Jiang family entirely. Very well, let us return home, Jiang Yuanshan declared, summoning a massive Azure dragon to his side. This was his battle pet, the Azure Flame Dragon, a fire-type dragon beast. Now an emperor beast, it possessed formidable strength. Yet, it was not Jiang Yuanshan's most potent battle companion. That honor belonged to an imperial beast. The celestial turtle, renowned for its ability to uphold the heavens and the earth, this spirit beast could achieve such feats only upon reaching mythic level status. However, as of yet, no mythic level spirit beasts have been discovered in the entire world. Among the 5 domains, the strongest beings were merely imperial beasts. In no time, the Azure Flame Dragon carried Jiang Luo and his grandfather back to the Jiang family estate. The Jiang residence was located in the heart of the bustling city of Nantian, occupying a vast area, comparable in size to a small town and exuding opulence. As the young master, Jiang Luo had his own courtyard, complete with a villa, rock formations, and a tranquil lake. Upon returning home, his parents, Jiang Tian and Tian Yin, eagerly approached him, clearly eager to inquire about the talent he had awakened. As anticipated the moment they spoke, their inquiry revolved around the nature of the awakened talent. Jiang Luo duly informed them of his revelation. Upon learning that Jiang Luo had awakened the mythic level talent known as the Eye of the Divine, Jiang Tian and Tian Yin were naturally filled with delight, believing this to be a fortuitous blessing for the Jiang family. In their exuberance, they were not remiss in advising Jiang Luo to keep this matter confidential. Not even to the elders of the family should he divulge this information, for although they may seem to be the upper echelon of the family, they remain, in essence, outsiders. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to betray the Jiang family in the face of immense personal gain. Once Jiang Luo assured them of his discretion, the 2 departed with satisfaction. After their departure, Jiang Luo turned his attention to preparing for the establishment of the Beastmaster space. Once this space was created, he would be able to select and contract with a companion beast. Chapter 2. Mythical Potential Spirit Beast, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Jiang Luo successfully established a beast mastery space. The next step was to select a spirit beast for contract. Within the Jiang residence, there existed a spirit beast garden, teeming with numerous spirit beasts, including several of formidable lineage. Upon arriving at the garden, Jiang Luo commenced his selection process. Activating his innate divine eye, he scanned the powerful spirit beasts one by one. Information panels materialized in his mind. Spirit beast name, Azure Flame Dragon. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Azure Flame Breath, Azure Flame Claws, Azure Flame Armor. Potential, Legendary. Spirit beast name, Golden Gale Tiger. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Gold. Skills, Tiger's Roar, Shattering Claw, Golden Gale Shield. Potential, Legendary. Spirit beast name, Rending Wind Eagle. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Wind. Skills, Wind Rending Claw, Wind Feather Arrow, Wind Shadow Flash. Potential, Legendary. The spirit beasts Jiang Luo surveyed were indeed exceptional, yet he remained unsatisfied. None possessed mythical potential, nor could any evolve into divine beasts. It was evident that discovering a spirit beast with mythical potential was no simple task. Disheartened, Jiang Luo exited the spirit beast garden. As he stepped out, he encountered his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan. I guessed you would be here. So, have you selected a spirit beast? Jiang Yuanshan, having surmised that Jiang Luo had opened his beast mastery space, sought him out to inquire about his intended contract. After failing to find him at his residence, he deduced that Jiang Luo must have come to the spirit beast garden, and indeed, he found him there. "I didn't find anything satisfactory," Jiang Luo replied dejectedly. "With so many powerful lineage spirit beasts, you found none to your liking?" Jiang Yuanshan expressed surprise. The Jiang family's spirit beast garden housed numerous formidable spirit beasts, some of which even top beast masters would gladly contract, such as the Azure Flame Dragon, which he himself had contracted. Yet, he was taken aback that none pleased Jiang Luo. "The primary issue is their potential. I am not content," Jiang Luo stated. "Yet their potential is not lacking. Some possess legendary potential," Jiang Yuanshan countered, astonished. "But I seek to contract a spirit beast with mythical potential." "Mythical potential? That is an exceedingly lofty requirement," Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed. "Perhaps so, but with my divine eye, I cannot rest easy without securing a spirit beast of mythical potential. That certainly holds merit. How about this? I shall procure some powerful lineage spirit beast cubs for you to select from. Who knows, you may find one with mythical potential." "Wonderful. Thank you, grandfather." "Child, no need for politeness. Just wait here. I will make the arrangements." With that, Jiang Yuanshan summoned the Azure Flame Dragon and rode off. Jiang Luo returned to his residence, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Half an hour later, the Azure Flame Dragon returned with Jiang Yuanshan to Jiang Luo's courtyard. After landing, Jiang Yuanshan summoned around 10 spirit beast orbs from his spatial ring, each containing a spirit beast. Since spirit beasts are living entities, they cannot be stored in a spatial ring, only within spirit beast orbs. "Take a look and see if any satisfy you. If not, I will procure more," Jiang Yuanshan offered, releasing all the spirit beasts from their orbs. It could be said that every conceivable creature was present, all of strong lineage. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luo activated his divine eye once more to inspect the new arrivals. Spirit beast name, Earth Bear. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Earth Shatter Palm, Earth Spirit Shield. Landquake Strike. Potential, Legendary. Spirit beast name, Extreme Ice Wolf. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Ice. Skills, Freezing Breath, Ice Fong, Extreme Ice Armor. Potential, Legendary. Spirit beast name, Azure Light Spirit Bird. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Light. Skills, Light of Exile, Healing Light, Rapid Self-Heal. Potential, Legendary. The spirit beasts Jiang Yuanshan had acquired this time were all remarkably outstanding. However, Jiang Luo inspected several without finding one that met his approval. Just as he began to feel despondent, he noticed the information for an Azure Flame Dragon. Spirit beast name, Azure Flame Dragon. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Azure Flame Breath, Azure Flame Claws, Azure Flame Armor. Potential, Legendary. Evolution Path, Azure Flame Dragon, Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Name, Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Divine Azure Flame, Divine Azure Flame Claws, Divine Azure Armor. Potential, Mythical. Mythical Potential. Upon realizing that this Azure Flame Dragon possessed mythical potential, Jiang Luo's heart raced with exhilaration. "This Azure Flame Dragon possesses mythical potential?" Jiang Yuanshan asked, excitement evident in his voice. "No, it is legendary. But it can evolve into the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, which has mythical potential. Splendid. This is indeed a divine blessing for the Jiang family. Once this Azure Flame Dragon becomes a divine beast, you will be the first mythical beast master in the spirit beast continent. Our family's power will ascend above all the top forces in the continent, establishing us as the strongest." Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed in ecstatic delight. "Grandfather, don't just celebrate. Please hand me a piece of Azure Flame Grass so I can feed this Azure Flame Dragon and cultivate its affinity. I can hardly wait to contract it," Jiang Luo urged eagerly. Contracting a spirit beast is not a matter of mere happenstance. One must first elevate its affinity to succeed. The typical methods of increasing affinity involve feeding and playtime. The more a spirit beast enjoys its meals, the greater the increase in affinity. For the Azure Flame Dragon, its favorite food is Azure Flame Grass. Here you go. Jiang Yuanshan, already possessing an Azure Flame Dragon, naturally had Azure Flame Grass in his spatial ring. He summoned a piece and handed it to Jiang Luo. After receiving it, Jiang Luo presented it to the Azure Flame Dragon's mouth. This young Azure Flame Dragon had never tasted Azure Flame Grass before, as sellers refrained from feeding it to the dragon prior to contract for the convenience of beast masters. Although it had never eaten it, upon catching the scent of the azure flame grass, the young dragon could not resist gulping it down. After finishing, it gazed at Jiang Luo with longing, clearly desiring more. Jiang Luo requested another piece from his grandfather. The azure flame dragon devoured it eagerly and continued to ask for more. Whenever it requested more, Jiang Luo had to ask his grandfather again. However, this time Jiang Yuanshan hesitated to provide more. Xiao Luo, we cannot feed it anymore. If it consumes too much, it may level up. And if it ascends to the bronze level, that would be unfortunate. After a beast master contracts a spirit beast, they receive a certain degree of feedback during each level up. Thus, to maximize feedback, aspiring beast masters typically prefer to contract from the black iron level. Transitioning from black iron to bronze is the easiest. And Jiang Yuanshan was concerned that excessive consumption of azure flame grass might cause the young azure flame dragon to level up prematurely to the bronze level. In this case, Jiang Luo would miss an opportunity for upgrade feedback. Chapter 3. The Contract with the Azure Flame Dragon. The Azure Flame Dragon's Upgrade. Indeed, it would be unwise to continue feeding it. I shall engage it in play for a while instead. With the decision to refrain from further feeding, Jiang Luo was compelled to resort to an alternative approach to nurture the bond. After spending an hour playing with the Azure Flame Dragon cub, it had transformed into Jiang Luo's loyal shadow, following him wherever he ventured. Clearly, their rapport had reached its zenith. Without hesitation, Jiang Luo proceeded to establish the contract. The process unfolded seamlessly, and the contract was completed with remarkable ease. This Azure Flame Dragon cub became Jiang Luo's first companion beast, marking his official initiation as a beast master. Moreover, it was anticipated that he would eventually ascend to the ranks of a mythic-level beast master, potentially being the first of his kind on the continent. Xiao Luo, nurture this Azure Flame Dragon well. Whatever resources you require, do not hesitate to ask. Your grandfather will undoubtedly oblige, Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. Jiang Luo replied, the Azure Flame Dragon requires 3 materials for evolution: divine refinement stones, heavenly azure fruits, and heavenly fire crystals. Very well, leave it to your grandfather. I will arrange for them promptly, Jiang Yuanshan assured him. I appreciate your assistance, grandfather. Jiang Luo responded. It is no trouble at all. Aiding you in becoming a mythic-level beast master fuels my motivation, Jiang Yuanshan chuckled heartily. Jiang Luo smiled, choosing to say no more. Here, this is a bundle of azure flame grass. Take it and feed the Azure Flame Dragon. If it is insufficient, you may retrieve more from the resource treasury, Jiang Yuanshan said, producing a large bundle of azure flame grass from his spatial ring and handing it to Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo accepted the azure flame grass and fed several stalks to the eagerly awaiting Azure Flame Dragon cub, saving the rest in his spatial ring. After devouring the stalks, the Azure Flame Dragon cub ignited with azure flames, its aura intensifying. It is about to upgrade, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of spiritual power erupted from the Azure Flame Dragon cub, causing its size to increase slightly, transforming from palm-sized to foot-sized. Its rank elevated from black iron to bronze. Jiang Luo received the upgrade feedback, feeling a marked enhancement in his physical strength, along with a surge of spiritual power within him. In this world, humans cannot absorb spiritual energy for cultivation on their own, only by becoming a beast master. Contracting companion beasts and nurturing them can one receive upgrade feedback and thereby acquire spiritual power when the beasts level up. As the spiritual power within a human grows sufficiently, their physical prowess will also improve significantly. However, this requires one to be a high-ranking beast master. Legendary beast masters like Jiang Yuanshan, who possess imperial beasts, can contend against beast kings with their own strength alone, easily vanquishing spiritual beasts beneath that tier. Of course, human strength pales in comparison to spiritual beasts of the same rank, and the disparity is considerable. Nevertheless, the primary combat strength of a beast master relies on their companion beasts. As long as the beasts are formidable, it signifies that the beast master is equally formidable. The sensation of receiving upgrade feedback is truly exhilarating. Feeling the transformation within his body, Jiang Luo could not help but exclaim. Jiang Yuanshan chuckled. What you feel now is merely a taste. When your companion beast reaches a higher level and you receive feedback, the sensation will be exponentially more gratifying. Thousands of times over. Indeed, that is something to look forward to. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You have now become a bronze-level beast master, gaining an additional contract slot. Do you intend to contract another beast with mythic potential? Jiang Yuanshan inquired. If I can acquire another beast with mythic potential, I certainly wish to do so, Jiang Luo replied. The more mythic-level potential spiritual beasts, the better. Then I shall procure a batch of formidable spiritual beasts for you to choose from. Hoping that fortune smiles upon you once more, Jiang Yuanshan said. May luck be ever in my favor, Jiang Luo remarked. After parting from his grandfather, Jiang Luo returned to his residence. Shortly thereafter, his parents arrived. It was evident without inquiry that they sought him for the same reason as his grandfather. As anticipated, the moment they began speaking, they inquired about which companion beast he intended to contract. Jiang Luo promptly shared the details with them. Upon learning that Jiang Luo had already contracted a companion beast, and one with the potential to evolve into the mythic Azure Flame Dragon, his parents were instantly filled with excitement and joy. They deeply appreciated the prowess of the Eye of the Divine. Without the Eye of the Divine, how could they have known that the Azure Flame Dragon could evolve and possess mythic potential? Xiao Luo, let your parents see our companion beasts. Do any of them have the potential to evolve into mythic level? Tian Yin suddenly suggested, realizing that Jiang Luo's talent not only benefited himself, but could also illuminate their paths. Jiang Luo nodded. Of course, no problem. Please summon your companion beasts. Jiang Tian and Tian Yin eagerly summoned their respective companions from the Beastmaster space. Jiang Luo examined each one, shaking his head after inspecting them all. None possessed the desired potential. Jiang Tian and Tian Yan's faces fell in disappointment, though they quickly reconciled with the reality. Spiritual beasts with mythic potential are not easily encountered. If they were, there would not have been such a long span without the appearance of a divine beast. By the way, have you shown your grandfather your companion beasts? Jiang Tian asked Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo shook his head. No, I hadn't thought of it earlier. I'll show him next time we meet. All right. Your grandfather's companion beasts are likely to possess better qualifications than ours, so there may be one that can evolve to mythic level, Jiang Tian remarked. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. After they departed, Jiang Luo closed his eyes to meditate. Utilizing his talent also consumed mental energy, and to restore it, he needed to engage in meditation. This was only possible due to the strength of his mental energy foundation. Otherwise, he would be incapable of utilizing his talents multiple times within a single day. Generally, beast masters with weaker mental foundations can only use their talents once per day. Hence, they seldom employ them. Jiang Luo meditated for 3 hours. Upon concluding, he opened his eyes to behold a colossal azure flame dragon descending from the sky. His grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, leaped from the dragon's head, landing steadily on the ground. With a furrowed brow, he addressed Jiang Luo, Xiao Luo. Those 3 items are simply not available in the market. Despite exhausting all my connections, I could not procure them. Is that so? Could it be that these 3 items do not exist in this world? Jiang Luo frowned as well. Without these evolution materials, his Azure Flame Dragon would be unable to evolve into the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. At best, it could ascend to an Imperial Beast, but not to a Divine Beast. Xiao Luo, do not lose heart. Though we cannot find these items at present, it does not mean they are unattainable. Do not forget, there are secret realms in this world where one might discover new treasures, Jiang Yuanshan encouraged. Hearing this, Jiang Luo's eyes brightened, reigniting the flame of hope within him. Indeed, there remains hope. Secret realms often yield treasures not found in the marketplace. One cannot rule out the possibility that within certain secret realms, these 3 coveted items might be found. Chapter 4. Jiang Yuanshan's Celestial Tortoise possesses mythical potential. Grandfather will dispatch individuals to explore the major secret realms in search of these 3 items, and as soon as there is any news, I will inform you immediately, Jiang Yuanshan stated. All right, Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Moreover, these are powerful spirit beasts that have been purchased. Please check to see if there are any with mythical potential. As he spoke, Jiang Yuanshan summoned dozens of spirit beast orbs from his spatial ring, indicating that he had indeed procured a multitude of formidable spirit beasts in one go. It must be said, the Jiang family truly possesses immense wealth. These dozens of powerful spirit beasts are beyond the financial reach of an ordinary person who would have to toil a lifetime without sustenance to afford even one. Yet he purchased several. Indeed, comparison between individuals can lead to stark disparities. After releasing the spirit beasts from their orbs, Jiang Luo was filled with anticipation as he began his examination. However, this time, he was met with disappointment. Among the numerous powerful spirit beasts, not a single one exhibited mythical potential. This was, however, to be expected. If one could easily discover a spirit beast with mythical potential among dozens, the probability of such creatures appearing would not remain so low. No worries, Xiao Luo. Grandfather will acquire more spirit beasts for you to examine. If we cannot find one this time, we shall try again, and if still unsuccessful, we can delay the contract for a few days, Jiang Yuanshan consoled. No need for that, grandfather. Purchasing so many spirit beasts is unnecessary and a waste of resources. I will return to the breeding facility to search for a spirit beast with mythical potential before making a purchase, Jiang Luo replied. Although the Jiang family was not financially constrained, He believed it prudent to avoid unnecessary expenditures. Indeed, Xiao Luo, you are quite adept at managing resources. I am fully confident in entrusting the Jiang family to your care in the future. Jiang Yuanshan chuckled heartily. Jiang Luo smiled, but did not respond further. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jiang Yuanshan said, preparing to leap onto the back of his dragon. Suddenly, Jiang Luo recalled another matter and called out, Grandfather, wait a moment. What is it? Is there something else? Jiang Yuanshan turned back to inquire. Jiang Luo replied, earlier. My parents reminded me that my talent can not only be used for myself, but can also be applied to others. I can check the contracted spirit beasts you've acquired to see if any possess mythical potential. I have already checked my parents' beasts and found none, but I have not yet examined yours. Your spirit beast should possess even better qualifications and may very well include one with mythical potential. Jiang Yuanshan smiled slightly and said, Your parents are indeed quite anxious. I had thought of that early on, but considering the frequent use of your talent could deplete your mental energy, I refrained from mentioning it and planned to have you assist tomorrow instead. I understand, but it's perfectly fine, Grandfather. I meditated for 3 hours earlier and have regained my mental energy, so I can check now, Jiang Luo stated. Very well, Jiang Yuanshan expressed his anticipation. He immediately summoned all of his spirit beasts for Jiang Luo to examine. Jiang Luo meticulously inspected each one. After reviewing 10 spirit beasts, none exhibited mythical potential, nor could they evolve to possess such potential. Finally, when Jiang Luo's gaze fell upon Jiang Yuanshan's most formidable battle companion, the Imperial Beast Grade Celestial Tortoise, his expression shifted dramatically. Spirit Beast Name, Celestial Tortoise. Level, Imperial Beast. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Mountain Collapse, Destructive Falling Rocks, Absolute Defense. Potential, Mythical. Grandfather, congratulations. Your Celestial Tortoise is indeed a spirit beast with mythical potential. Jiang Luo exclaimed, somewhat exhilarated. Unlike his own Azure Flame Dragon, his grandfather's Celestial Tortoise did not require evolution, for it was already a spirit beast of mythical potential. Furthermore, as it was already at the Imperial Beast level, its next upgrade would make it a divine beast. Normally, it would have upgraded to mythical level long before now. If that were the case, his grandfather would be the first person on the continent to become a mythical beast master. In that scenario, the Jiang family would ascend to become the most powerful family on the continent. Subsequently, the pursuit of rare resources would become significantly easier. My Celestial Tortoise possesses mythical potential, Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, it seems that the title of the first mythical beast master does not belong to me, but rather to you, Grandfather. Jiang Luo remarked with a smile. Though the title of the first mythical beast master is grand, he felt equally delighted if it were his grandfather who held it. Old chap, I never anticipated that your potential would be so extraordinary, Jiang Yuanshan said as he patted the head of the Celestial Tortoise. The Celestial Tortoise, too, could hardly fathom the extent of its own potential. I also did not expect to possess such remarkable potential. The Celestial Tortoise spoke, articulating human words. This was not surprising. At the Imperial Beast level, not only could they speak, but they could also take on humanoid forms. I overlooked a line of small text. Jiang Luo suddenly noticed a line of small print beneath the information panel of the Celestial Tortoise. Upon reading it, Jiang Luo smiled helplessly and said to Jiang Yuanshan, Grandfather, I must share some not-so-pleasant news with you. What is it? Did I misread? Is the Celestial Tortoise actually of legendary potential? Jiang Yuanshan asked, suddenly tense. Jiang Luo shook his head. No, that is not the case. The Celestial Tortoise indeed possesses mythical potential. However, the species requires an exceptionally long time to evolve into a divine beast. Of course, their lifespan can fully support them living to see that day. And as an Imperial Beast Master, your lifespan is naturally quite long, so that is not an issue. The concern is that your journey to becoming a Mythical Beast Master will take considerable time, and I may very well surpass you in the meantime. Oh, I see. You gave me quite a scare there. I thought I had misread, and that the Celestial Tortoise was not mythical potential after all. No matter. A longer time is still preferable to not being able to become a Mythical Beast Master, Jiang Yuanshan sighed in relief. That is indeed true, Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. After Jiang Yuanshan departed, Jiang Luo sensed that the Azure Flame Dragon Cub in the beast space had awakened and was eager for food. He promptly summoned it from the beast space. The little creature emerged and rubbed its head against Jiang Luo's wrist, then opened its mouth wide, indicating its hunger. Jiang Luo smiled as he patted its small head and summoned several azure flame grasses from his spatial ring to feed it. The little one devoured the grasses voraciously, finishing them in no time and letting out a contented burp, accompanied by a puff of azure smoke. Having eaten your fill, shouldn't you move your body a bit? Jiang Luo suggested to the little creature. For spirit beasts to grow swiftly, They not only required nourishing food, but also needed to engage in combat. The Azure Flame Dragon Cub inquired how to exercise. Jiang Luo explained that they would need to battle. The Azure Flame Dragon Cub immediately expressed its excitement and eagerness to comply. Clearly, this was a spirit beast that relished combat. Excellent, excellent. Jiang Luo exclaimed as he led the Azure Flame Dragon to a bronze-level secret realm located within the Jiang residence. Indeed, there was a secret realm within the Jiang estate. It was not constructed by the Jiang family, but rather was incorporated into the estate during its construction. Naturally, one must possess the secret realm for it to be included. But this was no issue for the Jiang family, which was both powerful and affluent. Secret realms are not only graded by level, but also by difficulty. They are categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hell. The difficulty of this particular secret realm was classified as difficult. Certainly, this standard is established based on the strength of the majority of spirit beasts. Consequently, Jiang Luo believes that the formidable Qinyan dragon, being of a powerful race, should not encounter significant challenges within the secret realm classified as a difficulty level. Moreover, this is the Jiang family's internal secret realm. Should he linger too long, there will undoubtedly be family members who will come to check on him, ready to provide assistance if necessary, so there is no need for excessive concern. Chapter 5. Trials in the Secret Realm, unexpectedly acquiring the divine refining stone. Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, Jiang Luo was greeted with respect by the Jiang family guards stationed there. When Jiang Luo expressed his intention to enter the secret realm alone, the captain of the guards, Qi Bing, proposed to send someone to accompany him for his safety, a suggestion Jiang Luo politely declined. There was no need for such precautions. He had brought the Qinyan dragon to the secret realm not only to expedite its leveling, but also to hone his own skills. As a beastmaster, one must not only nurture their spirit beasts and enhance their combat capabilities, but also cultivate their own courage and fortitude. Otherwise, in the face of perilous circumstances, if the beastmaster succumbed to fear before their spirit beast could even react, it would be a dire situation. Having a companion would evidently negate the purpose of self-improvement. Thus, Jiang Luo respectfully declined the captain's well-meaning offer. Upon entering the secret realm, Jiang Luo found himself surrounded by a dense forest, where the trees were thick and the light dim, immediately instilling a sense of lurking danger. Entering such an environment for the first time, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. He kept a vigilant gaze on his surroundings, urging the Qinyan dragon to be exceedingly cautious and to protect him. The Qinyan dragon promptly remained alert, scanning the area. After taking just 2 steps, they heard a rustling sound of leaves beneath them, prompting them to halt and pay attention to the ground. Suddenly, a brown spirit snake emerged from the foliage, lunging to bite Jiang Luo. However, before it could strike, the Qinyan dragon swiftly dispatched it with a powerful claw, obliterating its head. Indeed, the secret realm was fraught with danger. Had it not been for the Qinyan dragon's quick reflexes, Jiang Luo might have met his end there. With his heart still racing, he steadied his emotions, and he and the Qinyan dragon proceeded with heightened vigilance. As they continued their journey, they encountered various spirit beasts, all of which the Qinyan dragon easily dispatched. After an hour passed, during which they faced numerous spirit beasts of diverse attributes and breeds, Jiang Luo's expectations were met. The strength of the beast here paled in comparison to the Qinyan dragon, allowing it to handle them with ease. Although the Qinyan dragon did not level up after such extensive combat, it was certainly beneficial for its growth. However, transitioning from bronze to silver rank was significantly more challenging than ascending from black iron to bronze. Thus, a rapid upgrade was unlikely. It is worth noting that for ordinary individuals, reaching silver rank signifies a degree of status, making the difficulty of upgrading from bronze to silver all the more evident. Of course, for signs of esteemed families like Jiang Luo, it was merely a matter of time. Let's call it a day. We can return for further battles tomorrow, Jiang Luo decided. The Qinyan dragon, feeling somewhat fatigued, nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, a pained roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Intrigued, Jiang Luo felt compelled to investigate. After all, with the strength of the Qinyan dragon, they could traverse the secret realm with confidence. The pair swiftly followed the sound. Soon, they came across a colossal bear-like spirit beast, writhing on the ground, clutching its belly and howling in agony. What could be the matter with this creature? Jiang Luo pondered, noting that it bore no visible injuries, leaving him perplexed as to the source of its distress. Could it have mistakenly consumed something toxic? As he contemplated this possibility, the massive bear noticed Jiang Luo and the Qinyan dragon. Its pain transformed into rage, igniting a primal instinct to tear apart anything that appeared before it. With a thunderous roar, the giant bear charged at Jiang Luo. Eliminate it, Jiang Luo commanded, unperturbed. He had already forged his resolve. The Qinyan dragon, equally fearless, understood that despite its smaller size, it could dispatch the bear with ease, with no need to conserve energy as they were about to leave. The Qingyan dragon unleashed its skill, Qingyan Dragon Claw. With a single strike, it slashed open the bear's throat, and the flames engulfing its claws swiftly spread across the bear's body. In an instant, the colossal creature was reduced to ashes. Undoubtedly, the Qingyan dragon's azure flames were formidable. It appeared that the bear's suffering was indeed due to its unfortunate ingestion of a particular stone. After the bear's remains were incinerated, Jiang Luo noticed a bright yellow stone among the ashes, adorned with mysterious runes. The fact that this stone had survived the Qingyan flames indicated its extraordinary nature, leading Jiang Luo to suspect that the bear's agony was indeed a consequence of consuming this very stone. Without hesitation, he activated his innate ability, the Eye of the Divine Spirit, to examine it. Divine Refining Stone, a type of sacred stone infused with divine runes, essential for certain spirit beasts to evolve into mythic-level potential beings. What luck! A divine refining stone. Truly a stroke of fortune that requires no arduous search. Jiang Luo exclaimed with elation, astonished that this bright yellow stone was indeed a divine refining stone. Fortuitously, his curiosity had led him to investigate, and with the Qingyan dragon's timely intervention, the bear had been dealt with, preventing him from missing this opportunity. This is splendid. With the divine refining stone, and once I obtain the Tianqing fruit and Tianhua crystal, we can initiate your evolution. At that point, you will possess mythic-level potential, capable of growing into a divine beast, significantly enhancing your own strength as well. As he stored the divine refining stone within the beast master space, Jiang Luo could hardly contain his joy, turning to the Qingyan dragon beside him. Upon learning of the potential for evolution and increased strength, the Qingyan dragon was equally filled with anticipation. After exiting the secret realm, Jiang Luo returned to his residence. After feeding the Qingyan dragon, he placed it into the beast master space. Once satisfied, the Qingyan dragon fell into a deep slumber within its sanctuary. The following morning, Jiang Yuanshan arrived. Xiao Luo, do these two items resemble the Tianqing fruit and Tianhua crystal? Jiang Yuanshan produced a small azure fruit and a fiery red crystal, declaring, just awakened, still feeling somewhat listless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo, who had just roused from sleep, immediately perked up, hastily employing his innate ability, the Divine Eye, to investigate. Chapter 6. The Evolution of the Azure Flame Dragon. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Azure Fruit, a rare spiritual fruit of celestial origin, necessary for certain spiritual beasts to evolve into mythic-level potential beings. Heavenly Fire Crystal, a top-tier fire crystal, required for some fire-type spiritual beasts to evolve into mythic-level potential beings. After examining the items, Jiang Luo's spirits soared. It was indeed the Azure Fruit and the Heavenly Fire Crystal, having previously acquired the Divine Refinement Stone. The addition of the Azure Fruit and the Heavenly Fire Crystal meant that all three materials required for the Azure Flame Dragon's evolution into the Azure Flame Divine Dragon were now in his possession. The evolution could now be initiated, promising him a mythic-level potential spiritual beast. One can only imagine the exhilaration swelling within Jiang Luo at this moment. How wonderful! My grandfather had little hope, considering these materials are exceedingly rare and difficult to find, he exclaimed in disbelief. But here they are. Jiang Yuanshan, equally astonished and elated, remarked, my luck is truly remarkable. Where did you find these, grandfather? I sent someone to search within the secret realms, unfamiliar with their exact appearances. I instructed them based on the names to seek the Azure Fruit and various fire crystals. After sifting through the findings, I selected these two, which possessed an exceptionally rich spiritual energy, to present to you. However, I did not have high hopes, and to my astonishment, they truly are the right materials. What extraordinary fortune we have. Jiang Yuanshan could hardly contain his joy. The Jiang family was on the verge of welcoming a mythic-level potential beast master into their ranks. Grandfather, your efficiency is unparalleled. Jiang Luo expressed his admiration sincerely, rather than as flattery. Jiang Yuanshan chuckled. Now we only need the Divine Refinement Stone. Once we find that, your Azure Flame Dragon can complete its evolution into the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo promptly summoned the Divine Refinement Stone from his spatial ring, proclaiming, no need to search further. I already possess it. Jiang Yuanshan was taken aback, quickly inquiring, where did you acquire it? Jiang Luo recounted the tale of how he obtained the Divine Refinement Stone. Jiang Yuanshan could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, remarkable. This is indeed a divine blessing for the Jiang family. Xiao Luo, we must not delay. Hasten to allow your Azure Flame Dragon to complete its evolution. Jiang Luo, equally eager, nodded and mounted his grandfather's Azure Flame Dragon, setting off together towards the Evolution Temple. Within this sacred place, an evolution formation awaited, capable of facilitating the transformation of spiritual beasts. While the Jiang residence housed an evolution hall, it was deemed inadequate for such a significant evolution. Thus, they sought the evolution temple, which boasted a more powerful evolution formation. Standing before the formation, Jiang Luo summoned the Azure Flame Dragon from his beast space. He then extracted the Divine Refinement Stone, Azure Fruit, and Heavenly Fire Crystal from his spatial ring. After feeding the Azure Flame Dragon the Azure Fruit, he positioned it at the heart of the formation and placed the Divine Refinement Stone and Heavenly Fire Crystal at the two focal points. Next, he commanded the Azure Flame Dragon to unleash its spiritual power, enveloping the entire formation to activate it. Boom! As the Azure Flame Dragon complied, the formation erupted with a golden divine energy, manifesting a golden shield that surrounded the formation. Intricate, esoteric symbols adorned the shield, reminiscent of those found in Jiang Luo's divine eye. Jiang Luo surmised that these might indeed be divine runes. Roar! Through the golden shield, Jiang Luo witnessed the Azure Flame Dragon in agony, though its cries were muffled by the energy barrier. Yet, through their mental connection, he sensed the immense pain the dragon was enduring. This was to be expected. Evolution was inherently a harrowing process, particularly when aspiring to mythic level potential. It was truly a transformative ordeal, fraught with suffering. Fortunately, this phase did not endure for long. After 5 minutes, with a final roar of the Azure Flame Dragon, it erupted in a torrent of powerful azure flames, incinerating the golden shield. As the flames dissipated, Jiang Luo beheld the transformed visage of the Azure Flame Dragon. Its size remained largely unchanged, still resembling a dragon of azure hue, yet subtle details had altered, bestowing it with a more majestic and formidable appearance. Upon employing his divine eye, Jiang Luo received the information of his companion. Name: Azure Flame Divine Dragon Level, Bronze Attribute, Fire Skills, Azure Flame Divine Fire, Azure Flame Divine Claw, Azure Flame Divine Armor Potential, Mythic Evolution Successful. I now possess a spiritual beast of mythic level potential. With the realization that the Azure Flame Dragon had evolved into the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Jiang Luo's heart swelled with joy. Outside the evolution temple, Jiang Yuanshan anxiously awaited, fully aware that evolution carried a risk of failure, albeit a slim one. He was particularly concerned, as Jiang Luo's Azure Flame Dragon was striving for mythic level potential, raising the stakes of failure. Just as his worry escalated, Jiang Luo emerged, accompanied by the newly transformed Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Upon seeing the joyous expression on Jiang Luo's face and the altered form of the dragon, Jiang Yuanshan understood that the evolution had indeed succeeded. Grandfather, our Jiang family now possesses a mythic-level potential spiritual beast, Jiang Luo exclaimed with a radiant smile. How splendid! Our family is now on the path to nurturing a mythic-level spiritual beast. It is merely a question of time, Jiang Yuanshan replied, filled with exuberance. Typically, even those who possess a mythic-level potential spiritual beast face immense challenges in facilitating its transformation into a true mythic-level being, often requiring fortuitous circumstances. However, the Jiang family was different. With their formidable strength, they could assuredly cultivate a mythic-level potential beast into a true mythic creature. Thus, Jiang Yuanshan's assertion was merely a matter of time. Jiang Luo nodded, filled with anticipation for the future. Undoubtedly, he would become the continent's first mythic-level beast master, marking an indelible chapter in the annals of beast mastery on the spirit beast continent. If he could contract each of his spiritual beasts to possess mythic-level potential, and they all matured to that level, their combined power would be unfathomably terrifying. Yet, Jiang Yuanshan chuckled, shaking his head, acknowledging the improbability of such an occurrence. Jiang Luo shared this sentiment, recognizing its unlikelihood. Once he ascends to the legendary status of a beastmaster, he will be capable of forging contracts with a total of 12 mythical beasts. The aspiration to have each one be a divine creature necessitates acquiring 12 beasts of mythic potential, a task that borders on the fantastical. Presently, he is on the verge of contracting his second beast, yet whether it possesses legendary potential remains uncertain. What is indisputable, however, is the exceedingly low probability of such an occurrence, given the rarity of mythical beasts. He harbors a glimmer of hope of discovering one with legendary potential within the prominent beast cultivation bases. Despite the slim chances, Jiang Luo clings to that hope. In Chapter 7, titled Jiang Luo's Guardian, the monarch-level beastmaster, Lin Tianya, after departing from the Evolution Temple, Jiang Luo accompanied his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, to a nearby beast cultivation base. After a thorough inspection, the results did not meet their expectations, prompting them to leave for the next base. At the second base, they again failed to find satisfactory results. It became increasingly evident that mythical beasts of potential were not easily encountered. Securing the Azure Flame Dragon was already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After fruitless endeavors at the third base, Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan returned to the Jiang residence. It was not that South Sky City possessed only 3 beast cultivation bases, but rather that Jiang Luo's mental energy was depleted, rendering him incapable of utilizing his talents. 3 beast cultivation bases indeed housed a plethora of beasts. Even inspecting a select few from the stronger breeds amounted to a considerable number. The sheer extent of his scrutiny demonstrated the formidable strength of his mental energy. Yet, even he found himself overwhelmed after the third base. Collapsing onto his bed upon returning home, devoid of even the energy to meditate. A restorative slumber was imperative before he could engage in any meditation. Upon returning to the residence, Jiang Yuanshan summoned Jiang Tian and Tian Yin to his quarters. Sharing the news of Jiang Luo's evolution of the Azure Flame Dragon into the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Initially, they struggled to fathom the news, but soon their disbelief transformed into ecstatic joy. Such an event was beyond their wildest dreams, now manifested into reality. Their confidence and anticipation for Jiang Luo's future, as well as the future of the entire Jiang family, soared. In their jubilance, they expressed a desire to witness the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, but Jiang Yuanshan intervened. He informed them that in the quest for another mythical beast of potential, he and Jiang Luo had visited 3 cultivation bases, scrutinizing numerous beasts. And Jiang Luo had exhausted his mental energy and required rest before venturing out again. Upon learning that Jiang Luo intended to contract yet another mythical beast of potential, Jiang Tian and Tian Yin were taken aback. Was this young man's ambition truly so vast? One mythical beast was not sufficient? Sensing their thoughts, Jiang Yuanshan remarked, "Little Luo possesses the eye of the divine. It is only natural for him to feel a sense of unfulfillment without contracting a mythical beast of potential." Jiang Tian and Tian Yin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if they were in his position, they too would aspire to contract every beast with mythical potential. However, they understood the daunting challenge of locating such beasts. They could only hope that little Luo would not fall into despondency over it. Upon awakening, Jiang Luo was beset by a throbbing headache that left him exclaiming in pain. After massaging his temples, he felt somewhat better. It became clear to him that he could not afford to invoke his talents as frequently in the future. Regret washed over him as he rose from his bed and made his way to the dining table, pouring himself a glass of water and downing it in one gulp. Glancing at the time, he was astonished to discover he had slept for 3 whole days. Fortunately, he had placed the Azure Flame Dragon outside beforehand and provided it with ample sustenance. He had not anticipated sleeping for such an extended period. Yet his prior concern about potentially starving the Azure Flame Dragon led him to prepare adequately. In hindsight, this proved to be an exceptionally wise decision. Otherwise, the Azure Flame Dragon would have endured 3 days without food. Opening the door, Jiang Luo was greeted by the sight of the Azure Flame Dragon waiting at the entrance. After 3 days apart, the little creature seemed to have grown slightly. The Azure Flame Dragon affectionately nuzzled Jiang Luo's cheek with its head, tickling him. Jiang Luo smiled knowingly and patted the little one's head. It was evident that the creature had missed him during their time apart. However, it quickly became apparent that the Azure Flame Dragon was eager to accompany him into battle, having grown restless after 3 days without combat, especially following its evolution that had significantly enhanced its strength. Yet, it seemed unaware of how long Jiang Luo could slumber. With a hint of exasperation, Jiang Luo informed the Azure Flame Dragon to wait a little longer. He needed to meditate to restore his mental energy. The Azure Flame Dragon, feeling a bit disenchanted, complied. However, Jiang Luo did not keep it waiting for long. After half a day of meditation, he emerged revitalized. With his mental energy replenished, he was once again brimming with vigor. Next, he intended to continue his search for mythical beasts of potential at the remaining cultivation bases. Yet, prior to that, he wished to assess the battle capabilities of the Azure Flame Dragon in its evolved form. Thus, he resolved to take the Azure Flame Dragon into combat. This time, he would not venture into the bronze-level secret realm within the Jiang residence, as the beasts there were far too weak. Even the pre-evolved Azure Flame Dragon could easily dominate that realm, and now, as the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, its superiority over the beasts there rendered the prospect of battle rather meaningless. In truth, the simplest course of action would be to find some formidable bronze-level beasts within the Jiang residence for the Azure Flame Dragon to battle. However, with no second mythical beast of potential secured, Jiang Luo sought to test his luck within a secret realm. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him there. Therefore, he decided to take the Azure Flame Dragon into a hellish difficulty bronze-level secret realm for combat, hoping to serendipitously acquire a mythical beast of potential. "Uncle Lin, accompany me on an excursion," Jiang Luo called to the middle-aged man in black sitting in a rocking chair at the entrance of the courtyard. This was his guardian, Lin Tianya, tasked with ensuring his safety. A monarch-level beastmaster. This alone hinted at the formidable strength of the Jiang family. Having a monarch-level beastmaster as the protector of a family heir was not something just any faction could achieve. It is noteworthy that a monarch-level beastmaster could typically serve as a leader within most factions. Lin Tianya rose and nodded, following Jiang Luo as they left the Jiang residence. Young master, where are we headed? After exiting the Jiang residence, Lin Tianya inquired. I wish to visit a hellish difficulty bronze-level secret realm. Do you know of any, Uncle Lin? Although he posed the question, Jiang Luo was well aware that Lin Tianya undoubtedly had knowledge of such locations. As anticipated, Lin Tianya responded, I know of many. The nearest is located on the outskirts of South Sky City, known as the Dark Forest Secret Realm. Very well, let us proceed to the Dark Forest Secret Realm. Jiang Luo declared, Young master, you cannot possibly be intending to venture into this perilous realm for training, can you? Lin Tianya inquired. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded affirmatively. Lin Tianya furrowed his brow, cautioning, Young master, this secret realm is fraught with danger. I would advise you to select a realm with a lower risk factor. Of course I am aware of the dangers. Otherwise, would it be classified as hellish difficulty? It is precisely the high stakes that entice me. Otherwise, I would not bother. Jiang Luo responded. Your courage is truly commendable, young master. Yet safety must always take precedence. Lin Tianya continued to persuade. This was part of his duty as Jiang Luo's protector. Moreover, it was indeed a lucrative endeavor with minimal responsibilities. Should anything happen to Jiang Luo, he would naturally lose this position. Although he was a king-level beast master, securing a similar job would not be an easy feat. Chapter 8. Mythical Potential Spirit Beast. Dark Destruction God. Uncle Lin, I understand your concern for my safety, but rest assured, I will not undertake any actions without confidence. My spirit beast is formidable, and hellish difficulty poses no threat, Jiang Luo assured. Very well, Lin Tianya conceded, recognizing Jiang Luo's resolve. Before long, the two of them boarded Lin Tianya's beast king-level flying spirit beast, the Gale Hawk, and arrived at the entrance of the Dark Forest Secret Realm. The Dark Forest Secret Realm was classified as a bronze-level realm, accessible only to bronze-level beast masters and spirit beasts of the same or lower rank. Naturally, Lin Tianya could not enter. Only Jiang Luo would proceed alone, which further fueled Lin Tianya's concern. Jiang Luo could have brought along some bronze-level beast master guards, but he felt it unnecessary. With the strength of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, even in this hellish difficulty bronze-level realm, he could easily navigate through. Young master, exercise caution once you enter, Lin Tianya advised Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo nodded, summoning the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and stepping into the Dark Forest Secret Realm. Upon entering, darkness enveloped him momentarily. Fortunately, it was not so dense as to render him entirely blind. After a brief adjustment, Jiang Luo could discern the surrounding environment. True to the realm's name, the atmosphere was forested, with trees and vegetation entirely shrouded in dark hues, resulting in dim lighting. The entrance, frequented by visitors, was nearly devoid of spirit beasts. Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon ventured deeper into the realm. After traversing 200 meters, they encountered a spirit beast, a large rat, entirely black with long fur, measuring about 1 meter in length. Without any need for innate talent, Jiang Luo immediately recognized the creature. Black Poison Rat, he exclaimed. This notorious spirit beast, possessing both dark and poison attributes, was a fearsome entity responsible for the deaths of countless humans. While individually weak, their collective strength was formidable. The toxicity of the black poison rat posed a significant threat to humans, and when swarms released their venom, beastmasters often found themselves unable to summon their pets in time, succumbing to the poison. Consequently, major human factions conducted annual extermination operations to control their terrifying numbers. Just recently, under the auspices of the Jiang family, a large-scale extermination had taken place in South Heaven City. The Dark Forest Secret Realm was no exception. This solitary rat appeared to be a remnant of that operation. Then let me take care of this one, Jiang Luo commanded. Azure Flame Divine Dragon, eliminate it. Typically, Jiang Luo would not initiate an attack unless provoked, but mosquitoes and black poison rats were exceptions. Upon sighting them, extermination was imperative. To show the mercy was to be cruel to humanity. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon swiftly closed the distance to the black poison rat, unleashing a wisp of azure flame. This flicker of flame was scarcely more than a faint wisp of smoke. Yet, upon contact with the rat, it was instantly reduced to ash. Remarkably, this was merely a standard breath infused with a hint of azure flame, devoid of any special skills. The sheer might of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon was unmistakable. Witnessing this, Jiang Luo felt a surge of reassurance. What of hellish difficulty? he would stride through it with ease. As anticipated, the spirit beasts within the Dark Forest secret realm, which posed significant challenges for the majority of bronze-level beastmasters, fell effortlessly before the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Within half an hour, the dragon dispatched over a dozen spirit beasts, each in an instant, and without utilizing any skills. This left both Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon feeling rather disenchanted. They decided it was time to depart. Just as they were about to retrace their steps, Jiang Luo heard a commotion ahead and paused. Soon after, a small, sleek, black kitten, no larger than his palm, emerged, its large, gem-like eyes filled with panic and fear. Meow, a cry echoed from above. Jiang Luo looked up to see a black hawk diving from the sky, clearly targeting the little black cat. Realizing it could not escape, the kitten surprisingly bowed in a gesture of supplication towards Jiang Luo, its tearful eyes brimming with desperation. Jiang Luo was taken aback. This kitten, presumably a mere bronze-level creature, exhibited such intelligence. It was indeed extraordinary. He promptly activated his innate ability, the Divine Eye, to investigate further. Spirit Beast name, Shadow Cat. Level, Black Iron. Attributes, Dark. Skills, Shadow Claw, Shadow Blink. Potential, Diamond level. Evolution path, Shadow Cat, Shadow Leopard. Shadow Cat, Night Spirit Cat, Dark Destruction God. He had uncovered a hidden evolution path. Dark Destruction God. The mere name suggested it possessed mythical level potential. Typically, Shadow Cats had a singular evolution route leading to Shadow Leopards. Yet this particular Shadow Cat had an additional path leading to the Dark Destruction God. Such a name was undeniably imposing, and given the presence of the word God, it was highly likely to be a mythical level spirit beast. Jiang Luo hastily examined the information regarding the Dark Destruction God. Name, Dark Destruction God. Attributes, Dark. Skills, Dark Destruction Sphere, Dark Destruction Claw, Dark Annihilation Vortex. Potential, mythical level. Indeed, it possessed mythical potential. Although he had anticipated this, the confirmation that the Dark Destruction God was of mythical level potential caused Jiang Luo's heart to race with excitement. Yet another spirit beast of mythical potential. And this Shadow Cat cub was still at the Black Iron level, perfect for contracting. At that moment, Jiang Luo's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must secure this Shadow Cat cub, desperately seeking to survive. The Shadow Cat cub continued to bow and plead before Jiang Luo. Above, the Black Hawk, sensing the Azure Flame Divine Dragon was not to be trifled with, circled warily in the sky. Jiang Luo crouched down, gazing at the Shadow Cat cub with a friendly demeanor, extending a hand towards it. The Shadow Cat cub's eyes flickered with caution and hesitation, soon replaced by a desperate struggle. After a moment of struggle, it mustered its courage and approached Jiang Luo. Extending a tiny paw, Jiang Luo immediately reached out to grasp its delicate paw. The Shadow Cat cub felt a pang of anxiety, evidently fearing that Jiang Luo might harm it. However, the anticipated harm did not occur. Jiang Luo quickly released its tiny paw and gently stroked its little head. This act of kindness alleviated its worries, as it became evident that this human harbored no malicious intent. Come with me. This place is too perilous, Jiang Luo said to the Shadow Cat cub. It was merely a casual remark, without any expectation that the creature would comprehend. After all, it was merely a Black Iron tier spirit beast. How could it possibly understand human speech? To his astonishment, the Shadow Cat cub actually nodded in response. Jiang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own perception. Can you understand my words? He inquired. The Shadow Cat nodded once more, confirming his suspicions. It was indeed capable of understanding human language, a revelation that left Jiang Luo utterly astonished. It is well known that only leader-tier spirit beasts possess such comprehension, making this Shadow Cat exceedingly unusual. Truly, it was worthy of its potential to evolve into a mythic-tier spirit beast. Jiang Luo couldn't help but marvel in his heart, attributing the Shadow Cat's understanding of human speech to its extraordinary potential for evolution. He could conceive of no other explanation. Chapter 9. Contracting the Shadow Cat and its Ascension. Upon witnessing Jiang Luo departing with the Shadow Cat cub, the Black Eagle, aware of its slim chances of devouring the duo, reluctantly took to the skies. Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon hastened towards the exit of the Dark Forest's secret realm, accompanied by the Shadow Cat. Soon, they arrived at the exit, encountering a few spirit beast attacks along the way, all of which were easily dispatched by the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. This display of power left the Shadow Cat in awe, filled with admiration. After discerning the Shadow Cat's thoughts through the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Jiang Luo promptly instructed the dragon to convey to the Shadow Cat that if it consented to become his contracted companion, he could facilitate its growth to such formidable prowess. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon complied without hesitation. After contemplation, the Shadow Cat agreed to the contract. Jiang Luo was elated and immediately initiated the pact. In no time, the contract was sealed, and the Shadow Cat Cub became Jiang Luo's second companion beast. With a mere thought, he summoned it into his beast-controlling space. Once inside, the Shadow Cat Cub felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and satisfaction with its decision. Upon exiting the secret realm, Jiang Tianya, who had been anxiously awaiting outside, sighed in relief. He quickly approached Jiang Luo, scanning him from head to toe, and inquired, "Young master, are you unscathed?" "Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I emerged without a scratch." The hellish difficulty of the secret realm proved to be nothing. Jiang Luo responded, "Indeed, as expected of the young master. Even the hellish challenge could not daunt you. Shall we return?" Jiang Luo nodded, and they boarded Lin Tianya's Beast King tier flying spirit beast, the Gale Eagle, to return to the Jiang residence. Upon arriving at his quarters, his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, appeared. "Xiao Luo, did you visit the spirit beast cultivation base?" Upon hearing his grandfather's question, Jiang Luo understood that he must have visited earlier. Shaking his head, he replied, "No." "Then where have you been?" Jiang Yuanshan queried. "I made a trip to the Dark Forest's secret realm." "What was your purpose there?" "To assess the battle prowess of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and, perhaps, fortuitously acquire a spirit beast with mythic potential," Jiang Yuanshan remarked. "The Dark Forest's secret realm has been in existence for many years. It is highly unlikely to stumble upon a spirit beast with mythic potential there, given the multitude of individuals who have ventured within. Furthermore, you must be aware that whenever a new secret realm opens, the leading factions invariably scour it first, taking the best treasures before allowing others a chance to seek their fortunes. Typically, the prime loot is claimed by the top powers during their initial foray." Jiang Luo nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his grandfather's words. However, he added, "This time, I genuinely acquired a spirit beast with mythic potential." "What? You truly obtained a spirit beast with mythic potential?" Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed, astonished. "To be precise, it is a spirit beast that can evolve to possess mythic potential." Jiang Luo clarified, "That is still remarkable. Once evolved, it will indeed be a spirit beast of mythic potential." Jiang Yuanshan's tone grew increasingly animated. To acquire even one spirit beast with mythic potential is already a stroke of fortune, yet to obtain another is beyond expectation. He then inquired about the nature of the spirit beast and what it would become upon evolving to mythic potential. Jiang Luo summoned the Shadow Cat from his beast-controlling space, stating, "This is it, the Shadow Cat. It has a pathway of evolution that, upon undergoing 2 transformations, can evolve into the Dark Destruction God, which is a spirit beast of mythic potential." "The Dark Destruction God?" Jiang Yuanshan paused, taken aback. Even he had not heard of such a spirit beast. Jiang Luo proceeded to share the information regarding the Dark Destruction God. Upon learning its attributes, Jiang Yuanshan was profoundly shaken. According to the information, the Dark Destruction God appeared to be among the most formidable of mythic-tier spirit beasts. "Haha, splendid. This truly is a blessing for our Jiang family." In a moment of exhilaration, Jiang Yuanshan could not help but laugh towards the heavens. "Father, you are here as well? What joyous occasion has you so elated?" Jiang Tian and Tian Yin entered the courtyard, the former inquiring of Jiang Yuanshan. Upon discovering that Jiang Luo had once again obtained a spirit beast with the potential for mythic evolution, both Jiang Tian and Tian Yin were initially incredulous before erupting into elation. Cultivating a mythic-tier potential spirit beast to its zenith would be sufficient for the Jiang family to ascend as the preeminent family on the continent, let alone 2. They had previously fretted over the possibility of Jiang Luo never acquiring another spirit beast of mythic potential, which had left them disheartened. Little did they expect that so soon he would acquire yet another. This stroke of luck was truly extraordinary. "Xiao Luo's fortune this year is simply remarkable," Jiang Tian remarked, gazing at Jiang Luo in admiration. Tian Yin nodded in agreement. Yet, Jiang Luo was acutely aware that his good fortune was not merely a product of this year. Since his reincarnation, he had been exceptionally fortunate. Otherwise, how could he have been reborn into the Jiang family? The perception of this year being particularly fortuitous stemmed from his awakening of the beast-controlling talent, the establishment of the beast-controlling space, and the ability to contract beast companions. "What brings you to seek out Xiao Luo?" Jiang Yuanshan inquired of his son and daughter-in-law. "Nothing in particular, just checking if Xiao Luo had awakened," Jiang Tian replied. Jiang Yuanshan nodded and turned to Jiang Luo, saying, "Xiao Luo, what materials does the Shadow Cat require for its evolution? Inform your grandfather, and I shall make arrangements." Jiang Luo promptly replied, "The materials needed for the Shadow Cat's evolution to the Night Spirit Cat are quite common: dark moongrass, dark spirit crystals, and shadow spirit stones. However, the materials required for the Night Spirit Cat to evolve into the Dark Destruction God are far more rare: dark soul stones, dark source fruits, and abyss crystals. Very well, your grandfather will expedite the arrangements. For those that cannot be procured, I shall send people into various secret realms to search for them. With that, Jiang Yuanshan departed. Jiang Tian and Tian Yen were beset with numerous affairs concerning the Jiang family, and their workload was quite demanding. Shortly after Jiang Yuanshan's departure, they too took their leave. Once they were gone, Jiang Luo ventured to the family's resource treasury, where he procured a considerable amount of shadow mouse jerky and several shadow spirit herbs, intended for nourishing the shadow cat. This delicacy served as an upgrade material for the shadow cat. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Luo summoned the shadow cat from the beast master space and offered it some shadow mouse jerky along with a few shadow spirit herbs. The young shadow cat's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the jerky, and it devoured it eagerly. However, it displayed little interest in the shadow spirit herbs. Jiang Luo remarked, "The combination of shadow mouse jerky and shadow spirit herbs will facilitate your upgrade." Upon hearing this, the shadow cat reluctantly consumed the herbs. Just as it finished, a surge of dark energy erupted around the shadow cat, its aura intensifying. Jiang Luo recognized this as a sign of impending evolution. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a torrent of dark attribute energy surged forth from the shadow cat, visibly enlarging its form. It had successfully completed its initial upgrade, ascending from black iron to bronze rank. Jiang Luo received the feedback from this upgrade, experiencing a boost in physical strength and an increase in his internal spiritual energy. This sensation was remarkably invigorating. Post-upgrade, the shadow cat expressed a desire to engage in battle. Thus, Jiang Luo led it to the bronze rank secret realm within the Jiang residence. The shadow cat's prowess, while not comparable to that of the Azure flame dragon, allowed it to hold its own in this relatively low difficulty secret realm. Thanks to its agility, it managed to avoid defeat, and by utilizing its skills, Shadow Flash and Shadow Claw, it could eliminate certain spirit beasts in a matter of moments. After half an hour of combat, the shadow cat grew weary and signaled its unwillingness to continue. Jiang Luo decided to exit the secret realm with it. Upon their return to the residence, Jiang Yuanshan arrived, presenting Jiang Luo with dark moon grass, dark spirit crystals, and shadow spirit stones. These three materials are nowhere to be found in the market. Despite my grandfather's extensive connections, no one seems to have knowledge of them, leaving us no choice but to send people into the secret realm to search, he explained. Jiang Luo was not surprised by this outcome. The materials required for evolving into a mythical potential spirit beast were, of course, not commonplace. They were exceedingly rare and thus absent from the market. With the necessary materials for evolving into the night spirit cat secured, Jiang Luo was eager to proceed with its evolution, marking the first step towards transforming it into the Dark Destruction God. This time, there was no need to venture to the Evolution Temple. The Evolution Hall within the Jiang estate sufficed. Upon arrival at the hall, Jiang Luo positioned himself before an evolutionary spiritual array. He first instructed the shadow cat to consume the dark moon grass, taking its place at the heart of the array. Next, he placed the dark spirit crystals and shadow spirit stones at the two focal points of the array. Finally, he prompted the shadow cat to channel its spiritual energy, enveloping the entire array and activating it. With a thunderous roar, the array sprang to life, unleashing a surge of dark energy that formed a protective dark aura around it, inscribed with simple runes known as spiritual patterns. Through the dark barrier, Jiang Luo could observe the shadow cat's distress, though its cries were inaudible, muffled by the energy shield. Nevertheless, through mental connection, Jiang Luo was acutely aware of the shadow cat's suffering. However, compared to the agony of evolving into a mythical potential spirit beast, this pain was significantly less intense and short-lived, lasting less than a minute. As the shadow cat let out one final cry, a powerful surge of dark attribute energy burst forth, shattering the dark energy barrier and completing its evolution. The transformation was evident. Overall, it retained the appearance of a small black cat, yet its physique had undergone a significant change. The once plump and round shadow cat had morphed into a sleek and elongated form, although its face remained adorably round. Upon activating his divine eye, Jiang Luo found the information of the night spirit cat manifesting in his mind. Name: Night Spirit Cat level, Bronze attribute, Dark skills, Dark Spirit Claw, Dark Spirit Flash. Night Concealment potential, Beast King level. The Night Spirit Cat, now evolved from the Shadow Cat, exhibited a marked improvement in strength. While the first two skills appeared similar to those of the Shadow Cat, their differences were substantial. The Shadow Cat's Shadow Claw primarily enhanced attack speed, leading to a minor increase in attack power. In contrast, the Night Spirit Cat's Dark Spirit Claw not only accelerated attack speed, but also significantly boosted attack power. The Shadow Cat's Shadow Flash served as an instant acceleration skill, useful for pursuit and escape, lacking any offensive capability. However, The Night Spirit Cat's Dark Spirit Flash combined instant acceleration with formidable attack power, capable of piercing through weaker spirit beasts of the same level. Furthermore, the Night Spirit Cat possessed an additional skill, Night Concealment, an exceptionally potent ability that rendered it invisible during nighttime, masking its spiritual energy fluctuations and presence, an ideal skill for nocturnal ambushes. Beyond the skills, the Night Spirit Cat's foundational attributes were substantially superior to those of the Shadow Cat, and its potential had increased as well. The Shadow Cat had merely possessed diamond-level potential, whereas the Night Spirit Cat boasted Beast King-level potential. This implied that in order to facilitate the Night Spirit Cat's evolution without delay, Jiang Luo would need to acquire evolution materials once it reached Beast King level, enabling its ascension to the Dark Destruction God. Otherwise, further upgrades would be impossible. With a triumphant meow, the Night Spirit Cat, now evolved, reveled in its newfound strength, excitedly vocalizing its delight. The Beastmaster had indeed not deceived it. Following the Beastmaster would lead to power. Observing the Night Spirit Cat's enthusiasm, Jiang Luo couldn't help but smile broadly. This was merely the beginning. After all, this was just its first evolution. When the next evolution occurred, it would truly understand what it meant to become powerful. Regarding the Night Spirit Cat's recent evolution, Jiang Luo felt little emotional upheaval. A spirit beast with Beast King potential was merely a stepping stone. Under normal circumstances, he would not even consider a contract. His anticipation lay with the next evolution toward the Dark Destruction God. After departing the evolution hall with the Night Spirit Cat, Jiang Luo made a visit to the resource treasury. Following its upgrade, the Night Spirit Cat's new upgrade materials were no longer Shadow Mouse Jerky and Shadow Spirit Herbs, but rather Dark Antelope Meat and Dark Spirit Fruits. Were it not for Jiang Luo's divine eye, which allowed him to discern information about all things, he would have been at a loss regarding what to feed the Night Spirit Cat for its upgrade. The path from the Shadow Cat to the Night Spirit Cat and subsequently to the Dark Destruction God constituted a hidden evolutionary route, unbeknownst to many. Consequently, few were aware of the existence of the Night Spirit Cat, let alone the materials required for its upgrades. Upon reaching the resource treasury, Jiang Luo stored a considerable amount of Dark Antelope Meat and Dark Spirit Fruits in his spatial ring before heading back to the bronze rank secret realm within the Jiang estate. After the Shadow Cat evolved into the Night Spirit Cat, its power surged, and it yearned for battle once more. Engaging in combat would certainly expedite its adaptation to its newfound strength. After half an hour of skirmishing within the secret realm, Jiang Luo exited alongside the Night Spirit Cat. Compared to the Shadow Cat, the Night Spirit Cat exhibited a significantly swifter prowess in vanquishing its adversaries. Of course, it still paled in comparison to the Azure Flame Dragon, let alone the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. However, once the Night Spirit Cat undergoes its next evolution into the Dark Destruction God, the scenario would shift dramatically. At the same level, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon would likely find itself outmatched. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Luo provided the Night Spirit Cat with a meal of Dark Antelope Meat and Dark Spirit Fruits to replenish its energy. Following its evolution, the Night Spirit Cat no longer devoured its food ravenously, but instead savored each bite with the grace of a refined lady. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from the distant horizon. Jiang Luo looked up to witness a colossal energy pillar piercing the clouds. Recognizing this immense energy surge, he quickly surmised the unfolding events. Chapter 11. The emergence of a new secret realm and the quest for treasure within. The secret realm has opened. Such a towering energy column, soaring into the heavens, often signifies the arrival of a new secret realm. As anticipated, Jiang Luo soon spotted a magnificent Azure Flame Dragon soaring out from the Jiang residence, hastening towards the location of the energy pillar. It was unmistakably the Azure Flame Dragon belonging to his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan. This secret realm was undoubtedly situated near the southern Heaven City. As one of the premier beast taming families, the Jiang clan must act swiftly to seize control of the realm and prevent others from gaining precedence. Simultaneously, the strongest members of the other two elite beast taming families in the southern region, the He and Gu families, also mounted their flying spirit beasts, rushing towards the site. Jiang Luo, however, remained in the courtyard, not feeling the urgency to rush over. There was simply no need. If the newly opened secret realm were of the bronze grade, his grandfather would certainly arrange for him to enter. Conversely, if it were of a different grade, it bore no significance to him, as he would not be permitted entry regardless. Half an hour later, Jiang Tian arrived at Jiang Luo's courtyard. Xiao Luo, a new secret realm has opened. It is of the bronze grade. Your grandfather has instructed me to take you there. With your talent, you will undoubtedly reap great rewards in this new realm, and perhaps even acquire the 3 evolution materials you desire, Jiang Tian informed Jiang Luo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with hope. He longed to enter this newly revealed secret realm. After all, with the eye of the divine, he was far better suited for treasure hunting within the realm than the others. Immediately, Jiang Luo mounted his father's Beast Emperor-grade flying spirit beast, the Xianbing Flying Tiger, and set off towards the new secret realm. Meanwhile, the other two elite beast taming families, the He and Gu families, were also dispatching suitable individuals to enter the new realm, including several young masters and ladies from their clans. Although there were certain risks associated with entering the secret realm, the prowess of these young masters and ladies far surpassed that of their family members at the same level. In the event of encountering any treasures, they would possess a far greater capability to seize them, given that their contracted spirit beasts were significantly stronger. This newly opened secret realm was located in the outskirts of the southern Heaven City, nestled within the periphery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, in close proximity to the city itself. With the flight speed of the Beast Emperor-grade Xianbing Flying Tiger, it took less than 3 minutes for Jiang Luo and Jiang Tian to arrive at the entrance of the secret realm. Upon arrival, they found that a considerable number of individuals had already gathered at the entrance. Jiang Luo's grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, was among them. Most of the onlookers were merely spectators, lacking the qualification to enter and search for treasures. Only members of the Jiang, Gu, and He families, the three premier beast-taming clans, would be allowed to venture in first. Only when they found no valuable treasures would access be granted to others. At this moment, ordinary individuals were still barred from entry, as second-rate and third-rate forces would prevent them from entering, sending their own people in first to scout for treasures. Once their search yielded no valuable finds, ordinary people would be permitted to enter and try their luck. Thus, in this world, ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to rise to prominence unless they awakened formidable talents, joined powerful factions, and received training. As soon as Jiang Luo landed, the young masters and ladies from the He and Gu families arrived as well. With everyone assembled, they were ready to enter the new secret realm in search of treasures. Jiang Luo was filled with anticipation, hoping to discover the 3 materials necessary for the Night Spirit Cat's evolution into the Dark Destruction God. Now that all 3 families are present, let us enter the secret realm together. As for the treasures within, as always, they shall be claimed by those with the ability. Jiang Yuanshan proclaimed, his voice resonating clearly with the enhancement of spiritual energy. Jiang Luo, accompanied by a few bronze-grade guardians from the Jiang family, stepped into the secret realm first, with the young masters and ladies from the Gu and He families, along with their guardians, following closely behind. Upon entering the secret realm, Jiang Luo was immediately engulfed in darkness. This realm was even more shadowy than the Dark Forest secret realm, saturated with potent dark attribute energy. The air was thick with black mist, rendering visibility nearly impossible and instilling a sense of peril within them. They promptly alerted their spirit beasts to remain vigilant. After a brief moment of acclimatization, Jiang Luo's vision adjusted, allowing him to discern the surroundings. They found themselves in a vast plain, devoid of anything but scattered rubble. Jiang Luo pressed onward in search of treasures. Let us proceed, he instructed the guardians, who quickly fell in line behind him. The members of the He and Gu families, upon observing the barren surroundings, also began to advance, albeit in different directions. The secret realm was expansive. There was no need for them to cluster together. In the event of encountering treasures, they would have to compete for them, making it more prudent to disperse. After traversing for a short while, Jiang Luo noticed pairs of eerie green eyes emerging from the black mist ahead, casting an unsettling aura. Instinctively, everyone tensed, their expressions betraying their alertness. To ensure safety, Jiang Luo decided to employ the Eye of the Divine to identify the spirit beasts lurking within the mist, their glowing green eyes betraying their presence. As he activated the Eye of the Divine, the information about the hidden spirit beasts materialized within his mind. Spirit beast name, Shadow Wolf. Level, Bronze. Attribute, Dark. Skills, Shadow Wolf Fong, Shadow Wolf Claw. Potential, Platinum. Evolution path, Shadow Wolf King. Name, Shadow Wolf King. Attribute, Dark. Skills, Shadow Wolf Fong, Shadow Wolf Claw. Call of the King. Potential, Beast King level. Realizing it was merely a pack of shadow wolves, Jiang Luo confidently advanced with the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. The Jiang family guardians hesitated momentarily, but Jiang Luo's resolute stride compelled them to follow. Should anything befall Jiang Luo, they would face dire consequences. Even if they managed to escape the secret realm. Night Spirit Cat, protect me. Azure Flame Divine Dragon, take them down. Jiang Luo commanded his 2 battle pets. The surroundings were enveloped in dim light, akin to the depths of night, shrouded in a veil of black mist. Such an ambience was indeed conducive for the Night Spirit Cat to engage in combat. However, with a considerable pack of wolves present, Jiang Luo sought to swiftly eliminate them. Eager to resume his treasure hunt, The Azure Flame Divine Dragon, without a doubt, proved to be far more efficient than the Night Spirit Cat. With a thunderous roar, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon soared into the midst of the Shadow Wolves, dispatching the entire pack in mere moments. Even the Shadow Wolf King faltered before the might of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Once the wolf pack was vanquished, Jiang Luo and his companions hastened forward to scout for any treasures. Typically, within newly uncovered secret realms, certain spirit beast populations would guard hidden treasures. Upon approaching, they discovered a withered black tree not far from the wolves. Bereft of leaves, it bore a black, round fruit the size of a broad bean. At first glance, this fruit appeared to be rotten. Yet, an instinct whispered to Jiang Luo that it might indeed possess value. This intuition was not merely a hunch. It was reinforced by the presence of the shadow wolves surrounding it. Without delay, Jiang Luo activated his divine gift, the Eye of the Deity, to investigate. Chapter 12. Acquiring the Dark Source Fruit and the Dark Soul Stone. Dark Source Fruit, a dark attribute fruit that thrives upon ancient black trees. It significantly enhances the spiritual strength of dark attribute spirit beasts, and is also one of the materials required for certain dark attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical level potential beings. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Luo's heart raced with exhilaration. He could scarcely believe that the first treasure he unearthed in this new secret realm was one of the materials needed for the Night Spirit Cat's evolution towards the Dark Destruction God. Fortuitously, he had not underestimated its seemingly inconspicuous appearance and departed, for that would have been a grievous error. He promptly instructed the Night Spirit Cat to retrieve this dark source fruit. The Night Spirit Cat dashed forward, swiftly ascended the tree, and delicately plucked the dark source fruit with its mouth. The rich dark attribute energy emanating from the fruit was irresistible, and the Night Spirit Cat was tempted to swallow it whole, knowing that doing so would undoubtedly elevate its power significantly. However, it refrained, fearing the displeasure of its beast master. Sensing the Night Spirit Cat's thoughts, Jiang Luo chuckled and communicated through mental exchange. Little glutton, this is indeed meant for you. But not at this moment. It shall be yours when you evolve, so bear with it a while longer. The Night Spirit Cat, upon hearing this, felt a rush of warmth, though it remained discreet. Bashfully, it returned Jiang Luo's gaze and hurried back to his side, presenting the dark source fruit to him. After Jiang Luo secured the dark source fruit within his spatial ring, he and the Jiang family guards, along with their respective battle pets, pressed on in search of more treasures. After several fruitless skirmishes devoid of significance, they arrived at a canyon, similarly cloaked in a thick black mist. As they traversed further, they noticed a flicker of black-purple light ahead. Realizing that it might indicate treasure, they quickened their pace. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the source of the black-purple illumination was a stone of the same hue, exuding dark, vaporous energy, pulsating with waves of black-purple light. Neither Jiang Luo nor the Jiang family guards had encountered such a stone before and were uncertain of its nature. Yet, this posed no challenge for Jiang Luo. With the Eye of the Deity activated, he gleaned the knowledge he sought. Dark Soul Stone, a dark attribute spirit stone imbued with a dark soul. The dark soul within can enhance the strength of dark attribute spirit beasts, and is also one of the materials required for certain dark attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical level potential beings. Upon this revelation, Jiang Luo's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened anew. This dark soul stone was yet another material needed for the Night Spirit Cat's evolution into the Dark Destruction God. He could hardly fathom how effortlessly he had stumbled upon it. His luck was undeniably remarkable. Drawing a deep breath to steady his excitement, Jiang Luo approached the Dark Soul Stone, and the Jiang family guards promptly followed suit. Just as he was about to reach for the Dark Soul Stone, he halted, sensing a looming danger. As anticipated, a black python emerged from the black mist behind the Dark Soul Stone. Without hesitation, Jiang Luo activated the Eye of the Deity, understanding that knowledge of his adversary would inform his choices. In the secret realm, he did not shy away from expending mental energy. It could be replenished later. And should he tire, he could always sleep for 3 days and nights afterward. Spirit Beast Name, Dark Pattern Python. Level, Bronze. Attribute, Dark. Skills, Dark Breath, Death Bind. Potential, Beast King. Evolution Path, Dark Pattern Python Soul Capturing Python. Name, Soul Capturing Python. Attribute, Dark. Skills, Soul Capture, Dark Breath, Death Bind. Potential, Beast Emperor. It was no wonder this creature lingered near the Dark Soul Stone. It could, upon evolution, utilize the Soul Capture skill to extract the Dark Soul from the stone and bolster its power. However, it would be a sheer waste for the Dark Soul Stone to enhance its strength, as even post-evolution, it would merely achieve the potential of a Beast Emperor. Better to reserve it for the Night Spirit Cat's evolution, nurturing a Dark Destruction God instead. Hissing, the Dark Pattern Python, oblivious to Jiang Luo's contemplations, slithered toward him and his companions with evident intent to attack, its black tongue flicking menacingly. Jiang Luo promptly commanded the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to eliminate it. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon soared toward the dark pattern python, unleashing a stream of azure flames that incinerated the creature to ashes. Subsequently, Jiang Luo secured the Dark Soul Stone within his spatial ring. With both the Dark Soul Stone and the Dark Source Fruit in hand, only the Abyss Crystal remained. Once he acquired the Abyss Crystal, it would signify the imminent arrival of a dark destruction god. The thought alone stirred a thrill within him. Just as Jiang Luo reveled in his excitement, the space nearby began to distort ominously. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted, and a swirling black vortex materialized before them. From this vortex, Jiang Luo and his companions sensed an aura of death and destruction. Fortunately, the intensity of this aura was not overwhelming. Otherwise, despair would have gripped them. Young master, this black vortex is truly frightening. I suggest we make our exit swiftly, a tremulous Jiang family guard advised Jiang Luo. As Jiang Luo hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat, three grotesque and bizarre creatures emerged from the black vortex, their fierce gazes fixed upon Jiang Luo and his companions. Without delay, Jiang Luo employed the eye of the deity to assess them. Upon examination, Jiang Luo discerned that these creatures were abyss beasts, special dark attribute spirit beasts dwelling within the abyss, typically possessing considerable strength. Thankfully, the trio of abyss beasts were all of the black iron level. Given the prowess of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, dispatching them should pose no problem. The abyss beasts moved with remarkable speed, reaching Jiang Luo and his companions in the blink of an eye, launching their assault. Jiang Luo hastily commanded the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to engage. With a sweeping tail, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon sent the three abyss beasts sprawling. However, upon landing, they appeared unscathed and charged forward once more. This serves as ample evidence that their prowess diverges significantly from that of ordinary spirit beasts. It is worth noting that the Azure Flame Divine Dragon possesses mythical level potential. Furthermore, it is of the bronze rank, a tier above these three abyssal beasts. Against typical black iron level dark attribute spirit beasts, it would undoubtedly dispatch them with ease. Yet, it inflicted no harm upon these creatures. This indicates that they are far superior to most normal spirit beasts of the same rank. To ensure the safety of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Jiang Luo commanded it to unleash its skill, Azure Flame Divine Fire. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon opened its mouth, exhaling a massive surge of azure flames that engulfed the three abyssal beasts. Even so, they did not immediately succumb to the inferno. However, it was not long before they were all incinerated. Upon their demise, the abyssal vortex contracted into a small dot before vanishing entirely. Yet, before its disappearance, a tiny black crystal, akin to a fingernail in size, fell from within. Chapter 13. Acquiring Abyssal Crystals, Competing for Dragon Flame Fruit. Could the crystal that fell from the abyss be an abyssal crystal? The mere thought of this possibility sent waves of excitement through Jiang Luo. He promptly employed his divine eye to investigate. Abyssal crystal, a crystallized substance formed within the abyss, imbued with a potent dark power. It is one of the materials required for dark attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical level potential beasts. Indeed, it is an abyssal crystal. Wonderful news. Upon confirming its identity, Jiang Luo was elated. He hurriedly approached, collecting it, and placing it into his spatial ring. Now, all the materials necessary for the Night Spirit Cat's evolution into a Dark Destroyer were gathered. Upon returning, it could commence its transformation. The prospect of soon acquiring a formidable Dark Destroyer filled Jiang Luo's heart with joy. After calming his emotions, Jiang Luo and his companions pressed on. With the three required evolution materials secured, yet the vastness of the secret realm still beckoning with untold treasures, they could not afford to overlook anything. Half an hour later, they emerged from the canyon and arrived at a plain. Before them lay a flickering light. Suspecting a treasure might be nearby, Jiang Luo and his companions hastened towards it. Upon arrival, they discovered a large fruit ablaze upon a grand tree. A closer inspection revealed the silhouette of a dragon upon the fiery red fruit. Jiang Luo was unfamiliar with this fruit, and thus employed his divine eye once more. Dragon Flame Fruit, a fire attribute spirit fruit. Consuming it enhances the strength of fire attribute dragon-type spirit beasts and offers a significant chance of evolution. Upon this revelation, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid find. Perfect for the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. At that moment, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon gazed longingly at the Dragon Flame Fruit, saliva dripping from its maw. The aura emitted by the fruit was simply irresistible. Go ahead and pluck it, but do not consume it just yet, should you evolve. You might be whisked away by the secret realm, Jiang Luo advised the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon appeared somewhat disheartened, but complied and flew towards the dragon flame fruit. Just as it was nearing the fruit, a flock of large crimson birds descended from the sky, launching an attack on the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Clearly, they would not permit anyone or any spirit beast to approach or take the dragon flame fruit. Unfortunately for them, their strength was utterly insufficient in the face of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. In a matter of moments, they were dispatched. After eliminating the fiery avians, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon proceeded to pluck the dragon flame fruit. At that moment, two spirit beasts surged forth from the black mist behind the tree, obstructing the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals emerged from the mist. Jiang Luo recognized the two foremost figures, He Maosen, the eldest son of the He family, and He Maolin, the second son. The two spirit beasts that had just hindered the Azure Flame Divine Dragon were their battle companions, the Rampaging Lion and the Golden Gale Tiger. Both are formidable spirit beasts of powerful lineage. Otherwise, even the combined efforts of two spirit beasts would not suffice to thwart the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Their intentions were unmistakable. They sought to seize the dragon flame fruit. "Ah, Jiang, you are here too," He Maosen remarked with a sly grin. "That spirit fruit is mine. You should go seek other treasures." Jiang Luo, uninterested in engaging in banter, replied with an impassive demeanor. "My apologies, Jiang. But my brother and I have also taken a fancy to that spirit fruit. We kindly ask you to leave and pursue other treasures," He Maolin sneered. "Very well, then. Let the best one claim the spirit fruit," Jiang Luo stated. "Do you truly wish to engage us in battle, Jiang?" He Maosen asked with a cold smirk. "Is there any doubt? If you lack the courage to confront me, then leave swiftly. Do not waste my time," Jiang Luo replied coolly. "Forgive my intrusion, but I genuinely question whether your mental faculties are in order, Jiang. Perhaps you should consult a renowned physician upon your return? Haha, who knows? You might discover you are mentally deficient." The He brothers, who had always been at odds with Jiang Luo, seized this rare opportunity to belittle him without hesitation. Listening to their derision, a cold glint flickered in Jiang Luo's eyes. He fully understood the He brothers' intent. They were merely using their numbers to intimidate him. However, mere numbers do not guarantee victory. Strength still reigns supreme. While their Rampaging Lion and Golden Gale Tiger were indeed powerful and comparable to the Azure Flame Dragon, his Azure Flame Dragon was no longer merely an Azure Flame Dragon. It had transcended to become the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Facing two foes was hardly a challenge. Moreover, with the Night Spirit Cat providing assistance, Jiang Luo was more than willing to oblige the He brothers in their folly. "Night Spirit Cat, go and retrieve the dragon flame fruit," Jiang Luo communicated through mental connection, wary of inadvertently damaging the fruit during the ensuing battle. The Night Spirit Cat immediately activated its skill, Night Concealment, stealthily approaching the dragon flame fruit tree. It successfully secured the fruit. He Maosen was the first to notice the dragon flame fruit had been taken and promptly commanded his Rampaging Lion to seize it. Jiang Luo instructed the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to intervene. Stopping the Rampaging Lion posed no challenge for the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Observing this, He Maolin ordered the Golden Gale Tiger to assist. A fierce battle ensued between the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, the Rampaging Lion, and the Golden Gale Tiger. Meanwhile, the Night Spirit Cat returned to Jiang Luo's side, presenting him with the dragon flame fruit. Jiang Luo, in plain view of the He brothers, placed the fruit into his spatial ring, infuriating them further. Shall we continue? Typically, once a treasure is secured, members of the three major families would cease their contest. This has been an unspoken rule among them. However, judging by the expressions of the He brothers, they were clearly unwilling to relent, prompting Jiang Luo to inquire. As expected, the He brothers, filled with resentment and exchanging glances, resolved to break this unwritten rule. It was not so much their desire for the fruit, but rather their unwillingness to be humiliated by Jiang Luo. However, perhaps due to their apprehension about violating the established norms among the three families, they remained silent, allowing their spirit beasts to continue the skirmish. The Lingua had no intention of keeping their pets. They merely sought to inflict some injuries upon Jiang Luo's cherished beast. Jiang Luo, discerning their intentions, resolved to return the favor and commanded his Qinyan Divine Dragon to harm the pets of the He brothers. To their astonishment, during the skirmish, the He brothers found their pets at a disadvantage in a 2-on-1 scenario. How could Jiang Luo's Qinyan Dragon be so formidable? Clearly, in a conventional battle, they were no match. The He brothers promptly ordered their pets to unleash their skills. The frenzied lion executed its frenzied roar, a skill imbued with stunning and mental assault effects. The roar would stun the opponent and inflict minor psychic damage. Meanwhile, the Golden Claw Tiger unleashed its Golden Claw Shred, its claws glimmering with golden light and capable of tearing through flesh, aimed directly at the Qinyan Divine Dragon. Chapter 14. The opening of the bronze-level demonized secret realm. The coordination between the two pets was commendable. One would first stun the opponent and weaken its abilities, while the other would deliver a powerful attack to vanquish the foe. However, they were unprepared for the fact that the frenzied roar could not stun the Qingyan Divine Dragon, and the minor psychic damage was ineffective against it. The stunning effect of frenzied roar only worked on opponents with weaker soul power. As a mythical grade spirit beast, the Qingyan Divine Dragon's soul power far exceeded that of the frenzied lion, rendering their tactic futile. The feeble psychic attack stood no chance against the Qingyan Divine Dragon, whose mental defenses were formidable. Faced with the Golden Claw Tiger's assault, the Qingyan Divine Dragon retaliated with its Qingyan Dragon Claw, engaging head-on. With a resounding clash, the two powerful attacks collided, producing a thunderous sound and a surge of energy. Yet, in the next instant, the Golden Claw Tiger's attack shattered, and its entire form was sent flying, landing with blood streaming from its mouth and nose. Simultaneously, as the Golden Claw Tiger was launched away, the Qingyan Divine Dragon executed a powerful tail strike against the bewildered frenzied lion, which had failed to understand why its skill had not produced a stunning effect. The blow sent the frenzied lion hurtling away, leaving it dazed and unable to rise. Though the Qingyan Divine Dragon lacked a stunning skill, it could still incapacitate its opponents through sheer force. The He brothers were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how, after employing their skills in a 2-on-1 battle, they were still overpowered and their pets injured. Shall we continue fighting? Jiang Luo taunted. He Maosin and He Maolin's faces darkened, filled with a desire to disregard caution and persist in combat. After all, each still had another battle pet yet to be summoned, and despite their current pets being injured, the wounds were not severe, and their skills remained available for use. Particularly for the frenzied lion, its strongest skill, Frenzy, had yet to be activated. Once unleashed, this skill could significantly amplify the frenzied lion's combat prowess, potentially enabling it to defeat Jiang Luo's Qingyan Dragon. However, the issue lay in the fact that this skill demanded an excessive amount of spiritual energy. In a perilous environment like the Secret Realm, expending substantial spiritual energy was clearly unwise. As for the two unused pets, even if they were summoned, they would likely not pose a challenge to Jiang Luo's Qingyan Dragon. After all, if the frenzied lion and Golden Claw Tiger could not prevail together, the other two had little hope. Should the latter also suffer injuries, their situation in this treacherous secret realm would become dire. Ultimately, rationality prevailed over impulse for the He brothers. With a huff of indignation, they turned to leave. Once they departed, Jiang Luo and his companions resumed their treasure hunt. However, after taking only a few steps, the surrounding space quaked violently. Just as Jiang Luo anticipated the emergence of an abyssal vortex, they were abruptly transported out of the secret realm. What was happening? Not only Jiang Luo and his companions, but also the He and Gu families found themselves similarly displaced, each perplexed and bewildered by the occurrence. Jiang Yuanshan remarked, "The secret realm has suddenly downgraded from bronze level to black iron level. It appears that one among you has obtained a treasure of such caliber that it affected the realm's level." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo, the He brothers, and the Gu siblings all altered their expressions. Was it true that someone among them had acquired a treasure capable of influencing the realm's level? Who could it be? What was the nature of this treasure? Could it be the Dark Soul Stone? Among the 4 treasures Jiang Luo had obtained, the Dark Soul Stone was the most likely candidate. The Dark Source Fruit and Dragon Flame Fruit were merely spiritual fruits and should not have such an impact. The Abyssal Crystal was merely a type of crystal from the Abyssal Vortex and unlikely to cause such an effect. Jiang Luo suspected that the most probable item was indeed the Dark Soul Stone, which possessed the essence of Dark Souls. Of course, it was also possible that one of the He brothers or the Gu siblings had acquired a treasure of their own. Unbeknownst to them, the He brothers and Gu siblings had not found anything of significant value within the secret realm, only some spiritual materials that could easily be purchased in the outside world. However, the higher-ups of both families were unaware of this and hoped fervently that one of their own had secured the treasure. Suddenly, as the 3 families prepared to leave and arrange for black iron-level beast tamers to enter the secret realm, a tremendous sound erupted from the nearby forest, shaking the ground. Subsequently, a black-purple energy column shot skyward, adorned with intricate and obscure black symbols. Gazing at these symbols induced dizziness and nausea. It was a demonic rune. Indeed, another secret realm had opened. Yet, none among the 3 families felt joy. Instead, their expressions grew grave and their brows furrowed. They understood well that this secret realm was no ordinary one. It was a demonized secret realm. Within it lay demon seeds. Upon encountering such a realm, their first thought was not to seek treasures, but to eliminate the demon seeds within. Should the demon seeds be allowed to develop, the consequences would be dire. Among the onlookers, panic erupted at the sight of the demonized secret realm. "We must first ascertain the level of this demonized secret realm," Jiang Yuanshan declared. He then ascended with the strongest members of the He and Gu families on their flying spirit beasts. Before long, they returned, each wearing a grave expression. "Father, what level is this demonized secret realm?" Jiang Tian inquired of Jiang Yuanshan. "It is bronze level, and based on the intensity of the energy column, it is preliminarily assessed to be at least of difficult difficulty," Jiang Yuanshan replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian, along with the heads of the Gu and He families, turned pale. They were acutely aware of how challenging it was to eradicate the demon seeds within a demonized secret realm of difficult difficulty. Jiang Luo's expression also shifted slightly. Having spent 16 years in this world and being the eldest son of the Jiang family, he was well aware of the nature of demon seeds. He understood that they were terrifying life forms capable of residing within spirit beasts that were not of the light attribute, thus transforming them into demon beasts and significantly augmenting their combat capabilities. Moreover, they could facilitate rapid development, making it imperative to eliminate them swiftly upon discovery. Otherwise, they would become a formidable threat. Moreover, the demonic realm differs significantly from ordinary realms. Even upon leveling up, one cannot be teleported out, and the realm's level remains unchanged. This implies that within this bronze-level demonic realm, only bronze-level beastmasters possess the capability to eradicate the demonic entities at any time. Beastmasters of higher ranks must wait for the demonic beasts to emerge. However, these demonic entities possess a certain intelligence. They will not venture out unless they are powerful enough to challenge the continent's top beastmasters. Therefore, it is imperative to send individuals to eliminate them before they mature. Time is of the essence. We must act quickly to dispatch someone to eradicate the demonic entities. The strongest member of the He family, He Yuntian, spoke with a grave expression. The most formidable member of the Gu family, Gu Qian, nodded in agreement. After some hesitation, Jiang Yuanshan remarked, "Ordinary individuals would likely be ineffective and merely squander time. Presently, we can only permit the young masters and mistresses of our three families to enter and cleanse the demonic entities." Chapter 15. Entering the demonic realm to eradicate the demonic entities. Eliminating the demonic entities is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, if it were not absolutely necessary. The members of the three prominent families would naturally refrain from allowing their cherished young masters and mistresses to face such dangers. Yet, the strength of these demonic beasts vastly surpasses that of ordinary spirit beasts of the same rank. For common individuals, sending their spirit beasts into this realm would only lead to death. Only the powerful pets of the young masters and mistresses from the three leading beastmaster families possess the strength to contend. Particularly, Jiang Luo, whose pet is a spirit beast of mythical potential, boasts formidable combat prowess, making him the most promising candidate for eradicating the demonic entities. Should they refrain from sending them in, if the demonic entities grow rapidly, reaching a level beyond their capacity to confront, they would all perish at the hands of the demonic beasts. Jiang Luo was uncertain whether the Azure Flame Divine Dragon could eliminate the demonic entities, but he was confident that the Dark Destruction God would undoubtedly succeed. The dilemma lies in the fact that it now seems too late to evolve the Night Spirit Cat into the Dark Destruction God. Thus, reliance must be placed upon the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Though reluctant to send their grandchildren into danger, He Yuntian and Gu Qian recognized that there were no other options. Only they held the hope of eradicating the demonic entities within this demonic realm. Thus they all acquiesced to Jiang Yuanshan's proposal. Upon hearing that they would venture into the demonic realm to eliminate the demonic entities, He Maosin and He Maolin, the brothers, were immediately struck with fear, unwilling to proceed. The Gu siblings also felt trepidation, yet for the greater good, they were willing to enter. Jiang Luo was particularly determined to eradicate the demonic entities, not for others, but for himself and the Jiang family. Once the demonic entities matured to an invincible level, the Jiang family would inevitably face annihilation, and he too would not escape death. Presently, he was the one most capable of eliminating the demonic entities within this demonic realm. How could he not go? Let Jiang Luo proceed alone. His Azure Flame Dragon is exceedingly powerful and will surely be able to eradicate the demonic entities. We need not join him. He Maosin suddenly found a reason to avoid entering, excitedly exclaiming. Indeed, previously, within the realm, after our encounter with Jiang Luo, we were unable to match him even when we teamed up. His Azure Flame Dragon is indeed impressive. He can handle the eradication of the demonic entities alone. He Maolin chimed in, his expression revealing desperation akin to one grasping at a lifeline. Observing their demeanor, the Gu siblings regarded them with disdain. Jiang Luo, too, was taken aback by the He brothers' cunning, realizing they had concocted such a clever excuse. One cannot help but admire their ingenuity. However, he would not let them off the hook. My Azure Flame Dragon is indeed more formidable than your pets. However, We remain unaware of the number of demonic entities within this demonic realm or their true strength. To ensure absolute success in eradicating the demonic entities, it would be prudent for all of you to enter together, Jiang Luo remarked with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, He Maosin and He Maolin furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening with anger. Gu Lingbing, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, cast a cold glance at the He brothers, stating, "What Master Jiang says is entirely accurate. We do not possess sufficient knowledge about the circumstances within this demonic realm. The more individuals that enter, the safer it will be." Precisely, Gu Yan, the young master of the Gu family, concurred. The actions of Jiang Luo, Gu Lingbing, and Gu Yan left the He brothers feeling utterly humiliated. Many onlookers began to admire Jiang Luo, Gu Lingbing, and Gu Yan while harboring contempt for the He brothers, as members of the same esteemed Beastmaster families. The He brothers fell short in comparison to Jiang Luo and the Gu siblings. It is not that we are unwilling to enter and eradicate the demonic entities. Rather, our pets have been injured. He Maosin attempted to conjure another excuse. Indeed, our pets were injured by Jiang Luo's beasts previously and are now unable to participate in the eradication of the demonic entities, He Maolin quickly added. Jiang Luo found himself at a loss for words. These two cowards had an abundance of excuses. Thankfully, he had spared them earlier, allowing their pets to escape with minor injuries to preserve his strength for the dangers within the realm. Otherwise, they would have truly evaded the consequences now. Enough of this nonsense. They merely sustained minor injuries. They have healed sufficiently and are fully capable of aiding in the eradication of the demonic entities. Besides, each of you still possesses another pet. Jiang Luo directly exposed their lies. You, under the public gaze. The He brothers were left furious as Jiang Luo dismantled their pretense. He Yuntian was equally displeased with the performance of his grandsons, and concern for the He family's future began to gnaw at him. He felt an overwhelming sense of unease in trusting the family to such timid and cowardly individuals, particularly considering that the heirs of the Jiang and Gu families were evidently far superior to his grandsons. He Yuntian's anxiety only intensified. With mounting frustration, he shot a glare at He Maosin and He Maolin, grumbling, "Enough of your excuses, go to the realm." Observing their grandfather's ire, He Maosin and He Maolin dared not utter another word and hastily made their way toward the demonic realm. Too slow. He Yuntian commanded his pet to swiftly transport the two brothers toward the demonic realm. Jiang Luo and the Gu siblings boarded their respective grandfathers' flying spirit beasts and arrived at the entrance of the demonic realm. Taking a deep breath and mentally preparing themselves, the group stepped into the demonic realm. Upon entering, the five found themselves in a dense forest. Despite being a demonic realm, the forest was well lit, with flourishing trees and lush vegetation radiating vitality. This revelation brought relief to Jiang Luo and the others, indicating that the number of demonic entities within this realm was likely sparse. For the demonic entities possessed the ability to absorb the life force of spirit beasts and the essence of flora to grow rapidly. Had the number of demonic entities been significant, the vegetation within this realm would have long since perished. Shall we act collectively or separately? Jiang Luo inquired of the other four. Together. They all replied in unison. Yes, together. The He brothers quickly echoed, fearing that separating from Jiang Luo would place their lives at risk. Since they opted to act as one, Gu Lingbing suggested, then let us proceed together. She too was concerned that separating from Jiang Luo would lead to unforeseen dangers for her and her brother. Though she had not personally witnessed Jiang Luo's prowess, she was acutely aware that the He brothers, who had always been at odds with him, would never speak falsely regarding such matters. Furthermore, their reluctance to depart from Jiang Luo was a clear indication of his formidable strength. Very well, let us proceed together and swiftly locate the demonic seed to eradicate it, Jiang Luo declared. The four of them were unwilling to act separately, and Jiang Luo himself shared their sentiments. Despite his superior strength, the true power and numbers of the magical beasts remained uncertain. Should the Azure Flame Divine Dragon prove incapable of handling them alone, their assistance would be imperative. Chapter 16. The appearance of magical beasts and the battle against them. Jiang Luo and his companions dashed through the secret forest, searching for traces of the demonic seed. The rapid growth of the demonic seed was alarming. They needed to find it without delay. Otherwise, by the time they located it, it might have already ascended to a bronze level or higher, rendering them powerless. Fortunately, the demonic seed continuously absorbed the life force of living beings and the essence of flora. After 5 minutes of frantic searching, they noticed the surrounding trees and vegetation beginning to wither. It became evident that the demonic seed was nearby. Sure enough, moments later, they spotted a beast resembling a black wolf, devouring a creature akin to an elephant. This black wolf was no ordinary beast. It emanated a dense black aura, its blood-red eyes brimming with bloodlust and ferocity. Jiang Luo and his companions immediately recognized that this black wolf had become a magical beast, parasitized by the demonic seed. With a thunderous roar, the black wolf beast halted its meal upon seeing Jiang Luo and lunged at them. The Goose siblings and the He brothers trembled in fear. At Jiang Luo's command, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon charged forward. Upon impact, the dragon's claws met those of the black wolf beast, causing the latter to stagger back. Though it sustained no significant injuries, this alone was a testament to the formidable nature of magical beasts, a fact Jiang Luo had anticipated. Once a spirit beast is corrupted, its strength increases considerably. He had previously used the Eye of the Divine to assess the black wolf and the slain elephant spirit beast. Discovering that the black wolf had once been a black wind wolf, an average spirit beast of the bronze tier, while the elephant spirit beast, a ground-stomping elephant, was notably stronger within the same tier. Yet, it had fallen prey to the corrupted black wind wolf, illustrating the substantial power boost bestowed upon magical beasts post-corruption. However, the strength of the demonic seed was not uniform. It varied in potency. A more powerful demonic seed would yield a correspondingly stronger magical beast. In this case, the demonic seed within the black wind wolf was relatively weak, thus limiting the wolf's capabilities. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon unleashed its divine fire, ultimately vanquishing the beast. Along with the demonic seed within. Is it truly slain? Gu Yin marveled, astonished that such a fearsome creature had been dispatched so effortlessly by Jiang Luo's Azure Flame Dragon. Finding it somewhat surreal, it appears to be less terrifying than anticipated, echoed the He brothers. Gu Lingbing remarked. That is solely due to the overwhelming strength of Jiang Luo's Azure Flame Dragon. Our own beasts might not have triumphed so easily. We must ascertain whether there are more magical beasts lurking in this corrupted realm. Let us continue our search, Jiang Luo suggested. As they ventured a few paces further, 5 magical beasts emerged before them. A tiger-like beast, a bull-like beast, a pig-like beast, a sheep-like beast, and an eagle-like spirit beast, all shrouded in black mist. Their blood-red eyes aflame with violence and savagery. Based on their aura and power fluctuations, it was evident that these 4 beasts were significantly stronger than the previous wolf beast. This indicated that the demonic seeds within them were more potent than that within the black wind wolf. The He brothers, who had previously dismissed the threat of magical beasts, now trembled at the sight of these formidable creatures. Jiang Luo, his expression grave, stated, "These 5 beasts are stronger than the last. We shall each face one." The Goose siblings nodded, summoning their 2 battle pets. They understood that their pets, given their strength, could not confront a magical beast alone. The He brothers, however, hesitated to unleash both of their pets, opting to retain one for their protection, fearful that the beasts might suddenly attack them. Jiang Luo commanded the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to engage while keeping the Night Shadow Spirit Cat at his side for protection. He believed that even if these beasts were stronger than the last, the one-on-one scenario would favor the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. It should be noted that the Azure Flame Divine Dragon possessed an unutilized skill to enhance its strength, the Azure Flame Divine Armor. This ability would envelop the dragon in a divine armor forged from azure flames and divine runes, significantly boosting both its defensive and offensive capabilities. Once activated, it would surely overpower the magical beast. Thus, there was no need to send the Night Shadow Spirit Cat into battle, as its overall strength paled in comparison to that of the Goose siblings and the He brothers' pets, making it more prudent for it to remain by his side for protection. Jiang Luo's strategy was rooted in the strength of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, which could handle the situation single-handedly without issue. However, the He brothers' approach was utterly foolish. Their summoned Rampaging Lion and Golden Tiger quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. In contrast, the Goose siblings, by deploying both of their battle pets, managed to hold their ground in a 2-on-1 scenario. Observing the unfolding situation, Jiang Luo grew concerned that if the Rampaging Lion and Golden Tiger were to falter, the remaining 2 pets of the He brothers would not be able to restrain the 2 magical beasts for long. He urged them to send in their other 2 battle pets. However, they unanimously refused. Frowning, Jiang Luo exclaimed, "Are you intent on courting death? If this continues, we may all fall prey to the magical beasts. Spare us the theatrics. Why don't you send your other pet into battle?" He Mousen retorted dismissively. "Indeed, you reserve one for your protection while urging us to deploy all our pets. Do you take us for fools?" He Malin chimed in. "My pet is too weak to contribute meaningfully in battle, and my Azure Flame Dragon can handle a one-on-one scenario. Your pets, however, clearly cannot. Should they falter, we will be in dire straits." In the face of the urgent situation, Jiang Luo suppressed his anger and patiently attempted to reason with them, but they remained unconvinced. "Who do you think you're fooling? Do you believe we are easily deceived? Your contracted pet cannot possibly be weak. Indeed, you are clearly just as fearful of death as we are. keeping one for your own safety while coaxing us to send our pets into combat. We refused to be swindled. The He brothers exhibited an air of defiance that infuriated Jiang Luo. This was proving to be quite troublesome. I don't think Jiang Luo is lying. You should trust him, Gu Lingbing advised the He brothers. Trust him if you wish, but we will not be swayed. Indeed, you harbor no fear of death despite your beliefs. We, however, hold our lives in high regard, remarked the He brothers with a disdainful snort. You two are nothing but fools unaware of your own mortality, yet you delude yourselves into thinking you are clever. Jiang Luo could not restrain himself from retorting. What is the matter? Unable to deceive us has left you flustered? He was agitated, indeed, his urgency palpable. The He brothers wore expressions of triumph, as if they had unraveled his cunning scheme. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luo forced himself to regain his composure and ponder his next move. Chapter 17. Expedite the resolution. Deploying the blue flame divine armor. Upon reflection, Jiang Luo discerned that there was no alternative but to have the blue flame divine dragon swiftly eliminate the adversary, and then proceed to assist the Goose siblings and the He brothers' beasts. This was their only path to survival. Thus, he commanded the blue flame divine dragon to unleash its full power and employ the skill, blue flame divine armor. Undoubtedly, this skill demanded a tremendous expenditure of spiritual energy, akin to the fury of the rampaging lion. Were it not for the dire circumstances, Jiang Luo would have been reluctant to allow the blue flame divine dragon to utilize it. After all, he remained uncertain if other beasts lurked within this enchanted realm, beyond the 5 already present. Moreover, even if no magical beasts remained, there were still spiritual creatures in the vicinity. Should the blue flame divine dragon exhaust its energy without a means of escape, peril would ensue. Yet, due to the incompetence of the He brothers, he was left with no choice but to address the immediate crisis. From here on, he could only take one step at a time. With a roar, upon receiving the command, the blue flame divine dragon promptly executed the skill, blue flame divine armor. Following a resonant dragon's roar, azure flames danced wildly around its form, coalescing into divine armor forged from blue flames and mystical symbols upon its scales, rendering the blue flame divine dragon even more imposing. How did Jiang Luo's blue flame dragon's armor differ from that of the other blue flame dragons? It appeared far more magnificent. Not only was it aesthetically pleasing, but it also seemed to enhance its power significantly. The Gu siblings, Gu Lingbing and Gu Yin, expressed their astonishment in tandem. The He brothers sensed something peculiar as well. Yet fearing to inflate Jiang Luo's ego, they remained silent. With its newfound strength, the blue flame divine dragon immediately engaged the avian magical beast in combat. The magical seed within the avian creature sensed the threat and hastily urged the remaining 4 magical seeds to eliminate their opponents swiftly to provide support. Consequently, the other 4 magical seeds commanded for beasts, launching a more ferocious offensive. The Gu siblings' beasts fared slightly better with a 2-to-1 advantage. However, the He brothers could only deploy 1 beast each, and as the opponents intensified their assault, they soon found themselves overwhelmed. Observing the unfolding chaos, the He brothers grew anxious. Yet, paralyzed by fear, they hesitated to send forth their remaining beast, feeling a sense of security with them nearby. Even if the rampaging lion and the golden tiger faltered, they still had their beasts to rely upon. At first glance, this reasoning seemed sound. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that their logic was flawed. Such an action would merely allow their adversaries to dismantle their defenses one by one. Utilize the blue flame divine dragon's claws. It must be said, the prowess of magical beasts was formidable. Even after donning the blue flame divine armor, the blue flame divine dragon struggled to swiftly vanquish its opponent. Reluctantly, Jiang Luo commanded the blue flame divine dragon to employ another skill. Executing a skill while in the blue flame divine armor state demanded even greater energy. But the potency of the skill was likewise amplified. Sensing the might of this impending strike, the magical seed within the avian creature swiftly commanded its beast to defend itself with a skill. One of its talons radiated a dark glow, coalescing into a powerful energy claw for defense. However, when the blue flame divine dragon's claw collided with it, the energy claw shattered instantaneously, followed by the searing flames engulfing it, rendering it powerless in an instant. The blue flame divine dragon's claw obliterated the avian beast's head, swiftly annihilating the magical seed residing within. The blue flame divine dragon had dispatched yet another magical beast. This provided Jiang Luo with a sense of relief. With one less opponent, the pressure lessened considerably. He hastily directed the blue flame divine dragon to assist the rampaging lion and the golden tiger. In this precarious situation, he and the He brothers were akin to grasshoppers bound to the same string. Should their rampaging lion and golden tiger fall, he too would be in grave danger. Just as the blue flame divine dragon arrived at the rampaging lion's side, a bovine spiritual beast engaged the golden tiger, sending it flying with a powerful thrust of its horn. Jiang Luo observed in horror as the golden tiger sustained a grievous wound, blood gushing forth. Upon collapsing, it lay still, blood trickling from its mouth and nose. With a sudden gasp, Lin, the golden tiger's master, spewed blood, his vitality waning, evidently reeling from the backlash. This indicated the demise of his golden tiger. When a beast master falls in battle, their beast typically perishes alongside them. Thus, beasts seldom harm or betray their masters. However, once a beast meets its end, the beast master suffers a backlash. The consequences can range from mere injury to severe mental impairment or even death of the mind, as the backlash affects the essence of their spirit. This, in turn, hampers the Beastmaster's future potential. The strength of a Beastmaster's spiritual essence determines the highest level of spiritual beasts they can command, as well as the pinnacle they can achieve as a Beastmaster. At that moment, Lin felt as though his head might explode. This was the manifestation of spiritual essence damage. Lin, witnessing his brother suffer such dire consequences, Lin could only cry out in anguish, feeling utterly helpless. Deservedly so. Jiang Luo expressed no sympathy for Lin, retorting sharply. Had you not insisted on retaining a beast for your own protection, this calamity might have been avoided. This is but the consequence of your own actions. How can you speak so callously? Lin demanded, furious. Truth be told, Jiang Luo replied coldly. You. Lin stuttered, at a loss for words. Jiang Luo had initially intended for the blue flame divine dragon to assist the rampaging lion first, as the golden tiger possessed a defensive skill, the golden shield, which could sustain it for a while longer. However, he had not anticipated the adversary's oversight leading to a direct fatal blow. Leaving no time to employ the golden shield, with no other option, he commanded the blue flame divine dragon to confront the bull demon instead. The rampaging lion had to continue fending off its fierce opponent. Following Lin's backlash, Sun, now fearful, dared not hold back any longer. He immediately commanded the rampaging lion to employ its skill, Rampage, worried that if it conserved too much energy, it too might fall to the tiger-type magical beast. He had no desire to follow his brother's unfortunate path. With the rampaging lion unleashing its rampage skill, its power surged. Just as it seemed on the verge of succumbing to the tiger-type magical beast's assault, it managed to hold its ground. This brought a sense of relief to Jiang Luo. Should the rampaging lion meet the same fate as the golden tiger, their situation would become dire. The combined might of the two magical beasts was formidable, and if they both attacked together, the Gu siblings' beasts would likely be obliterated in an instant. In such an event, save for the blue flame divine dragon, all their remaining spiritual beasts would perish. In the end, the Azure flame dragon would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught of multiple beasts, ultimately meeting a tragic demise at their hands. Moreover, once a single beast found an opportunity to strike, the Azure flame dragon would perish without any need for exertion to subdue it. There was no time to conserve spiritual energy. The priority was to eliminate the adversary swiftly. Although the rampaging lion was holding its ground for the moment, it was clear that relying on it alone would not secure victory. Jiang Luo could only urge the Azure flame dragon to dispatch its opponent promptly before addressing the remaining beasts. It was infuriating that, at such a critical juncture, the He brothers were still reluctant to unleash their other two beasts into battle. However, it was difficult to place the blame solely on Lin, as this individual had become a fool after suffering excruciating pain in his head, completely incapable of directing his beasts in combat. Chapter 18, Slaying the Beasts. Eradicating the demonic seeds. After Lin became a fool, his audacity grew, leading him to recklessly approach a beast, only to be torn apart. Yes, he was literally ripped asunder by that beast. Lin, witnessing his brother's brutal end at the hands of the beast, Sin let out a heart-wrenching cry of anguish. With Lin's death, his other beast also succumbed. This outcome was precisely as Jiang Luo had previously stated. It was all of Lin's own making. Had he not insisted on keeping a beast to protect himself, he would not have met such a fate. Boom. The Azure flame dragon unleashed its claws once more, striking down the bull demon, before rushing to assist the rampaging lion. Yet, at that moment, the rampaging lion, having exhausted its berserk state, was pierced through the throat by the ferocious tiger demon and met a gruesome end. No. Sin found this hard to bear. He immediately spewed a mouthful of blood, his head throbbing as if it would split open, engulfed in agonizing pain. Sin clutched his head, crying out in torment. Clearly, the death of the rampaging lion had inflicted significant backlash upon him. It seemed likely that he would suffer the same fate as his brother Lin and become a fool as well. Jiang Luo, however, felt no sympathy whatsoever. He urged the Azure Flame Dragon to swiftly eliminate the Tiger Demon. It must be said that, after entering a frenzied state, the rampaging lion had indeed exhibited formidable strength. The Tiger Demon had evidently expended a considerable amount of its magical energy. Before long, it was vanquished by the Azure Flame Dragon. Had the opposing beast not already exhausted much of its energy, given the current state of the Azure Flame Dragon, it would have struggled to secure a kill, lacking sufficient spiritual energy to execute its skills. In fact, after barely slaying the Tiger Demon, the Azure Flame armor could no longer be maintained and vanished entirely. Now, it was impossible for the Azure Flame Dragon to swiftly dispatch any more beasts. Fortunately, the Gu siblings did not make the same foolish mistakes as the He brothers, allowing their two beasts to contend with a single beast, and they were still holding their ground. With the assistance of the Azure Flame Dragon, defeating the remaining two beasts should pose little challenge. As expected, with the Azure Flame Dragon's aid, they ultimately dispatched the last two beasts. Phew. Jiang Luo and the Gu siblings both sighed in relief. The Gu siblings, in particular, sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the weight of their anxiety. Unlike Jiang Luo, who possessed the might of the Azure Flame Dragon, they were naturally more fearful and tense. With their taut nerves suddenly relaxed, their bodies could no longer withstand the strain. Jiang Luo summoned a large quantity of dragon flame grass from his spatial ring and offered it to the Azure Flame Dragon to facilitate a swift recovery. He then placed it into the beast space. With the Azure Flame Dragon's energy expended, keeping it nearby served little purpose. It was more prudent to allow his Night Spirit Cat, which was also present, to recover its energy in the beast space. The Gu siblings also summoned spiritual materials from their spatial rings to nourish their respective beasts. However, when it came to deciding whether to place them in the beast space for recovery, they hesitated. Unlike Jiang Luo, they did not have a beast to protect them. Yet, seeing their two exhausted beasts, they gritted their teeth and decided to place them into their spatial rings. With their current state, keeping them nearby would not provide any protection in the face of danger. It would be wiser to let them recover quickly in the beast space. Uncertain if any more beasts remained, Jiang Luo furrowed his brows, concerned about the potential presence of additional beasts within the secret realm. There should be none left, Gu Lingbing remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's expression shifted, and he asked eagerly, "What do you mean?" Gu Lingbing explained. After the first beast was slain, the 5 remaining beasts quickly arrived, evidently alerted by the demonic seed within the slain beast. In its final moments, it must have conveyed our situation to the other demonic seeds, prompting them to command the beasts to come and eliminate us. To ensure our demise, they would likely mobilize all their forces, as demonic seeds possess considerable intelligence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's face brightened, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he found Gu Lingbing's analysis quite reasonable. In fact, she was correct. With the elimination of these 5 beasts and the demonic seeds residing within them, the dark purple energy pillar emanating from this corrupted secret realm had transformed into a vibrant green. This indicated that the malevolent energy here was dissipating rapidly, signifying that the demonic seeds had indeed been eradicated. However, to confirm this, Jiang Luo and his companions chose not to leave immediately. Instead, they resolved to allow their beasts to recover before continuing their search. Just as they were recuperating, the ground began to tremble violently in the distance. The expressions of the resting group shifted dramatically, with the exception of Himao-sun, who had fainted from the pain and remained oblivious to the commotion. Had another beast arrived? Guyan asked in terror. Just as his words fell, a colossal elephant thundered toward them. It was a stampeding elephant. Moreover, it was an enraged stampeding elephant. However, it bore no traces of dark energy, and although its eyes were filled with fury, they were not blood-red. Clearly, it had not succumbed to corruption. Jiang Luo suspected that the creature's anger was likely connected to the previous death of a stampeding elephant at the hands of the Black Wolf beast. However, now, this stampeding elephant was undoubtedly intent on unleashing its wrath upon them. With a deafening trumpet of rage, it charged at Jiang Luo, its long, ivory tusks gleaming like 2 swords, aimed directly at his throat. At that moment, a dark light surged into the elephant's large ear, swiftly piercing through to emerge from the opposite ear. Boom! The stampeding elephant abruptly halted, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. What just happened? Gu Yan was left bewildered. He had assumed they were doomed, only to witness the stampeding elephant suddenly perish. Jiang Luo glanced at the Night Spirit Cat, which was now stained with the elephant's blood, and remarked, "It was my other beast that used its skill to slay the stampeding elephant." Indeed, it was the Night Spirit Cat that had vanquished the creature. Normally, the Night Spirit Cat would struggle to defeat a stampeding elephant, known for its tough skin and formidable defenses. However, in this instance, It had exploited the element of surprise to strike at its weakness. Just moments ago, the night spirit cat had executed a dark spirit flash, infiltrating the elephant's ear, penetrating its brain, and exiting through the opposite ear, achieving a swift kill. Certainly, the unfolding of events cannot be divorced from the fact that the earth-shaking elephant, in its fury, acted with a lack of composure. Under normal circumstances, this mystical beast, renowned for its high intelligence, would be vigilant against potential assaults on its vulnerabilities. Typically, prior to battle, it would cover its ears. However, in its rage, it overlooked this precaution, inadvertently providing the night spirit cat with a golden opportunity, leading to its swift demise. In Chapter 19, the ice and snow intelligent Gu Lingbing, Gu Yan, recalling previous assertions that this spirit beast was of little strength, found himself reluctantly agreeing with the He brothers' assessment. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets regarding his actions, especially with the grim fate of the He brothers still vivid in his mind. His perception of Jiang Luo, however, had soured somewhat. After all, no one relishes being deceived. Jiang Luo remarked, "If I were to inform you that the earth-shaking elephant's negligence led to its vulnerability being unprotected, and that my pet employed a skillful ambush to achieve victory, would you still consider it weak? Indeed, strength is a matter of comparison. My pet is undoubtedly more formidable than an ordinary spirit beast, perhaps even quite powerful. Yet, with such capabilities, do you truly believe it can contend against a magical beast?" Understanding dawned upon Gu Yan as he pondered Jiang Luo's words, dispelling any misconceptions he harbored. Yet, where was He Maosun? Gu Lingbing suddenly realized He Maosun had vanished. Jiang Luo and Gu Yan, upon inspection, confirmed his absence but noted that his spirit beast remained, seemingly in slumber. Wait, didn't I recall He Maosun lying not far from my side earlier? Suddenly, Jiang Luo connected the dots, realizing that He Maosun must now be beneath the earth-shaking elephant, which could only imply a dire fate. To verify his hypothesis, Jiang Luo approached He Maosun's spirit beast, assessing its condition. Upon discovering the beast had perished, he comprehended that He Maosun had been crushed by the earth-shaking elephant. There remained the possibility, of course, that he had succumbed to backlash before being crushed. "I see now, He Maosun was indeed crushed by the earth-shaking elephant," Gu Yan suddenly exclaimed. "I assure you, it was unintentional. I did not notice him, and given the dire circumstances, had I not acted as I did, I would have perished," Jiang Luo explained. He Maosun was the eldest son of the He family, and should the He family discover that he was responsible for this calamity, the repercussions would be severe, at the very least bringing considerable trouble to the Jiang family. After all, the He family is among the foremost beast-taming clans in the southern region. As for silencing the Gu siblings, such an act would be ill-advised. The three families had entered the secret realm to vanquish evil together. And if he were the sole survivor, it could be interpreted as a sign of his superior strength. Yet it would undoubtedly sow seeds of suspicion and discord between the He and Gu families. Should the two families grow closer, uniting against the Jiang family, it would spell trouble. Before he ascended to the status of a legendary beast master, Jiang Luo knew he must tread carefully. Furthermore, if he spared the Gu siblings, the possibility of them revealing the truth to the He family loomed large. Therefore, he felt compelled to provide some explanations. "I would wager that He Maosun had likely perished prior to this incident. Otherwise, he would not remain so still after the earth-shaking elephant's arrival. It made quite a commotion." Gu Lingbing interjected hastily, concerned that her brother's words might incite Jiang Luo's wrath towards them. Gu Yan nodded in agreement, though he did not fully grasp his sister's intentions, genuinely believing her words. "It's not merely a possibility. The more I contemplate it, the more convinced I become that he was already dead before the earth-shaking elephant's arrival," Gu Lingbing asserted, her tone now resolute. Having lived two lives, and possessing a keen intellect in this one, Jiang Luo grasped Gu Lingbing's implications, quietly admiring her cleverness. The fate of the He brothers was indeed tragic, all perishing in this place. "How unfortunate for the He brothers," Gu Yan lamented, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Gu Lingbing furrowed her brow and quickly stated, "That was their own doing. They cannot blame others." This was indeed a valid point, and Gu Yan nodded in agreement. Jiang Luo cast a glance at Gu Yan, inwardly reflecting, the sister is astute, while the brother is rather dim-witted. Gu Yan's lamentation over the He brothers' untimely demise was, clearly, a case of inappropriate commentary. Speaking too much could very well lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the perceptive Gu Lingbing had to shoulder the burden of anxiety, swiftly affirming her stance, feeling quite fatigued. Jiang Luo remained uncertain whether Gu Lingbing would maintain this stance after they exited. However, after careful consideration, he concluded that resorting to murder to silence them was rather imprudent. Should he spare them, there remained the risk of them inciting a coalition between the Gu and He families against the Jiang family. Conversely, Eliminating them would also pose the same threat, regardless of their silence. Should the Gu siblings refrain from speaking out upon their exit, all would be well. Although the likelihood of that was slim, it was still better than having no hope at all. Ultimately, Jiang Luo resolved not to take their lives. After resting for a while, their respective spirit beasts regained some strength and combat readiness, prompting Jiang Luo and his companions to continue their search for magical beasts. Outside the secret realm, Jiang Yuanshan, He Yuntian, Gu Qian, and others, having awaited Jiang Luo's emergence for an extended period, began to suspect that he and his companions remained unaware that the magical seeds had been completely eradicated. They promptly dispatched several bronze-level beast tamers to inform them. The reason for sending multiple individuals stemmed from the concern that sending only one might result in their demise at the hands of the spirit beasts within the secret realm before they could locate Jiang Luo. Although the magical seeds had been eliminated, it was evident that numerous spirit beasts still roamed the secret realm, many of which possessed formidable strength. Upon entering the secret realm, these guards divided into several groups to search for Jiang Luo and his companions, as this approach proved more efficient. An hour later, one group of guards successfully located Jiang Luo and his party, composed entirely of Jiang family guards. "Young master, we have found you." Upon locating Jiang Luo, the guards breathed a sigh of relief, for this secret realm was far from a secure location. The sooner they found Jiang Luo, the sooner they could depart. "What brings you here?" Jiang Luo inquired, already suspecting the reason. As anticipated, one of the Jiang family guards replied, "The magical seeds have been eradicated. The family head sent us to inform you that it is safe for you to leave this secret realm." "Excellent," Guyan exclaimed, elated to learn of the eradication of the magical seeds. "Understood, then let us depart," Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly, for he had already surmised the news, which diminished his excitement. Observing the differing reactions of the two, Gu Lingbing felt a complex swirl of emotions. Admiration and envy intertwined within her. Soon, the group exited the secret realm. Along the way, they encountered several spirit beast attacks, but these were easily dispatched. The strength of the spirit beasts within this secret realm was generally lacking. Their challenges were merely of a moderate level, hardly distinguishable from trivial encounters for the group, had it not been for the poor condition of their spirit beasts and Jiang Luo's own fatigue. Coupled with his desire to hasten the evolution of the night spirit cat into the dark destruction god, he would have relished the opportunity to scour this newly opened secret realm for treasures. After all, a recently unveiled secret realm would undoubtedly be rife with valuable artifacts. Before long, Jiang Luo and his companions emerged from the secret realm. Upon witnessing Jiang Luo's safe return, both Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian exhaled in relief. Regardless of whether it stems from emotional ties or vested interests, it is abundantly clear that they are all disinclined to see Jiang Luo come to harm. Gu Qian and Gu Zhang, upon encountering Gu Lingbing and Gu Yan, also breathed a sigh of relief. He Yuntian and He Feiyu, upon seeing Jiang Luo, Gu Lingbing, and Gu Yan emerge safely, felt a sudden jolt of unease upon realizing that He Maosin and He Maolin were absent. Chapter 20. Gu Lingbing's surprising actions that bewildered Jiang Luo. "Where are my sons, He Maosin and He Maolin?" The head of the He family, He Feiyu, inquired anxiously, his hands trembling slightly as he addressed Jiang Luo and the others. "They are dead," Jiang Luo replied bluntly. "What? Dead? They are dead?" Although He Feiyu had mentally prepared himself for such a possibility, hearing the confirmation from Jiang Luo's lips was still a bitter pill to swallow. He Yuntian, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of calmness, though his true feelings remained concealed. Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, Gu Qian, and Gu Zhang exchanged sympathetic glances with the father-son duo of He Yuntian and He Feiyu, all equally astonished that the He brothers had not returned from their expedition. Simultaneously, they felt relief that their own kin had returned unscathed. Jiang Luo, however, awaited Gu Lingbing's response, as he suspected she might accuse him of being the cause of He Maosun's demise. This would undoubtedly align with the interests of the Gu family, who could benefit significantly from an alliance against the Jiang family. As for Gu Yan, he likely had not pondered these complexities, preoccupied as he was with concerns regarding the astute Gu Lingbing. Yet, Gu Lingbing remained silent, standing beside them without uttering a word. "Why is it that only my two brothers have perished while you remain unharmed?" Suppressing his grief, He Feiyu scrutinized Jiang Luo and the Gu siblings with eyes filled with suspicion, clearly questioning their possible involvement in the death of his sons. Jiang Luo refrained from responding immediately, wishing to observe how the Gu siblings would react. After all, their arrogance and refusal to heed his warnings had led them to their tragic end in the secret realm. Gu Yan spoke up, voicing his unfiltered thoughts. "What do you mean?" He Feiyu asked, perplexed. Before Gu Yan could elaborate, Gu Lingbing interjected. "Not long after we entered the secret realm, we encountered a magical beast. Jiang Luo dispatched his battle pet to engage it, successfully vanquishing the creature. After defeating that beast, we sought out the remaining ones, but shortly thereafter, 5 more beasts emerged, and we each took on one. The beasts were formidable, and in a one-on-one scenario, my brother and I found our pets inadequate. Thus, we sent forth 2 of our pets to face the beasts 2 against 1. Jiang Luo's Qingyan dragon was exceptionally powerful, and since the other pet was rather weak and would only meet its demise, he opted to send only one into battle, ensuring he did not fall behind. He Maosin and He Maolin, fearing for their lives, retained 1 pet for protection and sent only 1 to engage. However, their pet was far inferior to Jiang Luo's Qingyan dragon, and they quickly fell into a precarious position. Realizing that the situation was deteriorating and their pets were at risk of being systematically defeated, Jiang Luo urged them to deploy their remaining pet to join the fray. Yet, He Maosin and He Maolin dismissed his advice, arrogantly believing Jiang Luo was merely trying to deceive them. Thus they refused to comply. Ultimately, the pets they sent into battle were all slain, and both brothers suffered fatal repercussions. He Maolin, in a moment of folly, approached the beast and was torn apart, while He Maosin succumbed to the backlash. If it weren't for Jiang Luo's Qingyan dragon being so powerful and helping us to defeat our adversaries, we would have all perished within. Upon hearing Gu Lingbing's account, Jiang Luo was taken aback. The details she provided were largely accurate, omitting only the implication that He Maosin's death might have been orchestrated by him. It was evident she had intentionally concealed this fact, which seemed contrary to the interests of the Gu family. This left Jiang Luo perplexed as he regarded Gu Lingbing, who merely smiled faintly in response. At that moment, he found her smile to be breathtakingly enchanting. Although he did not comprehend her motivations, he felt a sense of gratitude for her actions. Are you speaking the truth? He Feiyu was not easily swayed by Gu Lingbing's words, his gaze fixed intently upon her as he questioned her coldly. In the face of the current head of the He family, the legendary Beast Tamer, He Feiyu, Gu Lingbing remained unflinching, her countenance resolute. Even expressing a hint of displeasure as she retorted, "Believe it or not, it matters not to me." He Feiyu's expression darkened, his indignation palpable. At that moment, Gu Zhang, the current head of the Gu family and Gu Lingbing's father, interjected, "He Feiyu, my daughter has no reason to deceive you. Do you suspect that my daughter and young Master Jiang conspired to slay your sons?" Upon hearing this, He Feiyu inhaled deeply and replied, "That was not my intention. Please do not take offense, Gu family head. I was merely momentarily unhinged, and I ask for your forgiveness." He Feiyu recognized that admitting his suspicions would irreparably damage relations between the Jiang and Gu families, jeopardizing the He family's future. The head of the He family has just suffered the loss of his sons, a grief we can all empathize with. Death is irreversible. Please accept our condolences, Gu Zhang stated. He Feiyu nodded, casting a glance at his father, He Yuntian, to gauge his thoughts. He Yuntian appeared unfazed, greeting Jiang Yuanshan and Gu Qian before departing on a flying spirit beast. The implication was clear. This matter would not be pursued further. He Yuntian's decision was not solely based on the futility of pursuing the matter, but also stemmed from his dissatisfaction with He Maosin and He Maolin's behavior prior to their entry into the secret realm, which had sparked thoughts of replacing the family heirs. Their deaths now provided the perfect opportunity for change. It was a pity about the resources that had been allocated to them, but one could not deny He Yuntian's resolve, or perhaps his emotional detachment towards his grandsons. After He Yuntian's departure, He Feiyu and the remaining members of the He family followed suit. Once they left, Jiang Luo and his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, along with his father, Jiang Tian, took flight aboard the Xianbing Flying Tiger. On their way home, Jiang Tian inquired, "Xiao Luo, did you acquire anything of value in the secret realm?" Jiang Luo responded, "I did not find anything remarkable in the magified secret realm, but within the new secret realm, I obtained all the materials required for the Night Spirit Cat's evolution into the Dark Destruction deity, as well as a dragon flame fruit that can enhance the Qingyan dragon's strength with a high probability of facilitating its evolution. Obtained all the materials necessary for the Night Spirit Cat to evolve into the Dark Destruction deity? Does that mean it can finally undergo the transformation?" Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian's expressions shifted, their excitement palpable as they questioned him. Jiang Luo nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it can. Upon our return, I will immediately facilitate the Night Spirit Cat's evolution into the Dark Destruction deity, with the Dark Destruction deity at my side. Eliminating the demonic seeds in any future magified secret realm encounters will be significantly easier." Chapter 21. The Night Spirit Cat's evolution into the Dark Destruction deity. To initiate the Night Spirit Cat's evolution into the Dark Destruction deity, Jiang Tian promptly commanded their battle pet, the Xianbing Flying Tiger, to escort them to the Temple of Evolution. The Dark Destruction God is a mythical beast of extraordinary potential, and it is far more prudent to evolve it using the Evolution Divine Array within the Evolution Temple. This time, Jiang Tian is here to provide protection. Jiang Yuanshan has also entered the Grand Hall alongside Jiang Luo, arriving at the front of the Evolution Divine Array to witness the birth of the Dark Destruction God firsthand. Standing before the Evolution Divine Array, Jiang Luo summoned the Night Spirit Cat from the Beastmaster space. Then, from his spatial ring, he called forth the 3 essential evolution materials required for the Night Spirit Cat's transformation into the Dark Destruction God. Upon seeing the Dark Source Fruit, the Night Spirit Cat realized that its Beastmaster intended for it to evolve. It would finally be able to consume the Dark Attribute Spirit Fruit it had long yearned for. "Go ahead, you've been wanting to eat this for so long," Jiang Luo said with a smile, handing the Dark Source Fruit to the Night Spirit Cat. Without hesitation, the Night Spirit Cat devoured it in one swift motion. The Dark Source Fruit melted upon entry, transforming into pure Dark Attribute power that surged into the Night Spirit Cat's body. In an instant, the Night Spirit Cat felt as if it were engulfed in a furnace, the heat overwhelming. It also felt somewhat bloated, as the power within it began to boil. At that moment, Jiang Luo had already placed the Dark Soul Stone and Abyss Crystal on the 2 pivotal points of the Evolution Divine Array. He then instructed the Night Spirit Cat to stand at the center of the array, channel its spiritual energy, and activate the Divine Formation. The Night Spirit Cat complied immediately. With a thunderous roar, the Divine Array was activated in an instant, unleashing a golden divine power that enveloped the entire array, including the Night Spirit Cat standing at its core, within a golden shield. Through the shimmering barrier, Jiang Luo observed the Night Spirit Cat's agonized expression. Having undergone evolution once before, it was no stranger to the pain, but the allure of becoming stronger had driven it forward. However, it was unexpected that this time the evolution would be even more excruciating, lasting longer than the previous one. This was entirely reasonable, as this evolution aimed for mythical potential, a far greater challenge than its prior transformation into a Beast King. 5 minutes later, with the Night Spirit Cat's final anguished cry, a powerful dark force erupted from its body, shattering the golden shield. As the golden light faded, Jiang Luo beheld the transformed Night Spirit Cat. It retained the essence of a black cat, yet it was markedly different. No longer did it stand on all fours. Instead, it stood upright like a human. Its head remained feline, but its body resembled that of a person, draped in a coat of black fur, standing at a modest height of about 1 meter 2. Its figure neither stout nor slender, its large eyes, akin to black gemstones, clearly revealed a swirling black vortex within. Is this truly the Dark Destruction God? It is indeed extraordinary. Both Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan were taken aback by the significant transformation of the Night Spirit Cat into the Dark Destruction God, now resembling a humanoid feline. As Jiang Luo activated his innate divine eye, information regarding the Dark Destruction God materialized in his mind. Name: Dark Destruction God. Level: Bronze. Attribute: Dark. Skills: Dark Destruction Orb, Dark Destruction Claw, Dark Annihilation Vortex. Potential: Mythical. With the success of this evolution, I now possess a second beast of mythical potential. Jiang Luo was overwhelmed with elation. Although he had already acquired one mythical potential beast, the thrill of obtaining a second was undeniably exhilarating. After all, who would ever complain about having too many mythical potential beasts? Moreover, according to the information presented, the combat prowess of the Dark Destruction God could surpass even that of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Thus, even if some fortunate individual from a top-tier force on the continent were to secure a mythical potential beast and nurture it to mythical level, it would likely not stand a chance against him. After all, finding a beast more powerful than the Dark Destruction God would be no easy feat furthermore. With the Dark Destruction God by his side, facing formidable magical beasts would become considerably more manageable. You truly possess remarkable skills, Beastmaster, enabling me to become so powerful. The Dark Destruction God suddenly spoke, addressing Jiang Luo. Both Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan were momentarily taken aback. What was this? A bronze-level beast speaking human language? It is known that only a select few beast emperors can achieve such a feat. Only imperial beasts can unequivocally speak human words. You can actually talk now? Jiang Luo asked incredulously. Indeed, I can now speak, and it is all thanks to you, Beastmaster. You are truly impressive. The Dark Destruction God replied. Jiang Luo chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was not the one deserving of such credit. It seemed that the Dark Destruction God belonged to a species of extraordinary power, enabling it to defy the norms. A bronze-level beast capable of human speech indicated that the Dark Destruction Goddess' strength likely exceeded their expectations. Jiang Yuanshan took a deep breath and remarked, "We've undoubtedly underestimated its power. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the Dark Destruction God speak, he understood that they had grossly misjudged its capabilities. Now that the magical realm had not been thoroughly explored and no treasures had been discovered within, it was a perfect opportunity to venture inside and search for treasures since the Night Spirit Cat had evolved into the Dark Destruction God. Jiang Luo felt invigorated, the mental fatigue from previous battles with magical beasts dissipating instantly. Alright, Jiang Yuanshan supported this decision, and thus the trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, exited the Evolution Temple. Upon seeing them emerge, Jiang Tian rushed over, his gaze immediately drawn to the humanoid feline figure clad in a black fur coat. Could this truly be the Dark Destruction God? Jiang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he quickly deduced the identity of this cat-headed being. Indeed, it is the Dark Destruction God, Jiang Luo confirmed with a smile. This is what it looks like after evolution? Jiang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Do I appear ugly now? The Dark Destruction God couldn't help but inquire. Its voice startled Jiang Tian, leaving him momentarily speechless. This creature could articulate human speech? Yes, Little Black can now speak. Jiang Luo stated, using the affectionate nickname he had casually given to the Dark Destruction God, making it feel more personable. This is simply extraordinary, Jiang Tian exclaimed, unable to hide his astonishment. The implication was clear. The Dark Destruction God was not merely powerful. It signified that the Jiang family would soon rise above the other top-tier forces, merely a matter of time. Jiang Yuanshan laughed heartily, in high spirits. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts about this prospect. Little Luo intends to take the Dark Destruction God to the secret realm to search for treasures. I will escort him there. You should return to the Jiang family, Jiang Yuanshan instructed Jiang Tian. He then summoned the Beast Emperor-level Azure Flame Dragon from the Beastmaster space. Jiang Tian nodded and departed on his mystical ice flying tiger. Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan mounted the Azure Flame Dragon, setting off towards the location of the secret realm. Chapter 22. Acquiring the Earth Vein Stone, defeating the Crimson Flame Tiger. Upon reaching the secret realm, Jiang Luo summoned the Dark Destruction God from the Beastmaster space and ventured into the secret realm alone. Shortly after entering, he encountered a colossal creature, a massive lizard. Possibly out of trust in the prowess of the Dark Destroyer, Jiang Luo chose to forego the use of the Eye of the Divine and instead commanded the Dark Destroyer to eliminate the grotesque behemoth before them. The Dark Destroyer immediately soared into action, leaving behind a trail of shadowy afterimages, and swiftly arrived before the colossal lizard's head. The massive creature opened its cavernous maw, attempting to swallow the Dark Destroyer whole. The overwhelming stench emanating from its mouth nearly incapacitated the Dark Destroyer. Enraged, the Dark Destroyer struck with a claw, unleashing a wave of dark energy that crashed into the lizard's head. In an instant, it penetrated the creature's brain, although the opening was minuscule. The consequences of such a breach were evident. The enormous lizard collapsed to the ground, motionless, resembling a small mountain. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly replaced by joy. The combat capabilities of the Dark Destroyer were indeed formidable. A mere ordinary strike had sufficed to annihilate this clearly resilient giant lizard. Indeed, the Dark Wave was not a skill, but simply a conventional attack, albeit one infused with concentrated dark energy. This demonstrated the Dark Destroyer's remarkable mastery over dark forces. At this moment, Jiang Luo found himself intrigued by the information regarding the giant lizard. Upon inspection, he discovered that this massive creature was known as the Rampaging Giant Lizard, classified as a bronze-tier spirit beast with king-level potential. It possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, significantly surpassing most spirit beasts in terms of racial strength. This revelation further astonished Jiang Luo. Initially, he had presumed this creature to be of mediocre strength, perhaps with slightly superior defense, and was already taken aback by its swift demise at the hands of the Dark Destroyer. Little did he expect that this creature was anything but ordinary. The higher echelons of second-rate forces might only be able to contract spirit beasts of this caliber. To think that such a formidable spirit beast could be vanquished by a mere ordinary strike from the Dark Destroyer was truly astonishing. Jiang Luo could not help but speculate. If a skill were employed, could the Dark Destroyer eliminate spirit beasts of the same rank, such as the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Rampaging Lion, or Golden Thunder Tiger? How terrifying! Fortunately, this was his own companion. If an enemy possessed such a spirit beast, it would be utterly despairing. After this fortunate reflection, Jiang Luo and the Dark Destroyer continued their quest for treasures. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous spirit beasts. However, these creatures, likely deterred by their inferior strength, dared not approach the Dark Destroyer, thus sparing it the need to engage. They were afforded the opportunity to live a little longer. Standing before the cave, Jiang Luo instructed the Dark Destroyer, Little Black, please venture inside and assess the situation. Aware of his own limitations and strength compared to the Dark Destroyer, he refrained from recklessly entering, fearing that any lurking danger could lead to his immediate demise. The Dark Destroyer nodded and proceeded into the cave, its demeanor calm, as if strolling down a bustling street. Such was the burden of its immense power. It could hardly summon a sense of caution. Jiang Luo, however, remained vigilant. As the Dark Destroyer advanced into the cave, he summoned the sleeping Azure Flame Divine Dragon from the beast space to protect himself. What if a spirit beast launched an attack during the Dark Destroyer's brief exploration? Caution breeds longevity, a principle Jiang Luo thoroughly understood. Moreover, given his current status, position, and potential, who wouldn't he be cautious? Upon entering the cave, the Dark Destroyer was immediately confronted by a massive python, which lunged at it with its jaws agape. With a mere flick of its hand, the Dark Destroyer unleashed a beam of dark energy that obliterated the python's head, blood spilling across the ground. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of further threats, it communicated telepathically with Jiang Luo. Instantly, Jiang Luo, accompanied by the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, entered the cave and beheld the corpse of the python, its head shattered. Out of curiosity, he employed the Eye of the Divine to examine the creature's details. He discovered that this beast was no less formidable than the rampaging giant lizard. To have been dispatched so effortlessly by the Dark Destroyer was truly terrifying. While inspecting the python, Jiang Luo inadvertently noticed a piece of earthy yellow stone beside it. Earth Vein Stone, a spirit stone imbued with the power of the earth and rich in soil attributes. It is one of the materials required for certain earth attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythic-level potential beasts. Upon learning of the seemingly unremarkable stone's significance, Jiang Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. This inconspicuous stone was, in fact, a material for mythic-level evolution. Had he not stumbled upon it while checking the python's details, he would have overlooked it entirely. The stone bore little resemblance to an extraordinary item. Such stones were abundant within the cave, and anyone would likely dismiss them as mundane rocks, never associating them with mythic-level materials. Undoubtedly, fortune favored him once more, although it held little immediate utility. Who knew when it might prove useful in the future? Could it be that all the stones in this cave were earth vein stones? Fearing the possibility of missing out, Jiang Luo hesitated but ultimately decided to use the Eye of the Divine to inspect all the stones within the cave. The results revealed that they were all ordinary stones. Indeed, earth vein stones could not be found everywhere. This was the sole one, and his luck was truly remarkable. After a slight feeling of disappointment, he soon found peace. How could earth vein stones be so ubiquitous? Having secured the earth vein stone in his spatial ring, Jiang Luo, along with the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Dark Destroyer, exited the cave and continued their treasure hunt. Half an hour later, they arrived at yet another cave entrance. Following the established protocol, the Dark Destroyer entered first. Striding with its short legs, it appeared utterly unperturbed as it ventured inside. Shortly after a resounding explosion echoed from within the cave, the Dark Destroyer signaled to Jiang Luo that it was safe to enter. Jiang Luo, accompanied by the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, stepped into the cave, only to find a colossal tiger, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames. Lying on the ground with its head utterly pulverized. Even in death, its spiritual energy did not dissipate immediately. This tiger was anything but ordinary. Jiang Luo gazed in astonishment before using the Eye of the Divine to examine the tiger's details. Spirit Beast Name, Crimson Flame Tiger. Level, Bronze. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Crimson Flame Ball, Crimson Flame Claw, Crimson Flame Shockwave. Potential, Legendary. Evolution Path, Crimson Flame Tiger, Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Spirit Beast Name, Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Divine Crimson Flame, Divine Tiger Claw, Divine Flame Shockwave. Potential, Mythic. Upon reviewing this information, Jiang Luo was left speechless. Although he surmised that this tiger was exceptional, he had not anticipated that it was a spirit beast with mythic-level potential post-evolution. To think that such a rare creature could be slain by the Dark Destroyer was simply a travesty. However, before he could lament for 3 seconds, he found solace once more. Being of bronze level, it was hardly suitable for contracting. Had the adversary still drawn breath, he would have been engulfed in inner turmoil, for he was a spirit beast of mythic potential. However, with its demise, such conflict was averted. Nevertheless, he took a moment to caution the Dark Destroyer, Little Black. Refrain from delivering a lethal blow directly. Leave a breath of life. Understood, replied the Dark Destroyer obediently. Who would have imagined that this seemingly innocuous, endearing little creature, with its feline visage, possessed such formidable combat prowess? After patting Little Black on the head, Jiang Luo surveyed the cavern, finding no artifacts of note. Yet, he surmised that within the lair of such a spirit beast, there ought to be treasures safeguarded. Perhaps his eyesight had failed him, akin to his earlier oversight with the earth-veined stone. Thus, he employed his divine eye to scrutinize the cave thoroughly, ultimately confirming the absence of treasures. This defied logic. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow in perplexity. How could a spirit beast capable of evolving into a mythic entity's lair lack even a single treasure? This was exceedingly peculiar. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. Perhaps he had arrived too late. Most likely, the creature had consumed its own treasures. Humph, your demise is hardly lamentable. Jiang Luo scoffed, his previous sympathy for the slain Crimson Flame Tiger evaporating, replaced by a complete reversal of sentiment. He then stored the headless corpse of the Crimson Flame Tiger within his spatial ring. The remains of a creature with the potential to evolve into a mythic beast would undoubtedly benefit the majority of fire attribute spirit beasts. He resolved to bring it back for his mother's Crimson Flame Tiger, who had already become a beast king. Consuming the flesh of this creature, which could evolve into the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger, would yield substantial benefits, potentially even granting it the chance to ascend further. That would be a tremendous windfall. Upon exiting the cavern, Jiang Luo continued his quest for treasures within the secret realm. Soon, he encountered another cave. As before, he instructed the Dark Destroyer to enter first. Yet, before the latter could proceed, Jiang Luo reminded, "Do not forget what I previously advised you." Little Black nodded, and, with an air of indifference, stepped into the cave. Moments later, a pained beastly roar echoed from within, followed by a message from Little Black inviting him to enter. Jiang Luo, accompanied by the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, ventured into the cave. Inside, they beheld a nearly lifeless spirit beast resembling a brown bear. Before Jiang Luo could examine its information, the creature suddenly tilted its head and passed away. Jiang Luo, visibly displeased, cast a reproachful glance at the Dark Destroyer. "Did I not instruct you to spare its life and leave it a breath?" Little Black, looking aggrieved, replied, "But I did not strike lethally. I left it a breath. Otherwise, it would have been a corpse before you even entered." Jiang Luo's words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was there a semblance of logic in Little Black's reasoning? It was simply too earnest. It had taken the instruction to preserve a breath quite literally, leaving precisely that, a solitary breath, without a fraction more. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Luo reflected on his lack of clarity in communication, absolving Little Black of any blame. With a conflicted heart, he examined the information on the bear-like spirit beast. After reviewing its details, Jiang Luo felt considerably relieved. Overall, the bear was quite ordinary. Its death was inconsequential. Of course, this ordinariness was relative, given the formidable strength of its species. To an average individual, or even those from second or third-rate factions, this bear possessed quite significant power, yet it was effortlessly dispatched by Little Black. Jiang Luo's curiosity was piqued. Just how far did Little Black's capabilities extend? Perhaps he should arrange a spar between it and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon? Sensing Jiang Luo's intentions, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon exhibited a flicker of trepidation, shaking its head vigorously. It had no desire to test its fate against Little Black. Observing the dragon's fear, along with his own concern that Little Black might inadvertently harm the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Jiang Luo abandoned the thought. It would be wiser to seek a different spirit beast for testing. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It appeared to be a treasure. Jiang Luo's gaze swept across the cave and landed upon a palm-sized, earth-toned crystal, emanating a pure earth attribute spiritual energy, undoubtedly an extraordinary find. He promptly utilized his divine eye to examine it. Divine-grade earth spirit crystal, a crystal of divine quality, immensely beneficial for earth attribute spirit beasts, and one of the requisite materials for the evolution of certain earth attribute spirit beasts into mythic-level beings. Indeed, this was no ordinary item, divine-grade material, essential for mythic evolution. This bear, in contrast to the Crimson Flame Tiger, had been fortuitously spared, leaving Jiang Luo in high spirits. As such, he decided to leave the bear's remains intact rather than consume its paws. With a buoyant heart, Jiang Luo left the not particularly valuable bear's corpse in its former lair and, alongside his two companions, resumed his treasure-seeking expedition. Not long after, a golden giant deer came barreling toward them in a panic. Jiang Luo recognized this spirit beast without needing further inspection, golden horned deer. Moreover, this specimen was a rare golden bloodline golden horned deer, its species strength comparable to the Azure Flame Dragons. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not a perfect opportunity? He was keen to observe how easily Little Black could deal with a spirit beast of such caliber. The startled deer showed no signs of stopping as it rushed towards them, prompting Jiang Luo to instruct Little Black to take it down. Little Black raised a hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward the golden horned deer. The deer, enveloped in golden spiritual energy, managed to brace itself with its antlers, staggering back a couple of steps but sustaining little harm. As anticipated, spirit beasts of this rank were not easily dispatched by a mere ordinary attack from Little Black. Little Black, taken aback, noted the unexpected resilience of its opponent. Though the golden horned deer had successfully blocked the blow, it sensed the terrifying power behind the attack. Realizing danger lurked behind, it unleashed its strongest offensive skill, the giant deer charge. Golden light enveloped it as a massive energy silhouette of a golden deer materialized, surging forward to collide with Little Black. This strike was no trivial matter. However, Little Black showed no fear, inquiring if Jiang Luo wished for it to leave a breath. Jiang Luo declined, prompting Little Black to conjure a dark energy sphere in its hand. With a gentle flick, the sphere hurtled toward the colossal golden deer silhouette. In an instant, the dark energy sphere obliterated the giant deer silhouette along with the golden horned deer contained within. This was no ordinary attack. It was the Dark Destroyer's skill, Dark Destruction Sphere. Jiang Luo now understood that even for the most formidable forces, the prowess of spirit beasts could be quite formidable. After employing its skill, Little Black could annihilate even the strongest among them in an instant. This was merely the weakest of its offensive skills. The other two available to it were even more powerful. It was evident that the might of the Dark Destruction God was truly terrifying. Chapter 24. Overcoming levels in an instant. The terrifying combat power of the Dark Destruction God. Roar. Just as Little Black had dispatched the golden horned deer, a winged black panther swiftly approached from afar, roaring as it came. The energy waves emanating from its body, along with its aura, revealed that it was a silver-grade spirit beast. Jiang Luo's expression changed dramatically. A silver-grade spirit beast. This was a being of a higher tier than his own companion. To them, it was akin to the arrival of death. To confirm his judgment, Jiang Luo utilized his divine eye. After the inspection, despair filled his gaze. Damn it! His assessment was indeed correct. The creature was a silver-grade spirit beast, and its racial strength was not insignificant. Jiang Luo now comprehended why the golden horned deer had been so terrified. Who wouldn't panic when being pursued by a silver-grade spirit beast? Moreover, it appeared that this spirit beast, known as the winged black panther, bore some wounds, indicating it had previously engaged in battle with another spirit beast, which was also a silver grade. At that moment, Jiang Luo suddenly realized why the demonic entities had been eradicated. The three major clans had not issued a decree prohibiting entry into this secret realm. Yet no one dared to enter. He had previously thought it was due to a fear of offending the members of the three clans. But now it seemed they were concerned about encountering spirit beasts of a level exceeding bronze. After all, the demonic secret realm was quite peculiar, imposing restrictions on the levels of beings permitted entry. However, once a spirit beast within the realm leveled up, it would not be teleported out. How could I have overlooked this matter? It seems I am destined to meet my end here. Jiang Luo was filled with regret for re-entering this secret realm. Although he had acquired numerous treasures, what use were they if he lost his life? At that same moment, Zhang Yuanshan, waiting outside the secret realm for Jiang Luo, suddenly came to this realization as well. His expression shifted dramatically, and he began to worry. However, there was nothing he could do. This secret realm only allowed entry for bronze-level beings, and he could not enter. As for forcing his way in, even as a legendary beast master with an imperial beast, it was impossible. A secret realm is akin to a small world, and breaking the rules of such a world was beyond even an imperial beast's capabilities. Only a divine beast might have the potential to do so. For now, he could only pray that Jiang Luo was fortunate enough not to encounter any spirit beasts above the bronze level. Little did he know, Jiang Luo had already met one. At this moment, Jiang Luo's life hung by a thread. The winged black panther was now less than 100 meters away. In the next instant, it stood before the Dark Destruction God, poised to strike. With a claw aimed at the Dark Destruction God, the latter raised a hand, condensing a massive black claw adorned with magical runes, radiating immense dark power, and struck back at the winged black panther. Boom! With a single swipe, the winged black panther was obliterated, its body shattered into a pool of blood that soaked the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon stared in wide-eyed disbelief. A silver-grade spirit beast had been slain by the Dark Destruction God, and in an instant? Overcoming levels in an instant? This was utterly inconceivable. Although the Dark Destruction God had employed the skill Dark Destruction Claw, it was still only at the bronze level. Its combat prowess was simply astounding. The dire situation Jiang Luo had anticipated was effortlessly dismantled by the Dark Destruction God. After witnessing its astonishing performance, he had severely underestimated its strength. How terrifying would this creature be if it were to become a mythic-grade spirit beast? It wouldn't be surprising if it could annihilate worlds. Beastmaster, what troubles you? The Dark Destruction God inquired as it approached Jiang Luo. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Luo still bore traces of shock on his face as he replied, I never expected you to be capable of overcoming levels in an instant. The Dark Destruction God smiled lightly and said, it is due to the weakness of its racial strength. If it were a being of greater racial strength, it wouldn't have been so easily dispatched. Jiang Luo noted that the Dark Destruction God had said it wouldn't have been able to be killed instantly. Not that it couldn't be killed at all. This clearly implied that even a spirit beast of formidable racial strength could still be slain, albeit not instantaneously. This is bad. A gold-grade spirit beast is approaching. Suddenly, the Dark Destruction God's ears twitched, and for the first time, its expression turned grave as it addressed Jiang Luo. What? A gold-grade spirit beast? Jiang Luo was shaken, his arms trembling. This secret realm even housed gold-grade spirit beasts? And it was drawing near. If it laid eyes on them, their demise would be certain. Even the formidable Dark Destruction God would be unable to slay it across 2 levels. What are we waiting for? We must flee. Jiang Luo swiftly pulled the Dark Destruction God onto the back of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, which, while not large, was still capable of carrying both of them, urging it to escape rapidly. The Dark Destruction God's cat ears twitched, delivering a grim message to Jiang Luo. We cannot escape. It seems to have locked onto us. Furthermore, it is a flying spirit beast, capable of flight, rendering our ascent futile. Jiang Luo felt despair wash over him. Soon, a golden-scaled, winged tiger beast approached them, its gaze fixed intently on the Dark Destruction God. It was the lord of this territory. Having witnessed the astonishing event of the Dark Destruction God dispatching the winged Black Panther, this sight had instilled a deep sense of dread within it, prompting the pursuit to prevent the Dark Destruction God from further growing in strength. At this moment, Jiang Luo realized that the gold-grade spirit beast pursuit was directly due to the Dark Destruction God. However, with them together, it was clear that the beast would not spare them after dealing with the Dark Destruction God. Moreover, he had no desire to see the Dark Destruction God perish. Its death would not only result in significant losses for him, but could also lead to a backlash, potentially leaving him in a state akin to Himalayan. This was a fate he could not accept under any circumstances. Yet, at this juncture, it seemed there was no escape. The golden-winged tiger beast flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of golden feathers that shot towards the Dark Destruction God like arrows. The Dark Destruction God raised its hand, summoning the Dark Destruction Claw, which shattered the golden feather arrows into fragments. Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon stared in astonishment once more. Could it be? It was capable of withstanding attacks from a gold-grade spirit beast? The golden-winged tiger beast was equally taken aback, its eyes trembling in disbelief. This cat cannot be left alive. With a flick of its wings, the golden-winged tiger beast lunged at the Dark Destruction God, baring its sharp fangs as it attempted to bite down on it. This strike was undoubtedly far stronger than the previous feather assault. Although the Dark Destruction God had managed to withstand the earlier attack, it might not endure this one. Moreover, this was merely a standard attack. Could it withstand the golden-winged tiger beast's skill attacks? In Jiang Luo's perspective, today was destined to meet with death. What a grave oversight. He had lost everything. He had begun with an advantageous hand, yet ended up with a dismal outcome. How he loathed this fate. His heart brimmed with resentment. But what could he do with such bitterness? Each individual must pay the price for their negligence. Yet, the toll he faced was his very life, along with the lives of 2 mythic-level potential spirit beasts. In comparison to the Dark Destruction deity that had slain the Crimson Flame Tiger, he bore a greater sin. Chapter 25. Quick-wittedness and desperation confronted by the golden flying tiger beast that sought to devour him whole. The Dark Destruction deity's eyes swirled with a malevolent vortex. Before him, a black whirlpool materialized, promptly ensnaring the golden flying tiger beast within its grasp. The beast instantly felt as though it had plunged into a quagmire, thrashing violently in an attempt to escape, yet to its astonishment, it found itself unable to break free. It was a golden-tier spirit beast, after all. Although its opponent was indeed formidable, it was merely a bronze-tier spirit beast, 2 whole ranks beneath itself. By all logical reasoning, it should have been beyond the reach of its adversary's abilities. Yet, the stark reality proved otherwise. It was indeed controlled, though only momentarily. It was a revelation of considerable magnitude. Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon were astounded. Jiang Luo recognized that this was the Dark Destruction deity's most formidable skill, the Dark Destruction Vortex. Yet, the opponent was a golden-tier spirit beast. Even if it could not be annihilated, merely restraining it was astonishing in itself. However, it quickly dawned upon Jiang Luo that this was no time for astonishment. They had to seize this fleeting opportunity to flee the secret realm while the foe was ensnared. This was a hard-won chance for survival that must not be squandered. Without hesitation, Jiang Luo grasped the dark destruction deity and urged the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to soar toward the exit of the secret realm at full speed to accelerate their escape. He even prompted the dragon to employ its skill, Azure Flame Divine Armor. This skill significantly enhanced the dragon's power, including its speed, for a limited time. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon, valuing this precious chance for survival, propelled Jiang Luo and the Dark Destruction Deity toward the exit with unparalleled swiftness. Yet, the Dark Destruction Deity dampened their spirits with a grim reminder. They could not escape. It would soon break free, necessitating an alternative plan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's expression shifted, his brow furrowing in concern. An alternative plan? It was easier said than done. What other options could he conceive? They were outmatched in combat and trapped in flight, might as well resign themselves to death. Nevertheless, despite the seemingly insurmountable predicament, Jiang Luo would not relinquish hope so readily. As he pondered, an idea began to take shape, a potential means of survival. He swiftly retrieved a dragon flame fruit from his spatial ring and urged the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Quickly consume this spirit fruit. It may elevate you to the silver tier. It's of no use if it's the dragon that levels up to silver. If I were to ascend to silver, I could easily dispatch that wretched tiger. The Dark Destruction Deity retorted. O little one, you fail to grasp the situation. If it ascends to the silver tier, we could instantaneously vacate this realm, Jiang Luo explained. Why is that? The Dark Destruction Deity inquired, puzzled. Because only bronze tier beings are permitted entry into this secret realm. Those exceeding that rank will be expelled, Jiang Luo clarified. I see, but that would only expel it, wouldn't it? We would still be trapped. The Dark Destruction Deity questioned. Not at all. Once it ascends to the silver tier, I, as its beast master, would also ascend alongside it, and consequently, we would be expelled together, Jiang Luo replied. And what of me? The Dark Destruction Deity asked, its gem-like eyes wide with curiosity. You too can leave. I will place you into my beast space, and when we are transported out, you will accompany us, Jiang Luo reassured. Excellent. Brother Azure Flame Divine Dragon. What are you waiting for? Consume it quickly. That creature is about to break free. The Dark Destruction Deity urged, its eyes shimmering with hope. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon wasted no time and devoured the dragon flame fruit Jiang Luo had cast aside. Now, the outcome rested upon whether this fruit could indeed elevate the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to the silver tier. Jiang Luo's heart raced with trepidation, for their lives hinged on the dragon's potential transformation. Boom. At that moment, the golden flying tiger beast had already freed itself from the dark destruction vortex and was furiously pursuing Jiang Luo and his companions. It was over. Jiang Luo and the dark destruction deity felt despair wash over them. Just as they resigned themselves to their fate, a surge of azure flames erupted around the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, heralding its ascension. Jiang Luo immediately received notification of a level up. Without pausing to relish the euphoric sensation, he hurriedly placed the dark destruction deity into his beast space. As he did, the surrounding space rippled, and he and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon were transported out of the secret realm. The golden flying tiger beast, poised to strike, was left bewildered. How had they vanished so suddenly? What kind of skill was this, so potent? While the golden flying tiger beast remained in confusion, Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon found themselves transported outside the secret realm, not far from Jiang Yuan Mountain. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback before hastening toward them. Upon seeing the significantly enlarged Azure Flame Divine Dragon, he realized it had leveled up, and Jiang Luo had emerged from the secret realm unscathed. Thank heavens. At least I can rest easy now. As long as you're alive, there will be endless opportunities to seek treasures, Jiang Yuan reflected, relieved. What a close call. I'm fortunate to have been clever enough to possess a dragon flame fruit. Otherwise, I would have met my end within that realm, Jiang Luo remarked, still shaken from the experience. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, was quick to inquire about the details. After learning the full story, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. That was far too perilous. Thank goodness you were wise, or it would have truly been catastrophic. I must take responsibility for my oversight. I nearly put you in grave danger, Jiang Yuan lamented, filled with both relief and guilt. Grandfather, do not chastise yourself so. Even the fiercest tiger has moments of slumber, Jiang Luo reassured him. Alas, enough of that. I must remain vigilant from now on. I cannot afford to be careless again. You are the hope of our Jiang family. You must not come to harm. Jiang Yuan sighed, silently vowing to ensure Jiang Luo's safety henceforth. Indeed, let us not dwell on this any longer. We should return now, Jiang Luo suggested, summoning the Azure Flame Divine Dragon back into his beast space. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, and as they prepared to depart, a furious roar echoed from the nearby forest. The grandfather and grandson exchanged glances before exclaiming in unison, "Shall we go take a look?" With those words, they chuckled. "Let us go see," Jiang Yuan responded. "With him around, we shall surely face no danger, and perhaps we might even stumble upon unexpected gains." Soon, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Luo arrived at the scene of the commotion, where a gigantic tiger was locked in battle with an enormous bear. The colossal bear proved no match for its adversary, having already been seized by the throat by the giant tiger. In the next instant, the giant tiger severed the bear's windpipe, leading to its demise. Upon spotting Jiang Luo and his companions, the giant tiger, overcome with fear, leapt away and vanished into the depths of the forest. The scene was left with only the lifeless body of the colossal bear and, not far off, a spirit beast egg. Beside the spirit beast egg lay a potato. Chapter 26. Mythical Quality Spirit Beast Egg. Mythical Quality Evolution Material. Earth Spirit Potato. Could it be that the giant tiger sought to snatch this spirit beast egg, the potato, or perhaps both? Jiang Luo speculated as he gazed at the earthy-hued spirit beast egg and the similarly colored potato. He then utilized his divine eye to inspect them. Following the incident with the earth-veined stone, he had learned not to overlook seemingly inconspicuous items. Mythical Quality Earth Bear Spirit Beast Egg. A spirit beast egg of the mythical quality belonging to the earth bear, which, under normal circumstances, could hatch into a spirit beast with the potential to evolve into one of mythical caliber. Earth Spirit Potato. A heavenly grade spiritual material, when consumed by earth attribute spirit beasts, bestows significant benefits and is also one of the materials required for certain earth attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical potential. Upon examination, Jiang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that this unassuming, earthy-hued spirit beast egg was of mythical quality. Moreover, the potato, which appeared no different from an ordinary tuber, was actually a heavenly grade spiritual material, an item necessary for mythical evolution. Fortuitously, after experiencing the earth-veined stone incident, he had not overlooked the mundane. Otherwise, he would have missed this tremendous opportunity. "Xiao Luo, what is it? Is this spirit beast egg extraordinary?" Jiang Yuanshan inquired upon noticing Jiang Luo's reaction. Jiang Luo nodded, responding, "Indeed, it is extraordinary, a spirit beast egg of mythical quality that can hatch into a spirit beast with the potential for mythical evolution." "Is it really? How splendid." Jiang Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of joy spread across his face. Simultaneously, a peculiar sensation arose within him. Ever since his grandson Jiang Luo awakened the mythical grade talent of the divine eye, why did it seem that mythical potential spirit beasts had suddenly multiplied? This was already the third one they had encountered. Were it not for the absence of any news regarding mythical potential spirit beasts, he might have suspected that certain top-tier factions were concealing such information. "Just in time, I need to contract my third spirit beast. As long as it hatches normally, I shall contract it," Jiang Luo declared, gazing at the earth bear's spirit beast egg. It was not that he had not considered passing it to his grandfather or parents, but they were currently unable to contract new spirit beasts. Moreover, with one legendary beastmaster and two legendary beastmasters, the difficulty of upgrading was exceedingly high. This spirit beast egg appeared poised to hatch soon, and the earth bear would not wait for them to contract it before evolving. After its evolution, it would no longer be suitable for their pursuit of excellence. Thus, he remained the most optimal candidate for the contract. "That is only natural." Jiang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. The two then joyfully boarded the Azure Flame Dragon and returned to the Jiang Manor. Upon returning, Jiang Luo entrusted the spirit beast egg to Su Wei, the most skilled beast nurturer in the Jiang Manor, instructing her that there must be no mistakes. The spirit beast within the egg must hatch healthily. After inspecting the egg, Su Wei confirmed its robust health, abundant spiritual energy, and remarkably hard shell, asserting that barring a 9th-degree earthquake, it would be exceedingly difficult for it to hatch improperly. She promptly assured Jiang Luo that if the egg did not hatch normally, she would present her head to him. With Su Wei's assurance, Jiang Luo felt at ease and nodded before returning to his quarters. Once there, he summoned the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Dark Destruction God from the beast space, providing them with the necessary materials for their advancement. At this juncture, Jiang Luo realized that it was no longer appropriate to feed the Dark Destruction God Dark Antelope meat. He used his divine eye to check for suitable nourishment for the Dark Destruction God. "Dark Frenzy Dragon Meat," exclaimed Jiang Luo. Indeed, as expected of the formidable Dark Destruction God, it requires the meat of the Dark Frenzy Dragon for sustenance. Only within my household could such a feat be managed. In less fortunate families, this would be utterly untenable. He lamented, for the price of Dark Frenzy Dragon meat was exorbitantly high. The Dark Frenzy Dragon, while slightly less powerful than the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, was still a spirit beast that many outside the top beastmaster families would wish to contract. Consequently, the meat of such a spirit beast was quite rare, as it was generally too precious to slaughter. Fortunately, once fully grown, these spirit beasts were sizable, and the Dark Destruction God only required a pound per meal. Otherwise, even the Jiang family would struggle to provide. Let us make do with another meal of dark antelope meat for now. I suspect the resource vault lacks dark frenzy dragon meat. I will have to instruct them to procure some, Jiang Luo said to the Dark Destruction God. The Dark Destruction God nodded obediently, now greatly impressed by Jiang Luo. Not only had he enabled her to grow stronger at an astonishing pace, but he was also intelligent enough to devise an escape plan in dire circumstances. She found it truly remarkable. Feeling the Dark Destruction Goddess thoughts, Jiang Luo smiled knowingly. This little black, fluffy creature certainly had a lot on its mind, which he found endearing. Unable to resist, he reached out to pat her little head. The Dark Destruction God immediately squinted her eyes in pleasure, displaying an expression of contentment. While the two spirit beasts dined, Jiang Luo sent a servant to the resource vault to inquire about the availability of dark frenzy dragon meat. If available, they were to deliver it. If not, he instructed them to purchase some. The servant promptly visited the resource vault. As Jiang Luo had anticipated, there was no dark frenzy dragon meat available. Following his instructions, the manager of the resource vault arranged for someone to procure some dark frenzy dragon meat. Upon hearing that it was Jiang Luo's directive, the manager naturally did not dare to delay and immediately dispatched personnel to acquire the meat. Within an hour, they delivered 50 pounds of dark frenzy dragon meat to Jiang Luo. This was sufficient to sustain the Dark Destruction God for some time. Jiang Luo promptly fed the Dark Destruction God a pound. After taking a bite, the Dark Destruction God's eyes sparkled, indicating that this meat was 100 times more delicious than the previous dark antelope meat. Jiang Luo chuckled. That was quite evident, considering it was 1,000 times more expensive. After consuming a pound of dark frenzy dragon meat, the Dark Destruction God fell into a deep slumber. Noticing the late hour, Jiang Luo decided it was time for him to wash up and retire for the night. The following 2 days passed uneventfully until the third day, when Jiang Luo received news that the Earth Bear Spirit Beast egg was set to hatch today. This invigorated him, and he immediately made his way to Su Wei. Upon arrival, he found that the Earth Bear Spirit Beast egg had begun to crack. Clearly, it will soon hatch. It seems that I need not present myself to you, Su Wei remarked with a smile to Jiang Luo. I have complete faith in your abilities, Jiang Luo replied. In truth, I have done nothing. This spirit beast egg is simply brimming with energy, and its shell is remarkably sturdy. Unless intentionally damaged, it is bound to hatch successfully, Su Wei explained. Jiang Luo nodded, acknowledging that, given its mythic-grade quality, the spirit beast egg would not easily spoil. The reason he had entrusted its nurturing to Su Wei was due to his high regard for it. Normally, even if left unattended in his residence, it would still hatch without issue. Chapter 27. The Hatching of the Earth Bear and Successful Contracting of the Earth Bear. Crack. Just as Jiang Luo and the others were conversing, the Earth Bear Spirit Beast egg suddenly shattered, revealing a small, earthy yellow bear that emerged from its shell. The bear was diminutive, roughly the size of Jiang Luo's head, with large eyes, oversized ears, and a fluffy coat that made it irresistibly adorable. As it was freshly born, its mind was blank, and its eyes were filled with confusion. However, it quickly noticed Jiang Luo and Su Wei before a smile flickered in its gaze. It then scurried towards them. Upon reaching their side, it affectionately nuzzled them with its head and snout, clearly perceiving Jiang Luo and Su Wei as its parents. This is quite natural. Spirit beast cubs recognize as parents the first beings they encounter after birth. In such cases, there is no need to cultivate a bond, as the affection is already overflowing. This little fellow is utterly charming, Su Wei remarked as she stroked the bear's head with a smile. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite adorable. Jiang Xiao, considering your deep regard for this spirit beast egg, you must be hoping to contract it yourself after it hatches? Su Wei inquired. Jiang Luo nodded affirmatively. Then you can proceed with the contract now, Su Wei stated. Jiang Luo nodded once more, but just as he was about to initiate the contract, a flicker of uncertainty gripped him. Although it appeared to have hatched normally, he remained concerned about its health and whether it would evolve into a mythic-grade spirit beast. Thus, he resolved to use the Eye of the Divine to ensure everything was in order. Instantly, Azure Divine patterns manifested in Jiang Luo's eyes as he gazed upon the Earth Bear. The information regarding the Earth Bear materialized in his mind. Spirit Beast Name, Earth Bear Level, Black Iron Attribute, Earth Skills, Earth Splitter, Earth Spirit Shield, Earthquake Strike Potential, Legendary Evolution Path, Earth Bear Earth Controller Spirit Beast Name, Earth Controller Attribute, Earth Skills, Earth Splitter, Earth Spirit Shield, Earthquake Strike, Earth Spirit Ball, Earth's Child Potential. Mythic. It can evolve into a mythic-grade beast. Upon confirming that the Earth Bear could indeed evolve into a mythic-grade entity, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with joy. Now, he could proceed with the contract without worry. He swiftly initiated the contract with the Earth Bear cub. With their affection already at maximum, the contract was seamless and successful. Thus, Jiang Luo acquired his third companion, the Earth Bear. After contracting the Earth Bear, Jiang Luo departed from Su Wei's side and made his way to the resource treasury to procure some enhancement materials for the Earth Bear. As he walked, he meticulously reviewed the information of the Earth Controller. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Luo was taken aback. The Earth Controller, akin to the Dark Destruction God, was no ordinary mythic-grade potential spirit beast. True to its name, it could wield the power of the Earth, although it required full evolution to fully harness this ability. Even before reaching mythic status, it could command a portion of the Earth's power. Among its skills, Earth's Child was particularly formidable, allowing it to rapidly absorb the rich Earth attribute energy from the ground, swiftly replenishing any expended energy. Consequently, its sustained combat capability was exceptionally robust. Perhaps due to an abundance of energy, it was astonishing that it could wield 5 skills even at the Black Iron level. 3 of these skills were inherited from its pre-evolution state as the Earth Bear, while 2 additional skills were acquired, Earth's Child and Earth Spirit Ball. The Earth Spirit Ball was an offensive skill that condensed energy infused with a faint Earth power and rich Earth attribute energy to launch a powerful strike. Jiang Luo found himself curious about which was more formidable, the Dark Destruction God or the Earth Controller. Should he arrange a duel between them? The thought took root in his mind, and the more he contemplated it, the more feasible it seemed. After all, it would merely be a sparring session, posing no real threat. Before that, however, he needed to facilitate the Earth Bear's evolution into the Earth Controller. Jiang Luo proceeded to check the materials required for the evolution. Upon doing so, he was momentarily stunned. The materials necessary for the Earth Bear's evolution into the Earth Controller were Earth Vein Stone, Divine Grade Earth Spirit Crystal, and Earth Spirit Potato. Remarkably, he had all 3. This meant he could promptly facilitate the Earth Bear's evolution into the Earth Controller. Excitement and joy surged within Jiang Luo, prompting him to seek out his grandfather to request a visit to the Evolution Temple. With the Earth Bear on the verge of evolution, it was only logical to proceed with the evolution first. Before long, Jiang Luo arrived at his grandfather Jiang Yuanshan's residence. The elderly man was seated in a rocking chair by the lake, basking in the sun. Upon spotting Jiang Luo, he greeted him with a warm smile. Xiao Luo has arrived. Grandfather, please take me to the Evolution Temple, Jiang Luo stated directly. To the Evolution Temple? Jiang Yuanshan paused momentarily, then realization dawned upon him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that the Earth Bear has hatched? Jiang Luo nodded. Indeed, it hatched not long ago, and I have already completed the contract with it. Excellent. However, for it to evolve, we still need the evolution materials, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. Thinking Jiang Luo was overly excited about the prospect of immediately evolving the Earth Bear into a mythic-grade spirit beast, forgetting the necessity of the materials. I have the evolution materials, otherwise, why would I go to the Evolution Temple? Jiang Luo replied. You have the evolution materials? Jiang Yuanshan was taken aback, astonished. After all, those were 3 mythic-grade evolution materials. It seemed improbable to gather them all in such a short time. Indeed, it's somewhat unbelievable. But I acquired 2 of those evolution materials before obtaining the Earth Bear's Spirit Beast Egg within that demonized secret realm. The last one was the potato that was alongside the Earth Bear's Spirit Beast Egg, Jiang Luo confirmed. Really? Then your luck is truly remarkable, Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed. Very well. Let us depart immediately for the Evolution Temple. With that, Jiang Yuanshan summoned the Beast Emperor-level Azure Flame Dragon from the Beast space, and together they headed towards the Evolution Temple. With the speed of the Beast Emperor-level Azure Flame Dragon, they quickly arrived at the Evolution Temple, which was, as before, deserted. This was to be expected. After all, ordinary evolution does not necessarily require the Divine Evolution Array. Moreover, the Evolution Temple is situated in the mountains on the outskirts of the city, making it a perilous destination for the average individual who would naturally refrain from venturing there. Those with the strength to approach typically possess an evolution spirit array at their disposal. Even if they do not, they would be willing to invest in evolution at the city's evolution hall, rendering the long journey unnecessary. Only individuals like Jiang Luo, who specifically require the Divine Evolution Array, would make the effort to come here. In Chapter 28, Evolution of the Earth Bear, the Earth Ruler, only 2 individuals arrived, leaving Jiang Yuanshan to guard outside the temple. Although the likelihood of anyone coming here is low, it is not non-existent. Furthermore, while the probability of human visitors is scant, the chances of spirit beasts from the mountains appearing are considerably higher. To ensure that the Earth Bear's evolution proceeds without any disruptions, such precautions are essential. Jiang Luo entered the temple and approached the divine evolution array. From the beast taming space, he summoned the earth bear. Then, he retrieved the earth vein stone, the divine grade earth spirit crystal, and the earth spirit tuber from his spatial ring. As soon as the earth spirit tuber was brought forth, the earth bear sniffed eagerly and instinctively moved closer. Jiang Luo smiled and offered the earth spirit tuber to its mouth, saying, "Go ahead, it's for you." Recognizing it was meant for him, the earth bear wasted no time and began devouring the tuber voraciously. At that moment, Jiang Luo placed the earth vein stone and the divine grade earth spirit crystal on the two focal points of the array. Finally, he directed the now-fed earth bear to stand at the heart of the array and channel its spirit energy to activate the formation. The earth bear complied without hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the array was instantly activated, unleashing a surge of golden divine power that enveloped both the array and the earth bear within a golden shield. Through the luminous barrier, Jiang Luo observed the earth bear's anguished expression. Although he had witnessed this spectacle before, seeing his cherished beast in such pain still tugged at his heartstrings. Fortunately, this ordeal did not last long. After 5 minutes, with the earth bear's final roar, a formidable wave of earth attribute spirit energy erupted from its body, shattering the golden shield. Once the dust-like energy dissipated, Jiang Luo beheld the earth bear's form, only to find it remarkably unchanged. A sudden tension gripped his heart. Could it be that the evolution had failed? Immediately, he scrutinized the earth bear for any signs of transformation. Indeed, he discovered a change. A dusty yellow mark adorned the bear's forehead. Its color matched the bear's fur, making it difficult to notice. Upon closer inspection, he observed numerous intricate and obscure symbols etched onto the mark. Jiang Luo surmised that these might be divine patterns. The presence of divine patterns suggested that the earth bear had likely succeeded in its evolution. To confirm his hypothesis, Jiang Luo summoned his courage and employed the divine eye for inspection. Beast name, Earth Ruler. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Earth. Skills, Earth Splitter, Earth Spirit Shield, Ground Shatter. Earth Spirit Sphere, Earth's Favored. Potential, Mythical. The evolution had indeed succeeded. Elation washed over Jiang Luo as he realized he now possessed a spirit beast of mythical potential. Relieved, he left the evolution temple with the earth bear. Upon seeing Jiang Luo and the earth bear emerge, Jiang Yuanshan hurried over, but his expression tightened upon noticing the earth bear's appearance. Xiao Luo, could it be that this evolution failed? Jiang Yuanshan inquired cautiously. Jiang Luo chuckled, realizing that his grandfather shared his initial concern. No, it succeeded. It is now the Earth Ruler. The evolution succeeded? Jiang Yuanshan echoed in surprise. In his view, a successful evolution should result in some noticeable changes, particularly when evolving to mythical potential. After all, the transformation of the night spirit cat into the dark destruction god had been monumental, despite retaining its feline form. He had expected the earth bear to evolve into a humanoid bear figure akin to the dark destruction god. Instead, it appeared exactly as before, which was utterly unexpected. Indeed, there aren't any significant changes. I thought it had failed as well. It startled me, but I confirmed the success with the divine eye, Jiang Luo responded. That hardly qualifies as a minor change. It appears to be completely unchanged. Nevertheless, the success of the evolution is what matters. Appearance is secondary, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. There is indeed a slight change, Grandpa. Take a closer look at its forehead, Jiang Luo pointed out. Listening to his grandson, Jiang Yuanshan focused intently on the Earth Ruler's forehead. Soon enough, he noticed the subtle mark that had gone unnoticed. It has gained an additional mark, he observed. Jiang Luo nodded, adding, yes, and this mark is adorned with mysterious, intricate symbols. I believe it signifies something significant, perhaps a divine seal. That is quite plausible, considering the Earth Ruler is a spirit beast of mythical potential. Having a divine seal would be entirely appropriate, Jiang Yuanshan concurred. Jiang Luo suggested, shall we seek out a formidable spirit beast in these mountains to test the Earth Ruler's capabilities? Certainly. I too wish to witness the prowess of the Earth Ruler. Jiang Yuanshan replied with a smile. He then summoned the Beast Emperor-level Azure Flame Dragon into the beast taming space, and together they searched the forest for a suitable spirit beast. Before long, a fitting contender appeared, a mountain cat. While its name might sound unremarkable, its full title, the Forest Terror Cat, was quite formidable. This species boasts considerable strength and a notoriously savage nature, being responsible for the highest number of human attacks in the region. It was perfectly suited for the Earth Ruler to hone its skills. Without hesitation, Jiang Luo summoned the Earth Ruler. The fierce Forest Terror Cat, upon seeing the Earth Ruler, recoiled in terror as if confronted by a ghost, dropping to the ground and trembling, devoid of any fighting spirit. This unexpected reaction left both Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan astonished. They had not anticipated that the notoriously ferocious and fearless forest terror cat would cower before the Earth ruler. Disappointment and confusion washed over them. While it is true that spirit beasts often shy away from confrontation upon sensing overwhelming power, this usually occurs only when the opponent clearly demonstrates extraordinary strength or a formidable aura. Even then, a typical reaction would be to flee rather than remain paralyzed with fear. At this moment, the Earth ruler had not emitted any aura or displayed any threatening demeanor. It appeared harmless, yet the once dominant forest terror cat was utterly intimidated. This was perplexing, as it would be more expected for the cat to sense danger and promptly escape. Sensing the confusion within Jiang Luo's heart, the Earth controller elucidated the matter for him. It turned out that the reason behind this phenomenon was related to the Earth-type spirit beast known as the mountain forest fear cat. The Earth controller possesses dominion over the power of the Earth, which is fundamentally constituted of soil attributes. This results in all Earth-type spirit beasts being acutely aware of the formidable soil power that the Earth controller wields. Conversely, spirit beasts of other attributes do not exhibit such sensitivity. Moreover, the Earth controller revealed an exhilarating piece of information to Jiang Luo. Chapter 29. The Earth Controller, also known as the Earth God. Indeed, the majority of Earth-type spirit beasts revere it as a deity. Consequently, it bears another epithet, the Earth God. In theory, it has the authority to command these Earth-type spirit beasts to serve its will. However, in practice, sufficient strength is required. Should it attain the status of a mythical-level spirit beast, it would likely command all Earth-type spirit beasts across the world. This dominion could extend even to plant-type spirit beasts. Although plant-type spirit beasts are classified under the wood attribute, most of them rely on the Earth's nourishment. Thus, in pursuit of this sustenance, they would also submit to it. Does this not imply that forming a contract with the Earth controller equates to acquiring an army of Earth and plant-type spirit beasts? Not to mention the Earth controller's innate strength. The mere capability to command a multitude of Earth-type and plant-type spirit beasts is an extraordinarily formidable ability. After all, even a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Furthermore, commanding a vast assembly of robust Earth-type and plant-type spirit beasts is no trivial matter. It is akin to the tyrannical mountain forest fear cat of this mountainous region. The Earth controller asserted that it could summon the other mountain forest fear cats at this very moment to serve its purpose. Such a terrifying capability, combined with its overwhelming combat prowess, renders the Earth controller an undeniably fearsome spirit beast. When Jiang Luo shared this with his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, a man of vast experience and knowledge, the latter was taken aback. Following his astonishment came genuine excitement and joy. After all, this was his grandson's spirit beast. It was also the pride of the Jiang family. With such a spirit beast in their ranks, how could Jiang Yuanshan, as the head of the Jiang family, not be elated? Immediately, Jiang Yuanshan expressed his desire to witness the Earth controller's formidable abilities firsthand. Jiang Luo then instructed the Earth controller to command the mountain cat to gather the remaining mountain cats. The Earth controller complied, and a divine mark upon its forehead suddenly gleamed with light. As the brilliance flickered, the trembling mountain cat nodded repeatedly before darting away. The Earth controller informed Jiang Luo that the mountain cat was off to seek its kin. Before long, a throng of mountain cats arrived. Upon seeing the Earth controller, these mountain cats prostrated themselves on the ground, signifying their submission. Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan exchanged glances filled with delight. Although they were aware that the Earth controller would not deceive them, witnessing this ability firsthand filled them with joy. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful, Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Jiang Luo affectionately patted the Earth controller on the head and then instructed it to disperse the gathering of mountain cats. As the mountain cats departed, Jiang Luo suddenly contemplated the prospect of utilizing the Earth controller's ability for the Jiang family to acquire numerous Earth-type spirit beasts at no cost. However, for the Jiang family, this was somewhat superfluous, as they were already affluent and did not lack for resources or spirit beasts. Thus, it seemed more prudent to allow them to return to the wild, requiring no upkeep, and to summon them only when needed. Next, let us seek a spirit beast of a non-Earth and non-plant type to test the true prowess of the Earth controller, Jiang Luo proposed. Jiang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. The grandfather and grandson duo continued their quest alongside the Earth controller in search of a suitable spirit beast. After half an hour, they finally encountered a spirit beast that matched their criteria. It was a dark attribute wolf beast. Jiang Luo gazed through the eye of the divine and discerned that it was named the Shadow Giant Wolf. A black iron-level beast, it possessed considerable strength, making it an apt opponent for the Earth controller. Unlike the mountain forest fear cat, the Shadow Giant Wolf did not exhibit fear upon encountering the Earth controller. Instead, it regarded the creature with disdain. In its eyes, such a diminutive bear was hardly a threat, were it not for its current hunger. It would have scarcely paid the Earth Controller any mind. However, with hunger gnawing at it, the wolf resolved to devour this little bear and the two humans. With a thunderous roar, it attempted to intimidate Jiang Luo and his grandfather before lunging at them. A vast shadow enveloped Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan, reflecting the menacing visage of the shadow giant wolf in their eyes. Jiang Luo immediately commanded the Earth Controller to engage in battle. The Earth Controller soared into action, striking the shadow giant wolf with a powerful paw. The blow landed squarely upon the wolf's head, sending it flying, blood streaming from its mouth and nose. Its skull grotesquely contorted, ultimately resulting in its demise. Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. They were well aware that the shadow giant wolf was no match for the Earth Controller, yet they had never anticipated such a stark disparity in power. It appeared that the Earth Controller possessed strength rivaling that of the Dark Destruction God. Jiang Yuanshan mused. Jiang Luo remarked, "Once it reaches the bronze level, I shall have them face off in a duel." Jiang Yuanshan nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Do be sure to inform your grandfather when that time comes. I wish to witness the battle." "Certainly," Jiang Luo replied. "Shall we continue in search of opponents for the Earth Controller?" Jiang Yuanshan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Luo responded, "Perhaps it's best to refrain. There are no particularly formidable spirit beasts within this mountain range. The shadow giant wolf and the mountain forest fearcat are the apex predators here. We shall return. It would be prudent to gather some upgrade materials for the Earth Controller to hasten its advancement, and then it will be ready to confront the Dark Destruction God." Jiang Yuanshan nodded in agreement and summoned the Azure Flame Dragon from the Beastmaster space. The two then rode the dragon back to the Jiang estate. According to the information gleaned from the Eye of the Divine, Jiang Luo learned that the upgrade materials for the Earth Controller consisted of the flesh of the Earth Dragon Beast. Like the Dark Frenzy Dragon, they were spirit beasts of considerable racial strength, and thus their meat commanded a high price. Jiang Luo couldn't help but lament that an ordinary family, even if they obtained a spirit beast with mythical potential, would find it nearly impossible to nurture such a creature, ultimately squandering its potential. After this reflection, Jiang Luo dispatched individuals to the resource treasury to inquire about the availability of Earth Dragon Beast meat. If it was in stock, they were to procure it. If not, they were to request some be sent over. Before long, a staff member from the resource treasury delivered 35 pounds of Earth Dragon meat to Jiang Luo. The swiftness of the delivery led Jiang Luo to surmise that this must have been from the treasury stock rather than a last-minute procurement. He promptly took a pound of the meat and fed it to the Earth Controller. The Earth Controller devoured it eagerly, and upon finishing, it leveled up from black iron to bronze grade. Jiang Luo immediately received feedback regarding his upgrade, which brought him an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He felt a noticeable enhancement in his physical strength, and the spiritual energy within him had also increased. However, what thrilled him the most was that the Earth Controller could now engage in battle with the Dark Destroyer. Chapter 30. The Clash between the Dark Destroyer and the Earth Controller. Jiang Luo could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the confrontation between the Dark Destroyer and the Earth Controller to determine which was superior. He summoned the Dark Destroyer from the Beastmaster space, intending for it to face off against the Earth Controller. Just as the two beasts were on the verge of combat, Jiang Luo suddenly called for a halt. It wasn't a change of heart. He recalled that his grandfather had previously expressed a desire to watch the battle. Thus, he took both beasts to his grandfather's residence. Upon arriving at the home of his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Luo discovered that his parents were also present. The three of them appeared to be engaged in a pleasant conversation, each displaying evident joy. Noticing Jiang Luo's arrival, Jiang Yuanshan greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Xiao Luo has come. Your parents are here as well. I just shared with them the news of the Earth Bear evolving into the Earth Controller, along with information about its abilities. They were all very pleased." Jiang Luo chuckled. "I can see that. Did you come to see grandfather for something? Perhaps the Earth Controller has upgraded?" After Jiang Yuanshan posed the question, he surmised the reason for Jiang Luo's visit, knowing that it had not been long since their last parting. If Jiang Luo had no pressing matter, he wouldn't have come. The only possibility he could think of was that the Earth Controller had indeed leveled up and was now capable of battling the Dark Destroyer. Jiang Luo nodded with a smile, confirming, "Yes, it has indeed upgraded. After consuming the upgrade materials, it leveled up instantly, enabling it to engage in combat with the Dark Destroyer. Since you wish to observe, I thought I would inform you." "Excellent. Let them battle here at grandfather's place," Jiang Yuanshan declared, as his yard was spacious enough to accommodate a duel between the two beasts. Jiang Luo nodded, and the group, along with the two beasts, proceeded to an open area. He instructed the beasts to commence their battle without using their skills, relying solely on their basic attacks. He wished to first observe how the two creatures fared against each other under these conditions. The two beasts immediately began to engage. Boom. The Dark Destroyer unleashed a wave of dark energy toward the Earth Controller. In response, the Earth Controller countered with a surge of earthy spiritual energy to defend itself. Upon collision, the two energy waves erupted explosively. Whoosh. With ranged attacks proving ineffective, the Dark Destroyer swiftly closed the distance, attempting a close-range assault. Once near the Earth Controller, the Dark Destroyer swiped at it with a claw. The Earth Controller retaliated with a powerful paw strike to block the attack. Boom. The cat's claw collided with the bear's paw, sending the Dark Destroyer flying. Witnessing this, both Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan were taken aback. Could the Earth Controller truly be more formidable than the Dark Destroyer? They were well aware of the Dark Destroyer's full capabilities. And if the Earth Controller was indeed stronger, combined with its terrifying ability to command earth and plant-based spiritual beasts, its overall power would be astounding. However, they soon realized that despite being sent flying, the Dark Destroyer executed several flips in the air before landing gracefully, sustaining no injury at all. Rather than being defeated, it was merely pushed back. In contrast, the Earth Controller displayed a hint of pain. Its paw, which had previously defended against the claw attack, was now trembling slightly. It wasn't merely a reaction to being shaken, it was in genuine pain. Although it had not been breached, the discomfort was evident. This revelation astonished Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan even further. The Earth Controller, as a deity within the realm of Earth-type spiritual beasts, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. The fact that a basic attack could inflict pain upon it underscored the Dark Destroyer's immense power. Following their exchange of basic attacks, Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan understood that while the Dark Destroyer boasted greater destructive power in its basic attacks, the Earth Controller's sheer force was superior. Do not hold back. The Beast Master wishes to gauge our strengths. If I were to go easy, he would not obtain the true answer, the Dark Destroyer remarked, observing the Earth Controller, which was on the verge of tears from the pain. The Earth Controller nodded, shedding a few tears, not blaming the Dark Destroyer, but simply expressing its discomfort. By the way, since the Earth Controller is also at the bronze level, can it speak like a human? Jiang Yuanshan suddenly pondered. Recalling that both beasts belong to the extraordinary mythic tier, he was curious whether the Earth Controller would possess the ability to communicate. Jiang Luo shook his head. It seems not. The Dark Destroyer appears to be an exception. Very well, Jiang Yuanshan mused, feeling an increased sense of wonder about the Dark Destroyer. Get ready. I shall launch a fierce attack. The Dark Destroyer warned the Earth Controller, then transformed into a streak of black light, closing in on the Earth Controller. The Earth Controller immediately tensed, its earthy spiritual energy surging around it as it prepared to defend against the Dark Destroyer's onslaught. Whoosh! As the Dark Destroyer neared, it suddenly vanished. The Earth Controller was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the Dark Destroyer reappeared behind it, striking mercilessly with a claw. Once again, it failed to breach the Earth Controller's defenses, but the pain inflicted was overwhelming, causing tears to well up in its eyes once more. The battle was far from over. And with the Dark Destroyer still lurking behind, the Earth Controller had no choice but to endure the agony and retaliate. However, as it turned to counterattack, the Dark Destroyer swiftly maneuvered to its rear again, delivering yet another claw strike. This time, it struck with such force that it broke the skin, drawing blood. Both Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan recognized the Earth Controller's clear disadvantage compared to the Dark Destroyer, agility. Although the Earth Controller was not as cumbersome as typical bear-type spiritual beasts, it was far less nimble than the Dark Destroyer. Thus, under the constraint of only using basic attacks, it stood no chance. To prevent the Earth Controller from suffering further injuries, Jiang Luo instructed both beasts to utilize their skills. The Earth Controller immediately activated its defensive skill, the Earth Spirit Shield, to withstand the Dark Destroyer's assault. Boom! A yellowish energy shield enveloped the Earth Controller, providing robust protection. The Dark Destroyer soon discovered that its basic attacks could not penetrate this defense. Relieved, the Earth Controller sighed. Upon realizing that its basic attacks were ineffective, the Dark Destroyer unleashed its skill, the Dark Destruction Claw. A massive black claw, imbued with a sense of annihilation, struck the Earth Spirit Shield, shattering it instantly. Jiang Luo, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin bore witness to the terrifying destructive power of the Dark Destroyer, truly living up to its name. After breaking the Earth Spirit Shield, the Dark Destruction Claw dissipated. The Dark Destroyer raised its hand, casting the Dark Destruction Ball towards the Earth Controller. Since the Beast Master had permitted the use of skills, it was time to unleash them. Chapter 31. The terrifying defensive power of the Earth Controller. In the face of the Dark Destruction Sphere's relentless assault, the Earth Master unleashed the Earthquake Strike to counter the attack. A surge of earthy energy erupted around its form, causing the ground to seemingly rupture instantaneously. sending a multitude of rocks flying in all directions. These abundant rocks were not mere stones, but rather pure earth energy. This was a multi-target skill that also possessed defensive capabilities, perfectly suited to withstand the formidable Dark Destruction Sphere. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon contact with the Dark Destruction Sphere, the Earth Master was violently shattered, sent hurtling away, and crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Luo, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin once again bore witness to the terrifying combat prowess of the Dark Destruction God. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Luo observed the Earth Master's formidable defensive strength. Rising from the ground, its visage smeared with dirt and grime, though its eyes were filled with agony, it appeared to have sustained no significant injuries. It is worth noting that the Dark Destruction God had previously used this skill to effortlessly annihilate a golden bloodline creature, the golden horned deer. Yet, when the same force struck the Earth Master, it inflicted no substantial damage, highlighting the Earth Master's extraordinary defensive capabilities. Roaring in frustration from the relentless onslaught, the Earth Master charged towards the Dark Destruction God. The Dark Destruction God, exuding an air of calm, stood with arms crossed, unfazed as it awaited the Earth Master's approach. As the Earth Master closed in, it executed the skill, Earth Splitter, striking down with a powerful claw aimed directly at the Dark Destruction God. This strike was imbued with the might of the Earth itself. The Dark Destruction God sensed the threat and did not dare to underestimate it, retaliating with the Dark Destruction Claw. With a resounding explosion of energy, the clash of Earth Splitter and Dark Destruction Claw erupted, sending the Earth Master flying once more. Yet the Dark Destruction God remained composed, standing unperturbed as the wind gently swayed its long lashes. Jiang Luo, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin were once again reminded of the Dark Destruction God's fearsome combat strength. Despite being sent sprawling, the Earth Master persevered and rose from the ground, still seemingly unharmed. It was crucial to recognize that the Dark Destruction God had previously utilized the Dark Destruction Claw to eliminate a silver-tier spirit beast, the winged Black Panther, with ease. Yet the Earth Master stood resilient against such a potent skill. Thus, it became evident that while the Earth Master might not be able to defeat opponents of a higher tier like the Dark Destruction God, it certainly possessed the means to protect itself against silver-tier spirit beasts. It couldn't vanquish them, yet they could not vanquish it either. You truly are tough and resilient. Let me now showcase the mightiest skill I can currently wield, declared the Dark Destruction God. As the words left its lips, its dark, luminous eyes swirled with a black vortex that materialized before it. This skill had previously ensnared even golden-tier spirit beasts. Jiang Luo, sensing the impending danger, expressed concern for the Earth Master's safety. What? It can control even golden-tier spirit beasts? Jiang Tian and Tian Yin exclaimed, astonished. The power of the Dark Destruction God was indeed formidable, surpassing the golden tier by 2 levels, making it even more terrifying. The Earth Master, too, felt the ominous aura of destruction emanating from the swirling black vortex. Without hesitation, it summoned its most potent attack, the Earth Spirit Sphere. A multitude of energy orbs surrounded it, swiftly coalescing into a massive, earthy yellow sphere above. This was the Earth Spirit Sphere, imbued with the faint power of the Earth. Naturally, as its level increased, so too would the strength of the Earth power contained within, significantly enhancing the skill's potency. At the mythic level, it could even harness vast amounts of Earth energy, possessing the capability to obliterate all in its path. With a mighty roar, the Earth Master stood tall, raised its arms, and hurled the Earth Spirit Sphere at the Dark Destruction Vortex. Jiang Luo, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin anticipated a thunderous collision between these 2 terrifying skills, expecting a cataclysmic explosion that would unleash formidable energy ripples. However, to their astonishment, the Earth Spirit Sphere, much larger than the Dark Destruction Vortex, was instantly drawn into it as it approached. They witnessed the Dark Destruction Vortex contorting and fluctuating, ultimately shattering into fragments of dark energy, having been obliterated by the Earth Spirit Sphere. Yet, the sound was surprisingly muted, barely audible. Your skill possesses commendable power, the Dark Destruction God remarked, offering rare praise to the Earth Master. The Earth Master signaled to Jiang Luo, indicating its desire to cease hostilities, acknowledging its inability to best its opponent. Jiang Luo smiled, recognizing the Earth Master's apprehension, and readily agreed to halt the confrontation. The Earth Master sighed in relief and sat down as if akin to a person. The Dark Destruction God approached, affectionately patting its head, asking, "Little Earth, are you all right?" The Earth Master nodded in response. At that moment, Jiang Luo informed Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin of the Earth Master's surrender, concluding that the Dark Destruction God was indeed the stronger of the 2. This was evident to all. Nevertheless, It was not an easy victory for the Dark Destruction God, Jiang Yuanshan mused. Indeed, the Earth Master is quite powerful in its own right, especially with its ability to command earth and plant spirit beasts. When considered collectively, it rivals the Dark Destruction God, Jiang Luo added. In fact, if the Earth Master were to utilize its abilities before reaching mythic level, summoning countless earth and plant spirit beasts to overwhelm the Dark Destruction God, even the latter would find it challenging to cope. Absolutely, Jiang Luo affirmed. Jiang Tian and Tian Yin nodded in agreement. After securing both the Dark Destruction God and the Earth Master within the Beast Master space, Jiang Luo prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, prompting him to halt. I almost forgot this. Mom, this is for you. With that, Jiang Luo summoned the corpse of the Crimson Flame Tiger, which had the potential to evolve into a mythic tier spirit beast, from his spatial ring. He had initially intended to present this to his mother, but had forgotten until now. Chapter 32. Tian Yan's Crimson Flame Tiger can evolve into a mythic tier spirit beast. What do you want me to do with a Crimson Flame Tiger's corpse? Tian Yan inquired. Puzzled, Jiang Luo smiled and replied, Mom, this is no ordinary Crimson Flame Tiger-esque corpse. It belongs to one with the potential to evolve into a mythic tier spirit beast. The Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Your Crimson Flame Tiger should gain significant benefits from consuming it, and who knows, it might even evolve into the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. How could a spirit beast with mythic potential be killed? Upon learning that this creature possessed the potential to evolve into a mythic level beast, Jiang Tian furrowed his brow and lamented. In his view, rather than allowing his wife's Crimson Flame Tiger to take a chance on this deceased specimen, it would be far more prudent to cultivate this Crimson Flame Tiger instead. Jiang Luo sighed in resignation, stating, when I encountered it, it was already a lifeless corpse. Had it not been for the undying crimson flames upon its body, I would not have guessed it possessed the potential to evolve into the mythic level Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Oh, I had assumed it was slain by your pet, Jiang Tian remarked, suddenly feeling less regretful. Jiang Luo replied, indeed, it was my pet that ended its life. I instructed the Dark Destruction God to investigate the cave, and it swiftly eliminated the Crimson Flame Tiger. I see, what a pity. It appears that having a pet of such formidable strength can sometimes be a double-edged sword, Jiang Tian mused, feeling a renewed sense of loss. At this point, lamenting is futile. I can only hope that Xiaoyan's Crimson Flame Tiger will gain significant benefits from consuming this one, ideally evolving into a mythic-level beast, Jiang Yuanshan interjected. Jiang Tian nodded and turned to his wife, Tian Yin, saying, my dear, please summon your Crimson Flame Tiger. Tian Yin complied and called forth her Crimson Flame Tiger from the beast space. Upon its emergence and the sight of the Crimson Flame Tiger's corpse, the creature was momentarily taken aback. Upon learning that this was a beast capable of evolving into a mythic-level entity, its initial response was one of envy. However, that envy quickly dissipated. After all, the creature was dead. There was nothing to covet. When informed that it was to consume the fallen beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger shook its head vigorously, as if in protest. Cannibalism among its kind was an act only a select few beasts could manage, and it was not among them. Tian Yin understood her pet's sentiments. Were she in its position, she too would be unable to comply. She conveyed the Crimson Flame Tiger's feelings to Jiang Luo and the others. Jiang Yuanshan nodded in understanding. But shall we let this rare opportunity slip away? Jiang Tian inquired. His brow furrowed. Jiang Yuanshan reassured him, fear not, we shall not waste it. I have a solution. What is your plan, father? Jiang Tian and Tian Yin asked eagerly. Jiang Yuanshan explained, if it cannot consume the beast, then we shan't force it. Instead, we can extract the beast core and utilize an energy transfer array to transfer the energy and various components from the core to it, effectively simulating the act of consumption. What a brilliant idea. Indeed, you are as astute as ever. Jiang Tian and Tian Yin exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Luo chuckled. It is indeed grandfather who possesses a wealth of knowledge. After all, he has consumed more salt than you have rice. Jiang Yuanshan laughed heartily. There is no time to waste. Let us proceed at once. Jiang Tian declared, dispatching individuals to extract the beast core from the Crimson Flame Tiger. Soon after, the group made their way to the Spirit Array Tower, located on the outskirts of the city. The tower stood 12 stories tall, each level housing a different spirit array. The 6th level contained the energy transfer array. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Jiang Tian placed the Crimson Flame Tiger's beast core at the array's core, while Tian Yin positioned her Crimson Flame Tiger at the center of the array, channeling its spiritual energy to activate it. The Crimson Flame Tiger complied, and the array sprang to life, enveloped in a verdant energy shield that encompassed the array and the Crimson Flame Tiger. Through the translucent energy barrier, they observed the core being drained of energy, its radiance diminishing with each passing moment. An hour later, The core had lost all its brilliance and shattered into fine powder, signifying that all the energy within had been successfully transferred into Tian Yan's Crimson Flame Tiger. Roaring in exhilaration, Tian Yan's Crimson Flame Tiger had ascended to the rank of Beast King, while the core's original owner was merely of bronze rank. Although its potential was remarkable, the energy contained within the core was insufficient to meet the demands of a Beast King-level spirit. Nevertheless, after absorbing the energy and all its components from the core, Tian Yan's Crimson Flame Tiger felt an invigorating transformation, as if it had grown considerably stronger, roaring with excitement. Jiang Luo, quickly check if your mother's Crimson Flame Tiger can now evolve into a mythic-level spirit beast. Jiang Tian urged Jiang Luo as the transfer concluded. Jiang Luo nodded and utilized the Eye of the Divine Spirit to assess the situation. Spirit Beast Name: Crimson Flame Tiger. Level: Beast King. Attribute: Fire. Skills: Crimson Flame Sphere, Crimson Flame Claw, Crimson Flame Shockwave. Potential: Legendary. Evolution Path: Crimson Flame Tiger to Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Upon reviewing the details, Jiang Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement. It can truly evolve into a mythic-level spirit beast. This revelation indicated that his mother might soon possess a mythic-level spirit beast of her own. Jiang Luo, your expression suggests that it can genuinely evolve into a mythic-level spirit beast? Tian Yan asked, her excitement tinged with apprehension. Yes, mother, congratulations. Your Crimson Flame Tiger can evolve into the mythic-level Crimson Flame Divine Tiger, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. My Crimson Flame Tiger can evolve into the mythic-level Crimson Flame Divine Tiger? Tian Yan was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. She had never dared to dream that one day she would possess a mythic-level spirit beast, but now that hope had materialized. This is truly wonderful, she exclaimed, her joy palpable. Jiang Tian shared in the excitement, while Jiang Yuanshan laughed heartily, proclaiming, Heaven bless the Jiang family. With his grandson possessing 3 mythic-level spirit beasts and his daughter-in-law likely to gain one as well, Jiang Yuanshan felt as if divine favor was shining upon their family. Grandfather, father, mother, please do not celebrate prematurely. While it can evolve into a mythic-level spirit beast, the evolution still requires materials, and acquiring mythic-level materials is no small feat. Especially since we need specific materials that will allow the Crimson Flame Tiger to evolve into the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Other mythic-level materials would be of no use. Jiang Luo cautioned, noting their exuberance. His intention was not to dampen their spirits, but to remind them that the greater the hope, the greater the potential for disappointment. The more they reveled in joy now, the deeper their sorrow would be if they failed to acquire the necessary evolution materials. Indeed, while it can evolve into a mythic-level spirit beast, we must still obtain the requisite materials for that evolution. Jiang Luo's words brought a sobering clarity to the trio. Jiang Luo, please specify what evolution materials are needed so we can send people to search for them, Jiang Tian urged. Jiang Luo replied, we require volcanic divine stones, heavenly fire crystals, and flame soul fruits. I recall that one of the materials needed for the Qinyan dragon to evolve into the Qinyan divine dragon was the heavenly fire crystal, Jiang Yuanshan noted. Jiang Luo nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this material is essential for many fire-type spirit beasts seeking to evolve into mythic-level spirits. Now I understand, Jiang Yuanshan acknowledged. All right, I shall dispatch individuals to procure these 3 materials at once, Jiang Tian declared, aware that these materials were unlikely to be found in the market and would need to be sought after in secret realms. The 2 materials required for the Qinyan dragon's evolution had indeed been sourced from such a realm. In addition, there is another item that Jiang Luo obtained within the secret realm, the evolution materials required for the Night Spirit Cat to evolve into the Dark Destruction God and for the Earth Bear to evolve into the Earth Sovereign. All of which were also discovered within the secret realm, Jiang Yuanshan reminded. All right, Jiang Tian nodded and then took his leave. In the ensuing days, Jiang Luo, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yan were filled with eager anticipation to find these 3 evolution materials. However, after several days passed, none of them managed to locate even one. Tian Yan's luck was evidently far inferior to that of Jiang Luo. In Jiang Luo's courtyard, after he had just fed his magical beast, he reclined in a rocking chair, sipping tea while gazing at the playful fish frolicking in the distant lake. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through his beast space. Upon inspecting within, he discovered that the Dark Destruction God had leveled up, advancing from bronze to silver. He subsequently received feedback regarding the upgrade, noting a significant enhancement in his physical strength and an increase in his spiritual energy, which left him feeling quite content. How remarkably swift is the upgrade of the Dark Destruction God, achieving silver status already. Jiang Luo mused in surprise. Although the Azure Flame Dragon's upgrade speed was faster, It was fortunate enough to consume a dragon flame fruit. The Dark Destruction God, on the other hand, had not consumed any extraordinary treasures, but merely the standard evolution food. Sensing Jiang Luo's astonishment, the Dark Destruction God remarked, "I believe my rapid upgrade is closely related to my tussles with the Earth Sovereign." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo pondered and found it quite plausible. The upgrade of spiritual beasts primarily hinges on two aspects: consuming evolution food and engaging in battles. However, the general perception favors the consumption of evolution food as the principal factor, with battles as supplementary. Yet the intensity of battles can evidently have a significant impact on upgrades. Although the Dark Destruction God and the Earth Sovereign had only fought once, their formidable strengths and the high intensity of their combat evidently facilitated the upgrade. Hearing the Dark Destruction Goddess comments, the Earth Sovereign inquired with confusion as to why it had not leveled up. Jiang Luo chuckled, finding the explanation rather straightforward. The Dark Destruction God had upgraded to bronze before the Earth Sovereign and had consumed more evolution food. Even when the Earth Bear had yet to hatch and was still an egg, the Dark Destruction God had already been capable of effortlessly defeating Silver-tier spiritual beasts. Competing with an egg? Upon realizing the reason, the Earth Sovereign clamored to catch up to Sister Black's pace and requested evolution food from Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo was uncertain whether to commend the creature's ambition or criticize its opportunism in seeking food. Nevertheless, regardless of the Earth Sovereign's true intentions, Jiang Luo was resolute in not providing it with any. It was not out of stinginess, but rather that evolution food should not be consumed in excess. It is best taken in a measured and timely manner. Overindulgence could lead to adverse effects, even fatal ones. For the sake of the Earth Sovereign's well-being, Jiang Luo naturally would not overfeed it. The Earth Sovereign immediately drooped its head, sitting glumly on the ground. The Dark Destruction God gently patted its fluffy head, reassuringly saying, "Little Earth, do not fret. Once you reach silver rank, you still won't be my match, so it's all the same." With a wry smile, the Earth Sovereign replied, "Thank you, Sister Black. When you were at bronze rank, you could defeat silver rank. Now that you are silver rank, does that mean you can defeat gold rank?" Jiang Luo inquired, summoning the Dark Destruction God from the beast space. The Dark Destruction God's bright, gem-like eyes twinkled as it spoke. "Not all gold-rank spiritual beasts can be effortlessly defeated. I could probably only vanquish about 99.9% of them." "That's quite impressive," Jiang Luo remarked. "As a beast master, I feel my mental state is becoming increasingly unhealthy." The Dark Destruction God frowned, expressing concern to Jiang Luo. "What do you mean?" Jiang Luo asked. "I find myself wanting to obliterate everything I see," the Dark Destruction God said, tightening its paws. That is somewhat normal, given that you are the Dark Destruction God." Jiang Luo replied, understanding the situation without perceiving it as problematic. "Is this truly normal?" The Dark Destruction God gazed at Jiang Luo with its gem-like eyes, questioning. "For most, it would certainly be abnormal, but for you, it is quite standard," Jiang Luo explained. "That's a relief. I was beginning to worry about my mental health." The Dark Destruction God said, feeling reassured. "Wait, you don't intend to obliterate me too, do you?" The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through Jiang Luo as he apprehensively inquired. Normally, even if the Dark Destruction God felt such an impulse, it would not act on it. However, if it were to act carelessly and inadvertently obliterate him, that would indeed be unfortunate. The Dark Destruction God shook its head. "Of course not. You are my Beastmaster after all. Besides, I would prefer to destroy inanimate objects, like the sun in the sky." "That's good to hear." Upon learning that the Dark Destruction God did not wish to obliterate him, Jiang Luo exhaled in relief. "Beastmaster, take me to a place where I can wreak havoc freely. I yearn to cause some destruction," the Dark Destruction God expressed to Jiang Luo. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Luo replied, "Let us venture to a secret realm. Perhaps we can uncover some treasures and, who knows, even find the 3 evolution materials required for the Crimson Flame Tiger." "Excellent." The Dark Destruction God eagerly nodded. Jiang Luo then retrieved it into the beast space and exited the courtyard. To Lin Tianya, who was seated on a rocking chair at the courtyard entrance enjoying a drink, he said, "Uncle Lin, accompany me outside for a while." "Very well." Lin Tianya promptly rose and walked alongside Jiang Luo towards the estate's exit. Along the way, Jiang Luo informed Lin Tianya that he wished to visit a hellish-level silver-tier secret realm rich in fire attribute spiritual energy. Clearly, the 3 materials necessary for the Crimson Flame Tiger's evolution could only be found in such a fire-laden environment. A silver-tier secret realm? "Young master, have you become a silver-tier beast master?" Lin Tianya inquired in astonishment. Jiang Luo nodded affirmatively. Chapter 34. Entering the Blazing Fire Plane's secret realm and obtaining the Flame Soul Fruit. "Goodness, young master, your pace of advancement is astonishingly swift," Lin Tianya exclaimed. While he understood that someone from Jiang Luo's background would naturally progress quickly, the rate at which he was advancing still left him astounded. Jiang Luo smiled without offering any further comment, thinking to himself, if only you knew that my second magical beast is also silver tier, you would surely be left speechless. After departing the Jiang residence, Jiang Luo and Lin Tianya boarded his beast king-level flying spiritual beast. Arriving at the entrance of the hellish-level silver tier secret realm that was closest to Nantian City, known as the Blazing Fire Plains. This time, Jiang Luo was less concerning about entering a hellish-level secret realm, as he had previously entered such realms without encountering any issues, handling them with ease. He possesses a formidable beast. Why should he harbor any concerns? Instead, he reclines in the treetops, savoring fine wine, awaiting the young master's emergence. Jiang Luo summoned the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and ventured into the Inferno Plains secret realm. Within this realm, flames flicker everywhere, and the trees, flowers, and grasses are predominantly a fiery red, with even the sky painted in hues of crimson. The moment Jiang Luo stepped inside, he was met with a wave of heat, as if he had arrived at the scene of a conflagration. The fire-attributed spiritual energy here is indeed abundant. Jiang Luo couldn't help but exclaim. With a cry, a large scarlet bird swooped down from the sky towards him. This majestic creature bore a resemblance to a crane, possessing a long and sharp beak. But its entire body was a fiery red, with sparse feathers, as if it had been cooked. Jiang Luo, using his divine eye, checked its attributes. He discovered that this spirit beast was named the Flame Crane, possessing a respectable lineage, neither weak nor particularly strong, though it paled in comparison to the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. As the Flame Crane launched an attack on Jiang Luo, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon unleashed a torrent of Azure Flame. Even the Flame Crane, with its high fire resistance, could not withstand the assault and was incinerated, emerging not as ash, but rather charred on the outside, yet tender within. Jiang Luo couldn't resist taking a sniff. The aroma wafting from the Flame Crane after being scorched was simply delightful. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon nodded in agreement, affirming its exquisite scent. Without hesitation, Jiang Luo tore off a wing and tossed it to the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, which eagerly caught it and began to feast. Jiang Luo also took a piece of meat for himself and savored it. Indeed, the flavor was exceptional. While Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon were relishing the roasted crane meat, the Dark Destruction God in the Beast Master space inquired when they would arrive at the secret realm. Only then did Jiang Luo realize he had yet to summon the Dark Destruction God. Upon summoning it, the Dark Destruction God immediately caught wind of the enticing aroma of roasted meat and expressed a desire to partake. Considering its dark attribute, Jiang Luo hesitated to let it indulge excessively, offering only a small portion. As for the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Jiang Luo permitted it to feast freely. After all, being a fire attribute spirit beast, consuming another fire attribute spirit beast could only yield benefits. Helplessly, the Dark Destruction God could only watch enviously as the Azure Flame Divine Dragon devoured the roasted meat, drooling like a little glutton. The savory scent of the roasted meat attracted a multitude of carnivorous spirit beasts before long. Jiang Luo estimated there were dozens. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his spiritual energy checking each one with his divine eye. It was excessive and unnecessary. Most were of the silver tier, and even those with potential wouldn't warrant a contract. Furthermore, with the Dark Destruction God at his side, there was no need to worry about being outmatched due to a lack of understanding. The cacophony of roars echoed as the spirit beasts surged forward, charging at the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, which paused, prepared for battle. The Dark Destruction God declared, "Continue eating, I'll handle them. My hands are itching for action." Hearing this, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon's eyes brightened, pleased with the arrangement, and resumed its meal. In a flash, the Dark Destruction God transformed into a swirling black vortex and plunged into the throng of beasts, initiating its slaughter mode. Before long, the ground was strewn with carcasses, blood flowing like rivers, rendering the already crimson earth even more vivid. "Pathetic, they are all too weak, utterly unchallenging," the Dark Destruction God remarked, clapping its paws with a lack of interest. Jiang Luo chuckled helplessly. "Could it be that you are simply too powerful? Hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we shall search for treasures." As the Azure Flame Divine Dragon munched away, it praised the prowess of the Dark Destruction God, prompting Jiang Luo to urge it onward. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon hastened its pace, but before it could finish, another group of uninvited guests arrived. These newcomers were not lured by the aroma of roasted meat, as the Azure Flame Divine Dragon was nearly finished with its meal. Moreover, the pervasive scent of blood had long since masked the delicious fragrance. These spirit beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, appeared as fierce and menacing creatures. While fewer in number than before, with only a dozen or so, their auras were significantly stronger. Jiang Luo's assessment was correct. These beasts had come in response to the scent of blood. Upon witnessing the carnage and bloodshed, they became even more exhilarated, their eyes glowing a fiery red. In truth, the corpses littering the ground provided ample sustenance for them. However, they believed these remains belonged to Jiang Luo and his companions, and to claim them, they deemed it necessary to eliminate Jiang Luo and his allies first. Thus, they launched their assault. Without needing Jiang Luo's command, the Dark Destruction God charged forward, resulting in a series of gruesome sounds as flesh exploded. Ultimately, the outcome was that the number of vibrant lives around dwindled by a dozen, replaced by lifeless bodies. So weak, how dreadfully boring. With a single blow, the Dark Destruction God felt utterly fatigued by the monotony and, in frustration, unleashed a punch that obliterated a nearby crimson tree. The tree came crashing down, and from its branches, a fiery red fruit took off running. Indeed, it was fleeing. The fruit was enveloped in a fiery red aura, resembling a human figure with arms and legs. This was no ordinary fruit. Recognizing its characteristics, Jiang Luo immediately thought of the Flame Soul Fruit. As the Dark Destruction God intercepted the fleeing entity, Jiang Luo utilized his divine eye to investigate. Flame Soul Fruit, a rare spiritual fruit imbued with the essence of fire, classified as a heavenly grade spiritual material. It can enhance the firepower of fire attribute spirit beasts, and is also one of the materials needed for certain fire attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical level potential spirit beasts. It truly is the Flame Soul Fruit. Upon confirming its identity, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. If he could also acquire the Volcanic Godstone and the Heavenly Fire Crystal, he could enable his mother's Crimson Flame Tiger to evolve into the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Chapter 35. Capturing the Bloodfire Honey Badger as a plaything for the Dark Destruction God. To think, such a valuable item emerged from a casual strike. The Dark Destruction God remarked, amused by Jiang Luo's exuberance. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. Ecstatic, Jiang Luo embraced the Dark Destruction God, planting a kiss on its fluffy, adorable head. The Dark Destruction God's face flushed, though it was hardly noticeable. While feeling a bit shy, it was elated inside. This was a recognition from its beast master. Let us continue our search and see if there are any other treasures. If we could find the Volcanic Godstone and the Heavenly Fire Crystal, that would be splendid, Jiang Luo suggested. He then led the Dark Destruction God and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon in search of the Volcanic Godstone and the Heavenly Fire Crystal across the Inferno Plains. Naturally, the primary focus was on locating the Heavenly Fire Crystal. After all, given its name, the Volcanic Godstone was likely to be found in volcanic regions, making its discovery on the plains rather improbable. Suddenly, a fiery shadow flashed past Jiang Luo's side. What was that? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Luo employed the Eye of the Divine to investigate. Initially, he presumed that any fleeting presence would elude detection. To his astonishment, the Eye of the Divine indeed captured the trace of another, revealing vital information. It turned out to be a spirit beast, a blaze shadow leopard. This creature, a fire attribute leopard spirit beast, boasted remarkable speed and was of moderate racial strength. However, its swiftness was truly terrifying, leading Jiang Luo to momentarily speculate it might be a treasure. Upon realizing it was merely a spirit beast rather than a coveted artifact, disappointment washed over him, prompting him to press onward. Meanwhile, the Dark Destroyer relentlessly ravaged the surrounding underbrush and boulders. With a resounding crash, it unleashed another wave of dark energy, obliterating a nearby rock. In response, a badger-like spirit beast, clad in a silver cloak and sporting a buzz cut, angrily pushed aside the debris that pinned it and charged at the Dark Destroyer. The Dark Destroyer, raising its hand, attempted to dispatch the creature with another blast of dark energy. To their surprise, this strike failed to vanquish the beast, leaving Jiang Luo and the Dark Destroyer taken aback. The bloodied badger, rising from the ground, was filled with fury and fearlessly lunged at the Dark Destroyer once more. This creature is extraordinary. Hold your hand, Jiang Luo quickly advised the Dark Destroyer. The latter paused, reconsidering its intent to strike. As the badger approached, it opened its mouth to bite. The Dark Destroyer retaliated with a kick, sending it sprawling. At that moment, Jiang Luo utilized the Eye of the Divine to glean information about this creature. He discovered it was known as the Bloodfire Honey Badger, renowned for its high defense, considerable resistances, and fearless disposition, never backing down from any opponent. When provoked, it would ignite its blood, becoming more ferocious with increasing anger, entering a frenzied state that enhanced its combat prowess. At that moment, the Bloodfire Honey Badger, having been kicked aside, was consumed by rage, its body radiating heat like a blazing furnace, its fur singed. Jiang Luo, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, and the Dark Destroyer could all smell the charred scent. Yet, The creature remained undeterred, fixated solely on vanquishing the Dark Destroyer. One must commend its audacity. But the harsh truth remained. With its current strength, even if it burned itself out, it could never hope to contend with the Dark Destroyer. However, the creature's resilience piqued the Dark Destroyer's interest. It no longer wished to kill it, but rather to keep it as a companion, occasionally engaging in playful combat. As finding such a robust sparring partner was a rarity, the Dark Destroyer communicated its desire to Jiang Luo, who readily acquiesced. Thus, after the Dark Destroyer rendered the Bloodfire Honey Badger unconscious, Jiang Luo retrieved a Spirit Beast Ball from his spatial ring, capturing the creature within to take along. Whenever the Dark Destroyer felt inclined to engage in battle, it could release the badger, treating it as a toy. After concluding this brief interlude, the trio continued their journey. Before long, Jiang Luo heard a series of discordant, eerie cries ahead. Proceeding further, they beheld a multitude of fire-red hyenas feasting on a similarly colored antelope. The rear half of the antelope was a gruesome sight, mangled and bloodied. Noticing Jiang Luo and his companions, the pack of hyenas surged forward with murderous intent. The Dark Destroyer swiftly intervened, annihilating them all before continuing the quest for treasures. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a pride of fire-red lions. Judging by their aura, these were the most formidable spirit beasts Jiang Luo had encountered in the blazing fire plains thus far. Utilizing the Eye of the Divine once more, he learned that these lion spirits were known as flame lions, possessing exceptional racial talents comparable to the Azure Flame Dragon, the Rampaging Lion, and the Golden Thunder Tiger. However, only the male lions exhibited substantial potential, possessing legendary capabilities, while the females only held the potential of beast kings. Within a pride, the majority comprised females, with only one or two males. To Jiang Luo's surprise, upon their arrival, the lion pride remained utterly indifferent, their rotund bellies indicating they were not hungry and lacked the motivation to stir. Since they posed no threat, Jiang Luo chose to let them be and continued his pursuit of treasures. An hour later, Jiang Luo departed the secret realm with a sense of disappointment. After acquiring the Flame Soul Fruit, he had found no further treasures. However, this was to be expected, for this was not a new secret realm but an old one, long plundered by many adventurers. Under normal circumstances, any treasures would have been snatched away long ago. It was a stroke of luck that the Flame Soul Fruit had endured until today, fortuitously falling into Jiang Luo's hands due to the Dark Destroyer's unintentional actions. As he prepared to leave with Lin Tianya, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed, and a column of flames erupted from the distant mountains, ascending skyward. Could it be a new secret realm emerging? Jiang Luo inquired. Lin Tianya shook his head, replying, "The flame column is too slender. It likely does not indicate the opening of a new secret realm." Then what could it be? Jiang Luo felt a tinge of disappointment. Lin Tianya speculated. It may be a powerful spirit beast unleashing a skill or the manifestation of some treasure. Then, Uncle Lin, let us investigate. What if there is a treasure? Jiang Luo's spirits lifted at the prospect. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianya agreed. Very well, but we must observe from a distance. Getting too close may invite danger. Agreed. Jiang Luo affirmed. Thus, Lin Tianya led Jiang Luo aboard the Beast King grade flying spirit beast, the Gale Eagle, and they swiftly soared toward the location of the flame column. As they approached, others in the vicinity hastened toward the same destination, evidently sharing the belief that a treasure might be at hand. Before long, the Gale Eagle arrived ahead of the others at the site of the flame column. Upon arrival, Jiang Luo and Lin Tianya discovered that the flame column was emanating from the ground, its source buried beneath the earth. However, they were uncertain of the situation and dared not recklessly excavate. At that moment, a group arrived aboard a Beast King grade flying spirit beast, a griffin. On its back rode 4 individuals, an elderly man, 2 middle-aged men, and a young boy. It was clear that the elderly man and the 2 middle-aged men regarded the boy as their leader, suggesting his significant status, especially considering that the griffin was a Beast King level spirit beast, indicating the elderly man's formidable prowess as a beast master. The implications of being able to command such a creature spoke volumes of his extraordinary standing. If this monarch-level beast master serves as his guardian, then his status is certainly on par with Jiang Luo. While Jiang Luo was observing this group, they too were scrutinizing him. Upon realizing that Lin Tianya was a monarch-level beast master and that Jiang Luo was their leader, they expressed a hint of astonishment. They then turned their attention to Jiang Luo. The youth and 2 middle-aged men confirmed that they did not recognize Jiang Luo, but the elder felt a peculiar familiarity towards him, though he could not recall the reason for it. Suddenly, with a crack, the ground erupted, shooting forth a column of flame and spilling forth molten lava. Upon this lava floated a fiery red stone, adorned with intricate, enigmatic golden runes. Divine runes. Jiang Luo's first instinct was that these golden symbols could very well be divine runes. If that were the case, the hovering fiery red stone might indeed be the volcanic divine stone he sought. Immediately, Jiang Luo employed his divine eye to investigate. Volcanic divine stone, a stone born from volcanic lava, embellished with divine runes. It is one of the materials required for certain fire attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical level potential spirit beasts. It truly is the volcanic divine stone. Uncle Lin, we must acquire this stone. My mother needs it. Jiang Luo stated decisively to Lin Tianya. Absolutely, since it is required by the lady. We shall secure it by any means necessary. Lin Tianya responded. As a formidable monarch-level beast master, he regarded ordinary monarch-level beast masters with disdain. Without hesitation, he commanded the Gale Eagle to retrieve the volcanic divine stone. The Gale Eagle then led them towards the volcanic divine stone. Zheng Lao, the youth, called to the elder. The elder understood his intent, nodded, and instructed the griffin to accompany them in seizing the volcanic divine stone. The Gale Eagle, possessing greater speed than the griffin, reached the volcanic divine stone first and secured it. However, the griffin was not inclined to let it go. As soon as it grasped the volcanic divine stone, it approached and obstructed the Gale Eagle. My friend, we all witnessed this treasure together. To claim it unilaterally seems rather unjust, does it not? The youth on the griffin questioned Jiang Luo. Unclaimed objects are rightfully claimed by the strong. What could be more natural than that? Jiang Luo retorted. The youth nodded, conceding. You are correct. The strong claim what they can. Let us see who among us possesses greater strength. Very well, Jiang Luo replied. Lin Tianya suggested. Shall we descend and allow our beasts to battle, so we may unleash our full potential? That would be most agreeable, the elder concurred. Thus, both parties descended to the ground, allowing the Gale Eagle and the Griffin to engage in combat above them while they observed to see who would emerge victorious. During this time, Jiang Luo had already stowed the volcanic divine stone given by the Gale Eagle into his spatial ring. Noticing this detail, the youth's expression soured. Filled with displeasure, inwardly scoffing, he thought, what if you pocketed it first? I shall compel you to reveal it later, making your heart ache even more. In the skies, the Gale Eagle and the Griffin clashed fiercely, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Observing this, Lin Tianya activated his Beast Mastery talent, enhancing the Gale Eagle with a powerful wind attribute boost. Instantly, a soft blue aura enveloped the Gale Eagle, significantly augmenting its wind attribute's spiritual power. An extraordinary wind attribute enhancement? The elder, possessing a discerning eye, immediately grasped the situation, his countenance shifting, though he had no recourse. As his Beast Mastery talent did not directly enhance his beast's combat prowess. With the enhancement, the Gale Eagle's combat power surged. One powerful flap of its wings struck the Griffin, rendering it dazed and causing it to plummet to the ground, bloodied and unable to continue fighting. What? The youth's expression changed drastically, taken aback that Zheng Lao's Beast King-level Griffin had been defeated. The elder and the two middle-aged men felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that Jiang Luo and his companions would retaliate. Here, in the wilderness, a killing could go unnoticed, and even if their backgrounds were formidable, they feared it might not intimidate their adversaries. Now do you understand who possesses greater strength? Jiang Luo grinned, addressing the youth. The youth, feeling a loss of face, scoffed. Had it not been for your Beast Master's talent, you might not have won. Your words are absurd, whether it be beasts or Beast Mastery talents. They are all manifestations of a Beast Master's strength. You could utilize your talents as well. No one is stopping you, Jiang Luo scoffed. The youth felt increasingly humiliated, his face flushing with anger. Gritting his teeth, he challenged, do not bask in your triumph. The prowess of your companions does not denote your own. Dare you face me in battle? What level are you? Jiang Luo inquired. Bronze level, the youth declared. Then we cannot fight, Jiang Luo replied. Are you perhaps merely a black iron level? The youth taunted. Before Jiang Luo could respond, the youth laughed derisively. After all this, you are just a black iron level. How pathetic. Who told you I was black iron level? Jiang Luo asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. I stated I was bronze level. And you claimed you could not fight. Is that not an indication of being black iron level? The youth countered. Is that the only explanation you can conceive? Jiang Luo inquired with a teasing smile. What else could it be? The youth retorted coldly. The elder, however, changed expression, realizing that this somewhat familiar handsome youth might already be a silver-level beast master. Chapter 37. Could this fellow be the young master of the Jiang family? Sigh. I am unsure whether to say you lack intelligence or are simply too arrogant. Jiang Luo feigned a sigh. What do you mean by that? The youth asked, visibly displeased. The elder, unable to endure further, interjected, my young lord, could you perhaps be a silver-level beast master? A silver-level beast master? How is that possible? He appears to be of similar age to me. and I am not even silver level. How could he be? The youth interjected before Jiang Luo could respond. Clearly, you are the more astute one, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. The elder's expression shifted. Though he had suspected it, the confirmation still astonished him. After all, Jiang Luo was remarkably young. He would believe it if told he had only recently awakened his beast mastery talent. What? You truly are a silver-level beast master? The youth asked incredulously. Indeed, Jiang Luo affirmed. Merely boasting. Let me see your silver-level spirit beast, the youth declared. Jiang Luo summoned the Azure Flame Divine Dragon from his beast space. Upon releasing its spiritual energy, the youth, elder, and the two middle-aged men realized that Jiang Luo was indeed not exaggerating. They stared, wide-eyed, struggling to believe their eyes. It was no surprise. Even Lin Tianya had been astonished upon learning that Jiang Luo was a silver-level beast master, let alone them. That young lord is truly exceptional. At such a young age, he has already attained silver-level beast mastery, the elder remarked with genuine admiration. To his astonishment, he had indeed become a silver-tier beast master. The youth was deeply disheartened, his spirit considerably diminished. Well, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Jiang Luo remarked. Indifferent to the time wasted on this rather dull-witted boy. As for eliminating them, there was no need. He was not a cold-blooded killer. Of course, if they had harbored murderous intent towards him earlier, the situation would be entirely different. He would ensure their demise without hesitation. Wait. Upon witnessing Jiang Luo's intention to depart, the boy hastily called out. He feared that if Jiang Luo left, he would lose his chance to redeem himself. What now? If you continue to annoy me, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson, Jiang Luo retorted, turning to face the boy with palpable annoyance. Would you dare to tell me your name and where you reside? The boy inquired. What? Are you planning to summon someone to my home to steal treasures? Jiang Luo replied with a mocking smile. You are overthinking. Since I am currently lacking in strength and unable to seize any treasures today, I shall concede this one to you. I merely wish to challenge you once I attain silver tier status, to demonstrate that, in terms of our rank, you are certainly no match for me, the boy declared. If that is the case, I believe it is unnecessary. By the time you achieve silver tier, I may very well have ascended to gold tier or even platinum tier, rendering you incapable of defeating me, Jiang Luo asserted. With that, he turned away, leaping onto the back of the Gale Eagle, departing alongside Lin Tianya. Damn it, this guy is utterly infuriating. How dare he look down upon me? The boy fumed, pounding his chest in frustration. Suddenly, the elder's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Now I understand why that boy seemed familiar. Upon hearing the elder's words, the boy became alert and quickly asked, Elder Zhang, have you encountered that fellow before? Not at all, the elder replied, shaking his head. Then why do you say he looks familiar? The boy queried, puzzled. The elder's face grew grave as he responded, because he resembles someone. Who does he resemble? The boy pressed on. The elder's tone intensified. Jiang Tian. Who is Jiang Tian? That name sounds quite familiar. The boy racked his brain, struggling to recall. The elder furrowed his brow and explained, he is the head of the Jiang family, one of the 3 premier beast master clans in the southern region. Oh, the head of the Jiang family. That's why the name rings a bell, the boy realized. The resemblance between that youth and the head of the Jiang family was striking, particularly in their eyes. He hoped fervently that there was no connection between them. The elder harbored concerns within, thinking, I heard that the young master of the Jiang family, of similar age to me, recently awakened his beast master abilities and contracted a blue flame dragon. Could it be that fellow is indeed the Jiang family's young master? The boy's anxiety grew with each word, his complexion paling. The elder felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He wished it were not true, but the more he analyzed, the more convinced he became. Firstly, the boy bore a striking resemblance to the head of the Jiang family. Secondly, as the young master had mentioned, their ages matched, and the contracted beast aligned. Additionally, they were in the southern region, not far from the Jiang family stronghold in southern Heaven City. Most crucially, the young master had a king-tier attendant by his side, an extraordinarily powerful one at that. It appeared likely that this attendant served as his protector. In the southern region, only the young masters of the 3 premier beast master families could afford such a formidable king-tier beast master as a guardian. Furthermore, 2 young masters from the He family had recently perished in a demonic secret realm, and their contracted beasts were not blue flame dragons. The Gu family's young master was still alive, yet his contracted beast was not a blue flame dragon. And there was no reason for him to bear such a resemblance to the head of the Jiang family. Though reluctant to accept, the more they pondered, the more they were convinced that the strikingly handsome youth was most likely Jiang Luo, the young master of the Jiang family. If this were indeed the case, they had unwittingly offended the Jiang family. Although their own family was quite powerful, it paled in comparison to the Jiang family. Should the Jiang family choose to target them, their prospects for future development would be severely jeopardized, perhaps even leading to their downfall. Elder Jiang, why are you silent? Do you think that boy could possibly be the Jiang family's young master? The boy's anxiety intensified as he feared he might have dragged his family into a dire situation, worried that the Jiang family would retaliate against him. The elder's expression remained grave as he replied, Young master, I sense the likelihood is quite high. What shall we do then? The boy's voice trembled. The elder advised. First, we must ascertain whether he is indeed the Jiang family's young master, and then inform the family head so that he can decide how to proceed. Let us first visit my aunt. She should have met the young master of the Jiang family. If we describe his appearance to her, we will know for certain. The boy suggested after a moment's thought. They had initially set out for his aunt's home, only to be sidetracked by the fiery light pillar they encountered, leading to this unexpected turn of events. The elder nodded, and the group promptly leapt onto the griffin's back, soaring swiftly towards Southern Heaven City. Chapter 38. It appears highly likely that he is Jiang Luo, the young master of the Jiang family. Upon entering the Jiang estate, Jiang Luo and Lin Tianya encountered Jiang Tian and Tian Yin, who were preparing to depart for an errand. Uncle Lin, I have a matter to discuss with my parents. You may head back for now, Jiang Luo instructed. Lin Tianya nodded before taking his leave. Jiang Luo then shared the news of acquiring the Flame Soul Fruit and the volcanic Divine Stone with his parents. For days, they had been anxiously awaiting news about the 3 materials required for the evolution of the Scarlet Flame Tiger, but regrettably, they had received no updates, leaving their spirits considerably low. Unexpectedly, Jiang Luo provided them with a delightful surprise today. With 2 of the 3 necessary materials obtained, they were so close to the evolution they sought. Seeing his parents so elated uplifted Jiang Luo's own spirits. Subsequently, Jiang Tian and Tian Yin inquired how Jiang Luo had come by these 2 evolution materials. Jiang Luo recounted the process to them. Afterward, he set off to find his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, to share the joyous news, hoping to bring him some happiness as well. After all, for individuals like them, finding joy was not an easy feat. Before long, Jiang Luo arrived at Jiang Yuanshan's residence. Jiang Yuanshan was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, he paused his routine. Jiang Luo directly conveyed the good news to him, which brought immense joy to Jiang Yuanshan. He then invited Jiang Luo to engage in a game of chess. At that moment, a griffin descended in front of the Lu family estate in Southern Heaven City. The Lu family was also a prominent household, regarded as a second-tier force in the southern region, boasting considerable strength. The boy's aunt, Wu Mingji, was the principal wife of Lu Ting, the head of the Lu family. Aware of her nephew's impending visit, she had been waiting at home. Seeing her beloved nephew after a long time, Wu Mingji smiled warmly. Xiaojun, you've come. Though he wished to smile back at his doting aunt, the boy found it impossible to muster any joy. Noticing something amiss, Wu Mingji inquired, Xiaojun, has something happened? Wu Jun nodded apprehensively and said, Aunt, I may have offended the young master of the Jiang family. What? You have offended the young master of the Jiang family? Wu Mingji's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. As the matriarch of the Lu family, she was acutely aware of the dire consequences of incurring the wrath of the Jiang family. In the past, there was a family in Nantian City that was on par with the Lu family, yet within 3 days of offending the Jiang family, they were utterly annihilated. Therefore, they held the Jiang family in extreme reverence, never daring to provoke them. Now, upon learning that her nephew had offended the Jiang family's young master, it was easy to imagine the depths of her anxiety and fear. Still, I can't be certain, Wu Jun stammered, trembling. What exactly happened? Uncle Jiang, please explain. Wu Mingji turned to the elder Zheng Wenfeng, who stood behind Wu Jun. Zheng Wenfeng then recounted the situation in meticulous detail to Wu Mingji. Now, please describe that young man's appearance, Wu Mingji requested. Zheng Wenfeng endeavored to provide a thorough description. After listening, Wu Mingji's brows knitted tighter. She recognized Jiang Luo from her previous encounters, and judging by the description, it was undoubtedly him. To further confirm the young man's identity, she asked the elder to describe the appearance of the royal-level beast master who accompanied him. After hearing the details, she was nearly certain that the individual was indeed Jiang Luo, for based on the description, she deduced that the royal-level beast master was Jiang Luo's guardian, Lin Tianya. It seems highly probable that it is Jiang Luo, Wu Mingji said, her face clouded with concern. Aunt, what should we do? Wu Jun, nearly in tears upon realizing it was likely Jiang Luo, exclaimed. There are 2 options. The first is that you must never show yourselves again. If Jiang Luo does not see you, he will not know you are from the Wu family, Wu Mingji advised. That is not feasible, Aunt. You know I am destined to inherit the position of the Wu family head. I cannot simply vanish from sight. Furthermore, I may need to interact with the Jiang family in the future, Wu Jun replied decisively. Wu Mingji nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. It was indeed impractical to suggest he disappear, especially since the position of the Wu family head awaited his inheritance. Moreover, Uncle Zheng, as both a guest elder and his protector could not simply withdraw from public life. Indeed, Aunt, please share the second option, Wu Jun urged. Wu Mingji said. The second option is to proactively go to them and offer an apology. Of course, you must present a lavish gift. This is doable. But the question remains, will that fellow, no, Jiang Xiao, accept our apology and let us off the hook? Wu Jun expressed doubt. That will depend on your sincerity, Wu Mingji replied. Aunt, do you mean the gift must be exceptionally valuable? Indeed, not only must it be of great worth, but it should also be something exceedingly rare. Otherwise, how could Jiang Xiao possibly take notice? Furthermore, not only must the gift be substantial, but your attitude in the apology must also be sincere, Wu Mingji elaborated. If I achieve all this, will Jiang Luo truly let us off the hook? Wu Jun inquired. That is difficult to ascertain. However, given that Jiang Luo had the power to eliminate you but chose not to, it can be inferred that he is somewhat reasonable. I believe if you demonstrate sufficient sincerity and present a gift that pleases him, he should be inclined to forgive, Wu Mingji concluded. Very well. I shall contact my father and inform him of the situation, as well as the solution you provided, Aunt. If he has no objections, we shall proceed accordingly. Wu Jun declared. Wu Mingji nodded in agreement. Wu Jun promptly called his father, Wu Qing, to relay the situation and the proposed course of action. Upon hearing that his son had offended Jiang Luo, Wu Qing was taken aback. After learning of his sister Wu Mingji's suggestion, he readily agreed and vowed to prepare an exquisite and rare gift for delivery to Lu Manor, instructing them to present it to Jiang Luo as an apology. After concluding the call, Wu Qing contemplated what to send as an apology to Jiang Luo. After some deliberation, he resolutely decided to offer something exceedingly rare and valuable, an item that could significantly influence the future development of the Wu family. 2 hours later, the gift arrived at Lu Manor. Upon discovering what was being sent, Wu Jun felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. He even called his father Wu Qing to discuss the possibility of exchanging it for something else. Wu Qing asserted that other items would likely not meet Jiang Luo's standards, while this particular item could elevate the Wu family's status in the future. They could not afford to overlook the present crisis. To ensure Jiang family would spare the Wu family, this item had to be sent. With no other option, Wu Jun reluctantly agreed to part with it. At that moment, his feelings of regret peaked. How wonderful it would have been had he never provoked Jiang Luo. He would not have had to relinquish such a precious item. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Mistakes come with their own costs. Chapter 39. The Mythical Quality Thunder Wolf Spirit Beast Egg. Jiang Luo was engaged in a game of chess with his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, at a stone table in the courtyard when a gatekeeper approached to announce that the young master of the Wu family and an elder were requesting an audience. Which Wu family? Jiang Yuanshan inquired. Usually, such matters would be communicated to Jiang Luo's parents rather than himself. However, since they had recently departed the Jiang residence, the gatekeeper sought out Jiang Yuanshan instead. It is the Wu family from Tianlan City, the foremost family in Tianlan City, and regarded as a second-tier force in the southern domain, not to be underestimated, the gatekeeper replied. Oh, then we must meet with them, Jiang Yuanshan decided. In his view, Tianlan City was the second largest city in the southern domain, following Nantian City. A family that could rise to prominence in Tianlan City was no ordinary entity. Their visit might signify something of great importance, thus warranting an audience. Xiao Luo, shall we go meet the young master of the Wu family together? We can resume our game afterward, Jiang Yuanshan suggested after placing a piece on the board. That is fine, but no need to return to the game afterward. Jiang Luo responded. Why not? Jiang Yuanshan asked. Because you have already lost, Jiang Luo declared, placing a piece on the board and solidifying the outcome. Jiang Yuanshan paused in disbelief, then scrutinized the board closely, realizing that the game was indeed beyond recovery. You little rascal, your chess skills have improved. Jiang Yuanshan remarked with mild irritation. Jiang Luo smiled inwardly, thinking to himself that defeating his grandfather was no great feat, given his lack of skill. Please escort young Master Wu and the elder to the reception hall, Jiang Yuanshan instructed the gatekeeper. He then rose and walked with Jiang Luo toward the reception hall. Shortly after they arrived, the gatekeeper returned, leading Wu Jun and Zheng Wenfeng into the hall. It's you. Jiang Luo exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the young man and elder, not expecting to encounter these two again. You are indeed Jiang Xiao, Wu Jun said with a wry smile. Before arriving, he had harbored a glimmer of hope that the Jiang family young master he would meet would not be the one he had offended. But now it was clear that the lavish gift he had prepared would be utterly unavoidable. Xiao Luo, do you know them? Jiang Yuanshan asked, noticing the recognition between them. Jiang Luo smiled and replied, Of course, I know them. Not long ago, we crossed paths over the matter of the volcanic divine stone. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Wu Jun and Zheng Wenfeng felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, their expressions betraying their trepidation. even without an introduction. They were acutely aware that this venerable elder was none other than the most formidable figure of the Jiang family, the esteemed Jiang Yuanshan, a paragon of power atop the pyramid of the Beastmaster continent, a legendary Beastmaster. They had previously offended his grandson, and in a fit of rage, he could effortlessly bring about their demise without a moment's hesitation. Jiang, young master, we were oblivious to your identity before and have caused you great offense. I implore your magnanimity to overlook our transgressions. Zheng Wenfeng hastily apologized to Jiang Luo. Wu Jun quickly echoed, Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize. It was unwise of me to label you as trash. I am the true fool here. Please, do not hold our petty grievances against us. Your words suggest I have wronged you in some manner, Jiang Luo remarked, somewhat bemused. Wu Jun and Zheng Wenfeng pondered for a moment and realized that Jiang Luo had indeed not acted against them. Their apprehension stemmed from the fear that once Jiang Luo discovered their affiliation with the Wu family, the Jiang family would retaliate against them. Young Master Jiang, while you have not harmed us, I sincerely hope you will not make things difficult for the Wu family in the future. I offer my earnest apologies and present this gift from the Wu family as a token of our contrition. Please accept it, Wu Jun stated, as he summoned an item from his spatial ring. It was a beast spirit orb. With a flourish, he released a beast spirit egg from within. This egg was no ordinary specimen. It was a pale blue, adorned with intricate purple patterns, radiating a vibrant purple lightning that pulsated with powerful electrical energy, filling the vicinity with a rich aura of thunderous might. Initially, Jiang Luo paid little heed to the so-called gift of apology. After all, the Jiang family possessed everything the Wu family had, and more. However, this particular beast spirit egg was indeed a rarity for the Jiang family. This was the egg of a purple thunder wolf, and it was evidently extraordinary. Upon assessment, it was determined to possess legendary quality, surpassing the typical standards of such, promising the hatching of an exceptional creature. Wu Jun's heart ached as he began to elaborate. While he spoke, Jiang Luo scrutinized the details of the egg with his divine eye. Mythical quality purple thunder wolf beast spirit egg. This egg, of mythical quality, can normally hatch into a purple thunder wolf capable of evolving into a creature of mythical potential. Upon this revelation, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This egg was indeed of mythical quality. What a magnificent gift. Of course, this was due to the Wu family's ignorance of its true value, believing it to be merely an extraordinary legendary quality egg. Otherwise, they would never have parted with it. In this world, possessing a creature of mythical potential and nurturing it to that level would elevate one above all major powers, granting one the ability to command respect and authority. There would be no need for humble apologies or reparations to others. Naturally, with Jiang Luo, who possessed 3 creatures of mythical potential, and Jiang Yuanshan, who had 1. Even if another faction acquired a mythical potential creature, they could not ascend above all powers. However, other factions remained oblivious to this fact. To them, acquiring a creature of mythical potential and nurturing it to that status meant becoming the strongest force on the continent. This beast spirit egg indeed appears extraordinary. Jiang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. This was the first time he had encountered an egg of such quality. Old Jiang truly has an eye for quality. This egg is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Zheng Wenfeng quickly seized the opportunity to flatter Jiang Yuanshan. Are you truly willing to part with such a remarkable beast spirit egg? Jiang Luo inquired of Wu Jun. In truth, even without this gift of apology, Jiang Luo had no inclination to target the Wu family. After all, it was not his style to oppress the weak. Yet, given the offering of this mythical quality beast spirit egg, he could hardly refuse. Indeed, this is my sincere gift to you as an apology. I hope you will graciously accept it, Wu Jun insisted, his heart heavy with reluctance. Very well. Since you have shown such sincerity, I shall graciously accept, Jiang Luo replied with a smile, his heart already aflame with excitement. Then it seems we have put our past grievances behind us, Wu Jun quickly remarked. Naturally, should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will do my utmost to help where I can. Jiang Luo's spirits lifted as he spoke. Truly, I am immensely grateful, young Master Jiang, Wu Jun responded. His face lighting up, the sorrow of losing the precious beast spirit egg significantly diminished. Zheng Wenfeng, too, wore a look of joy. They had merely hoped for Jiang Luo's forgiveness, but unexpectedly, they had received an additional boon, though it was merely a verbal assurance. The probability of Jiang Luo going back on his word was exceedingly low, given his stature. Of course, they understood the importance of not overstaying their welcome and troubling Jiang Luo further. Yet, with Jiang Luo's promise, should they encounter any significant difficulties in the future, they could seek assistance from the Jiang family, which would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Wu family. After a brief exchange, wary of intruding further upon Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan's time, Wu Jun and Zheng Wenfeng took their leave. Once they were gone, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. Xiao Luo. Considering the extraordinary nature of this beast spirit egg, could it possibly be of mythical quality? Jiang Luo chuckled. Let us remove the possibility. It simply is. Is it? Jiang Yuanshan paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. Splendid. Truly, fortune smiles upon us when least expected. Indeed, Jiang Luo replied. Yet, I must credit my decision not to have Uncle Lin eliminate them back then. Otherwise, I would have never had the chance to acquire this remarkable egg. It seems this egg will require some time to hatch, which is fortuitous as it grants you the opportunity to level up. Otherwise, upon hatching, without sufficient time for a contract, it could become problematic if it evolves, Jiang Yuanshan noted. Typically, even without special feeding materials, a beast spirit, when restricted from movement and combat, would eventually level up over time, particularly from black iron to bronze, which was a rather effortless transition. Jiang Luo nodded, rising to say, I shall take it to Su Wei and ensure she cares for it diligently. Jiang Yuanshan waved his hand. Go ahead. After securing the purple Thunder Wolf Beast Spirit Egg within the Beast Spirit Orb, Jiang Luo departed the reception hall to find Su Wei. Upon her sighting of the purple Thunder Wolf Beast Spirit Egg, Su Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. In all my years, I have never encountered a Beast Spirit Egg of such exquisite quality. The energy within is exceptionally potent, even more so than the last egg you brought. The creature that hatches from this will undoubtedly be extraordinary, with power that exceeds expectations. Su Wei exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Her words served as a reminder to Jiang Luo. The spiritual energy contained within this beast egg surpasses even that of the Earth Controller. Does this not imply that the beast emerging from this egg will possess strength exceeding that of the Earth Bear? Furthermore, does it not suggest that once it evolves into a creature of mythic potential, its power will transcend that of the Earth Controller? The might of the Earth Controller is already formidable. To be stronger than it, what magnitude of strength must that entail? In that moment, Jiang Luo was filled with anticipation for this beast. I leave this to you. There must be no mistakes. Jiang Luo advised Su Wei. Rest assured, the beast egg can withstand at least the attack of a silver-grade beast. Ordinary bumps will not affect it in the slightest. Of course, I will be diligent, ensuring that nothing goes awry. You can have complete confidence in me, Su Wei replied. Good. Notify me immediately once it hatches, Jiang Luo instructed. Certainly. You may proceed with your tasks. I shall take my leave. Take care, young master. After departing from Su Wei, Jiang Luo returned to his residence. He summoned the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, the Dark Destroyer, and the Earth Controller from the beast space, providing them with the necessary nourishment for their upgrades. Jiang Luo settled at the stone table in the courtyard, savoring the sumptuous dinner brought by the servants. However, before he could take more than a couple of bites, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Earth Controller had devoured the meal. Only the Dark Destroyer remained, leisurely enjoying its dinner while seated at the stone table. Face to face with Jiang Luo, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Earth Controller were stationed on the ground beside them, their food placed in bowls. For their physical structure did not allow them to dine like the Dark Destroyer. After finishing its meal, the Dark Destroyer patted its claws before sipping on some juice poured by Jiang Luo and indulging in some post-dinner fruit. It then gazed up at the enchanting starry sky, its gem-like eyes shimmering with starlight. Just as Jiang Luo thought it was admiring the beauty of the night sky, the Dark Destroyer exclaimed, I wish I could smash a star with a single claw. Jiang Luo. Well, I should have anticipated this. With a resigned smile, Jiang Luo tossed an orange to the eagerly watching Earth Controller, which caught it in its mouth and swallowed it whole, skin and all. I can't bear to look any longer. The more I see, the more it pains me, the Dark Destroyer remarked, rising from the stone bench. It was about to head to the lake to catch a fish when it seemed to remember something and returned to Jiang Luo's side. What is it? Jiang Luo inquired. I want to pummel that tough-skinned, thick-fleshed fellow, the Dark Destroyer stated, looking up at Jiang Luo. At that moment, Jiang Luo recalled that the Bloodfire Honey Badger was still within the Beast Ball. He promptly summoned the Beast Ball containing the Bloodfire Honey Badger from his spatial ring and released it. Upon its emergence, the Bloodfire Honey Badger charged angrily at the Dark Destroyer, which eagerly extended its claws, sending the badger flying before pursuing it to initiate a beating. Jiang Luo continued to enjoy his dinner while observing the Dark Destroyer pummel the Bloodfire Honey Badger. As the badger endured a relentless barrage of strikes from the Dark Destroyer, even its tough hide and resilience began to falter, leading it to vomit forth a fiery red crystal. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Luo's eyes lit up with excitement. He recognized the fiery red crystal. It was none other than the heavenly fire crystal. To confirm his eyes were not deceiving him, Jiang Luo utilized the eye of the divine to inspect it. Heavenly fire crystal, a celestial-grade fire crystal. One of the materials required for certain fire-type beasts to evolve into mythic potential beasts. Indeed, it was the heavenly fire crystal. Previously, he had acquired the volcanic divine stone and the flame soul fruit necessary for the Bloodfire Tiger's evolution into the Bloodfire Divine Tiger. Now, with the final ingredient, the Heavenly Fire Crystal, he could facilitate his mother's Bloodfire Tiger's evolution into the Bloodfire Divine Tiger. With this, his family would gain yet another beast of mythic potential. The overall strength of the Jiang family would rise accordingly. Now, he must share this splendid news with his parents to bring them joy. Jiang Luo promptly rose, took the Heavenly Fire Crystal that the Dark Destroyer had retrieved from the lake, and mounted the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, flying towards his parents' residence. Chapter 41. The Bloodfire Tiger evolves into the Bloodfire Divine Tiger. Excellent, excellent. This is simply marvelous. I am about to possess a beast of mythic potential. It feels almost unbelievable. Upon learning that Jiang Luo had gathered all 3 necessary materials for the Bloodfire Tiger's evolution into the Bloodfire Divine Tiger, Jiang Tian and Tian Yin, who had been drinking in despondency at the table, instantly transformed their demeanor, brimming with excitement, especially Tian Yin. Shall we head to the Evolution Temple first thing in the morning to facilitate the Bloodfire Tiger's evolution? Jiang Luo inquired. No, I cannot wait any longer. We must go tonight. No, we must go right now, Tian Yin declared impatiently, eager to possess a beast of mythic potential. Yes, let us go at once, lest we prolong the night with needless worries. Moreover, there is nothing else to attend to at the moment. The sooner we evolve, the sooner we can rest easy. Jiang Tian concurred. Although he understood that the 3 precious evolution materials would not vanish overnight while they remained in the Jiang Manor, the value of these materials left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Very well, let us proceed immediately, Jiang Luo decided. Though it was late, idleness was no better, and the evolution process would be swift, allowing them to return shortly. Jiang Tian promptly summoned the Beast Emperor-grade flying beast, the Xianbing Flying Tiger, from the beast space, carrying Jiang Luo and Tian Yin swiftly out of the Jiang Manor towards the Evolution Temple. Jiang Luo had initially planned to visit his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, after leaving his parents, eager to share this delightful news with him as well. However, it seemed that he would have to wait until his return to bring him joy. With the speed of the Beast Emperor-grade flying beast, the Xianbing Flying Tiger, they soon arrived at the Evolution Temple. Upon arrival, Jiang Tian remained outside to guard, while Jiang Luo accompanied his mother, Tian Yin, inside to facilitate the Bloodfire Tiger's evolution. Approaching the evolution array, Tian Yin summoned the Bloodfire Tiger from the beast space. The Bloodfire Tiger was ecstatic, flames flickering all over its body. During their journey, Tian Yin had already communicated the situation to it through mental connection. Naturally, upon learning that it was about to evolve into a beast of mythic potential, it was filled with immense excitement. Jiang Luo retrieved the flame spirit fruit from his spatial ring, handing it to his mother, Tian Yin, to feed to the Bloodfire Tiger. He then placed the volcanic divine stone and the heavenly fire crystal at the 2 focal points of the divine array. Once all was prepared, he instructed the Bloodfire Tiger to stand at the heart of the array and channel its spiritual energy to activate the divine formation. Boom! The divine array was instantly activated, erupting with a surge of golden divine power, forming a golden barrier that enveloped the entire array, including the Bloodfire Tiger standing at the center. Roar! Through the golden barrier, Jiang Luo and Tian Yin witnessed the Bloodfire Tiger's agonizing transformation. Tian Yin clenched her fists. Although it was not her first time witnessing a beloved beast endure the pain of evolution, she still felt a pang of sympathy each time. Yet, there was no alternative. Evolution and growth were not only her desire, but also the longing of the beast itself. Fortunately, the duration was not prolonged. 5 minutes later, with the final anguished cry of the Crimson Flame Tiger, a formidable surge of fire attribute energy erupted from its body, incinerating the golden barrier. As the flames dissipated, Jiang Luo and Tian Yin beheld a transformed Crimson Flame Tiger. It remained a beast of the tiger kind, yet it appeared far more majestic and powerful than before. Its size had more than doubled, and it now sported a pair of flaming wings. These wings, entirely composed of energy, were sufficient to enable flight. Upon closer inspection, hidden divine runes could be discerned within the stripes adorning its body. Could this signify success? While Tian Yin posed her question, Jiang Luo activated his innate divine eye to investigate. Name: Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Level: Beast King. Attribute: Fire. Skills: Divine Fireball, Crimson Flame Tiger Claws, Divine Fire Wings. Potential: Mythical. We did it. Congratulations, Mom. You now possess a spirit beast of mythical potential. Jiang Luo exclaimed with a smile. How wonderful. I have a spirit beast of mythical potential. This is incredible. Tian Yin cried tears of joy, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Mom, why are you crying? This is a moment of celebration, Jiang Luo remarked. Tian Yin nodded. wiping away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Her voice slightly choked as she replied, "You are right, let us move on." Perhaps due to her overwhelming emotions, Tian Yin continued to emit soft sobs. As they approached the exit of the Grand Hall, Jiang Tian, who was stationed outside, overheard her weeping. "Dear, what is the matter? Did it fail?" Upon hearing his wife's sobs, Jiang Tian rushed into the Evolution Temple, his voice filled with urgency. Upon entering, he was greeted by the awe-inspiring sight of the post-evolution Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. His jaw dropped in astonishment. "Dad, does this look like a failure to you?" Jiang Luo asked, grinning. "This must be a success," Jiang Tian responded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "Do not doubt your judgment. It is indeed a success," Jiang Luo affirmed. "Then why is your mother crying?" Jiang Tian inquired, perplexed. "I am crying tears of joy," Tian Yin replied, wiping her eyes. "Ah, I see. You startled me. I thought it had failed," Jiang Tian chuckled. "Xiao Luo, you have truly helped your mother immensely, granting her a spirit beast of mythical potential that she once dared not even dream of." Tian Yin expressed her deep gratitude to Jiang Luo. "This was only right, Mom," Jiang Luo replied. "Xiao Luo is correct. We are family, so there is no need for thanks. And besides, no need to cry. It's merely a spirit beast of mythical potential. Look at our son. He has 3 and hasn't he shed a tear," Jiang Tian jested. "Indeed, Xiao Luo has far surpassed me. At such a young age, possessing 3 spirit beasts of mythical potential without shedding a tear, how can I not feel inferior?" Tian Yin reflected with a sigh. "Isn't that what it means to be a man? You women are so sentimental. You cry at the slightest thing," Jiang Tian remarked. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed from outside the hall. "What was that sound?" Jiang Luo asked. "It seems to be a wolf's howl," Jiang Tian replied. The group quickly exited the grand hall, and in the darkness, pairs of eerie green eyes emerged. A pack of wolves stepped forth from the shadows, led by one that dwarfed the others, clearly the Wolf King. Its appearance was markedly different, indicating it had undergone evolution. Jiang Luo instinctively used his divine eye to assess the wolves. Name: Bloodthirsty Mad Wolf. Level: Leader. Attribute: None. Skills: Bloodthirst, Frenzied Bite. Potential: Leader. Evolution Path: Bloodthirsty Mad Wolf, Bloodthirsty Wolf King. Name: Bloodthirsty Wolf King. Level: Beast King. Attribute: None. Skills: Bloodthirst, Frenzied Bite, Wolf King Blood Pact. Potential: Beast King. Upon review, Jiang Luo discerned that the Wolf King was a bloodthirsty mad wolf of Beast King level, while the others were bloodthirsty mad wolves ranging from Platinum to Leader levels. Chapter 42: Annihilating the Bloodthirsty Wolf King, the terrifying combat power of the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Jiang Luo also noted the impressive skill of the Bloodthirsty Wolf King's Blood Pact, which allowed it to form a blood bond with any number of bloodthirsty mad wolves, receiving feedback on their upgrades. This was akin to a human contracting with a pet beast, where the beast's upgrades would yield rewards for the master. Moreover, the number of contracts it could maintain far exceeded that of a beast master. Thus, this Bloodthirsty Wolf King, having already formed bonds with numerous bloodthirsty mad wolves, possessed formidable strength. Were it not for its limited potential, it would have already ascended beyond the rank of Beast King. Nonetheless, among Beast Kings, its power was considerable. Despite lacking powerful racial talents, its combat prowess was on par with formidable spirit beasts such as the Azure Flame Dragon, Rampaging Lion, and Golden Steel Tiger. "This wolf beast appears quite extraordinary," Jiang Tian remarked, gazing at the bloodthirsty Wolf King. "Indeed, and it is surprising to encounter a Beast King level spirit beast here." Tian Yin concurred, her expression reflecting a mix of awe and disbelief. Typically, such creatures do not roam these parts. The population of Beast King level spirit beasts in the wild is already sparse, and narrowing it down to this mountain range makes it even rarer. Furthermore, this area is known for its lack of dense spiritual energy, further reducing the likelihood of encountering a Beast King level spirit beast. Yet here we are, Jiang Luo speculated. It is likely searching for the other bloodthirsty mad wolves to form blood bonds. Blood bond. Jiang Tian and Tian Yin exchanged puzzled glances. Clearly unfamiliar with the blood pact skill, Jiang Luo then explained, and they soon comprehended. "I see, then it is likely the case. Otherwise, a Beast King would not typically venture here," Jiang Tian concluded. As Jiang Luo spoke, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, having observed the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger for a time, made a frenzied decision to eliminate this extraordinary spirit beast of equal rank and consume it, believing it might yield significant benefits. Wild spirit beasts differ from domesticated pets. They do not have the luxury of consuming upgrade materials with every meal. They eat whatever is available, making their path to advancement far more arduous. A relatively easier method for them to gain strength is by devouring other spirit beasts to absorb their energy. However, This approach also entails ingesting impurities and toxins from their prey, ultimately impacting growth and lowering potential limits. For instance, a beast that could have been at the Beast King level might find itself unable to ascend beyond the rank of leader. Yet, given the harsh conditions of the wild, they lack many alternatives. Surviving without consuming other spirit beasts is a challenge in itself. Moreover, the bloodthirsty Wolf King recognized that its prospects for advancement were bleak. Thus, to grow stronger, it had to find a way to ascend within the confines of the Beast King rank. With that in mind, what did it have left to lose? If it could devour this seemingly extraordinary spirit beast of equal rank, its strength would undoubtedly see a marked increase. The Crimson Flame Divine Tiger sensed the murderous intent of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, disdain flickering in its eyes. What audacity to covet its dominion! It appeared that the opponent sought to slay the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Jiang Luo remarked, then it is overestimating its capabilities. Let me witness the might of the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Jiang Tian was confident that, although the bloodthirsty Wolf King, empowered by its blood pact, was formidable among Beast Kings, it was still no match for the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Tian nodded, signaling for the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger to engage. At that moment, unable to contain itself, the bloodthirsty Wolf King lunged forward, shattering the ground beneath its feet as it soared towards the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. With a powerful flap of its fiery wings, the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger sent the Wolf King hurtling away, leaving it charred and reduced to ash upon landing. The pack of bloodthirsty wolves, witnessing this, was utterly terrified, howling in fear. Typically, these spirit beasts possessed considerable courage. Yet the sight of their king being dispatched in an instant and incinerated was overwhelmingly traumatic, leaving them in this state of panic. However, their fear was short-lived. As the bloodthirsty Wolf King perished, those bound by the blood pact with it soon succumbed to fatal hemorrhage, leading to the annihilation of the entire pack. Jiang Luo, Jiang Tian, and Tian beheld the formidable prowess of the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. Truly, it was a spirit beast of mythic potential, exhibiting terrifying combat capabilities. This only heightened Jiang Luo's anticipation of witnessing the prowess of the Thunder Wolf after its evolution, which was bound to be even more formidable. The might of a spirit beast of mythic potential is indeed awe-inspiring, Tian exclaimed, still reeling from the shock. Jiang Tian, emerging from his own astonishment, nodded in agreement, stating, "Wife, you may very well be the most powerful beast master of the monarch level now." Jiang Tian's assertion was no exaggeration. Although Tian possessed only the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger at the Beast King level, its terrifying strength allowed her to dispatch most spirit beasts of the same rank with ease, even facing multiple foes without difficulty. It was indeed a rarity to find an opponent among beast masters of the same caliber. Thus, I propose that, unless absolutely necessary, we refrain from revealing the full extent of the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger's power. Otherwise, we may attract unwanted trouble, Jiang Luo cautioned. Even though it seemed no one else had witnessed a spirit beast of mythic potential besides them, such beings had undoubtedly existed in the past, albeit without knowledge of their classification. Should the full terrifying power of the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger be revealed, it would not be difficult for others to deduce its status as a spirit beast of mythic potential. In such a scenario, the major elite factions would undoubtedly become restless, seeking every means to hinder the growth of the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger. It was not inconceivable that the top factions could unite against the Jiang family. Until the tiger reached its full potential, the Jiang family would be hard-pressed to withstand a combined assault from these formidable powers. You are right, Xiao Luo. Wife, unless absolutely necessary, do not allow the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger to reveal its entire strength, Jiang Tian reaffirmed, nodding to Tian. Understood. Tian, being astute, was well aware of the dire consequences that would follow should the terrifying strength of the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger be exposed. Well then, let us return, Jiang Tian proposed. He then summoned the Xianbing Flying Tiger from the Beast Mastery space. After Tian stored the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger back into the Beast Mastery space, the trio boarded the Xianbing Flying Tiger and returned to the Jiang residence. Upon their return, Jiang Luo suggested they share the good news with their grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, to bring him joy as well. Jiang Tian and Tian readily agreed, and the three of them made their way to Jiang Yuanshan's residence. When they arrived, the elderly Jiang Yuanshan, who had been preparing for bed, initially furrowed his brow, fearing something unfortunate had occurred upon seeing the three of them together late at night. However, upon learning that the Crimson Flame Tiger had evolved into the Crimson Flame Divine Tiger, his expression transformed, and he beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This is truly fantastic." Seeing the old man so delighted lifted the spirits of Jiang Luo and the others even further. Chapter 43. The hatching of the Thunder Wolf after leaving Jiang Yuanshan's residence with his parents, Jiang Luo, returned to his own abode. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Earth Controller were peacefully napping beneath a large tree. The Dark Destruction God sat obediently at the entrance, awaiting Jiang Luo's return, beside which lay the Bloodfire Honey Badger, knocked unconscious by its antics. Jiang Luo approached and affectionately patted the head of the Dark Destruction God before placing it back into the Beast Mastery space. He then summoned a Spirit Beast Ball from his spatial ring and confined the Bloodfire Honey Badger within. Next, he returned to the large tree to store the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Earth Controller into the Beast Mastery space before retreating to his room for meditation. After 2 hours of deep contemplation, he washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, Jiang Luo awoke early. After washing up, he instructed his servants to prepare a simple yet nutritious breakfast, which he enjoyed at the stone table in the courtyard. Naturally, he also fed upgraded ingredients to his 3 spirit beasts. Sitting across from him, the satiated Dark Destruction God expressed a desire to play with toys. Jiang Luo released the Bloodfire Honey Badger from its Spirit Beast Ball for the Dark Destruction God to engage with. Initially, the Dark Destruction God kicked the Bloodfire Honey Badger away before chasing after it and delivering a flurry of blows. Before long, the Dark Destruction God dragged the now motionless Bloodfire Honey Badger back to Jiang Luo's side. Is it dead? Jiang Luo inquired upon seeing the state of the creature. The Dark Destruction God shook its head and replied, "It's still alive, but not moving." "It must have been knocked unconscious," Jiang Luo deduced. "Not unconscious. Look, its eyes are still open." The Dark Destruction God insisted, tugging at the Bloodfire Honey Badger's head to tilt it upwards. Upon seeing that the creature was indeed awake but utterly still, Jiang Luo remarked, "It seems you have subdued it. That's impressive, as this one is notoriously difficult to tame. It usually prefers to fight to the bitter end. That makes it rather dull," the Dark Destruction God mused. Its affinity for beating the Bloodfire Honey Badger stemmed not only from the latter's resilience, but also from its unyielding spirit, which made it entertaining to battle. Now, however, with the Honey Badger in this state, the thrill of the fight was lost. Gurgle, gurgle. Wait, perhaps it's just exhausted from hunger. It seems it hasn't eaten or drunk anything since being brought back, Jiang Luo pondered, suspecting his earlier judgment might have been flawed. Indeed, let's feed it some food, suggested the Dark Destruction God. All right. Jiang Luo promptly gathered the leftover food from the previous meal and offered it to the Bloodfire Honey Badger. Upon seeing the food, the famished Bloodfire Honey Badger perked up and devoured the offering voraciously. In no time, it finished the meal, licking the plate clean to the point it could serve as a mirror. After satisfying its hunger, the Bloodfire Honey Badger surged with renewed energy and charged angrily at the Dark Destruction God. The Dark Destruction God was instantly thrilled. It's back. It has returned to its former self. The exhilarated Dark Destruction God first delivered a powerful slap to the Bloodfire Honey Badger, sending it flying once more. Just as it was about to pounce for another round, Jiang Luo intervened to stop it. Let it digest for a while before striking, otherwise it may regurgitate. Rendering those morsels wasted, Jiang Luo advised the Dark Destruction God. Indeed, very well then. We shall thrash this creature shortly. The Dark Destruction God nodded in agreement. It refrained from attacking the Bloodfire Honey Badger, yet the vengeful creature incessantly launched assaults against it. Naturally, it was swatted away each time. Once it seemed the opponent had sufficiently digested, the Dark Destruction God initiated its rampage. The Bloodfire Honey Badger immediately began darting around the courtyard. Jiang Luo couldn't help but marvel at its remarkable resilience. Even a defensive spirit beast with a hardened shell would likely falter under such relentless assault. Yet this creature, devoid of any protective armor, seemed inexplicably tough. After the Dark Destruction God had its fill of play, Jiang Luo captured the barely conscious Bloodfire Honey Badger in a Spirit Beast Orb. There was no need for healing. The creature possessed formidable recuperative abilities. Each time it was almost defeated by the Dark Destruction God, it could simply be placed in the orb and released once more, revitalized and full of vigor. After securing the orb within his spatial ring, Jiang Luo rose and addressed the Azure Flame Dragon. "Let us depart. I shall take you to the secret realm for battle." Concerned that the Azure Flame Dragon might not reach silver rank before the Purple Lightning Wolf hatched and leveled up, he resolved to have the Azure Flame Dragon engage in combat within the hellish difficulty secret realm for several hours each day to accelerate its growth. Although the Azure Flame Dragon was not as destructive as the Dark Destruction God, it was a fervent warrior, passionate about battle, and perked up at Jiang Luo's words. The Dark Destruction God immediately expressed its desire to join in the fray. Only the Earth Master preferred tranquility over action, relishing in eating and sleeping. "You and the Earth Master may remain in the Beast Master space, while I focus on elevating the Azure Flame Dragon to golden rank," Jiang Luo instructed, promptly placing the Dark Destruction God and the Earth Master into their designated space. He then exited the courtyard with the Azure Flame Dragon and encountered Lin Tianya, who had been waiting at the entrance. Jiang Luo requested Lin Tianya to guide them to a hellish difficulty secret realm for training, which Lin Tianya obliged without hesitation. Over the following days, Jiang Luo persisted in this routine, eagerly anticipating the Azure Flame Dragon's ascension. However, the transition from silver to gold rank proved to be a formidable challenge. Despite daily feeding the Azure Flame Dragon upgrade materials and engaging it in battles within the hellish difficulty secret realm, he did not achieve his desired outcome. Instead, he received news that the purple lightning wolf was about to hatch. Upon arriving at Su Wei's location, Jiang Luo discovered that the shell of the purple lightning wolf's egg had already cracked, with fragments scattered about. Purple lightning surged across the shattered shell. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the egg completely shattered, revealing an adorable little wolf, adorned in a coat of purple lightning, before Jiang Luo and Su Wei. The little wolf was no larger than the palm of Jiang Luo's hand, its body of vibrant purple, with a pair of violet eyes that flickered with electric sparks. It has successfully hatched, Su Wei exclaimed with a smile. Upon witnessing the successful emergence of the purple lightning wolf, a smile also graced Jiang Luo's face. However, as he pondered, his joy swiftly faded. The purple lightning wolf had hatched, yet the Azure Flame Dragon had yet to level up. What if the purple lightning wolf surpassed the Azure Flame Dragon in rank? A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Luo. At that moment, the purple lightning wolf approached him and looked up with its adorable gaze. Seeing the charming little creature, Jiang Luo temporarily set aside his worries, crouching down to pet the little wolf's head. Instantly, the wolf affectionately nudged Jiang Luo with its soft, fluffy head. Having seen Jiang Luo first upon its birth, it naturally felt a bond with him. While petting it, Jiang Luo suddenly realized that he could now use the Eye of Divinity to examine the purple lightning wolf's attributes. This would allow him to discover its potential for evolution into a mythic-level spirit beast. Thus, he promptly activated the Eye of Divinity for inspection. Chapter 44. The purple lightning wolf can evolve into the Thunder Prison Wolf. Spirit beast name, Purple Lightning Wolf. Level, Black Iron. Attribute, Lightning. Skills, Purple Lightning Sphere. Purple Lightning Claw, Thunder Shockwave. Potential, Legendary. Evolution Route, Purple Lightning Wolf, Thunder Prison Wolf. Name, Thunder Prison Wolf. Attribute, Lightning. Skills, Thunder Punishment, Thunder Prison, Thunderstorm. Potential, Mythic. Upon reviewing this information, Jiang Luo learned that the Purple Lightning Wolf could evolve into the Thunder Prison Wolf, a spirit beast with formidable combat capabilities and mythic-level potential, which greatly pleased him. I must contract you, Jiang Luo declared resolutely, gazing at the Purple Lightning Wolf cub. He then departed with the young wolf. Along the way, he encountered a servant and instructed them to prepare some plain steamed buns to be delivered to his residence, emphasizing that they must contain no trace of spiritual energy. These buns were intended for the Purple Lightning Wolf. He could not neglect to feed the little creature, but he was adamant that it should not consume anything infused with spiritual energy. If possible, he would prefer the wolf not even to breathe, as the ambient spiritual energy could be absorbed even through respiration. Unlike humans, spirit beasts could absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Consequently, their internal spiritual energy would accumulate to such an extent that they could level up without consuming upgrade materials, especially as the transition from black iron to bronze rank required minimal spiritual energy. Xiao Luo, what is this little wolf? Jiang Luo's parents inquired as they walked, noticing the small companion trailing behind him. This is the Purple Lightning Wolf, which possesses the potential to evolve into a mythic-level spirit beast, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. During this time, his parents had also learned about Wu Jun's visit to apologize and present a mythic-quality Purple Lightning Wolf spirit beast egg. Oh, when did it hatch? Jiang Tian asked, his eyes alight with delight. Tian Yin also gazed at the Purple Lightning Wolf cub with joy. Not long ago, Jiang Luo responded. What spirit beast does it evolve into once it reaches mythic-level potential? Jiang Tian inquired curiously. The Thunder Prison Wolf. Jiang Luo answered. The Thunder Prison Wolf? Jiang Tian and Tian Yin were understandably unfamiliar with it, as no mythic-level potential spirit beasts had previously appeared. Even with their status, they had no means of knowing. Recognizing their lack of understanding, Jiang Luo shared some fundamental information about the Thunder Prison Wolf. After learning about its basic attributes, they gained a preliminary understanding, recognizing it as a formidable entity. While it was uncertain whether it surpassed the Dark Destruction God and the Earth Master, it certainly seemed stronger than the Azure Flame Dragon. Very impressive, Jiang Tian and Tian Yin nodded in admiration. However, I am unable to contract it just yet, Jiang Luo remarked. Why not? Jiang Tian asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Before Jiang Luo could respond, Tian Yin interjected. Clearly, Xiao Luo has yet to reach the golden rank as a beast master, preventing him from forming a contract. Precisely, Jiang Luo affirmed. Oh, how could I have forgotten about that? No worries, Xiao Luo, there is still time. During this period, let the Azure Flame Divine Dragon engage in battles to expedite its evolution. Refrain from giving the Purple Lightning Wolf any energy-rich sustenance, and try to limit its physical activity. Father will also send someone to search for items that can accelerate the Azure Flame Divine Dragon's evolution, Jiang Tian remarked. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. By the way, could you also mention what materials the Purple Lightning Wolf requires to evolve into the Thunder Prison Wolf? Father will arrange for someone to look for them immediately. This way, once you establish a bond with the Purple Lightning Wolf, you may be able to take it directly for its evolution, Jiang Tian continued. All right, Jiang Luo affirmed, stating. The materials needed for the Purple Lightning Wolf to evolve into the Thunder Prison Wolf are the Thunder Soul Fruit, the Thunderstone, and the Sirius Star. Good, remember that. Now, let us await Father's good news, Jiang Tian said. After parting ways with his parents, Jiang Luo continued on his way home with the Purple Lightning Wolf. As he walked, Jiang Luo suddenly halted, scooping up the Purple Lightning Wolf into his arms, fearing that it might exert itself too much and hinder its growth. The Purple Lightning Wolf, unaware of Jiang Luo's intentions, was delighted by the embrace, nuzzling its head against Jiang Luo's chin. Jiang Luo could even feel the faint electric currents radiating from its fur, tingling. This electric energy is formidable. It feels as though the Purple Lightning Wolf would evolve swiftly even without any intervention. How vexing, Jiang Luo sighed, carrying the Purple Lightning Wolf back to his residence. Upon returning, Jiang Luo settled into a rocking chair in the courtyard, cradling the Purple Lightning Wolf, unwilling to let it wander. Shortly thereafter, a servant delivered the steamed buns he had requested. He fed one to the Purple Lightning Wolf, having never tasted anything of substance before. Indeed, having consumed nothing at all, the young wolf relished the bun. After finishing one, it eagerly sought more. As the buns contained little energy, Jiang Luo fed it another. He then endeavored to lull the little creature to sleep, for only once it slumbered could Jiang Luo find peace. However, the little one was full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue, much to Jiang Luo's frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He summoned the Earth Controller from the beast's space, who was currently in slumber. He instructed it to help the Purple Lightning Wolf sleep. The Earth Controller, bemused, questioned the necessity of assistance, promptly laying down to rest. Jiang Luo, feeling exasperated, directed the Earth Controller to embrace the Purple Lightning Wolf tightly, ensuring it would not roam about, lest it risk going hungry that night. Upon hearing that failing in this task would result in no dinner, the Earth Controller perked up, wrapping its arms around the Purple Lightning Wolf and pressing it down to rest. Jiang Luo then rose to take the Azure Flame Divine Dragon into the secret realm for further battle. With the Purple Lightning Wolf having hatched, time was of the essence for him and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. They needed to act swiftly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Yet the Azure Flame Divine Dragon had still not evolved. Jiang Luo lived in constant anxiety. Despite withholding all energy-rich food from the Purple Lightning Wolf and ensuring the Earth Controller kept it asleep for over 20 hours daily, he sensed that it would not be long before the Purple Lightning Wolf underwent its evolution. As for the items that could hasten the Azure Flame Divine Dragon's evolution, even the Jiang family could not procure them at will. Such items were rare and elusive wherever they appeared. Regarding the 3 materials necessary for the Purple Lightning Wolf's evolution into the Thunder Prison Wolf, there had been no news. This, however, did not trouble Jiang Luo overly much, as he had yet to establish a bond with it. Approaching the small Purple Lightning Wolf, which lay immobilized under the Earth Controller's grip, he gently stroked its head, saying, "I apologize for having to impose on you a while longer. Once we are bonded, I promise you a grand feast and days of unbridled play." With that, Jiang Luo stood and exited the courtyard, resolute in bringing the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to train in the hellish-level secret realm. Just as he was about to leave the courtyard, he spotted his father descending from the skies aboard the Ice Phoenix Tiger. Chapter 45. The Emergence of the Nightmare-level Silver-class Demonized Secret Realm. Xiao Luo, a Silver-class Demonized Secret Realm has emerged within our southern domain, and it is of Nightmare-level difficulty. I must ask for your assistance, Jiang Tian informed Jiang Luo. The appearance of a demonized secret realm in the southern domain necessitated that the leading families undertake the responsibility of eradicating the demonic seeds within. Any delay that allowed these seeds to grow beyond control would place them at fault. After all, once the demonic seeds grew in strength, they would pose a threat not only to the southern domain, but also to the other regions. Consequently, when a demonized secret realm appeared in any domain, the elite forces of the other domains were generally willing to assist. However, the rapid growth of the demonic seeds often meant there was little time to wait for reinforcements. Whichever domain was afflicted had to dispatch their elite forces quickly to eliminate the threat. The demonic seeds within a nightmare-level demonized secret realm were particularly formidable, as they were parasitic upon powerful spirit beasts, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Moreover, this secret realm was classified as silver level. The elite forces of their respective domains could not enter, leaving only strong silver-class beast masters to undertake the task. Unless one was like Jiang Luo, a core progeny of a leading power, receiving extensive training from his family, and fortuitously a silver-class beast master, one would lack the requisite strength. Among the three foremost families of the southern domain, only Jiang Luo met the criteria. The previous incursion into the bronze-class demonized secret realm resulted in the loss of the He brothers, while the Gu siblings remained as bronze-class beast masters. Even if they weren't, they would likely struggle to complete the mission, risking their lives in the process. The prior bronze-class demonized secret realm, which was merely of difficulty level, had already posed significant challenges, and without Jiang Luo, they would certainly have perished inside. Now, facing a nightmare-level demonized secret realm, their capabilities were utterly inadequate. Undoubtedly, Jiang Luo's awakening of the mythic-level potential talent, the Divine Eye, and his acquisition of a mythic-level potential spirit beast were fortuitous for the southern domain and the entire beast master continent. Otherwise, they would not have been able to avert the crisis posed by these two demonized secret realms. I understand. Please take me there. Jiang Luo responded without hesitation. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Since he was the only one capable of addressing this predicament, he could not shy away from the challenge. Moreover, he believed that with the Dark Destruction God by his side, the situation should be manageable. After all, the Dark Destruction God was immensely powerful, capable of defeating foes well beyond their level, and even subduing opponents 2 tiers higher. Additionally, the Dark Destruction God thrived in areas dense with dark energy, enhancing its combat prowess while exhibiting strong resistance to dark-type energies. Since the spirit beasts that had been demonized were imbued with dark energy, the Dark Destruction God was particularly effective against them. This led Jiang Luo to believe that even facing numerous powerful demonized beasts, the Dark Destruction God would have little trouble. Very well. Although Zhang Tian was reluctant for Jiang Luo to take such risks, the circumstances left him no choice but to allow it. Thus, Jiang Luo boarded his father's Ice Phoenix Tiger, setting off towards the location of the hellish-level silver-class demonized secret realm. Upon arriving at this location, Jiang Luo discovered that his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, the strongest of the He family, He Yuntian, the head of the He family, He Feiyu, the mightiest of the Gu family, Gu Qian, and the head of the Gu family, Gu Zhang, were all present. Xiao Luo, once you enter the secret realm, exercise utmost caution, Jiang Yuanshan advised, a hint of worry in his voice. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall remain unharmed, Jiang Luo reassured him. Although Jiang Yuanshan remained somewhat apprehensive, he nodded in acknowledgement. Young Master Jiang, I entrust this task to you, Gu Zhang said, clasping his fists in respect. In his eyes, Jiang Luo was not merely ridding the Jiang family of demons, but liberating the entire southern region, and thus, he felt a deep admiration for him. Do not worry. Head Gu, I will eradicate all the demonic seeds within this secret realm, Jiang Luo declared. Excellent. We await your good news. We have already conferred and decided that upon your return, both the Gu and He families will present you with a grand gift to express our gratitude, Gu Zhang stated. Is that so? Thank you very much. Time is of the essence. I shall not delay further and will commence the extermination of demons, Jiang Luo concluded, summoning the Azure Flame Divine Dragon as he ventured into the demonized secret realm. Upon entry, Jiang Luo found himself amidst a dense forest teeming with flourishing trees and lush vegetation. However, in the blink of an eye, the trees and foliage around him began to wither. Jiang Luo immediately realized that demonic seeds were nearby. He promptly searched the vicinity with the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Soon, they spotted a pitch-black leopard feasting upon a deer. This black panther was enveloped in dark energy, and upon hearing Jiang Luo's footsteps, it turned its head, its crimson eyes brimming with bloodlust and ferocity, fixating on him. Clearly, this creature had been transformed into a vicious demon beast. With a roar, the demon leopard lunged at Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful tail swipe that sent the demon leopard crashing into a desiccated tree. Evidently, this beast was not particularly formidable. Jiang Luo examined it with his divine eye, identifying the beast as the Dark Blood War Leopard, which possessed considerable combat prowess. However, after its transformation, its strength was notably diminished, indicating that the demonic seed infesting it was weak. Consequently, after the Azure Flame Divine Dragon unleashed its claws, It swiftly dispatched the beast and obliterated the demonic seed residing within its skull. After vanquishing the demon beast, Jiang Luo chose not to depart, instead remaining in place to see if any additional demonic seeds would appear. Before long, sounds began to emanate from all directions. Soon, 6 demon beasts, shrouded in dark energy and with blood-red eyes filled with ferocity, approached. Jiang Luo's expression turned serious, and he hurriedly summoned the dark destruction deity from his beastmaster space, asking, "If I were to tell you that I wish for you to deal with a few powerful demon beasts, would you deem my request too outrageous?" The dark destruction deity swept her gaze across the 6 demon beasts, grinning as she replied, "Not at all. Eliminating them will be a breeze." "Really?" Jiang Luo asked, somewhat incredulous. Although he was well aware of the dark destruction deity's terrifying strength and her advantage over demon beasts, the sheer number of adversaries made him skeptical. "Watch closely," the dark destruction deity said, her eyes swirling with a dark vortex. Suddenly, a black whirlpool materialized before her, promptly engulfing the 6 demon beasts and devouring them whole. Jiang Luo was left utterly astounded. Chapter 46. You mustn't be so absurd. Goodness, you mustn't be so absurd, Jiang Luo exclaimed, recovering from his shock. The dark destruction deity smiled shyly and replied, "It's nothing too remarkable." "Nothing remarkable? It's absolutely outrageous." To Jiang Luo, the dark destruction deity's formidable demon extermination abilities were undeniably advantageous. However, this experience far exceeded his expectations, leaving him thoroughly astonished. The key is that they harbor immense dark power within them. The more they possess, the easier they are to eliminate, the dark destruction deity explained. "Why is that? I understand you can resist most dark power, but that shouldn't allow you to dispatch them so easily. It should merely enable you to better withstand their attacks." Jiang Luo inquired, perplexed. The dark destruction deity chuckled and said, "I can not only resist most dark power, I can also effortlessly destroy it. Otherwise, why would I be called the dark destruction deity?" "A dark destruction deity, you say? I assumed it meant you wielded dark power and possessed strong destructive energy." Jiang Luo mused. Had this incident not occurred, he might have forever misunderstood the origin of the dark destruction deity's name. "Is this considered a talent of yours?" Jiang Luo asked. "Indeed, a racial talent," the dark destruction deity replied, her large, round, obsidian eyes glinting. "Terrifying, but splendid. With that, you are practically the nemesis of demon beasts." Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. He had previously harbored concerns about the difficulty of this demon extermination task. Now, it seemed he had been overly apprehensive. At that moment, distant sounds echoed once more. The dark destruction deity's cat-like ears perked up as she remarked, "More demon beasts are coming to seek their doom." No sooner had she spoken than another 6 demon beasts charged forth. Another 6? It truly lives up to the nightmarish difficulty of this demonized secret realm, Jiang Luo thought, a wave of dread washing over him. Thank goodness the dark destruction deity is so effective against demon beasts. Otherwise, I would be doomed in this demonized secret realm today. After all, the sheer number of demon beasts was overwhelming, and there was no one to assist in diverting their attention. Even with the ability to dispatch them quickly, if just one managed to attack him, it would spell disaster. In his haste to enter, he had failed to consider this crucial aspect. Had he done so, he might have hesitated before stepping inside. Not only he, but also Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, He Yun Tian, He Fei Yu, Gu Qian, Gu Zhang, and others waiting outside the secret realm were equally aware of this grim reality. Given that this was a nightmare-level demonized secret realm, they concluded that Jiang Luo's chances of survival were exceedingly slim. In an instant, Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian felt as if they had been struck by lightning, nearly losing their footing and filled with regret for allowing Jiang Luo to undertake the demon extermination. He Yun Tian, He Fei Yu, Gu Qian, and Gu Zhang sighed in unison, comforting Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian. They all held great admiration for Jiang Luo and did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Yet it appeared that his survival outside the demonized secret realm was improbable. Quickly, return and gather a large number of silver-level beastmasters to enter and assist Xiao Luo. Jiang Yuanshan commanded, his complexion pale and his voice weak. The once mighty legendary-level beastmaster now resembled a frail old man, feeble and ailing. Jiang Tian, equally pale and trembling, struggled to accept the possibility of his son's misfortune. Yet, he knew that finding someone to enter and search for Jiang Luo might offer a glimmer of hope. Thus, Jiang Tian hurriedly mounted the Xianbing flying tiger and raced back to the Jiang family. He Yun Tian, He Fei Yu, Gu Qian, and Gu Zhang were aware that seeking assistance at this juncture would yield minimal results. Even initially dispatching a greater number of silver-tier beastmasters and sending Jiang Luo into the fray would prove ineffective, as their strength was simply insufficient. Thus, sheer numbers would be of little value. However, witnessing Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian's current plight stirred a sense of guilt within them. After all, Jiang Luo's endeavor was not solely for the Jiang family. Should he succeed in vanquishing the demons, they too would reap the benefits. Therefore, He Yuntian and Gu Qian instructed their sons to return to their residences and gather some silver-tier beastmasters to assist. While they understood this might be futile, it nonetheless conveyed their unwavering support. Meanwhile, within the demonized secret realm, Jiang Luo sat atop the carcass of a beast alongside the Dark Destroyer, intently observing the fierce battle between the Qingyan Divine Dragon and the last remaining living beast. Indeed, while Jiang Yuanshan and the others were conversing, the other 5 beasts had already been dealt with by the Dark Destroyer. The strongest beast remained alive, primarily because the Qingyan Divine Dragon sensed an impending breakthrough and required a strenuous confrontation to catalyze its evolution. Thus, the mightiest beast was left for it to contend with. Jiang Luo and the Dark Destroyer remained perched on the beast's remains, eagerly anticipating the Qingyan Divine Dragon's ascension. Should that occur, he would then be able to forge a contract with the Purple Lightning Wolf. At the Gu residence, Gu Lingbing, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, was tending to her flowers in the courtyard when Gu Yin, the eldest son of the Gu family, entered and informed her, "Sister, did you know that Jiang Luo has perished?" The cheerful Gu Lingbing's expression shifted dramatically, her hand trembling as she dropped the watering can onto the ground. "No, it can't be. How could Jiang Luo possibly die?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with agitation as she turned to Gu Yin for clarification. "How could my father possibly be mistaken?" Gu Yin replied. "He mentioned that a silver-tiered demonized secret realm has emerged in Thundercloud Valley, one of nightmarish difficulty. Only Jiang Luo had a chance to succeed in exterminating the demons, so he ventured inside. Initially, we believed that with his strength, he might return safely. But upon further reflection, it seems he ventured into certain doom." "Jiang Luo has attained silver tier?" Gu Lingbing was taken aback by this revelation. Gu Yin nodded, remarking, "Indeed. His rate of advancement is astonishing. I wonder what beastmaster talents he has awakened?" "Hearing you say that, it doesn't necessarily confirm Jiang Luo's demise. It's merely conjecture from father." Gu Lingbing recalled Gu Yan's words, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. However, she pondered, yet he entered alone. And if the number of beasts is significant, even the Qingyan dragon would be unable to protect him. Moreover, this is a nightmarish difficulty demonized secret realm, where the beasts will surely be numerous, at least as many as we encountered in the bronze-tier demonized secret realm at the challenging level. Gu Yin acknowledged her thoughts. "You make a valid point. How could Jiang Luo possibly emerge alive from such a situation?" "Sister, why are you reacting so strongly to Jiang Luo's death? While he is indeed a commendable individual, and his passing is a loss, he is hardly a blood relative. At most, he is an ordinary friend. Your reaction baffles me," Gu Yin observed, perplexed by his sister's emotional response. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingbing blushed and replied, "How can you say we are mere acquaintances? We share a bond akin to life and death. When did we become such close companions?" Gu Yin questioned, confused. "During our last expedition into the demonized secret realm, we fought side by side against the beasts in a dire situation. Does that not count as a shared experience of life and death?" Gu Lingbing retorted. "Now that you mention it, it does seem to hold some truth," Gu Yin conceded with a nod. "Moreover, Jiang Luo is our savior. Had it not been for him during our last venture into the demonized secret realm, we might not have survived. We would have perished alongside the He brothers long ago." Gu Lingbing added, "Your words resonate. Indeed, if Jiang Luo has perished, it is a cause for sorrow," Gu Yin stated earnestly. As he spoke, he attempted to cultivate a sense of grief within himself, but this proved to be a formidable task. After a prolonged effort, he failed to express even a semblance of sorrow. Observing his sister's deep despair, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Jiang Luo, deeming himself heartless. "Forgive me, Jiang Luo. I find it difficult to feel sorrow, but rest assured, I will honor you with offerings each year," Gu Yin silently vowed. At that moment, Jiang Tian, He Feiyu, and Gu Zhang, accompanied by the silver-tier beastmasters from their respective families, arrived before the demonized secret realm, preparing to send them in search of Jiang Luo. The number of individuals was limited, as sending those with lackluster abilities would be futile and merely a death sentence. Many capable individuals, upon hearing of the demonized secret realm, expressed their refusal to enter, regardless of the compensation offered. Certainly, Jiang Tian, He Feiyu, and Gu Zhang had the authority to coerce them, threatening death for noncompliance. Yet they refrained, recognizing the futility of such an approach. Even if you force someone into the secret realm, if they harbor resentment, how could they possibly assist you? They might lash out at an injured Jiang Luo in a fit of rage. Thus, they opted not to compel anyone. Of course, those unwilling to enter lost the opportunity for a lucrative position. The silver-tier beast masters who volunteered to seek out Jiang Luo were individuals who had previously benefited from their families and were driven by a sense of gratitude. Esteemed colleagues, I implore you, Jiang Tian addressed the silver-tier beast masters with a respectful bow. Rest assured, master, we shall do our utmost to bring the young master back. They responded affirmatively. With a nod, Jiang Tian watched as the silver-tier beast masters ventured into the secret realm. Within the secret realm, the Qingyan divine dragon continued its fierce battle with the beast. The opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to triumph, even with the use of the Qingyan battle armor. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo and the Dark Destroyer had observed for an extended period without encountering any additional beasts, leading him to surmise that they had all been vanquished. Under normal circumstances, if any beasts remained, they would have rushed to the aid of their comrade. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he intended to ensure the defeat of this beast before conducting a thorough search. Of course, this was contingent upon the Qingyan divine dragon not evolving within the secret realm, for that would result in their immediate expulsion, leaving them no opportunity to seek out any remaining beasts. Should any latent demonic entities remain hidden, they could pose a significant threat once Jiang Luo departed. Nevertheless, the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, as human research on demonic entities indicated that they were relentless in their pursuit of vitality and essence, continuously striving to enhance their power. However, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility that, after 2 consecutive waves of beasts had been dispatched, some demonic entities might have alerted their brethren to conceal themselves. Yet, this potentiality was also quite low, given that 1 beast still remained alive. If any other demonic entities existed, they would likely come forth to assist in battle. While demonic entities possessed considerable intelligence, they were not human and could not fathom that Jiang Luo intended to utilize their assistance to elevate his familiar. Nevertheless, to ensure utmost certainty, after vanquishing the beast, Jiang Luo felt compelled to conduct a search. Thus, he instructed the Azure Flame Divine Dragon not to level up in this location. When the moment of potential breakthrough approached, he would need to cease combat. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon acknowledged his command. A disturbance stirred. After a while, the feline ears of the Dark Destruction God twitched suddenly. Addressing Jiang Luo, could it be that another beast was approaching? Jiang Luo became alert, hoping that the remaining beasts would converge, sparing him the effort of searching for them later. However, it was not a beast, but rather humans. As the figures drew nearer, the Dark Destruction God discerned that they were indeed human. Humans? Could it be that they were not reassured and had dispatched silver-tier beast tamers to assist? Jiang Luo speculated. Soon, a group of individuals approached him. These were, of course, the silver-tier beast tamers sent by the 3 clans in search of Jiang Luo to offer their aid. Upon seeing Jiang Luo alive and unharmed, their faces lit up with joy, particularly those from the Jiang clan. Jiang Luo had always treated the Jiang family's servants kindly, so these individuals genuinely wished for his safety. "Young master, you are alive," exclaimed a silver-tier beast tamer from the Jiang clan, rushing to Jiang Luo with excitement and relief. "Of course, who do you think I am? How could I possibly perish?" Jiang Luo replied with a smile. "Haha, indeed, young master, you are destined for greatness. It is impossible for you to die." The silver-tier beast tamer laughed heartily. "Young master, could it be that all these beasts were slain by your Azure Flame Dragon?" Noticing the multitude of beast carcasses scattered about, and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon still engaged in battle with a formidable beast, the group of silver-tier beast tamers was utterly astonished, with some from the Jiang clan unable to contain their curiosity. Naturally, Jiang Luo affirmed, the terrifying combat prowess of the Dark Destruction God could not be revealed at this juncture. Therefore, upon their arrival, Jiang Luo instructed the Dark Destruction God to remain still, feigning the role of a mere doll. The combat capability of young master's Azure Flame Dragon is truly formidable. It has vanquished so many beasts while ensuring young master remains unscathed, and even has the leisure to play with a doll. It is utterly astonishing, they remarked. Indeed, we initially feared we would either accompany young master in death or be left to collect his remains, yet we never anticipated young master would emerge unscathed. The Jiang clan's silver-tier beast tamers echoed. Jiang Luo rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking to himself how they had considered every scenario except for the possibility of his survival. "Young master, this is not our fault. The upper echelons of the 3 clans believed you were dead," they explained. "Yes, everyone was merely unwilling to accept it and insisted on searching, although deep down, they understood you were unlikely to be alive." The old patriarch and the clan leader appeared utterly devastated. It was heart-wrenching to witness. "I saw Madam faint when I arrived," the Jiang clan's beast tamers lamented. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo felt a surge of urgency. "You must hurry and inform them that I am alive. Remember, rush back to the estate and tell my mother. I fear she might do something irrational." Chapter 48. The The Dark Destruction God takes action. The Azure Flame Dragon feels inferior. Then, young master, do you not require our assistance? One of the Jiang clan's silver-tier beast tamers inquired. No need. Your presence would not aid me. Quickly convey the message, Jiang Luo insisted. With them present, he would find it difficult to unleash the Dark Destruction God's full potential. This beast was exceedingly powerful, and it appeared the Azure Flame Dragon could not subdue it. Moreover, even if it could, should it approach a critical level of advancement, they would have to cease fighting. Their presence would only complicate matters for him. Seeing Jiang Luo in a position of safety, the others felt reassured and obediently departed, each eagerly sharing the good news with those waiting outside. Shortly after their departure, the Azure Flame Dragon informed Jiang Luo that it could not continue fighting, lest it advance in level. Jiang Luo promptly commanded it to halt and allowed the Dark Destruction God to take over the battle. The Dark Destruction God, who had just been feigning a doll, was finally able to move. With a swift motion, it launched a Dark Destruction Ball, obliterating the beast that the Azure Flame Dragon had struggled against. Witnessing this scene, the Azure Flame Dragon felt a pang of inferiority. Surely there were no more beasts remaining? Previously, he had neglected to inform them that once all beasts were eradicated, they should notify him. However, even without his prompting, his grandfather would likely send someone to inform him. Perhaps it would be best to wait here for a while. Yes, waiting here seemed prudent. If they left and the others returned seeking him, it would become troublesome. Thus, Jiang Luo resolved to remain a while longer, instructing the Azure Flame Dragon not to move erratically to avoid leveling up. Eager to relay the good news to those waiting outside, the silver-tier beast tamers tasked with locating Jiang Luo swiftly mounted their beasts, racing toward the exit of the secret realm. Before long, they arrived at the exit, emerging into the open. Upon seeing them return, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and others displayed expressions of anxiety, hoping to spot Jiang Luo among the crowd. However, he was nowhere to be found, leaving them disheartened. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian felt a profound sense of despair. It seemed that Xiao Luo had likely perished. Jiang Lao, clan leader, the young master is perfectly fine, alive and well. A silver-tier beast tamer from the Jiang clan eagerly approached Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian, his face brimming with joy. What did you say? Xiao Luo is unharmed, alive and well. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian's expressions transformed, their hands trembling with excitement. Yes, the young master has sustained no injuries. There is no need for concern, the silver-tier beast tamer affirmed. Then why hasn't he come out with you? Jiang Tian inquired. The young master is still inside combating the beasts. He instructed us to relay the news of his survival to you, so you need not worry. The silver-tier beast tamer explained. Still battling beasts? Just how many are there inside that he can handle alone? Jiang Yuanshan asked in astonishment. It's truly astonishing. When we found the young master, his Azure Flame Dragon was engaged in combat with a beast, yet around them lay a multitude of slain beasts, over 10. All dispatched by the young master's Azure Flame Dragon. It's staggering. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The silver-tier beast tamer recounted, still feeling a sense of disbelief. Over 10. Upon learning that Jiang Luo's Azure Flame Dragon had already defeated more than 10 beasts while ensuring his safety, both Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian were utterly stunned. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of these beasts, especially within a nightmare-level secret realm. They could scarcely fathom how Jiang Luo's Azure Flame Dragon had accomplished such a feat. Had they not known that leveling up in a silver-tier secret realm would result in a forced exit, they might have suspected that the Azure Flame Dragon had advanced. Yes, indeed, over 10. Clan leader, quickly contact Madam and share this joyous news with her. She must be greatly concerned. When I arrived, I saw her faint, and the young master is worried she might take it poorly, urging us to relay the message of his survival immediately. The silver-ranked beast master, while conversing, suddenly recalled the matter entrusted to him by Jiang Luo and promptly addressed Jiang Tian. Indeed, it was time to make a call to inform her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tian hastily retrieved his phone to contact his wife, only to discover that there was no signal, realizing that they were in a valley devoid of reception. Thus, he decided to take the Beast Emperor-level flying spirit beast, the Xianbing Flying Tiger, to the nearest city, where he knew reception would be available. At this moment, he and Tian, He Feiyu, Gu Qian, and Gu Zhang also learned that Jiang Luo was still alive and had slain over 10 magical beasts, leaving them all in a state of astonishment. They could hardly comprehend how Jiang Luo had accomplished such a feat. In their astonishment, their gazes shifted from sympathy to envy as they regarded Jiang Yuanshan. With such an exceptional grandson, the Jiang family was bound to flourish even more in the future. Congratulations, old Jiang. How enviable to have such an outstanding grandson like Xiao Luo, exclaimed one. Indeed, old Jiang, you are truly fortunate. Another remarked. A single person defeating over 10 magical beasts. Xiao Luo's combat prowess is simply terrifying. If only we had more beast masters like him. Would we still need to worry about eradicating the magical seeds? He Yuntian, He Feiyu, Gu Qian, and Gu Zhang approached Jiang Yuanshan, expressing their admiration. It is a relief that Xiao Luo is safe. I never anticipated that his beast would be so formidable, Jiang Yuanshan said with a smile. Look, the black-purple energy beam released by the demonic secret realm has transformed into a vibrant green. Indeed, when did that happen? Someone inquired, having just noticed the change. This indicates that the demonic energy within the secret realm has dissipated, which means the magical seeds have been eradicated. Should we not inform the young master? Otherwise, he may remain unaware of the eradication and continue searching for the magical seeds within the secret realm. Hearing the silver-ranked beast masters discuss this, Jiang Yuanshan and the others turned to observe the energy beam, confirming its green hue, which indeed signified the magical seed's elimination. Yes, we ought to inform Xiao Luo at once. Lest he remain oblivious and continue his search, Jiang Yuanshan agreed. Let us proceed into the secret realm to convey the news. The silver-ranked beast masters of the Jiang family hurried into the secret realm. At that moment, Jiang Tian, aboard the Xianbing Flying Tiger, arrived in a nearby city and called his wife, Tian Yin, to inform her that Jiang Luo was alive and had slain over 10 magical beasts. Upon learning that her son was safe, Tian Yin was overwhelmed with joy, moved to tears. However, when she discovered that Jiang Luo's Qingyan divine dragon had killed numerous magical beasts, she was left utterly astonished and incredulous. Chapter 49. The Qingyan divine dragon levels up. Jiang Luo is teleported out of the secret realm. Young master, the magical seeds have been eradicated. You can exit now. Several silver-ranked beast masters from the Jiang family exclaimed joyfully upon encountering Jiang Luo. Is that so? Splendid. Let us depart, Jiang Luo replied, his eyes sparkling with delight upon learning of the magical seed's eradication. He stored the dark destruction god in his beast space, intending to leave the secret realm with the Qingyan divine dragon and his companions. Just then, the Qingyan divine dragon could no longer contain itself, erupting in a blaze of scorching azure flames, leading to its evolution from silver rank to gold rank. With the Qingyan divine dragon's ascension, Jiang Luo received the corresponding upgrade feedback, thus elevating his own status from silver-ranked beastmaster to gold-ranked beastmaster. Subsequently, he was teleported out of the secret realm, vanishing before the eyes of the silver-ranked beastmasters from the Jiang family. These silver-ranked beastmasters stood in stunned silence, as if petrified, witnessing the Qingyan divine dragon's evolution. Just moments ago, their young master had awakened his beastmaster talents and formed a contract with his spirit beast, and now he had unexpectedly become a gold-ranked beastmaster. Such rapid advancement seemed utterly preposterous. Outside the secret realm, Jiang Yuanshan, He Yuntian, He Feiyu, Gu Qian, Gu Zhang, and others awaited Jiang Luo's emergence. Suddenly, after a disturbance in the spatial fabric nearby, Jiang Luo and the Qingyan divine dragon materialized before them. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the phenomenon. Why had Jiang Luo and his spirit beast not exited through the secret realm's entrance, but instead appeared out of thin air? However, in the next instant, many among them grasped the situation, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Xiao Luo, you were teleported out? Jiang Tian, having flown back on the Xianbing Flying Tiger, witnessed the scene and hurried over to Jiang Luo. With a resigned nod, Jiang Luo confirmed. He had intended to keep this matter under wraps, as the speed of his ascension was rather extraordinary. Yet, the Qingyan divine dragon had erupted in evolution within the secret realm. Furthermore, outside the secret realm, not only were Jiang's kin present, but also members of the He and Gu families. Upon learning of Jiang Luo's elevation to gold rank, the He and Gu families were naturally astounded. However, this revelation made it somewhat easier for them to accept the news of Jiang Luo's Qingyan divine dragon having slain multiple magical beasts. They reasoned that such formidable combat prowess must be linked to the dragon's imminent upgrade. In other words, the Qingyan divine dragon was already on the brink of gold rank, thus enabling it to effortlessly vanquish over 10 magical beasts. Otherwise, they simply could not fathom how Jiang Luo's Qingyan divine dragon had accomplished such a feat of course. They also speculated that the dragon's exceptional capabilities were significantly influenced by Jiang Luo's innate talents. After all, while the Qingyan divine dragon possessed remarkable racial strength, it was not powerful enough to contend against numerous magical beasts single-handedly. Noticing Jiang Luo's somewhat helpless smile, Jiang Tian immediately realized that it was best to keep the upgrade a secret from others. Yet, there was little he could do. The spectacle of Jiang Luo's teleportation was witnessed by all, and even without inquiry, they would likely deduce the truth. You have done us a great service, young master. by eradicating the magical seeds within the secret realm, thus averting future troubles for us all. He Yuntian, who held great admiration for Jiang Luo, was the first to express his gratitude with a cheerful demeanor. Old he, you are too kind. It was my duty, Jiang Luo replied politely. What a splendid child. If only I had a grandson like you, I would gladly live 100 years less. He Yuntian's admiration for Jiang Luo grew, and he yearned for a grandson of such caliber. You flatter me, Jiang Luo said with an awkward smile. Indeed, we owe a great deal to young Master Jiang. As we previously agreed, our family owes you a grand gift. This is my family's offering. Please accept it, Gu Zhang stated, stepping forward at Gu Qian's behest, and summoned a crystal-clear snow lotus, resembling an exquisite ice sculpture, from his spatial ring, presenting it to Jiang Luo. What is this? Jiang Luo was unfamiliar with the snow lotus's purpose, yet the chill it emanated invigorated him. This is the ice snow lotus. It can be used in potions and serves as a precious material for evolution. Additionally, it can be placed nearby during meditation to significantly enhance the speed of meditation. Gu Zhang elaborated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's face lit up with joy. This was indeed a remarkable item. It would greatly expedite his meditation speed, allowing him to fully unleash his innate talents. Certainly, this is not only beneficial for him, it is evidently advantageous for any beast master. I must say, the Gu family has indeed presented an extraordinary gift. Initially, Jiang Luo had presumed that this so-called grand gift was merely something of monetary value, not particularly rare or practical. To his surprise, the Gu family was capable of offering such a remarkable treasure. Master Gu, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious, Jiang Luo said. Although he secretly cherished it, he understood that feigning refusal was the more prudent course of action. After all, Master Gu had publicly presented this treasure to him, and there was no way he would retract it, nor could it be rescinded due to a mere act of his refusal. Can a gift be deemed grand if it lacks value? When I promised you a grand gift, it must be something of worth. Accept it. You have rendered great service in vanquishing the demons, and this is rightfully yours, Gu Zhang stated. Very well, if that is the case, I shall graciously accept. Jiang Luo conceded, no longer pretending to decline as he accepted the ice lotus and placed it within his spatial ring. The Gu family had indeed made a substantial gesture. The gift was exceedingly precious. As for our family's grand gift, it must not be lacking. Xiao Luo, this is for you. He Yuntian summoned a fiery red longsword from his spatial ring and presented it to Jiang Luo. A sword? Upon seeing what He Yuntian referred to as a grand gift, everyone was somewhat taken aback. In the Beast Master continent, humans cannot cultivate, and their strength is limited. Even possessing a fine sword would not yield significant power. Thus, a sword is not considered a particularly valuable treasure for a beast master. This is no ordinary sword. It is one that has given birth to a sword spirit. And this sword spirit possesses legendary potential. Everyone should understand that it is quite challenging to form a contract with a sword that has a sword spirit, especially one of legendary caliber, He Yuntian elucidated. A sword that has given birth to a sword spirit of legendary potential is undoubtedly worthy of a contract. The birth of a sword spirit is no simple feat. Its attack power is formidable, and few spirit beasts of the same rank can withstand its assault, particularly one with legendary potential. Truly, this is a priceless treasure, a magnificent gift. Upon realizing that this was a sword with a sword spirit of legendary potential, the crowd began to murmur in agreement, recognizing the weight of this gift. Chapter 50, Mythical Potential Sword Spirit, Crimson Flame Sword Spirit. What is the name of this sword? Jiang Yuanshan inquired, gazing at the fiery red sword that had birthed a sword spirit. He was quite fond of collecting fine swords, despite their questionable utility. Crimson Flame. He Yuntian replied. A fire attribute sword? Jiang Yuanshan asked. Indeed, He Yuntian confirmed. While the two conversed, Jiang Luo utilized his divine eye to inspect the sword's information and was immediately taken aback. For this was not merely a sword of legendary potential. It was a sword of mythical potential. Name, Crimson Flame Sword Spirit. Rank, Black Iron level. Attribute, Fire. Skills, Crimson Flame / Earthquake / Flame Sword Wave. Potential, Mythical. My goodness, this is no ordinary grand gift. Jiang Luo's heart surged with exhilaration. Yet, maintaining his previous demeanor, he feigned reluctance once more. Master He, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Xiao Luo, I have stated that it is a grand gift. How could I present something ordinary? Moreover, given the exceptional nature of Master Gu's gift, mine must at least be of comparable value. Accept it. Whether you wish to form a contract or simply keep it for enjoyment is entirely up to you. He Yuntian replied cheerfully. Very well, if that is the case. I shall not be polite, Jiang Luo said, no longer pretending to refuse. He could not let a sword with mythical potential slip away. Do not be modest. Simply accept it. Although he had bestowed a significant gift, He Yuntian remained in high spirits, entirely oblivious to the fact that he had relinquished an opportunity that could elevate his family's strength. If the ancestors of the He family were aware, even in death, they would likely rise from their graves to chastise him for being a prodigal. After fulfilling their promises and exchanging grand gifts, the He and Gu families took their leave. Once they had departed, Jiang Luo and his father, Jiang Tian, mounted the Azure Flame Dragon belonging to his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, to return to Jiang Manor. The remaining members of the Jiang family returned to the manor independently. It was not due to any disdain or negligence. Rather, there were certain matters that could not be disclosed. Xiao Luo, even the Azure Flame Dragon, no matter how formidable, should not be capable of slaying over a dozen magical beasts while keeping you unharmed. What on earth transpired? Jiang Tian could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired during their journey home atop the Azure Flame Dragon. The He and Gu families might connect this incident to Jiang Luo's talents, believing that it was his innate abilities that enabled such feats. However, he understood that Jiang Luo's talents did not directly enhance the combat prowess of his beasts. Jiang Luo smiled and replied, "It was not the Azure Flame Dragon that did the slaying." "Not the Azure Flame Dragon?" Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian were astonished by Jiang Luo's statement. After all, with only a silver-level spirit beast, who else could have accomplished such a feat? Surely, it could not be the bronze-level Dark Destroyer? Jiang Tian recalled that when he sought Jiang Luo, he noticed that Jiang Luo had departed without the Earth Controller, who had been napping alongside the Purple Lightning Wolf. If it was neither the Azure Flame Dragon nor the Dark Destroyer, could it be that Jiang Luo himself had slain over a dozen magical beasts? Yet, even the Dark Destroyer, no matter how powerful, should find it impossible to confront so many at once. Could it be that there are other formidable spirit beasts within the secret realm that engaged in the slaughter of magical beasts? Jiang Tian pondered a possibility. Jiang Luo shook his head, saying, "No, it was the Dark Destroyer that did the killing." "What? The Dark Destroyer was the one who did the slaying?" Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian were utterly flabbergasted. "Indeed, it was the Dark Destroyer," Jiang Luo confirmed with a nod. How can this be possible? Did the Dark Destroyer truly slay all those magical beasts?" Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian asked incredulously. Jiang Luo explained, "Not quite. One of them was slain by the Azure Flame Dragon, as it was weaker. The rest were too strong for the Azure Flame Dragon to defeat, so it was the Dark Destroyer that brought them down." The revelation that the Dark Destroyer had killed over a dozen spirit beasts left Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian in utter shock. Do not forget that the Dark Destroyer can eliminate opponents of higher ranks with ease. With the Dark Destruction Vortex, it can even restrain foes 2 levels above itself. Its combat prowess is indeed extraordinary, Jiang Luo asserted. Even so, that should only apply to weaker spirit beasts, right? It is implausible that it could easily defeat powerful magical beasts such as the Azure Flame Dragon, Jiang Tian countered. Moreover, even if the Dark Destroyer is strong enough to handle magical beasts, it cannot possibly have slain so many at once. Surely they did not approach one by one. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian were well aware of the Dark Destroyer's formidable strength. However, the idea that it could kill over a dozen powerful magical beasts was difficult for them to accept. Is this truly so unbelievable? If I were to tell you that the Dark Destroyer dealt with those magical beasts effortlessly, would you be even more incredulous? Jiang Luo asked with a smile. Effortlessly? What a jest! That is utterly implausible. Jiang Tian immediately expressed his disbelief. Jiang Yuanshan, though silent, appeared equally skeptical. Jiang Luo interjected, "I am not jesting. I speak the truth. The Dark Destruction God can annihilate multiple beasts in an instant." Annihilate multiple beasts in an instant? Your claims grow increasingly absurd. Jiang Tian and Jiang Yuanshan had firmly concluded that Jiang Luo was merely jesting with them. Observing their blatant skepticism, Jiang Luo earnestly asserted, "Grandfather, father, I am indeed serious. The Dark Destruction God obliterated 6 magical beasts with a single Dark Destruction Vortex. While it may not be able to eliminate several beasts simultaneously using other skills, it can still vanquish 1 or 2. Otherwise, how could we possibly have dealt with over 10 magical beasts?" Upon realizing that Jiang Luo was not jesting, expressions of shock returned to Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian's faces. Is the Dark Destruction God now so formidable? It hasn't even leveled up, has it? Or have you fed it something extraordinary? Jiang Tian inquired. Jiang Luo shook his head, saying, "No, the Dark Destruction God possesses a natural affinity for dark beings, making it exceptionally strong in destroying dark energy, which is the origin of its name." "I see, that's splendid. With its presence, eradicating the magical seeds will become considerably easier." Jiang Tian exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, however, only within the secret realms I can access can we easily eliminate the magical seeds. I am powerless in those I cannot enter." Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. "That is true, But regardless, having it around will undoubtedly ease our demon-slaying efforts, Jiang Tian remarked. Jiang Luo nodded once more. Suddenly, Jiang Yuanshan turned to Jiang Luo and asked, Xiao Luo, what do you intend to do about the Crimson Flame Sword? Contract it, Jiang Luo replied without hesitation. How could I possibly let go of a sword spirit with mythic potential? Are you no longer pursuing mythic potential? Jiang Yuanshan inquired, slightly disheartened. Clearly, he desired the sword for himself. This sword spirit possesses mythic potential, Jiang Luo clarified. Mythic potential? Wasn't it said to be legendary potential? Jiang Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback. The He family did not conduct an accurate assessment. I used the eye of the deity to observe. It is indeed mythic potential. Is that so? That is simply marvelous. Jiang Tian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Jiang Yuanshan's emotions became complex. Initially, he had thought it was only legendary potential, which his grandson would dismiss, thus allowing him to play with it. However, upon discovering it was mythic potential, his grandson wanted to contract it. Yet, this complex emotion dissipated within 2 seconds. For compared to acquiring a sword for mere amusement, his grandson obtaining a beast with mythic potential was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Indeed, splendid. If old he were to learn of this, he would surely regret it to his core, huh? Jiang Yuanshan boomed with laughter. Indeed. He might even wish to buy a block of tofu to smash his head against, Jiang Tian added with a chuckle. So, Xiao Luo, have you decided to contract the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit first? Jiang Yuanshan asked. Jiang Luo shook his head, responding, No, I will first contract the Purple Lightning Wolf. I fear the Purple Lightning Wolf may advance to bronze rank. As for the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit, there is no need for concern. Sword spirits inherently progress much slower than ordinary beasts. If we do not provide it with the energy needed for advancement and do not utilize it regularly, it will be unlikely to level up, and it will likely hold until my next upgrade. Both Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jiang Luo's decision. Before long, the Beast King level Azure Flame Dragon escorted Jiang Luo, Jiang Yuanshan, and Jiang Tian back to the Jiang residence. Tian Yin awaited them in the courtyard by the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Luo return safely, she hurried over, her gaze scanning him for injuries. Mom, rest assured, I am completely unharmed, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. That's a relief. I've been so worried, Tian Yin sighed with relief. Trust me, Mom. The demonization secret realm is no longer a concern for me. You need not worry in the slightest when I enter to exterminate demons. Jiang Luo assured her with a smile. Speaking of which, I heard you killed over 10 magical beasts within the secret realm. How did you manage that? Tian Yin queried. Expressing her curiosity and confusion, Jiang Luo explained the situation to her. After understanding everything, Tian Yin was equally astonished by the terrifying power of the Dark Destruction God. Jiang Luo then shared the news of acquiring the mythic potential Crimson Flame Sword Spirit, bringing her joy. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Luo found the Purple Lightning Wolf pup pinned to the ground by the paw of the Earth Controller, looking quite pitiful. Oh, my dear little one. Your liberation is at hand. Jiang Luo quickly approached, requesting the Earth Controller to release the Purple Lightning Wolf. Upon lifting its paw, the Purple Lightning Wolf darted to Jiang Luo, nuzzling against him while whimpering in distress. Jiang Luo gently patted the pup's fluffy little head, playing with it for a while before engaging in a contract. With its affection maxed out, the contract came effortlessly. The Purple Lightning Wolf became Jiang Luo's fourth pet. After the contract, the Purple Lightning Wolf could now communicate with Jiang Luo through mental connection. It expressed its hunger and desire for food. Jiang Luo promptly fed it 2 buns to appease its hunger and then sent someone to fetch some Thunderhorn horse meat from the resource treasury. This meat was the necessary sustenance for the Purple Lightning Wolf's upgrade. Previously, he had refrained from feeding it, but now he could do so without concern. Soon, a servant delivered around 10 pounds of Thunderhorn horse meat. Jiang Luo immediately fed the Purple Lightning Wolf a pound, having only consumed buns. The Purple Lightning Wolf savored its first bite, tail wagging in delight. It quickly devoured the entire pound of Thunderhorn horse meat. Just after finishing its meal, a surge of purple lightning erupted from the Purple Lightning Wolf, crackling with energy. Subsequently, the power of lightning burst forth, and the Purple Lightning Wolf leveled up, advancing from Black Iron rank to Bronze rank. Jiang Luo received the upgrade feedback. However, having recently enjoyed the feedback from leveling up from Silver to Gold, he deemed the feedback from Black Iron to Bronze negligible. Nonetheless, he was still thrilled that the Purple Lightning Wolf had leveled up. After the upgrade, the Purple Lightning Wolf grew slightly larger, from the size of Jiang Luo's palm to that of his foot, and exhibited great excitement, dashing around. Before long, it indicated to Jiang Luo its desire to battle. A pet eager for combat is always a good sign, and Jiang Luo was more than willing to oblige. However, As night approached, he opted not to take the purple lightning wolf outside but instead to the bronze-level secret realm within the Jiang residence. This realm posed little challenge, and the purple lightning wolf would easily dominate the beasts within. After an hour of overwhelming the weaker foes, the purple lightning wolf was much more comfortable. Having adjusted to its newfound strength, Jiang Luo then led it back home. Now, I eagerly anticipate the swift acquisition of the materials necessary for the purple lightning wolf to evolve into the thunder prison wolf. Once that moment arrives, I shall facilitate this transformation. Following the evolution, I intend to orchestrate a confrontation between the thunder prison wolf and the earth controller to ascertain whether victory is within reach. I am certain that the purple lightning wolf yearns for such a clash, especially after being subdued by the earth controller day after day, which has fostered a sense of dissatisfaction within it. Lacking strength is one thing, but once it possesses power, it will undoubtedly seek retribution. After escorting the purple lightning wolf back to my abode, I allowed it to roam freely. The reason for not placing it within the beast space was its own preference to remain outside for a while longer. I settled upon a stone bench at a stone table, retrieving the crimson flame sword, eager to discern the nature of its sword spirit. I attempted to communicate with the sword spirit through my mental energy, and soon, a scarlet glow erupted from the blade. A fiery red silhouette then emerged from the sword's body. This was indeed the sword spirit of the crimson flame sword. Cautiously, I reached out to touch the spirit, only to find it exceedingly hot, prompting me to retract my hand swiftly. Upon inspection, I discovered that my finger had already blistered from the heat, leaving me with a sense of regret. Why did I have to be so reckless? However, now that I had made contact, there was no point in dwelling on my foolishness. The sword spirit of the crimson flame sword was of the black iron level, capable of departing from the blade only for a brief moment before returning to its confines. I subsequently contained it within a spirit beast orb. Suddenly, a sharp barking echoed through the courtyard. Upon turning, I witnessed the purple lightning wolf once again pinned to the ground by the earth controller, struggling desperately yet ineffectively, its frustration manifesting in a series of howls. Indeed, it was clear that without evolving, the purple lightning wolf was no match for the earth controller. However, the earth controller's behavior struck me as exceedingly peculiar. I had not commanded it to continue restraining the purple lightning wolf in slumber, and considering its inherently lazy disposition, it would not seek out trouble on its own. Thus, I initiated a mental dialogue to inquire about the situation between the two. Upon learning the details, I found amusement in the revelation that the purple lightning wolf, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction towards the earth controller, had believed itself capable of vengeance upon leveling up. It charged forth, biting and clawing, only to be met with indifference as the earth controller remained sprawled in slumber. Unexpectedly, the irate purple lightning wolf unleashed a skill to attack the earth controller. Although not a mythical-grade potential spirit beast, its thunderous powers were formidable enough to inflict pain upon the earth controller, despite failing to cause significant harm. Enraged, the earth controller retaliated, pinning the purple lightning wolf to the ground with a powerful paw, preventing its escape. The resultant yelps of the purple lightning wolf were sharp and piercing. Upon discovering this, I couldn't help but chuckle. This little creature truly was impetuous, eager for vengeance even before its evolution. However, it soon dawned on me that the purple lightning wolf was unaware of its forthcoming evolution. Naturally, it would not wait to grow stronger before seeking revenge. I reassured it to temper its desire for retribution, suggesting that it should wait until after its evolution to confront its rival. Upon hearing that it could indeed evolve and grow stronger, the purple lightning wolf was filled with excitement. Previously despairing at the thought of never avenging itself, the prospect of evolution rekindled its hopes. I refrained from explaining that the earth controller's actions were under my directive, intended to gauge the thunder prison wolf's combat prowess when provoked. I would, of course, clarify this later, as I had no desire for discord between my two spirit beasts. Nevertheless, obtaining the materials for mythical level evolution was no simple task. If fortune did not favor me, it could take quite a while to locate them. Contemplating this, my spirits dampened considerably. If only I had leveled up sooner, I could have ventured into that newly discovered demonic secret realm, which had yet to be plundered. Perhaps the materials I sought could be found there. After feeding my spirit beasts their final meal for the day, I retreated to my room to meditate. During my meditation, I placed the ice lotus beside me. Typically, it would take me a while to reach a meditative state, but this time, I entered it almost instantaneously. Within an hour, my mental energy was fully replenished. Upon opening my eyes, they sparkled with vitality. This ice lotus truly is remarkable, I marveled, noting the significant enhancement in my meditative efficiency. After concluding my meditation, I washed up and retired for the night. The following day, after feeding my 4 spirit beasts, I planned to take them to a hellish difficulty secret realm for training to expedite their leveling. Yet, before I could step beyond the courtyard, My grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, arrived. Xiao Luo, are you heading out? He inquired, noticing my intent to depart. I nodded, stating yes. I plan to seek out a hell-level secret realm for my spirit beasts to engage in battle and hasten their growth. Jiang Yuanshan asked, have you already contracted the purple lightning wolf? I affirmed, explaining that I had indeed contracted it the previous day, fed it an upgrading material, and it had leveled up to bronze rank. Is that so? That's wonderful, he replied with a smile. You didn't come to check on me just to ask about the purple lightning wolf, did you? I queried. Naturally not. I have brought you something to examine. Are these the Thunder Soul Fruit and Thunderstone? As he spoke, he produced 2 items from his spatial ring. One was a deep blue fruit, pulsating with electrical energy, and the other a blue stone that emitted thunderous sounds, also radiating with electrical power. Observing their characteristics, they indeed resembled the Thunder Soul Fruit and Thunderstone. Upon realizing this, my eyes brightened, and I was filled with exhilaration. If this were true, it would be marvelous. Immediately, I employed my divine eye to inspect them. Thunder Soul Fruit, a spiritual fruit containing the essence of thunder, classified as a heavenly grade material. Beneficial for thunder attribute spirit beasts, and one of the materials required for certain thunder attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical grade potential spirit beasts. Thunderstone, a spiritual stone imbued with the power of thunder, capable of producing thunderous sounds. And also one of the materials needed for some thunder attribute spirit beasts to evolve into mythical grade potential spirit beasts. Indeed it is. After my inspection, I exclaimed with joy. What splendid news! Jiang Yuanshan echoed, equally thrilled. Grandfather, where did you find these? I inquired, brimming with excitement. With a smile, he explained. These were discovered in the demonic secret realm you entered yesterday. Since you have leveled up, you cannot access it, so I sent someone in to search. And they uncovered several treasures. Among them, these 2 items seem to closely resemble the Thunder Soul Fruit and Thunderstone, so I brought them to you. I never anticipated they would indeed be the ones. Ah, the new secret realm is truly remarkable. I mused, reflecting on the fortuitous discovery. Previously, he lamented his inability to enter, yet unexpectedly, others managed to find the 2 materials he sought. Indeed, the new secret realm had yet to be plundered, and thus, it naturally abounded with treasures. However, to fortuitously discover these 2 specific items was indeed a stroke of luck, primarily because within this secret realm lay a forest. Its sky shrouded in ominous thunderclouds akin to those over Thundercloud Valley. From time to time, lightning struck down, saturating the entire forest with the power of electricity. Such an environment is conducive to the birth of thunder attribute materials, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. Indeed, what remains elusive is Sirius, once obtained. It would allow the purple lightning wolf to evolve. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Sirius is truly an enigma, its form utterly unpredictable, making it quite difficult to locate. Jiang Yuanshan furrowed his brow. Even his subordinates, dispatched to search, were at a loss for words. Jiang Luo nodded, saying, true, yet according to the information we have, Sirius is a star stone imbued with celestial power, which can be found among the star stones. They had already sent people out to search. But with the plethora of star stones, identifying one with the characteristics of Sirius remains a formidable challenge. Jiang Yuanshan continued, indeed, there are countless varieties of star stones. Locating an unknown form of Sirius among them is quite a daunting task. Well then, let us not dwell on it. We shall search gradually. There is no need to rush the evolution. Worst case, we can first upgrade the purple lightning wolf and seek evolution later, Jiang Yuanshan suggested. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. All right, you were intending to go out, weren't you? Off you go, Jiang Yuanshan encouraged. Understood, Jiang Luo replied with another nod before departing the courtyard, summoning his guardian. Lin Tianya, as they left Jiang Manor. Chapter 53. Jiang Luo truly is a marvel. At the Gu Manor, Gu Yan, who had just learned of Jiang Luo's survival, rushed excitedly to his sister Gu Lingbing's residence. Gu Lingbing sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, holding a cup of wine, her expression mournful. Sister, Jiang Luo is alive. Gu Yan exclaimed with fervor, his face alight with joy. You, what did you say? Jiang Luo is alive. Gu Lingbing, previously lost in sorrow, perked up upon hearing her brother's words, her spirit rekindled with excitement. Yes, I just found out. Not only is he alive, but he also completed the demon-slaying mission unscathed, Gu Yan declared enthusiastically, while he had been deeply saddened by the thought of Jiang Luo's demise. Learning of his survival filled him with genuine happiness, especially considering his sister's inevitable joy upon receiving the news. Wonderful. With a crack, the excited Gu Lingbing crushed the wine cup in her hand, spilling its contents. Indeed, it truly is wonderful, Gu Yan said with a smile. But how did he survive? Gu Lingbing questioned, her joy tempered by confusion. After all, given the circumstances at the time, Jiang Luo's death had seemed inevitable. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. He single-handedly defeated over a dozen magical beasts, emerging unscathed from that corrupted secret realm, Gu Yan recounted, his face once again reflecting disbelief. How can that be possible? Gu Lingbing, like everyone else, found it hard to believe the tale. It sounds impossible, but it is the truth. I heard it from the silver-ranked beastmaster who went to assist in locating Jiang Luo. There cannot be any mistake, Gu Yan asserted. Confident in his status as a young master of the Gu family, servants would not dare deceive him, nor would they have any reason to do so. Moreover, he had heard that their father had gifted Jiang Luo a precious ice lotus. Elder, he had also presented him with a sword imbued with legendary potential. If Jiang Luo were dead, would they have bestowed such gifts upon a ghost? Truly remarkable. Jiang Luo is extraordinarily formidable. How did he cultivate his beasts to such heights? Gu Lingbing marveled in admiration. I have no idea. All I know is that he is immensely talented, far beyond our reach. By the way, Jiang Luo is already a gold-ranked beastmaster, Gu Yan added, his tone filled with respect and envy. What? He has reached gold rank already? That cannot be true. Gu Lingbing was once again taken aback, unable to fathom how Jiang Luo could have advanced so swiftly after awakening his beastmaster talent. Indeed, he leveled up within that corrupted secret realm and was directly transported out afterward, Gu Yan confirmed. By the heavens, Jiang Luo is truly a marvel. Gu Lingbing exclaimed in awe. Indeed, he is practically my idol, Gu Yan concurred, nodding in agreement. Such an individual must not be made an enemy. It would be wise to foster a close relationship, Gu Lingbing advised. Yet, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed. Gu Yan nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, with Jiang Luo's tremendous potential, offending him would yield dire consequences. Fortunately, our Gu family maintains a good rapport with him. Grandfather even gifted him the cherished ice lotus. Indeed, it seems grandfather holds him in high regard, Gu Lingbing said, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, and not only grandfather. Elder, he also admires him greatly. Gifting him a sword with legendary potential, Gu Yan added. Indeed, but Elder he's affection is merely that, Gu Lingbing laughed lightly. Why is that? Gu Yan, lacking the wit to grasp the nuance, inquired in confusion. I won't tell you. You'll have to figure it out yourself, Gu Lingbing said playfully, her face alight with mirth as she departed the courtyard. Sister, where are you going? Gu Yan called after her. In a good mood, just going for a stroll? Came Gu Lingbing's voice from outside the courtyard. Wait for me. I'll come along. Gu Yan hurriedly pursued her. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo, accompanied by his beasts, had battled within a hellish secret realm for 2 hours before departing. He then rode back to Jiang Manor atop the Beast King level flying spirit beast, Gale Eagle, summoned by Lin Tianya. Upon entering the manor, he encountered his mother, Tian Yin. Xiao Luo, where have you been? She asked with a smile. I was fighting in the secret realm, hastening my beasts leveling up and enhancing their combat capabilities, Jiang Luo replied. I heard from your grandfather that the purple lightning wolf is on the verge of evolving into the thunder prison wolf, but it still needs Sirius? Tian Yin inquired. Jiang Luo nodded, sighing. Yes, but finding Sirius is quite the challenge. True. By the way, there will be a Starstone exhibition at the West City Square tonight. Would you like to attend? You might be able to find Sirius there, Tian Yin suggested. Indeed, I ought to go. After all, I have always been fortunate. Perhaps amidst the myriad of display stones, I might just stumble upon Sirius, Jiang Luo remarked, his starry eyes gleaming with anticipation. Such an occasion warranted a chance at luck. Due to the nature of this exhibition, many individuals present their cherished extraordinary stones for public admiration, among which there may well be a Sirius. Moreover, even in the absence of such a gem, attending an evening event dedicated to the appreciation of star stones is undoubtedly a splendid choice. The star stones, with their myriad forms and varying sizes, emit a spectrum of colors, creating a dazzling and visually captivating spectacle when numerous stones converge. Wishing you the best of luck, Tian Yin said with a smile. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. Jiang Luo departed from the Jiang residence, venturing alone toward the western square of the city. Within the city, his safety was assured, as no one dared to provoke him. Consequently, he did not even require the protection of Lin Tianya. At the Gu residence, Gu Lingbing arrived at Gu Yan's abode and addressed him while he was engrossed in watching television. There is a Starstone exhibition tonight. Do you wish to attend? No. I have no interest in such things, Gu Yan replied, lacking a romantic disposition and showing little enthusiasm for star stones, preferring instead to continue his drama. Very well. I shall go alone, Gu Lingbing responded. She held a deep fondness for star stones and had collected quite a few over time, naturally enjoying the opportunity to witness various star stones at the exhibition. Gu Yan merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from any safety admonitions, for within the city, his sister was utterly secure. Nobody dared to lay a finger on her. Chapter 54. encountering Gu Lingbing at the Starstone exhibition. Riding the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Jiang Luo soon arrived at the Grand Western Square. The square was aptly named not merely for its location, but for its sheer vastness. This evening, the Starstone exhibition rendered the area abuzz with excitement, drawing numerous attendees eager to admire the Starstones. Of course, some were less interested in the stones themselves and merely sought the thrill of the crowd. A glance around revealed a sea of people, bustling and lively, creating a cacophony of sound. Fortunately, the exhibition area was supervised by staff ensuring order, preventing spectators from encroaching too closely. Otherwise, the view of the Starstones would be obscured, leaving only the throngs of people in sight. Furthermore, this arrangement allowed the starlight to shine unimpeded, illuminating the entire square. For those not there for the stones, but simply to bask in the celestial glow, the view from afar atop a tall building was most gratifying, showcasing a kaleidoscope of dazzling lights that surpassed even the night sky. Wow, how beautiful! Indeed, it's truly stunning. Sister, take a picture of me with this starstone. Upon entering the Grand Western Square, Jiang Luo was enveloped in the exclamations of delighted young women. Many stood before the starstones, asking friends to capture their moments. Jiang Luo, however, was not inclined to admire the beauty of the starstones. His gaze swept over each stone, searching for one that resembled Sirius. Any stone that bore even a slight resemblance warranted his scrutiny through the eye of the divine. For instance, there was a gray stone, dim in brilliance, that many dismissed at a glance, passing it by without a second thought. The exhibition stand for this stone was nearly deserted. However, considering the existence of creatures like the Great Wolf, he decided to investigate. Unfortunately, it proved disappointing. It was not Sirius. Thus, he continued his search. An hour later, Jiang Luo had examined several stones related to wolves, but none were Sirius, which left him somewhat disheartened. How could there be so many star stones, yet none resembling Sirius? Frustration mounted within him, but he knew he must persist. If he were to give up, how could the Thunder Wolf evolve into the Thunder Prison Wolf? Taking a deep breath, he resumed his quest. What a peculiar starstone. After half an hour, Jiang Luo encountered an unusually shaped starstone, flat and round, adorned with a natural bull's head design, radiating a reddish starlight in the shape of the bull's head. This struck Jiang Luo as remarkable. The stone was named Tian Yo Xing, as the owner at the stand explained. Tian Yo Xing? Jiang Luo's expression shifted with surprise. Yes, Tian Yo Xing. The stand's proprietor responded with a hint of pride upon noticing Jiang Luo's astonishment. May I inquire if you possess a Sirius? Jiang Luo's curiosity was piqued not merely by the stone's unusual name, but by its resemblance to Sirius, leading him to suspect that the owner might have knowledge of Sirius or perhaps even possess it. Sirius? I haven't heard of it, came the disappointing reply. Very well, Jiang Luo muttered, instantly losing interest and turning to leave. Soon, he spotted another intriguing starstone. This one took the form of a female figure, with a white hue and radiating white starlight, resembling a stone sculpture of a lady in white, though clearly not crafted by human hands, but rather formed naturally. The enchantment of the starstones was undeniable. Wow, this starstone is truly beautiful. Indeed, I would love to have it. Is it for sale, dear proprietor? Many women expressed their admiration for this particular starstone. The owner, a handsome young man, smiled slightly and said, "It is for sale." How much? The prospect of a sale ignited excitement among the women, as many starstones displayed here were typically not for sale. 50 million, the owner stated with a grin. Apologies for the intrusion. I must take my leave. The exorbitant price instantly extinguished the enthusiasm of the gathered women. I'll take it. However, at that moment, a melodious voice broke through the crowd. Everyone turned, curious to see who would dare spend such a fortune on a starstone. After all, many starstones were merely decorative, lacking significant practical value. Only the exceptionally wealthy would consider purchasing one at such a high price. The crowd's attention converged on a strikingly graceful young woman clad in white. Miss Gu. Upon recognizing her, Jiang Luo felt a twinge of surprise and greeted her with a smile. Indeed, this was none other than Gu Lingbing, attending the Starstone exhibition alone. Jiang Luo. Young Master Jiang. Gu Lingbing exclaimed with delight, her face lighting up with a charming smile, captivating the attention of those around them. What a coincidence. You're here as well. Jiang Luo replied with a grin. Indeed, what a delightful surprise. Do you also have an affinity for starstones? Gu Lingbing inquired with genuine interest. Jiang Luo instinctively nodded. While he was not particularly passionate about them nor a collector, he certainly did not harbor any aversion. I adore them. I have quite a collection at home, including several unique pieces. If you enjoy starstones, I would be thrilled to show you my collection sometime. Gu Lingbing said with evident joy. In her view, sharing common interests with Jiang Luo was a source of great joy. All right, I must take a look, she exclaimed. Jiang Luo, who had been troubled about where to find Sirius, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that Gu Lingbing had a collection of many peculiar star stones. Perhaps one of them was Sirius. Observing Jiang Luo's animated response, Gu Lingbing concluded that he was indeed an ardent enthusiast of star stones, which only heightened her happiness. How about tomorrow? Gu Lingbing asked eagerly. Sounds good, Jiang Luo replied, eager for the opportunity. If it weren't for the late hour, he would have suggested going with her right away. It's settled then. Come to my house tomorrow, Gu Lingbing said cheerfully. All right, I'll be a bother then, Jiang Luo remarked. Not at all. I have nothing planned for tomorrow, Gu Lingbing said, her joy evident. Excuse me, miss, are you truly going to purchase this star stone for 50 million? The owner of the star stone couldn't help but inquire. Of course, Gu Lingbing affirmed. The owner was instantly overjoyed, thinking to himself that he had never imagined he would become wealthy from a single star stone. Jiang Luo, however, found Gu Lingbing's extravagant spending somewhat disagreeable. Yet, considering her affluence, he chose to remain silent. After all, this was her passion, and with her ample resources, why not indulge herself? In the end, Gu Lingbing happily acquired the star stone, while the owner delightedly received 50 million. Only the onlookers were left astonished by the turn of events. Chapter 55. Jiang Luo inquired about Gu Lingbing's reasons for assisting him. Young Master Jiang, how about we continue exploring together? After securing the star stone purchased for 50 million, Gu Lingbing suggested to Jiang Luo. Sure. Jiang Luo nodded, still in search of Sirius. Who knows what they might discover next? Who was that beautiful woman? So wealthy. Spending 50 million without hesitation. TSK. I heard that handsome guy call her Miss Gu. Could she be the esteemed Miss Gu Lingbing? It's quite possible. I've heard tales of Miss Gu Lingbing's beauty and elegance. She fits the description perfectly, but I also heard she is rather aloof. Whereas she seems quite warm in her conversation with that handsome guy. That doesn't quite align, does it? Perhaps Miss Gu has a different demeanor with acquaintances? That could be. To be treated so kindly by Miss Gu, that handsome fellow must be someone extraordinary. Indeed, he is Jiang Luo, the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Luo, the young master of the Jiang family? Oh, I see. Did you not hear Miss Gu refer to him as young Master Jiang? I didn't pay attention. Turns out he is indeed Jiang Luo. No wonder Miss Gu treats him so well. After Jiang Luo and Gu Lingbing departed, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. At this moment, Jiang Luo and Gu Lingbing had already examined several more star stones. An hour later, they exited the West City Square, during which Gu Lingbing purchased a few more star stones, including the Tianyo star. However, the owner of the Tianyo star only asked for 500,000. Gu Lingbing did not haggle, simply acquiring it outright. The owner was ecstatic, as he believed the stone, while visually striking, had no real value. In his estimation, it was worth merely 50,000. Little did he know that Gu Lingbing was unbothered by the price and purchased it without a second thought. Had he known she had also bought a star stone for 50 million without negotiation, he might have regretted not asking for a higher price. Realizing she was an affluent and unsuspecting fool. Young Master Jiang, since it's time for a late-night snack, why don't we share one? As they walked home, Gu Lingbing suggested, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Sounds good, Jiang Luo replied, despite not having a habit of late-night snacking. Yet, he did not wish to decline her invitation. What do you want to eat? It's on me, Gu Lingbing said, barely containing her excitement. I'm fine with anything. You choose, Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly. All right then, Gu Lingbing said. Soon, the two arrived at an outdoor eatery, each ordering a bowl of hot soup dumplings. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, most of whom were ordinary folk. Otherwise, they would not be dining in an open-air establishment. They could hardly imagine that the young master of the esteemed Jiang family and the heiress of the Gu family were also enjoying a meal there. Young Master Jiang, I never expected you would accompany me to such a place, Gu Lingbing remarked with a smile, her impression of him improving. This place is quite nice. The food at outdoor eateries is often delicious, Jiang Luo responded. Indeed, the food here is quite delightful. I just didn't expect you. Being the young master of the Jiang family, would choose to dine in such a setting, Gu Lingbing said, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. The evening's interaction allowed her to gain a deeper understanding of Jiang Luo. You're still the esteemed Miss Gu. Wouldn't you also enjoy dining here? Jiang Luo asked with a grin. I don't concern myself with such trivial matters. Neither do I. Haha, then we are quite compatible. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded. After spending the evening together, he had formed a new perception of Miss Gu. She was unlike typical daughters of prominent families. She was not spoiled, pretentious, or haughty. Such qualities were rare. Although he shared some of those traits, being a reincarnated individual, his mindset as an ordinary person in his past life made him more relatable to common folk. After finishing their dumplings, the two left the restaurant, walking side by side. By the way, there is something I'm curious about and would like to ask you, Jiang Luo suddenly said as they walked. Gu Lingbing paused, asking, "What is it? Why did you help me conceal the circumstances of Himausen's death? That doesn't seem to align with the interests of the Gu family," Jiang Luo inquired. Gu Lingbing's cheeks flushed at his words, and she quickly lowered her head, replying, I don't understand how this relates to the Gu family's interests. I just felt it unnecessary to elaborate in detail. You're sharp. How could you not understand?" Jiang Luo observed her reluctance to divulge more and, despite his curiosity, decided to press on. "Not at all. I'm not that clever," Gu Lingbing shook her head. "All right, if you don't wish to share, that is fine. Regardless of your reasons, I am grateful for your assistance," Jiang Luo said sincerely. "You're welcome. I cannot elaborate now, but I promise I have no ill intentions," Gu Lingbing said, her expression obscured as she kept her gaze lowered. "Okay," Jiang Luo nodded. Respecting her wishes, he refrained from pushing further. As they reached the point where they would part ways, Gu Lingbing said, "Young Master Jiang, remember, tomorrow you will come to my house, and I shall show you my collection of star stones." "Certainly, I will be there tomorrow," Jiang Luo replied with a smile. "All right then, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After parting ways with Gu Lingbing, Jiang Luo took the Qingyan Divine Dragon directly back to the Jiang residence. Wandering the streets alone at such a late hour was undeniably dull. Gu Lingbing, having also returned home swiftly on her pet beast post-separation, was greeted by her brother Gu Yan, who was preparing to head out in search of her. "Sister, why are you only just back? I couldn't reach you on the phone. I was about to go look for you," Gu Yan exclaimed. "Oh, I accidentally muted my phone and didn't hear it. What were you so worried about? What could possibly happen to me?" Gu Lingbing replied with a smile, while her phone was indeed on silent. It was not by accident, but rather by design, as she wished to enjoy her blissful moments undisturbed. Though it may seem unnecessary to worry, it was rather late. "And your absence left me uneasy," Gu Yan remarked. "Well, I have returned safely, haven't I? It's getting late. You should go to bed," Gu Lingbing said cheerfully. "Sister, why do I feel like you're in such high spirits after your outing?" Gu Yan inquired. Gu Lingbing's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, "Of course. I saw many beautiful star stones at the Starstone Appreciation Fair and even purchased a few. Don't ask. I spent quite a bit of money," she added. Hearing this, Gu Yan sighed in resignation. "You don't understand. This is what they call happiness worth its weight in gold. Why are you being so stingy? The money you spent was from our father, not yours. At this rate, when you take charge in the future, it will be an issue for you to spend a little money." Gu Lingbing shot him a disapproving glance. "Why do you always have to be so frugal? It's not that I can't spend money. Besides, are you planning to remain unmarried? Will you still need to spend family money then?" Gu Yan teased. "Well, if you dare to mock me, then I shall remain unmarried for life, spending family money and yours to infuriate you. Just wait until you find someone you wish to marry. You won't be able to keep them away, huh?" With that, Gu Yan, anticipating a playful reprimand, quickly made his escape. "Are you itching for a beating?" Gu Lingbing shouted as she rolled up her sleeves and chased after him. Chapter 56. Indeed, it is serious. In the early morning, after feeding his pet beast its first meal, Jiang Luo headed to the Gu family home. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Gu Lingbing waiting for him. "You've arrived," she said. "I have," he replied. "Then let us go. I'll show you my collection of star stones," she urged. "All right." Jiang Luo followed Gu Lingbing into the Gu estate. Being one of the 3 premier beast taming families in the southern region, the Gu residence was grand, sprawling over an expansive area comparable to a small town. As the eldest daughter, Gu Lingbing had her own courtyard, filled with blooming flowers that greeted visitors with a delightful fragrance upon entry. Leading Jiang Luo inside, Gu Lingbing entered her spacious villa, which boasted numerous rooms. She mentioned that one room was specifically designated for her starstone collection, which she personally cleaned every day. This was precisely why she had not stored the star stones in her spatial ring. To her, such beautiful treasures deserved to be displayed for admiration rather than hidden away. As they entered the room housing her collection, Jiang Luo was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light emitted by the star stones. After adjusting, he opened his eyes to find the room darkened by thick black curtains that blocked out external light, making the star stones appear even more radiant. "These are all my treasures. Take a look," Gu Lingbing said joyfully, gesturing for him to explore. "All right," Jiang Luo nodded, examining each stone in search of the potential Sirius. However, after a thorough inspection, he found none related to Sirius, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Had he come in vain? "How do you find my collection?" Gu Lingbing asked, seemingly oblivious to his disappointment. "Quite impressive," Jiang Luo replied, nodding. "Hee, I knew your taste would align with mine." Gu Lingbing beamed at his response. Are there any more?" Jiang Luo inquired. "Yes, indeed. I have 3 more that I've fashioned into accessories. Follow me," she said. Jiang Luo's hopes were pinned on these last 3 star stones. They must contain Sirius, the coveted Sirius. Soon, they arrived at her bedroom, where Gu Lingbing opened the nightstand and retrieved a ring adorned with a star stone the size of a grain of rice, presenting it to Jiang Luo. The ring radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, appearing exquisite, yet it was evidently not serious. Jiang Luo merely glanced at it before returning it to her. Then, Gu Lingbing produced a bracelet embedded with another star stone. This one was a vibrant green, and as it swayed, it seemed to ripple with emerald waters, captivatingly beautiful, yet still not serious. Jiang Luo lacked the enthusiasm to appreciate its beauty, glancing at it before handing it back. There's one more, Gu Lingbing announced, retrieving a necklace. The pendant featured a black star stone, oval in shape, adorned with a naturally formed wolf head pattern that emitted an enigmatic black glow. Suddenly, a phantom wolf head emerged from the star stone, startling Jiang Luo. Apologies. I forgot to mention, this unique star stone behaves this way. Periodically, a wolf head apparition appears, followed by some ethereal patterns, Gu Lingbing hurriedly explained, noting his shock. With the elements of the wolf head, the apparition, and the ethereal patterns combined, Jiang Luo felt a surge of excitement. Without waiting for the patterns to manifest, he hastily activated his divine eye to inspect the stone. Sirius, a star stone imbued with powerful celestial energies and divine patterns, essential for setting up certain divine formations, and also a material for some spirit beasts to evolve into mythical-level potential spirit beasts. Indeed, it was Sirius. Jiang Luo's heart raced with exhilaration. He had finally found Sirius. However, just as he reveled in his discovery, he heard Gu Lingbing say, "I named this star stone Sirius. It's my favorite. An avid star stone enthusiast once offered me $1 billion for it, but I refused to sell. I told him that no matter the price, I would not part with it because I cherish this star stone dearly." Gu Lingbing's words instantly dampened Jiang Luo's spirits. No amount of money would sway her. How then would he acquire this Sirius? He certainly would not resort to theft. That was not his nature. Moreover, she was the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Not just anyone. Could he truly seize her beloved star stone with impunity? At that moment, having acquired the Sirius, he also incurred the displeasure of the Gu family. Particularly, Gu Lingbing was aware of He Maosen's demise. In a fit of anger, she might disclose the circumstances to the He family. Should the He family, in turn, join forces with the Gu family against the Jiang family, it would spell trouble. Although his Dark Destroyer and Earth Dominator were formidable, they were not yet fully matured, and their levels remained too low. The strongest members of the He and Gu families were legendary beast masters, each possessing imperial beasts. How could he possibly contend with them? Thus, seizing the opportunity was out of the question. With no other alternatives, and unwilling to sell, what was he to do? Sighing in frustration, Jiang Luo could not help but exclaim, "What troubles you?" Gu Lingbing inquired, noticing Jiang Luo's despondent demeanor and his sigh. "I'm feeling a bit vexed about something I desire but cannot attain," Jiang Luo replied candidly. "Really? Is there something that the esteemed young Master Jiang wishes for, but cannot have?" Gu Lingbing asked, taken aback. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded affirmatively. "What is it?" Gu Lingbing inquired with curiosity. "It is this star stone. I hold a great fondness for it. Yet you refuse to part with it," Jiang Luo said, shaking the Sirius in his hand. Gu Lingbing was momentarily stunned and remarked, "You particularly cherish this star stone as well?" "Absolutely," Jiang Luo affirmed with a nod. "Since you admire it, I could lend it to you for a while," Gu Lingbing offered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo remained unenthused. His desire for the Sirius was not merely for amusement. It was intended for the evolution of his Thunder Wolf. Once evolved, the material would be consumed, leaving him with no means to return it. Of course, he could feign an accidental loss, but the astute Gu Lingbing might not be so easily convinced. If she harbored resentment over her beloved star stone, it could lead to complications. "I mentioned I could lend it to you for a time. Yet you still appear so downcast," Gu Lingbing said, puzzled. She had thought that her generous offer would bring joy to Jiang Luo, but instead, he remained in a state of gloom, even seeming to struggle internally. After contemplating, Jiang Luo said, "To be honest, I seek this star stone not for play, but for a different purpose, hence my desire to possess it." "I see," Gu Lingbing responded, caught in a dilemma. She longed to assist Jiang Luo, but was reluctant to part with the Sirius. After all, from Jiang Luo's implication, it seemed that once he utilized it, the star stone would be lost to her forever. This made her decision exceedingly difficult. Realizing her predicament, Jiang Luo understood that his hopes were fading. Soon, he would likely hear her apologies. After all, they were not particularly close, and despite their pleasant conversation the previous night, it was unlikely she would relinquish her cherished star stone. "Don't worry about it. If it's too much of a bother, it's all right," Jiang Luo said, resigning himself to the inevitable outcome. He recognized that it was better to relinquish his hopes gracefully. "Is the star stone of significant importance to you?" Gu Lingbing queried after a moment's hesitation. "Yes, it is profoundly important," Jiang Luo replied, surprised that there seemed to be a chance, eagerly nodding. "Well then, I suppose I shall give it to you, Gu Lingbing said, her expression reflecting reluctance, yet she decided to bestow it upon Jiang Luo. Thank you. I cannot express my gratitude enough. You have been an immense help, Jiang Luo exclaimed, brimming with appreciation and excitement, almost overwhelmed with the impulse to embrace Gu Lingbing. Seeing Jiang Luo's joy, Gu Lingbing's earlier sadness dissipated. His happiness brought her delight, and she found herself unconcerned about losing the cherished star stone. As she had once told her brother, Gu Yan, nothing can compare to my sister's happiness. After all, it was merely the loss of a star stone purchased for 20 million. Yet, the happiness gained felt invaluable. No, please, it's nothing, Gu Lingbing replied with a smile and a wave of her hand. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer it right away, Jiang Luo said, producing a supreme purple gold card. There's no need. It's a gift to you, Gu Lingbing generously stated. That simply cannot do. You must have spent a considerable amount on this star stone, Jiang Luo insisted, recalling how Gu Lingbing had lavishly purchased star stones the previous day. He felt uncomfortable accepting it without recompense. Moreover, he was not short on funds himself. While he typically practiced rational spending, he could indulge occasionally, especially for a star stone of mythic quality, which he deemed worthy of a high price. Do you think I spend too freely and cannot manage? Gu Lingbing asked, a hint of concern in her tone. Not at all. Please don't overthink it, Jiang Luo quickly reassured her. While he did believe Gu Lingbing was extravagant in her expenditures, her financial matters were her own, and he felt no concern over them. Then let us refrain from discussing money any further. Please take it, Gu Lingbing insisted. Very well, I shall be grateful, Jiang Luo conceded. Recognizing that Gu Lingbing was adamant about not accepting payment and resolved to gift her something in return later. You're welcome, Gu Lingbing replied with a smile. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With the Sirius in hand, Jiang Luo was eager to facilitate the evolution of his Thunder Wolf. If you don't mind, could you stay a bit longer? Gu Lingbing shyly suggested. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps I can treat you to a meal another day, Jiang Luo stated. That sounds good, Gu Lingbing nodded, though a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. She then escorted Jiang Luo out of the Gu residence. Once Jiang Luo exited the Gu estate, he summoned the Azure Flame Dragon from his Beast Master space and soared back to the Jiang residence. To evolve the Thunder Wolf into the Thunder Prison Wolf, he needed to visit the Evolution Temple. Given the potential dangers during the evolution process, he required protection from either his grandfather or father. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Luo headed directly to his grandfather Jiang Yuanshan's quarters. He surmised that at this hour, his father was likely still preoccupied. Arriving at his grandfather's abode, Jiang Luo found him engaged in a game of chess with his sky supporting turtle, which had taken on a humanoid form, appearing as an unremarkable, slightly hunchbacked old man. Ah, little Luo has arrived, Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Jiang Luo. Grandfather, let us stop the game. I need you to accompany me to the Evolution Temple, Jiang Luo stated directly. To the Evolution Temple? Jiang Yuanshan paused in surprise. Then, with growing excitement, asked, have you, perchance, found the Sirius? Indeed, Jiang Luo replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Splendid. Let us depart at once, Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed, promptly summoning the Azure Flame Dragon. Together, they took to the skies, heading toward the Evolution Temple. Xiao Luo, how did you acquire Sirius? On the back of the Azure Flame Dragon, Jiang Yuanshan inquired. Jiang Luo proceeded to recount the tale of his acquisition to his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan. In that case, we ought to express our gratitude to Miss Gu. Jiang Yuanshan chuckled. Indeed, I plan to gift her something special later, Jiang Luo replied. That is only proper. Do not hesitate to mention any financial constraints to your grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan advised. No need. I have more than enough funds to last a lifetime, Jiang Luo responded. Although he was the eldest son of the Jiang family, his expenditures were minimal. With substantial monthly income flowing in, he found it nearly impossible to exhaust his wealth. Before long, the Beast Emperor-level Azure Flame Dragon descended before the Evolution Temple, bringing Jiang Luo and his companions with it. All right, let us proceed inside. With your grandfather and your great-grandfather present, rest assured that the evolution of the Thunderclap Wolf will not be disturbed in the slightest, Jiang Yuanshan assured Jiang Luo. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Luo stepped into the Evolution Temple. As usual, the temple was devoid of any presence, which suited him perfectly. Approaching the evolution array, Jiang Luo summoned the Thunderclap Wolf from his beast space. He then retrieved the Thunder Soul Fruit, Thunderstone, and Sirius from his spatial ring. First, he instructed the Thunderclap Wolf to consume the Thunder Soul Fruit while standing at the center of the array. He placed the Thunderstone and Sirius at the two focal points of the divine array. Finally, he urged the Thunderclap Wolf to channel its lightning attribute spiritual energy to activate the divine array. The Thunderclap Wolf immediately unleashed its lightning spiritual energy, triggering the activation of the array. Boom. The array was instantly activated, erupting with a golden divine power that formed a golden light shield, enveloping both the array and the thunderclap wolf within. Chapter 58. The Evolution of the Thunderclap Wolf, the Thunder Prison Wolf. Awoo. Through the golden light shield, Jiang Luo observed the thunderclap wolf in distress, which tugged at his heartstrings. Fortunately, the process was brief. 5 minutes later, as the thunderclap wolf let out its final roar, a surge of formidable lightning power erupted from its body, shattering the golden light shield. As the lightning dissipated, Jiang Luo beheld the transformed visage of the thunderclap wolf. Its overall size remained largely unchanged, resembling the creature it once was, a wolf with purple fur. However, its coloration had intensified, adorned with numerous golden lightning patterns. Subtle changes in its appearance were also evident. Its eyes bore reflections of the firmament, with flickers of lightning occasionally darting across the sky above, bestowing it with an extraordinary aura. Upon utilizing his innate divine eye to inspect it, information about the creature materialized in his mind. Name: Thunder Prison Wolf. Level: Bronze. Attribute: Lightning. Skills: Thunder Punishment, Thunder Prison, Thunder Burst. Potential: Mythical. Splendid. I now possess another spirit beast with mythical potential. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with joy, brimming with excitement. The Thunder Prison Wolf shared in this exhilaration. Now, it should be able to exact vengeance, right? Jiang Luo found himself both amused and exasperated by the Thunder Prison Wolf's intense desire for revenge. Clearly, its dissatisfaction with the Earth Controller had reached a significant level. He felt somewhat embarrassed to inform the Thunder Prison Wolf that it was he who had prompted the Earth Controller's actions. Moreover, upon reflection, the Earth Controller had silently borne the blame, never disclosing to the Thunderclap Wolf that he had instigated it. What a remarkable spirit beast. Shouldn't it be rewarded with a chicken leg? Just as Jiang Luo was lost in thought, the Thunder Prison Wolf urged him to summon the Earth Controller from the beast space, or to bring it into the beast space. As it was eager to confront that troublesome bear for revenge, Jiang Luo chuckled helplessly, explaining that the beast space was not suitable for fighting, and suggested they would address it later. The Thunder Prison Wolf insisted they hurry back. Reluctantly, Jiang Luo led the Thunder Prison Wolf outside the hall. Upon seeing Jiang Luo emerge, Jiang Yuanshan quickly approached, and was soon greeted by the sight of the Thunder Prison Wolf. Although it still resembled a wolf, the transformation was unmistakable. Jiang Yuanshan immediately grasped that the evolution had been successful. The Thunder Prison Wolf appeared somewhat fierce, but that was of little consequence. Strength was what truly mattered. Congratulations, Xiao Luo. You have acquired another spirit beast with mythical potential. Jiang Yuanshan remarked with a smile. That makes 4. Once I forge a contract with the Crimson Flamesword Spirit, it will be 5. Once they all attain mythical status. Who among the strongest on the continent could rival us? Jiang Luo declared with grandiosity, his excitement swelling with each passing thought. Indeed, by then, the strongest on the continent shall be none other than our Jiang family. Jiang Yuanshan echoed, equally exhilarated. Noticing that Jiang Luo was hesitant to leave, the Thunder Prison Wolf urged him once more. Jiang Luo finally said, "All right, grandfather, let us return." Jiang Yuanshan nodded, and together they boarded the Azure Flame Dragon to return to the Jiang residence. Upon their arrival, Jiang Luo and Jiang Yuanshan parted ways, each heading to their respective quarters. Along the way, Jiang Yuanshan encountered Jiang Tian and Tian Yen, sharing with them the recent events of taking Jiang Luo to the Evolution Temple for the Thunderclap Wolf's transformation into the Thunder Prison Wolf. Upon learning of this, the two were taken aback, yet filled with excitement and joy. Once back in his quarters, Jiang Luo summoned the Earth Controller from the beast space, eager to ascertain which of the two was stronger, the Thunder Prison Wolf or the Earth Controller. Awoo. Upon seeing the Earth Controller, the Thunder Prison Wolf let out an excited howl. At last, it could seek vengeance. Heaven knows how it had endured these past days. The Earth Controller, upon witnessing the Thunderclap Wolf's transformation, was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that the creature had evolved. There was no denying that its spiritual energy had significantly strengthened. All right, now you may engage in battle, Jiang Luo instructed the Thunder Prison Wolf, informing the Earth Controller that the Thunder Prison Wolf wished to spar with it. Naturally, the Earth Controller complied, especially considering the evident increase in the Thunder Prison Wolf's strength. It could no longer regard the creature as the easy opponent it once was. Awoo. The Thunder Prison Wolf howled excitedly once more, igniting sparks and lightning as it charged towards the Earth Controller. Surrounding itself with swirling spiritual energy, the Earth Controller remained steadfast, unwavering, yet its gaze remained fixed on the Thunder Prison Wolf. Clearly, the formidable power exuded by the Thunder Prison Wolf had compelled it to treat its opponent with newfound respect. As the Thunder Prison Wolf approached, it lunged forward to bite the Earth Controller, its fangs crackling with lightning, a display of considerable strength. due to the Thunder Prison Wolf's rapid attack speed. The Earth Controller could not muster a defensive blow in time, instead resorting to a hasty defense. The Thunder Prison Wolf's bite landed squarely on the Earth Controller's left front limb, eliciting a pained roar from the Earth Controller, which then flung the Thunder Prison Wolf away. The Thunder Prison Wolf executed a graceful flip in midair before landing firmly on the ground, completely unscathed. The Earth Master felt a lingering pain in its left forelimb, which had been bitten, accompanied by a tempest of lightning that coursed through it, leaving a tingling sensation. Fortunately, there was no bleeding, and the injury was not severe. However, this round of probing had made the Earth Master acutely aware of the formidable speed and strength of the Thunder Prison Wolf's attacks. While it could not breach its defenses, the pain inflicted was considerable, akin to the strikes from Sister Black. Thus, it realized that engaging in close combat with its opponent was ill-advised. Though the Thunder Prison Wolf could not dismantle the Earth Master's defenses, the discomfort it caused was exhilarating for it. A feat it could scarcely have imagined before its evolution. Yet, it was evident that this was insufficient. Brimming with excitement, it surged forward once more, crackling with sparks and lightning, charging at the Earth Master. As it approached, the Earth Master swiftly invoked the Earth Spirit Shield for protection. The Thunder Prison Wolf, unable to halt its rapid advance, collided forcefully with the shield, being sent reeling. However, it sustained minimal injuries due to the shield's moderate rebound force. Additionally, while the Thunder Prison Wolf was not primarily a defensive spirit beast, its resilience was not to be underestimated. Once it reached a higher level and unlocked the Thunder Armor skill, its defensive capabilities would significantly enhance. Rising from the ground, the Thunder Prison Wolf comprehended that its ordinary attacks could not penetrate the adversary's protective barrier, so it unleashed the skill Thunder Punishment. In an instant, a dark thunder cloud gathered ominously above, swiftly drifting over the Earth Spirit Shield that enveloped the Earth Master. Subsequently, bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, rained down upon the shield. Chapter 59, Thunder Prison Wolf vs. Earth Master. After enduring a relentless barrage of lightning strikes, the Earth Spirit Shield ultimately shattered. However, the thundercloud dissipated, ceasing its onslaught. The clash of skills between the two revealed the Thunder Prison Wolf's fearsome offensive capabilities, reminiscent of the battle between the Dark Destroyer and the Earth Master. The Dark Destroyer's strength was beyond question. Thus, Jiang Luo had never entertained the thought that the Thunder Prison Wolf might surpass the Dark Destroyer in power. Notably, the Dark Destroyer had also needed to use skills to breach the Earth Spirit Shield, underscoring its formidable defense. To think that such a robust shield was obliterated by the Thunder Prison Wolf's Thunder Punishment, its weakest skill, filled Jiang Luo with delight. He had clearly underestimated the Thunder Prison Wolf's combat prowess. It was evident now that, even if it could not rival the Dark Destroyer, it was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. With the Earth Spirit Shield shattered, the Thunder Prison Wolf howled triumphantly to the heavens before invoking Thunder Prison. Surrounding itself with a tempest of lightning, it swiftly formed a prison of electricity above. With a mere thought, the Thunder Prison swiftly ensnared the Earth Master. Alarmed, the Earth Master hastily conjured the Earth Spirit Ball for defense. However, the Earth Spirit Ball, its strongest attack that could obliterate the Dark Destroyer's Dark Obliteration Vortex, failed to shatter the Thunder Prison. This astonished Jiang Luo. Could it be that the Thunder Prison Wolf was even stronger than the Dark Destroyer? Were it not for the Dark Destroyer's silver rank, he would have relished a showdown between the two. The Earth Master, witnessing its mightiest attack, the Earth Spirit Ball, unable to dismantle the Thunder Prison Wolf's skill, was equally astonished. This technique had the power to shatter Sister Black's strongest skill. Had this little purple creature, after its evolution, surpassed Sister Black in strength? As the Earth Master was engulfed in shock, the Thunder Prison descended, imprisoning it within. Instantly, the Earth Master sensed the overwhelming, destructive aura of the lightning. This essence rendered it breathless, instilling a deep sense of dread. Yet, it soon realized that the Thunder Prison seemed merely to confine it without any actual assault, allowing it to breathe a sigh of relief. Was it merely a control skill? Just as the Earth Master felt a sense of security, a chilling aura of death enveloped it. The Thunder Prison Wolf had approached the prison, exuding a tempestuous surge of lightning attribute spiritual power. It was preparing to unleash Thunder Explosion. Thunder Explosion was the Thunder Prison Wolf's most potent attack skill at present. Standing before the Thunder Prison Wolf hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash Thunder Explosion. The thrill of vengeance was exhilarating, but its opponent was also a beast master. What if it killed the adversary? Such an act would invoke backlash upon its own beast master. Sensing the Thunder Prison Wolf's internal struggle, Jiang Luo felt a sense of pride. However, he believed the creature was overly confident. Even with its strongest skill, it was unlikely to obliterate the Earth Master, whose defenses were extraordinarily formidable. Jiang Luo was certain of this. Furthermore, he was eager to witness the true strength of the Thunder Prison Wolf's thunder explosion. So he communicated telepathically, assuring the Thunder Prison Wolf that the Earthmaster would not perish. With Jiang Luo's encouragement, the Thunder Prison Wolf wasted no time and unleashed Thunder Explosion. Crackling boom. Instantly, a powerful surge of lightning erupted from the Thunder Prison Wolf, manifesting into a massive lightning sphere. The fury within the sphere raged violently, and the next moment, the sphere detonated, sending forth a cataclysmic wave of thunder explosion power towards the Thunder Prison. This formidable force, already potent, surged to an even greater magnitude as it traversed through the Thunder Prison. Upon sensing the devastating aura contained within the thunder explosion, Jiang Luo's heart raced. Could it truly annihilate the Earthmaster? But at this point, he could not intervene. All he could do was hope that the Earthmaster could withstand it. Boom. The Earthmaster, unwilling to absorb the blow directly, invoked the earth-shattering strike, a skill designed for both offense and defense, to counter the impending force. Bang! The two immense powers collided, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated through the air, shattering the ground, and enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Crack! In the next instant, the Thunder Prison itself shattered, scattering fragments of lightning attribute spiritual power in every direction, creating a spectacular scene. Fortunately, Jiang Luo stood at a safe distance. Had he been caught in the explosive aftermath, he would have been obliterated on the spot. After casting Thunder Explosion, the Thunder Prison Wolf grew concerned for the Earthmaster's safety and hurried to the massive mound of earth formed by the explosion. Beneath it lay the Earthmaster. However, after only a couple of attempts to dig, the Thunder Prison Wolf was sent flying by a bare paw emerging from the mound. Soon after, a disheveled Earthmaster emerged from the rubble, staring in astonishment at the Thunder Prison Wolf it had just flung away. It could hardly fathom that the little creature it had once toyed with had evolved into such a formidable being. Were it not for the activation of its potential and the infusion of a portion of the Earth's power for protection, it would have been obliterated. The Thunder Prison Wolf, having been knocked back, rose from the ground, seething with rage. It had only intended to check if its opponent had been defeated, yet it was ambushed instead. Fueled by indignation, it resolved to continue the battle. Observing the Thunder Prison Wolf gearing up for another strike, the now frightened Earthmaster desperately sought Jiang Luo's aid, pleading for him to intervene. The Earth Sovereign had been reduced to such a state, and Jiang Luo felt a pang of sympathy. Naturally, he could not permit the Thunder Prison Wolf to strike again. He promptly intervened to halt the wolf's aggression. Although the Thunder Prison Wolf ceased its actions, it still bore an irate expression. Jiang Luo understood that it was time to elucidate the situation. Little Lei, do not be angry. It was actually I who instructed the Earth Sovereign to restrain you, fearing that your advancement might disrupt the contract. You should not harbor animosity towards it, Jiang Luo explained to the Thunder Prison Wolf. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Prison Wolf was momentarily taken aback. Was that the intention of the Beastmaster? Oh woo. It questioned Jiang Luo, uncertain if it was being deceived. Clearly, it suspected that Jiang Luo was merely attempting to assuage its resentment towards the Earth Sovereign. I am not deceiving you. My words are sincere. If there were no reason behind it, the Earth Sovereign would have no quarrel with you. It was indeed my directive. So if you must blame someone, let it be me, Jiang Luo asserted. Once the Thunder Prison Wolf confirmed that Jiang Luo's intentions were genuine and that the Earth Sovereign had not acted out of malice, its resentment transformed into remorse. It hurried over to apologize to the Earth Sovereign. The Earth Sovereign, possessing a magnanimous heart, chose not to hold a grudge against the Thunder Prison Wolf, assuring it that as long as it refrained from further attacks, they could remain good friends. The Thunder Prison Wolf promptly vowed never to engage in combat with it again. The Earth Sovereign felt a wave of relief wash over it, silently lamenting the peculiar creatures its Beastmaster had contracted. Chapter 60. The Dark Destruction God's upgrade. Jiang Luo sensed something was amiss. After dispelling the Thunder Prison Wolf's misunderstandings and animosity towards the Earth Sovereign, he began to mentally replay their previous battle. His curiosity piqued. He wondered if the Thunder Prison Wolf truly surpassed the Dark Destruction God in strength, especially considering the latter's already formidable prowess. If, at the same level, the Thunder Prison Wolf's power exceeded that of the Dark Destruction God, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. The aspect of their confrontation that intrigued Jiang Luo the most was the Thunder Prison skill. Why was it that the Earth Sovereign's Earth Spirit Orb could not shatter the Thunder Prison? To uncover this mystery, he simply needed to inquire with the Thunder Prison Wolf. Upon questioning, Jiang Luo learned that it was not that the Thunder Prison skill was so powerful that the Earth Spirit Orb could not breach it. Rather, the skill could only be compromised by internal attacks. External assaults would fail unless the attacker's strength was significantly superior to that of the caster. The Thunder Prison Wolf was already a standout among its peers at the same level, making it nearly impossible for any being of equal rank to breach the Thunder Prison from the outside. at least not the Earth Sovereign. Thus, the Earth Sovereign's Earth Spirit Orb had essentially been squandered, had it not been wasted. And had it been employed to defend against the Thunder Explosion after being ensnared by the Thunder Prison, it might have withstood the onslaught. Furthermore, the Thunder Prison also served to amplify the caster's lightning strikes and skill attacks, explaining why the Thunder Explosion's potency soared after passing through the Thunder Prison. In summary, the Thunder Prison was indeed a formidable skill. Although it possessed no inherent offensive capability, it offered exceptional control and was not easily interrupted during its application. Moreover, it could enhance the power of the caster's other attacks, rendering it superior to many purely offensive skills. Viewed in this light, had the Earth Sovereign understood the nuances of the Thunder Prison, it might not have fared so poorly. Conversely, if the Dark Destruction God grasped the information regarding the Thunder Prison, it was unlikely that the Thunder Prison Wolf could defeat it at the same level. However, even if the Dark Destruction God was unaware of the Thunder Prison's nature, it would not succumb to being ensnared. Its Dark Destruction Sphere was considerably smaller than the Earth Spirit Orb, and given its smaller stature, it could likely attack the Thunder Prison from below, resulting in the Dark Destruction Sphere being thrust into the Thunder Prison, thereby obliterating it outright. Should the Thunder Prison fail to confine the Dark Destruction God, the Thunder Prison Wolf would stand little chance against it. After thorough analysis, Jiang Luo concluded that the Dark Destruction God's combat prowess surpassed that of the Thunder Prison Wolf. Nevertheless, the Thunder Prison Wolf's performance had undeniably exceeded his expectations. In addition to the Thunder Prison Wolf, the Earth Sovereign also surprised Jiang Luo. Thanks to the Earth's favor skill, in a moment of desperation, the Earth Sovereign could tap into its latent potential to command the power of the Earth for its protection. Had it not been for the Earth's favor skill, which activated its hidden abilities to summon the Earth's might, even with its formidable defenses, the Earth Sovereign would have faced injury in this encounter. Of course, it was not guaranteed that it could consistently access this potential in times of crisis. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Luo resolved to avoid putting the Earth Sovereign in such perilous situations in the future. Glancing at the time, Jiang Luo realized that it was nearing noon, and it was time to feed the beasts their second meal. At this moment, he recalled that the Purple Lightning Wolf had evolved into the Thunder Prison Wolf, and accordingly, it was time to procure upgraded nourishment. He utilized the Eye of the Divine to ascertain the required sustenance for the Thunder Prison Wolf's ascension. Upon reviewing the information, he could not help but exclaim, "Another four-legged golden swallower." The Thunder Prison Wolf's upgrade material was the Thunder Dragon Beast, an exceptionally powerful dragon-type spirit beast, quite costly indeed. Typically, such a creature would not be slain for its flesh. Scarcity begets value. With their limited numbers, the price was naturally elevated, rendering it unattainable for ordinary families. Even within the Jiang family's resource repository, such a beast was likely non-existent. Without delay, Jiang Luo dispatched someone to inquire. If available, they were to procure it. If not, he instructed the steward of the resource repository to arrange for it as swiftly as possible. Shortly thereafter, a representative from the resource repository arrived, presenting Jiang Luo with a piece of thunder dragon meat, roughly the size of a palm, weighing 1 pound. They informed him that it was the only piece available and that they had already sent someone to procure more, promising to deliver it as soon as it arrived. Jiang Luo nodded and accepted the piece of thunder dragon meat. Just right, 1 pound was sufficient for the Thunder Prison Wolf's meal. He promptly fed it to the Thunder Prison Wolf, which swallowed it whole, savoring the delectable taste. Jiang Luo then fed the Earth Sovereign, summoning the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Dark Destruction God from the Beastmaster's space to provide them with nourishment. Upon seeing the Thunder Prison Wolf, both the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Dark Destruction God paused momentarily before realizing that the Purple Lightning Wolf had evolved. They could sense a significant increase in the other's bloodline strength and spiritual power. In terms of equal standing, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon acknowledged that it was no match for the Thunder Prison Wolf. The Dark Destruction God, too, recognized that even at the same level, it would struggle to defeat the Thunder Prison Wolf. Realizing that the Thunder Prison Wolf, the Earth Sovereign, and the Dark Destruction God all surpassed it at the same rank exacerbated the Azure Flame Divine Dragon's feelings of inadequacy. What was happening with the Beastmaster? How had the contracted beasts, which had come after it, surpassed it in strength? This left the elder brother feeling quite embarrassed. With a heavy sigh, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon resigned itself to consume its upgrade material, reminding itself that it must double its efforts moving forward. One must never allow the Dark Destroyer, the Earth Controller, and the Thunder Prison Wolf to catch up in levels. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would still maintain a semblance of dignity as the elder brother through its superior rank. However, before it could finish its upgrade nourishment, the Dark Destroyer, having just taken a few bites of the upgrade material, unexpectedly ascended in rank, from silver to gold. As a result, Jiang Luo received the feedback from this upgrade. which was substantial given the leap from silver to gold, significantly enhancing his physical strength and greatly increasing the spiritual energy within him. This infusion of power left Jiang Luo feeling exceedingly invigorated. While Jiang Luo basked in his newfound vitality, the Azure Flame Dragon felt a wave of dejection wash over it. Just moments ago, it had resolved to double its efforts to prevent the Dark Destroyer from surpassing it. Yet, before it could even finish its meal, the Dark Destroyer had leveled up, catching up to it in rank, which was understandably disheartening. Jiang Luo, oblivious to the Azure Flame Dragon's dismay, was instead preoccupied with the Dark Destroyer, sensing that its recent upgrade was rather unusual. Logically, even if the Dark Destroyer were to upgrade quickly, such a rapid ascension was unfathomable. After all, how long had it been since it had reached silver rank? It had not consumed anything akin to what the Azure Flame Dragon had, which had propelled its own upgrade. How could it have possibly leveled up to gold so swiftly? Chapter 61. The Dark Destroyer consumed something remarkable. What caused your sudden upgrade? Jiang Luo inquired, genuinely perplexed. I ate something good, the Dark Destroyer replied, a look of reminiscence adorning its face. Something good? Jiang Luo paused, bewildered. Did you not just have a couple of bites of Dark Fury Dragon meat? What else did you consume? The Dark Destroyer explained. Today's meat contained something different. Something different? What was it? Jiang Luo queried, momentarily taken aback. The Dark Destroyer replied. I don't know the specifics, but whatever it was, it significantly aided my upgrade, allowing me to ascend immediately. Is that so? What could possibly be in Dark Fury Dragon meat? Jiang Luo mused, unable to fathom what could have contributed to such an effect. Dismissing the thought, he reasoned that overthinking was unnecessary, especially since it was a fortuitous occurrence. Although the Dark Destroyer was a feline creature, it possessed little curiosity. That is true, Jiang Luo acknowledged. However, I do worry that consuming something unknown may pose certain risks. The Dark Destroyer reassured him, rest assured, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Even if there were some adverse components, I could easily expel them into the black hole vortex in my eyes and devour them into oblivion. Impressive. Now I can rest easy, Jiang Luo responded, giving the Dark Destroyer a thumbs up, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Subsequently, Jiang Luo sensed the emotions of the Azure Flame Dragon and the Earth Controller had both plummeted. Upon closer examination, he discerned the reasons behind their discontent. The Azure Flame Dragon felt disheartened, having been caught up in rank by the Dark Destroyer, believing it had lost its prior edge. Meanwhile, the Earth Controller, witnessing the Dark Destroyer's ascension to gold while it remained at bronze, felt equally dispirited, now on par with the recently contracted Thunder Prison Wolf. Still, their overall mental states remained relatively stable. Just as Jiang Luo contemplated offering them some words of encouragement, he noticed their spirits had lifted. They resolved to work diligently henceforth. The Azure Flame Dragon decided to increase its daily battles, for the amount of upgrade material available each day was fixed to expedite its own upgrade. It would need to engage in more combat. The Earth Controller shared a similar sentiment, vowing to reduce its hours of slumber. It was no longer an option to lag behind the likes of Little Purple. Jiang Luo, who had initially harbored concerns about their psychological well-being, now felt reassured. Following this, he joined the Dark Destroyer for lunch. After their meal, a staff member from the resource repository delivered 35 pounds of Thunder Dragon meat, which was the entirety available in Southern Sky City at the moment, allowing Jiang Luo to use it for now. They had already dispatched individuals to procure more from outside. 35 pounds would suffice to sustain the Thunder Prison Wolf for about 10 days. After taking an afternoon nap, Jiang Luo planned to take his pets into the secret realm for battle, as none wished to be overtaken. Although one had already been caught up, the fear of being surpassed by more lingered. Soon, Jiang Luo mounted the Beast King-class flying spirit beast, Gale Hawk, and arrived at a hell-level difficulty secret realm. Upon entering, he summoned the Thunder Prison Wolf first to observe how effortlessly it could combat the spirit beasts within. Before long, they encountered a group of elephants with fiery red fur. Jiang Luo utilized the Eye of the Divine to assess the situation. This species, known as the Fire Mane Elephant, was a fire attribute spirit beast, formidable in strength, capable of breathing fire, and when agitated, its scarlet fur ignited. With a notoriously volatile temperament, it was not uncommon for them to attack without provocation. Among the herd, 3 of the Fire Mane Elephants were particularly irate, with one in a furious state, flames erupting from its head, giving it the appearance of a blazing teapot. Upon spotting Jiang Luo and the Thunder Prison Wolf, these 3 enraged Fire Mane Elephants immediately charged at them. The ground trembled with their thunderous trumpeting. The trio bore down like mountains, dwarfed Jiang Luo and the Thunder Prison Wolf, yet they stood undaunted. With 3 bolts of lightning striking down, the massive Fire Mane Elephants were obliterated. This display of power left the remaining Fire Mane Elephants momentarily stunned, before they turned and fled in terror. Jiang Luo was once again reminded of the terrifying combat prowess of the Thunder Prison Wolf. These 3 bolts of lightning were not a divine punishment, but rather the manifestation of the Thunder Prison Wolf's lightning attribute's spiritual power, significantly less potent than divine retribution. Still, they were sufficient to annihilate the fire main elephants. Had skills been utilized, spirit beasts with strong bloodlines, such as the Azure Flame Dragon, the Rampaging Lion, or the Gold Gale Tiger, would not merely have dispatched them in an instant, but could have easily overpowered them. Most magical beasts of comparable rank would likely falter against such might. As Jiang Luo pondered this, a massive tortoise ambled into view from a distance. It was colossal, akin to a small mountain. Its shell appeared exceptionally thick and sturdy. Jiang Luo employed the eye of the divine to scrutinize its information, discovering that this spirit beast was known as the Earth Spirit Tortoise. With formidable bloodline strength and exceptional defensive capabilities, he wondered if they could breach its defenses. Turning to the Thunder Prison Wolf, Jiang Luo suggested, "Let us test its defenses." The Thunder Prison Wolf nodded and unleashed several bolts of lightning upon the Earth Spirit Tortoise's shell. The strikes erupted in a cacophony of sound, showering sparks. Yet they failed to leave even a mark on the tortoise's shell, illustrating the remarkable strength of its defense. Realizing that ordinary attacks could not penetrate the tortoise's defenses, the Thunder Prison Wolf resorted to divine punishment. As dark clouds gathered above, it swiftly ascended to hover over the Earth Spirit Tortoise, unleashing a torrent of thunderous bolts the size of a basin. The power of divine lightning surpasses that of ordinary thunder, not merely due to its intensified electric energy, but because it harbors a trace of heavenly retribution, thereby endowing it with formidable destructive capability. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of divine lightning struck the tortoise shell, creating gaping holes the size of bowls. However, the Earth Spirit Elephant Tortoise remained unscathed, for once the shell was breached, the force dissipated entirely. Yet, this near miss left the tortoise utterly terrified. The skill of the thunderous wolf beast was overwhelmingly fearsome, capable of penetrating its seemingly indestructible shell. Had its shell been even slightly thinner, it could have been a fatal blow. Furthermore, with its shell now damaged, any follow-up attack aimed at the breached area would spell disaster. Thus, the sluggish Earth Spirit Elephant Tortoise was left with no choice but to take the perilous route of retreat. However, its speed was hardly commendable. If the Thunder Prison Wolf desired its demise, it could easily accomplish that. Fortunately, it was spared. Jiang Luo had previously commanded the Thunder Prison Wolf to engage it merely to assess its ability to breach its defenses. With the results in hand, there was no need for unwarranted slaughter. Jiang Luo had now confidently gauged the strength of the Thunder Prison Wolf. One could assert that as long as it did not encounter a spirit beast whose combat prowess rivaled that of the Dark Destruction God, or whose defenses matched those of the Earth Controller, the Thunder Prison Wolf could effortlessly eliminate foes of its own rank. Contemplating this, Jiang Luo suddenly grew curious. Could the Thunder Prison Wolf, like the Dark Destruction God, achieve kills against foes of higher levels? Could its Thunder Prison exert control over spirit beasts 2 levels above itself, akin to the Dark Destruction Goddess Dark Destruction Vortex? Jiang Luo decided to put it to the test. Chapter 62. The Thunder Prison Wolf engages in higher-level combat. After departing from the bronze-level secret realm, Jiang Luo ventured into a silver-level secret realm in search of a suitable opponent for the Thunder Prison Wolf. This silver-level secret realm, an ancient domain for several decades, no longer imposed restrictions on entry levels. Beings of any level, whether human or spirit beast, could enter, though one should not expect to find treasures within. After all, it had been thoroughly scavenged over the years, and it was fortunate enough to retain any semblance of vegetation. What was termed a secret realm was, in truth, a semi-enclosed wild area. Upon entering, Jiang Luo summoned the Thunder Prison Wolf from his beast space. It wasn't long before they encountered a silver-level spirit beast, a holy white fox. Jiang Luo employed his divine eye to scrutinize the creature's information. His concern was not that the opponent was too powerful for the Thunder Prison Wolf to handle, but rather to gather more insights about spirit beasts. With the Ice Lotus in his possession, his mental recovery was rapid, rendering it unnecessary for him to be frugal. Furthermore, understanding the capabilities of this silver-level spirit beast was essential for assessing the Thunder Prison Wolf's performance. Upon investigation, Jiang Luo discovered that the entirely white fox was known as the Snow Fox. It was a rather common spirit beast with limited potential, confined to the silver level. In other words, this was the extent of its capabilities. However, being a level above the Thunder Prison Wolf, the Snow Fox dismissed it entirely upon realizing its inferior rank, even regarding it with a hint of disdain. If not for the inexplicable sense of danger the Thunder Prison Wolf exuded, it would have charged forward to slap the creature. Noticing the disdain in the Snow Fox's gaze, the Thunder Prison Wolf felt a surge of indignation and inquired of Jiang Luo whether it could eliminate the fox. Jiang Luo replied, "If you possess the ability, then by all means." Without hesitation, the Thunder Prison Wolf unleashed a bolt of lightning at the snow fox. The fox, taken aback by the Thunder Prison Wolf's capacity for remote lightning manipulation, was caught off guard and struck. Instantly, it was jolted, its fur standing on end. A look of agony etched across its face. Nonetheless, as a silver-level spirit beast, the Thunder Prison Wolf's standard lightning attack did not inflict significant damage. Angered by the assault, the snow fox glared fiercely, baring its teeth before charging at the Thunder Prison Wolf. Lacking any ranged skills, it could only engage in close combat. In its view, although this bronze-level wolf beast possessed some strength, its lower rank meant that the previous attack, while painful, failed to truly harm it. Thus, it believed it could easily dispatch its foe. As the snow fox lunged toward it, the Thunder Prison Wolf activated its skill, Divine Punishment. Dark clouds rapidly coalesced overhead, and a bolt of lightning imbued with a fragment of heavenly retribution plummeted toward the snow fox. Realizing the magnitude of the impending attack, the enraged snow fox was immediately seized by fear, halting its advance and turning to flee. But it was too late. The bolt struck the snow fox, obliterating it utterly, leaving no trace behind. The Thunder Prison Wolf regarded the scene with disdain. With such limited ability, how dare it look down upon the wolf? Indeed, it could achieve kills against higher-level foes, and had it initiated the encounter with Divine Punishment, it could have effortlessly eliminated the snow fox. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. The Thunder Prison Wolf had not disappointed him. Next, he would observe whether it could similarly vanquish a more formidable silver-level spirit beast. For stronger silver-level spirit beasts, Jiang Luo did not expect the Thunder Prison Wolf to achieve instant kills. Merely being able to defeat them would suffice. Continuing onward, he soon encountered a silver-level Shadow Snow Leopard. Compared to the previously seen Snow Fox, the Shadow Snow Leopard possessed significantly greater bloodline strength and was exceedingly agile. Ranking among the more formidable silver-level spirit beasts, an ideal target for Jiang Luo's purposes. Upon spotting the Thunder Prison Wolf, the Shadow Snow Leopard lunged forward. Driven by a simple motive, hunger, it had ventured out in search of food, but unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong adversary. The Thunder Prison Wolf swiftly employed Divine Punishment to counterattack. The Shadow Snow Leopard radiated a brilliant white light, enhancing its speed to evade the bolts of lightning. It adeptly dodged the falling strikes and quickly closed the distance to the Thunder Prison Wolf, then swiped at its throat with a claw. In response, the Thunder Prison Wolf executed the skill Thunder Explosion, summoning a violent sphere of electricity that was poised to detonate. The Shadow Snow Leopard attempted to evade the impending explosion with a swift roll, demonstrating remarkable reflexes and agility as it managed to distance itself from the blast. Nonetheless, without any energy barriers, the Thunder Explosion had an extensive radius and rapid attack speed. Boom! In an instant, the electric sphere erupted, unleashing a torrent of wild and domineering electrical force in all directions. Even with the Shadow Snow Leopard's swiftness, it could not escape the blast and was sent flying. Jiang Luo, positioned safely behind the Thunder Prison Wolf, remained unharmed. The Thunder Prison Wolf could control the explosion's direction, ensuring that the energy dissipated well before it reached Jiang Luo. Otherwise, using such a skill near a Beastmaster or allies would be utterly unfeasible. Though the Shadow Snow Leopard was struck by the explosion and not killed, it was rendered immobile, awaiting its grim fate. At that moment, it was filled with confusion and despair, pondering why a mere bronze-level spirit beast could be so formidable. The prowess of this Snow Shadow Leopard is commendable, certainly ranking favorably within the silver tier. Yet, you still possess the ability to vanquish foes of higher caliber without exerting your full strength, which brings me great satisfaction. Jiang Luo, with generous praise, lauded the Thunder Prison Wolf. Given that even the core skill, Thunder Prison, was left unutilized, how could he not be pleased? The Thunder Prison Wolf, upon receiving such commendation, was naturally elated, bounding to Jiang Luo's side and nuzzling against his hand. Understanding its intent, Jiang Luo affectionately patted its wolfish head, which the creature relished immensely. However, within the Beast Mastery space, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Earth Controller were becoming increasingly anxious. Why had their master not summoned them to battle yet? Particularly the Earth Controller, who fretted at the prospect of the Thunder Prison Wolf surpassing its level, was in a state of agitation. Ultimately, unable to contain its impatience, it resorted to mental communication, urging Jiang Luo to let it engage in combat. Jiang Luo, with a resigned smile, had initially intended to exit this secret realm in search of a bronze-tier sanctuary to summon the Earth Controller for battle. Yet, as he was about to depart, he suddenly considered that despite the Earth Controller's strength not matching that of the Dark Destruction God or the formidable Thunder Prison Wolf, Its robust defensive capabilities might allow it to contend against foes of higher levels. Even if it could not defeat them outright, it should be able to withstand their onslaught. Right? Moreover, engaging in battles against stronger opponents would theoretically provide greater benefits for leveling up compared to fighting equally ranked spirit beasts. With this thought in mind, Jiang Luo decided against leaving and instead summoned the Earth Controller directly from the Beast Mastery space. Chapter 63. The Earth Controller's Ascent in Battle. Upon its emergence, the first action of the Earth Controller was to ascertain whether the Thunder Prison Wolf had leveled up. Upon discovering that the Thunder Prison Wolf remained at the bronze tier, it felt a wave of relief and joy. The Thunder Prison Wolf, puzzled by its laughter, inquired about the cause. Observing the earnestness of the Earth Controller, Jiang Luo opted not to reveal the truth, instead concocting a tale that he had been worried about its safety in battle, and now felt elated to see it unscathed. This statement deeply moved the innocent Thunder Prison Wolf, who resolved to protect the Earth Controller from harm in the future. Jiang Luo, privy to the thoughts of both spirit beasts, could not help but chuckle, yet he refrained from exposing the Earth Controller's fib. A wise beast master would not incite discord among his cherished companions. With both spirit beasts in tow, Jiang Luo continued his quest for adversaries. Before long, they encountered a bear, its fur a pristine white. Jiang Luo utilized the eye of the divine to discern that this creature was known as the Extreme Ice Bear, an ice attribute spirit beast with formidable bloodline strength and commendable offense and defense. It was indeed the target he sought. The Extreme Ice Bear, upon noticing Jiang Luo and his companions, immediately perked up, for it was a glutton at heart. It had already set its sights on Jiang Luo, the Earth Controller, and the Thunder Prison Wolf as potential meals. Its confidence was not unfounded, as both the Earth Controller and the Thunder Prison Wolf were bronze tier, inferior in level to it. Although Jiang Luo himself was of the golden tier, as a beast master rather than a spirit beast, his strength was equivalent to that of a bronze tier spirit beast. With 3 bronze tier beings present, could a silver tier spirit beast lack confidence? As the Extreme Ice Bear approached with ill intent, the battle-hungry Thunder Prison Wolf prepared to strike. However, the typically laid-back Earth Controller, perhaps motivated by the fear of losing this opportunity to the Thunder Prison Wolf, took the initiative. Yet, the Thunder Prison Wolf harbored concerns that the Earth Controller might not match the silver tier Extreme Ice Bear in strength, a look of apprehension crossing its visage. Understanding the thoughts of his 2 spirit beasts, Jiang Luo chuckled softly before reassuring the Thunder Prison Wolf not to worry. With a resounding crash, the Earth Controller and the Extreme Ice Bear drew near, both unleashing their paws in a powerful strike against one another. The collision of their mighty blows reverberated through the air, resulting in the Earth Controller being sent sprawling, while the Extreme Ice Bear remained steadfast. It was no surprise, as the Extreme Ice Bear, being a silver-tier spirit beast with considerable bloodline strength, easily overpowered the Earth Controller in a direct contest. Nonetheless, the anticipated scenario of the Earth Controller being swiftly dispatched was far from reality. In truth, the Earth Controller was merely propelled by the sheer force of the impact and emerged unscathed, rising from the ground after brushing the snow off its back, ready to re-engage in battle. The Extreme Ice Bear, astonished that its mighty strike had failed to incapacitate the Earth Controller, could hardly believe its eyes. How had it suddenly become so inept? It was unable to even defeat a bronze-tier spirit beast? This realization sparked doubt within the Extreme Ice Bear, causing it to question its own abilities. This unsettling feeling vexed it, igniting a fierce desire to obliterate the source of its discontent. With a thunderous roar, the Extreme Ice Bear lunged at the Earth Controller, unleashing a chilling breath as it approached, a skill known as Ice Freeze Breath, possessing a significant chance to freeze opponents of equal level and a greater likelihood of freezing those of lower levels. Faced with this skillful assault, the Earth Controller prudently activated its defensive skill, Earth Spirit Shield, to counter the attack. The icy breath enveloped the Earth Spirit Shield, swiftly freezing it. Once encased in ice, the shield's defenses crumbled like fragile glass. With a powerful impact, the Extreme Ice Bear shattered the shield, sending it crashing to the ground. Following this, the Extreme Ice Bear pounced, pinning the Earth Controller down with ferocity, its eyes gleaming with malice as it prepared to bite. At that moment, it sensed a surge of ferocity emanating from the Earth Controller and instinctively recoiled. In the next instant, the Earth Controller flipped over, causing the ground to erupt in a shower of debris, sending rocks flying toward the Extreme Ice Bear. These were no ordinary rocks. They were infused with pure Earth attribute spirit energy. Indeed, the Earth Controller had executed the skill Earthquake Strike. The Extreme Ice Bear was taken aback, feeling a twinge of fear at the might of a bronze-tier spirit beast skill, which was an unexpected and unsettling sensation. It promptly unleashed its strongest skill, Ice Explosion. Forsaking any intention of consuming the Earth Controller, and instead seeking to obliterate it entirely. However, it was overestimating its abilities. After successfully countering the earthquake strike, the residual force of the ice explosion was significantly diminished, failing to inflict any harm on the Earth controller, let alone send it flying. Witnessing this, the extreme ice bear was left in a state of utter disbelief and frustration. How could this happen? After half a year of slumber, had it truly become so feeble? A bronze-tier spirit beast could not be subdued? As the extreme ice bear grappled with its existential crisis, the Earth controller launched a ground shatter strike toward it. The extreme ice bear hastily employed its skill, Ice Shatter Palm, to defend itself. With a thunderous clash, the skills collided, resulting in a cacophony of explosions and cracking ice, sending the Earth controller hurtling back to the ground while the extreme ice bear remained unscathed in its position. The Thunder Prison Wolf, witnessing the scene, was filled with an urge to rush in and assist the Earth controller against the extreme ice bear. Observing the battle unfold, Jiang Luo had come to realize that the Earth controller had little hope of defeating a formidable spirit beast of a higher tier. Perhaps against particularly weak opponents, it might stand a chance. Nonetheless, it was more than capable of defending itself without issue. In the face of the ferocious attacks from the extreme ice bear, one would remain unscathed. Even when pitted against formidable spirit beasts like the rampaging lion, the golden tiger, and the tornado eagle, which possess extraordinary bloodline powers, one would emerge with merely superficial injuries at most. Jiang Luo was thoroughly content with this outcome. After all, the Earth controller, unlike the Dark Destruction God and the Thunder Prison Wolf, was a defensive-type spirit beast. Expecting a defensive spirit beast to triumph over opponents of a higher tier was indeed excessive. Nevertheless, the Earth controller was unwilling to concede defeat against the extreme ice bear. Rising from the ground, it unleashed its most potent attack, the Earth Spirit Sphere, a colossal orb of earthy energy, infused with a faint essence of terrestrial power, materialized above its head. With both palms raised, it brought the sphere crashing down upon the extreme ice bear. The bear, taken aback by the Earth controller's hidden strength, found its remaining spiritual energy insufficient to execute a counterattack. With no means to evade, it could only brace itself for the impending impact. How formidable could a bronze-tier spirit beast skill be? In an instant, the Earth Spirit Sphere collided with the extreme ice bear, sending it hurtling away and crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 64 reveals that Jiang Luo had gravely underestimated the Earth controller's combat prowess. He had anticipated that the extreme ice bear would swiftly rise again, yet after a moment of waiting, there was no sign of movement. He sent the Thunder Prison Wolf to investigate. Upon its return, the Thunder Prison Wolf informed Jiang Luo that the bear had lost consciousness. Jiang Luo was astonished that the Earth controller could incapacitate the extreme ice bear. It was evident that, should the Earth controller seize the opportunity, it could easily claim the bear's life. This indicated that the Earth controller was capable of slaying the extreme ice bear in this battle, an outcome that clearly exceeded Jiang Luo's expectations. However, upon closer examination, Jiang Luo discerned the underlying reasons. It was not that he had underestimated the Earth controller, but rather that the extreme ice bear was in a deplorable state. Most likely, it had recently awakened from hibernation, famished and low on spiritual energy. The signs of its hunger were evident from the rumbling of its stomach. The lack of spiritual energy was apparent in its failure to utilize skills while attempting to withstand the Earth Spirit Sphere, opting instead to endure the blow. Therefore, it became clear that the Earth controller had defeated an exceedingly weakened Silver-tier Extreme Ice Bear. In contrast, a normally functioning Silver-tier Extreme Ice Bear would have posed a significant challenge. However, the Earth controller was oblivious to such analysis. While Jiang Luo was distracted, it had already approached the unconscious Extreme Ice Bear and delivered the fatal bite. It then expressed exhilaration at having achieved an extraordinary feat by vanquishing a powerful spirit beast of a higher tier. Jiang Luo, witnessing this, could only smile wryly. Yet, in a spirit of encouragement, he praised the Earth controller, which only heightened its excitement, prompting it to express a desire for further battle. Jiang Luo was about to advise against more combat due to the depletion of spiritual energy, deeming it unsuitable for further engagements. But he suddenly realized that this was not a concern for the Earth controller. With the ability known as Earth's Chosen, the Earth controller could swiftly absorb the rich earthen spiritual energy from the ground, rapidly replenishing its expended energy. Thus, its capacity for sustained combat was extraordinarily robust. Engaging in protracted battles of attrition was not an issue. From this perspective, Jiang Luo suddenly recognized that he had indeed underestimated the Earth controller's capabilities. Although its offensive power was not exceptionally formidable, its unparalleled defense, combined with the ability to function as a perpetual motion machine, rendered it nearly impossible to swiftly defeat in battles of higher tiers. However, in a war of attrition, the Earth Controller could outlast the vast majority of Silver-tier spirit beasts, unless the latter could quickly eliminate it. Otherwise, they would simply succumb to exhaustion. The extreme ice bear, having been in poor condition, was soon rendered unconscious. Even if it had been in peak form, the ultimate outcome would have remained unchanged. It would still have been worn down by the Earth Controller. Moreover, upon further contemplation, it became evident that, should the Earth Controller be unperturbed by pain, it would likely not be defeated by the Dark Destruction God or the Thunder Prison Wolf, and might even manage to outlast them. Additionally, under equal conditions, the Earth Controller could summon legions of Earth-type and Plant-type spirit beasts. With these two formidable forces aiding in the battle of attrition, even the Dark Destruction God and the Thunder Prison Wolf would find it exceedingly challenging to secure a victory. After all, numerous ants can bring down an elephant. Even if the spirit beasts of these two legions could be dispatched with ease, the sheer number of them would still entail significant consumption of energy, especially before they reach the point of having abundant spiritual energy and large-scale destructive abilities. What a revelation! Jiang Luo mused, reflecting on how severely he had underestimated the Earth Controller's combat strength. He gently patted the Earth Controller's rounded head, expressing his astonishment. He then continued to seek out opponents for further battles, enabling the Earth Controller to engage in more encounters of higher tiers. Jiang Luo harbored a strong intuition that, in due time, the Earth Controller would achieve an upgrade. Engaging in such exhilarating battles would greatly surpass the benefits of swiftly dispatching adversaries in terms of aiding the spirit beast's advancement. Previously, the Earth Controller had easily triumphed over spirit beasts of the same tier, which limited the potential benefits for its upgrade. Now, engaging in a war of attrition against silver-tier spirit beasts would significantly enhance its prospects for advancement. While the Earth Controller reveled in its exhilarating battles against higher-tier foes, within the Beastmaster's space, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon was anxiously pacing. It had already been pursued by the Dark Destruction God and could not afford to be caught by the Earth Controller or the Thunder Prison Wolf. However, the Beastmaster had yet to summon it for battle, causing considerable distress. Eventually, unable to contain its urgency any longer, it, much like the Earth Controller, proactively requested to join the fray. Jiang Luo glanced at the Earth Controller engaged in its higher-tier combat and posed a question to the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, one that prompted it to shake its head in response. Can you engage in battles against higher-tier foes, specifically Platinum-tier spirit beasts? The Azure Flame Divine Dragon pondered briefly before promptly shaking its head. What a ludicrous notion. The disparity between tiers was immense, even as a mythical tier spirit beast. How could it possibly compete? Yet, upon further reflection, it realized that the Earth Controller and the Thunder Prison Wolf were currently engaged in battles against higher-tier adversaries. It was already aware that the Dark Destruction God could also fight at higher tiers. This revelation led it to conclude that, aside from itself, all three of the Beastmaster's spirit beasts were capable of battling at elevated tiers. Oh dear, what sort of monstrous creatures had the Beastmaster contracted? It was exceedingly difficult for the Azure Flame Divine Dragon to find its place among them. Henceforth, it would be known as Cabbage Worm. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon sank into profound self-doubt and helplessness. Jiang Luo, too, felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that the later contracted spirit beasts would be so formidable, making the seemingly exceptional Azure Flame Divine Dragon appear quite mediocre by comparison. After the Earth Controller had engaged in battles against higher-tier foes for 3 hours, Jiang Luo finally called a halt to its enthusiastic desire for combat. He then returned it to the Beastmaster's space, departing the icy wilderness of the secret realm. Upon exiting this realm, Jiang Luo also summoned the Thunder Prison Wolf back into the Beastmaster's space. Then, aboard the Beast King-level flying spirit beast, the Gale Hawk, under the guardianship of Lin Tianya, they ventured to a long-hidden, golden-level secret realm. Upon entering the realm, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon was summoned to engage in combat. Feeling the pressure, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon exerted itself with great effort. This battle ensued for a full 6 hours. During this time, Jiang Luo diligently fed his beasts with upgrade-enhancing materials, for it greatly aids in their advancement. Not a single meal could be overlooked. Among the few spirit beasts, only the Dark Destruction God felt no pressure. It was neither eager to fight nor in haste to eat. However, this was not merely due to its superior conditions and rapid upgrade speed. Another reason lay in its possession of the Bloodfire Honey Badger, a toy remarkably resilient, capable of enduring hours of play without the fear of damage. Even after the Dark Destruction God leveled up, the opponent would still not perish, filling her with delight. Chapter 65. The resilience of the Bloodfire Honey Badger has increased. Jiang Luo had yet to discover this astonishing fact. Although he witnessed the Dark Destruction God mercilessly thrashing the Bloodfire Honey Badger after its upgrade, he assumed it was merely showing restraint. Otherwise, it would not only have killed the creature, but likely obliterated it entirely. In reality, while the Dark Destruction God did not unleash her full might, her physical force was nonetheless equivalent to that before her upgrade. This was truly astonishing. It is well known that the combat prowess of the Dark Destruction God is fearsome. The Bloodfire Honey Badger, now at a lower level, could withstand the relentless onslaught from her. One can only imagine the incredible resilience it possesses, perhaps even rivaling that of the Earth Controller. Jiang Luo would undoubtedly be astounded upon discovering this. However, for the Dark Destruction God, it was merely a source of joy. She did not perceive it as particularly shocking, so she refrained from mentioning it to Jiang Luo. As night had fallen, Jiang Luo decided to return, planning to resume battle the following day. After all, besides the Dark Destruction God, the other spirit beasts had already experienced combat. As for the Dark Destruction God, she could entertain herself by sparring with the Bloodfire Honey Badger in the courtyard that evening. Upon returning to the Jiang residence with Lin Tianya, Jiang Luo instructed the servants to prepare a meal. Afterward, he summoned his spirit beasts one by one to feed them. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Earth Controller, and Thunder Prison Wolf devoured their food ravenously. The Dark Destruction God, however, remained unhurried, waiting to dine with Jiang Luo. Half an hour later, the kitchen sent a sumptuous dinner to Jiang Luo. He and the Dark Destruction God shared the meal, each taking their time to enjoy it. After consuming the dark dragon meat, the Dark Destruction God also indulged in some of Jiang Luo's dinner, washed down with a glass of cola and a selection of fruits. Once sated, it was time to engage the Bloodfire Honey Badger. Jiang Luo retrieved the Spirit Beast Ball containing the Bloodfire Honey Badger from his spatial ring and summoned it for the Dark Destruction God to play with. However, upon summoning, he discovered the Bloodfire Honey Badger was on the brink of death. A quick inspection revealed it was starving. Jiang Luo recalled that he had neglected to feed it for the past 2 days. He promptly offered the remaining food to the Bloodfire Honey Badger. Remarkably, its vitality was robust. Moments after eating, it was revitalized and eager to engage the Dark Destruction God in battle. This thrilled the Dark Destruction God, who had previously worried about the possibility of the Bloodfire Honey Badger perishing. Bang! Just as the Bloodfire Honey Badger finished eating, the Dark Destruction God, concerned it might vomit, intended to let it digest before engaging. Unexpectedly, the Bloodfire Honey Badger launched an offensive against her. With a single kick, she sent it flying several hundred meters away. Assured it could not escape, prior to its defeat, it would surely not retreat, if not for the worry of causing chaos upon release. She wouldn't even need to keep it in a Spirit Beast Ball. How wonderful. It has survived. If it had died, who would I have to beat up in the future? The Dark Destruction God exclaimed joyfully. In response, Jiang Luo casually remarked, "It seems it can no longer satisfy your need for a sparring partner, can it?" Confused, the Dark Destruction God inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Luo explained, "You are already at the golden level. How can you exert your full strength against a silver level creature? Surely, it would merely be a trivial bout, lacking in satisfaction? You're mistaken. I can still pound it just as hard as before, as long as I refrain from using skills. It won't die?" The Dark Destruction God stated confidently. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked, "What do you mean? You can still beat it like before?" "Indeed. This creature is quite resilient, able to withstand a considerable amount of punishment," the Dark Destruction God affirmed, kicking the charging Bloodfire Honey Badger aside with a nod. Marveling at its tenacity, Jiang Luo was left astounded. With the terrifying combat strength of the Dark Destruction God, to strike a creature one level lower and still not kill it was astounding. Just how formidable was the Bloodfire Honey Badger's defense? Could it truly rival that of the Earth Controller? This revelation left him in disbelief, prompting a resolve to observe closely. Half an hour later, estimating the Bloodfire Honey Badger had digested its meal sufficiently, the Dark Destruction God activated her aggressive mode. The Bloodfire Honey Badger soared into the air, only to be struck down repeatedly by the Dark Destruction God, who, feeling lazy, opted not to chase it but instead sent it skyward. Relishing the cycle of striking it up and letting it fall, and then striking again, Jiang Luo observed intently, noting that the Dark Destruction God seemed to hold nothing back. Aside from not employing skills, her normal attacks were merciless. Before long, the Bloodfire Honey Badger was left battered and bleeding, a sight all too familiar. Ultimately, after 2 hours of relentless assault, the Dark Destruction God ceased her onslaught. The Bloodfire Honey Badger lay on the ground, resembling a defeated dog. Panting heavily and stained with blood, the Dark Destruction God dragged it to the lakeside and rudely washed it off, removing the blood and mud, before handing it over to Jiang Luo to be placed back into the Spirit Beast Ball. Despite never providing healing, as long as it wasn't starved too severely. Upon being released from the Spirit Beast Ball the next day, it emerged unscathed and full of vitality. Jiang Luo gradually realized that its remarkable resilience was not solely due to its strong defense. In fact, its defensive capabilities were far from comparable to those of the Earth Controller. Even if the Earth Controller were one level lower than the Dark Destruction God, it would not be reduced to such a pitiful state. The Bloodfire Honey Badger's ability to withstand the Dark Destruction God's relentless beating was closely tied to its extraordinary vitality and formidable recovery capabilities. Moreover, Jiang Luo suspected that the daily thrashings from the Dark Destruction God might have even enhanced its resilience, potentially increasing its defense. After all, one's resilience can indeed strengthen with repeated exposure to punishment. Had the Bloodfire Honey Badger faced the full strength of the golden-level Dark Destruction God from the outset, it likely would have perished long ago. Indeed, this individual's resilience has significantly improved. I recall that initially, a single strike from the Dark Destroyer could leave him battered and bruised. Now, it takes a considerable effort to achieve the same effect. Furthermore, the Dark Destroyer was previously at the silver level, while it now boasts a golden rank. This clearly indicates that this fellow's capacity to withstand blows has been remarkably enhanced by the Dark Destroyer. Considering this, forging a contract with a Bloodfire Honey Badger would be a commendable choice for the majority, albeit this creature proves challenging to tame. Making the process of forming a contract rather arduous, Jiang Luo remarked. Following the tumultuous battles of Chapter 66, the Earth Controller has leveled up. Time has flown by, and a week has passed. Throughout this week, Jiang Luo has diligently ventured out each day, guiding his beast companions into combat. Aside from the Azure Flame Dragon, all other beasts have been engaged in battles beyond their current capabilities. I must say, the results of these elevated challenges are indeed remarkable. Just moments ago, with starlight illuminating his head and his feet firmly planted on the ground, Jiang Luo returned to his residence. Within the Beast Mastery space, a surge of energy was felt. Upon inspection, he discovered that the Earth Controller had leveled up from bronze to silver. Jiang Luo immediately received feedback regarding the upgrade. His physical strength has once again escalated, and his internal spiritual energy has increased. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. Naturally, the Earth Controller shares in this joy, feeling a sense of relief as its level has finally surpassed that of the Thunder Prison Wolf. There is no longer a concern of being the weakest. Having sensed the Earth Controller's thoughts and its diligent efforts over the past days, Jiang Luo couldn't help but acknowledge that tamed beasts are undeniably powerful. They not only enhance the overall strength of their beast master, but also foster competition among themselves, accelerating their growth. If a beast master were to contract with creatures that are weak and lethargic, they would gradually become complacent, resulting in a slower progression than usual. Initially, the Earth Controller was quite indifferent. Aside from eating and sleeping, it showed little enthusiasm for other activities, including battles. Had it not been for the fear of being surpassed by the Thunder Prison Wolf, it likely would not have engaged in such frenzied battles. Nor would it have achieved its current level. As the saying goes, with joy comes sorrow. The Earth Controller's upgrade has only intensified the pressure on the Azure Flame Dragon, which now worries about being overtaken. The Na'vi Thunder Prison Wolf, however, is genuinely pleased for the Earth Controller, unaware that it is precisely because of its presence that the Earth Controller has exerted itself so fervently. Nevertheless, Jiang Luo felt quite satisfied. Aside from the Azure Flame Dragon's mild discontent due to the increased pressure, everything else seems to be progressing positively. He believes the Azure Flame Dragon's concerns are trivial and unlikely to lead to true despondency. After all, it is a dragon. Its mental fortitude cannot be so fragile. Moreover, one day it will inevitably evolve into a mythical beast of immense potential. At that point, with levels equalized, what could the Azure Flame Dragon possibly fret about? Of course, if the creatures he contracts after the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit continue to surpass it in strength, even upon achieving mythical status, it would still find itself at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, by that time, it would likely have to accept its fate, thus alleviating any potential distress. With a fleeting thought, Jiang Luo summoned all his beasts from the Beast Mastery space and proceeded to feed them upgrade materials. As the Earth Controller ascended to silver, it grew considerably larger, now capable of serving as Jiang Luo's mount. In the future, when traversing the ground, he could ride upon the Earth Controller, and during flights, he could mount the Azure Flame Dragon. At the Gu residence, Gu Lingbing sat at a stone table in the courtyard, gazing up at the luminous moon overhead. Her spirits dampened as she sipped her drink. Was it not promised that I would be treated to a meal? Why has there been no word from him since he acquired the Sirius Star? Gu Lingbing felt rather disheartened by Jiang Luo's silence. While she didn't particularly care for the meal, after all, she had casually given away the Sirius Star. What she truly desired was to see Jiang Luo, to converse with him, to stroll together, to dine, and to admire the Star Stone. Of course, she could take the initiative to seek him out. but she felt somewhat hesitant and worried about imposing upon him or becoming a nuisance. Considering others is indeed a complex endeavor. At the Jiang residence, after dining with the Dark Destroyer, Jiang Luo enjoyed the splendid night sky alongside it. This evening, the Dark Destroyer was disinterested in mercilessly attacking the Bloodfire Honey Badger, allowing it a day of rest. Naturally, Jiang Luo had forgotten to feed it again, but it had been nourished a few days prior, so it would not perish. Both gazing at the night sky, Jiang Luo and the Dark Destroyer harbored vastly different thoughts. Jiang Luo pondered whether the universe of the Beastmaster world resembled that of his previous life. Is the continent of Beastmaster also situated on a singular planet? Could a particular star in the sky be Blue Star? Meanwhile, the Dark Destroyer's thoughts remained fixated on obliterating celestial bodies. Its destructive urges were not solely driven by malice. Rather, it simply detested the twinkling night sky, preferring an expanse of complete darkness. A few nights ago, when the sky was overcast, obscuring the stars and moon, the Dark Destroyer had stared at the heavens for an extended period. The swirling black vortex in its eyes spun incessantly, imparting a peculiar sensation, as if it had formed a tenuous connection with some cosmic force above. However, this feeling dissipated completely with the arrival of a streak of starlight, inciting the Dark Destroyer to explode a nearby rock garden in frustration. Jiang Luo was left to arrange for repairs the following day. After appreciating the night sky for a while, Jiang Luo recalled his beasts back into the beast mastery space before retreating to his room to meditate. Upon concluding his meditation, he suddenly remembered his earlier promise to invite Gu Lingbing out for a meal. It had been quite some time since they last communicated, and he felt a pang of guilt. Moreover, he intended to present her with a gift to express his gratitude. Thus, Jiang Luo resolved to select an appropriate gift the following day before inviting Gu Lingbing to dine and bestowing upon her the token of appreciation. However, what kind of gift would be suitable? Something too ordinary would not suffice, as he needed to make a good impression. After all, Gu Lingbing had given him a serious star. Yet, what could he offer that was extraordinary? He was not lacking in funds, yet he struggled to conceive a fitting present. Rings, necklaces, jewelry? While these items are indeed somewhat extravagant and generally appealing to women, the nature of his relationship with Gu Lingbing does not warrant such gifts, as they are not romantically involved. Though Jiang Luo had been a single noble in his past life, he was well aware of this fact. What should he give? It was truly a headache. In a moment of inspiration, Jiang Luo suddenly realized what would be perfect. A star stone. Nothing would be more appropriate than gifting Gu Lingbing a star stone. As a fervent enthusiast of star stones, she would undoubtedly cherish a beautiful specimen. Furthermore, since the Sirius star she gifted him was also a star stone, reciprocating with one of his own would be entirely fitting. Naturally, a common star stone would not suffice. Being a passionate collector and the daughter of the Gu family, she had encountered and purchased an abundance of exquisite star stones. Ordinary star stones she would naturally not hold in high regard. Thus, it must be a particularly unique and rare star stone to pique her interest. Jiang Luo resolved to dispatch individuals to various locations the following day in search of extraordinary star stones. Once procured, he would invite Gu Lingbing to dine with him. On the subsequent morning, Jiang Luo sent people to scour the land for unusual star stones. However, the quest for such extraordinary gems proved to be quite a formidable challenge. Days swiftly passed without yielding a star stone that satisfied Jiang Luo's expectations. Just as he was beginning to feel despondent, the steward presented him with a remarkable star stone. Chapter 67. The Soul Egg of the Devouring Celestial Python. This was an egg-shaped star stone of a deep purplish-black hue, entirely translucent, containing within it a small black snake. The snake appeared to be no more than a spectral essence, as it lay motionless on the ground with its eyes closed. Clearly, this was indeed a most peculiar star stone. This one is quite impressive. From where did you acquire it? Jiang Luo inquired of the steward. It was discovered within a secret realm, the steward replied. Indeed, it seems that only treasures of such uniqueness can be found within secret realms. Jiang Luo mused. Yes, even in realms that have been plundered multiple times, the likelihood of discovering rare items remains higher than that in the marketplace, the steward concurred. Having experienced this firsthand while assisting Jiang Luo in the search for unusual star stones over the past few days. Very well, you may return to your duties. With the star stone in hand, Jiang Luo decided to pay Gu Lingbing a visit. Just as he was about to leave, he felt an urge to examine the star stone once more. Should Gu Lingbing inquire about its name, he would need to have an answer ready. Upon inspection, Jiang Luo was taken aback. Devouring Celestial Python's Soul Egg, the soul egg of the Devouring Celestial Python clan. Capable of hatching a soul entity of the Devouring Celestial Python upon meeting the necessary conditions. The Devouring Celestial Python clan, one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the Celestial Demon Star. Soul Egg, an egg containing demonic essence. capable of birthing a soul entity of a demonic beast. After reading this, Jiang Luo realized that this so-called extraordinary star stone was, in fact, not a true star stone at all. It was, astonishingly, a soul egg belonging to one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the celestial demon star. While he possessed no knowledge of these supreme demon clans, the very term supreme was sufficient for him to grasp the immense strength of the devouring celestial python clan. Was this soul egg not akin to a soul version of a demonic seed? This object could not be kept. Thankfully, he had examined it. Had he given it to Gu Lingbing, it could have cost her life, and that would have been an act of ingratitude. Jiang Luo felt a wave of apprehension. Then, a flicker of anger crossed his gaze as he prepared to summon the Dark Destruction God to annihilate it. However, upon further reflection, he decided it would be prudent to show it to his grandfather and parents first. Without delay, Jiang Luo sought out his grandfather and called his parents, urging them to visit his grandfather's residence. Upon arriving at his grandfather Jiang Yuanshan's abode, Jiang Luo found that his parents, Jiang Tian and Tian Yin, had already arrived. "Xiao Luo, what is the matter that you summoned us here?" Jiang Tian asked. Jiang Luo presented the devouring celestial python soul egg to Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin, saying, "What do you make of this? It appears to be a spirit beast egg, but why is it transparent?" Jiang Tian remarked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "There is a small black snake inside, though it seems lifeless. Could this be a form of special amber?" Tian Yin speculated. "It emits light. This must be a unique star stone." Jiang Yuanshan offered his assessment. "None of you are correct." Upon hearing their responses, Jiang Luo realized they were unfamiliar with the concept of a soul egg. "What then is it?" Jiang Tian asked, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yuanshan and Tian Yin exchanged astonished glances. Surely at least one of them would have guessed correctly. Yet, they were all mistaken. "Is this object truly so difficult to identify?" Jiang Luo said gravely. "This is known as a soul egg." "A soul egg? What is a soul egg?" Jiang Tian and Tian Yin were entirely perplexed. Jiang Yuanshan's expression shifted upon hearing the term. His brow furrowed deeply as he focused intently on the devouring celestial python's soul egg, asking urgently, "Could it be a soul egg of a demonic beast?" A soul egg of a demonic beast? Although Jiang Tian and Tian Yin were unaware of what a soul egg entailed, the mere connection to demonic beasts was enough to instill a sense of unease within them. Jiang Luo, upon hearing his grandfather's words, realized that the old man possessed some knowledge regarding demonic beast soul eggs. "Indeed, it is a soul egg of a demonic beast. It seems you are familiar with this matter, grandfather." Jiang Luo nodded, his demeanor serious. Without pausing for explanation, Jiang Yuanshan urgently inquired, "Where did you acquire this?" Jiang Luo explained, "I intended to present Gu Lingbing with a gift, contemplating which star stone would be most suitable. However, given that ordinary star stones would not suffice, I dispatched individuals to search for extraordinary star stones. Not long ago, the steward delivered this stone to me, claiming it was found within a secret realm. Initially, I meant to give it to Gu Lingbing, but thankfully I examined it with my divine eye and discovered it to be a demonic beast soul egg, not a star stone. Quickly, summon the steward to come." Jiang Yuanshan's expression was grave as he instructed Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded and promptly retrieved his phone to call the steward, urging him to arrive swiftly. He then turned to Jiang Yuanshan, asking, "Father, is this object immensely hazardous?" Jiang Yuanshan's brow remained tightly knit as he spoke uneasily. "This item is essentially an alternate form of a demonic seed, and even more terrifying. Unlike a demonic seed which grows post-parasitism, this hatches directly into a demonic soul, and its growth rate is rapid. While its power may not match that of a full-fledged demonic beast, should it belong to a clan of considerable strength, the mere existence of its demonic soul would be formidable. If we do not eradicate it before it matures, it could lead to dire consequences." "What? Is it truly so?" Jiang Tian and Tian Yan's anxiety deepened upon hearing this. Shouldn't this be contained within a demonic transformation secret realm? How did it evade the purging efforts? Jiang Tian queried in confusion. "This entity can manifest not only in demonic transformation secret realms, but also in ordinary secret realms," Jiang Yuanshan replied. "What? It can even appear in ordinary secret realms? If so, does that not make it exceedingly difficult to detect?" Jiang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Yuanshan nodded gravely, expressing his concerns. "Indeed, this is one of the more terrifying aspects of demonic beast soul eggs. They are not easily detected, unlike demonic seeds, which can only be found in demonic transformation secret realms and can be tracked through the realm's light beams to ascertain if they have been fully eradicated. This is utterly outrageous. How shall we manage this?" Jiang Tian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. "Indeed, it is distressing. In my youth, there was once a demonic beast soul entity that grew to rival an imperial beast in strength. At that time, Nearly all the legendary beast tamers of the realm joined forces, and after incurring substantial losses, we managed to eliminate it. Following its eradication, the leading powers of the continent launched an investigation, ultimately discovering several different levels of demonic beast soul entities and some unhatched soul eggs, which were thoroughly eradicated. Afterward, reports of demonic beast soul entities became exceedingly rare. Little did I expect to witness one with my own eyes today, Jiang Yuanshan lamented. Truly, this is terrifying. Such a dreadful thing has reemerged. Jiang Tian and Tian Yan's eyes were filled with trepidation as they spoke in succession. By the way, Xiao Luo, can you discern the origin of this soul egg? Which magical beast does it belong to? Jiang Yuanshan suddenly recalled this matter and directed his inquiry toward Jiang Luo. It is the soul egg of the devouring sky python, Jiang Luo replied. The devouring sky python? Although they had never heard of such a beast, the sheer audacity of its name was enough to convey its formidable prowess. Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yan understood well that this creature belonged to a species of considerable strength. I have not heard of it, but it sounds quite powerful, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. It is one of the 5 supreme magical clans of the Tianma star, Jiang Luo elaborated. The mention of the Tianma star and its 5 supreme magical clans, particularly the term supreme, caused Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin to shift their focus, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Though there was no such rank as supreme among the beast tamers and spirit beasts of the beast tamer continent, the implication of those 2 words was well understood by anyone with a modicum of education. It appears that the devouring sky python may be even more terrifying than we had anticipated, Jiang Yuanshan stated, his demeanor exceedingly solemn. Jiang Tian and Tian Yin nodded in agreement. At that moment, the old steward arrived. Elder Jiang, Master, Madam, Young Master, you summoned me in haste. Is there something amiss? He inquired. Jiang Yuanshan held up the soul egg of the devouring sky python and asked, from which secret realm did this item originate? The Purple Lake secret realm, the steward replied. Is it a magical realm? Jiang Yuanshan probed. The steward shook his head, explaining no. The Purple Lake secret realm is a standard difficulty silver grade secret realm located near the Purple Lake. It has been in existence for over a decade. Oh, then the situation is even more complex. Jiang Yuanshan's expression darkened further. Isn't this the peculiar star stone I procured for the young master? Could there be a problem? The steward's heart raced with anxiety as he questioned. You need not inquire further, Jiang Yuanshan admonished. The matter concerning the magical beast soul egg must remain confidential to avoid inciting panic. My apologies. I was thoughtless, the steward quickly replied. Enough, I harbor no ill feelings. You may return to your duties. Jiang Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The steward promptly left. Father, why did you say the situation became more complicated upon learning it was not a magical realm? Jiang Tian asked, perplexed. Jiang Yuanshan elucidated. The crux of the matter lies not in whether it is a magical realm, but in the fact that this realm has been active for over a decade. What does that mean? Jiang Tian still did not grasp the implication. Is it possible that grandfather is suggesting that due to the extensive duration of the Purple Lake secret realm's existence, too many diverse individuals have entered, making it difficult to ascertain whether this soul egg was originally within the realm or introduced by someone else, thus obscuring the egg's initial point of emergence? Jiang Luo speculated. Indeed, you are astute, Xiao Luo, Jiang Yuanshan affirmed. Not as clever as my son. Jiang Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he could not suppress his curiosity. What is the significance of determining this? It likely pertains to discovering the soul egg's original location and whether there are additional soul eggs present, Jiang Luo conjectured. Precisely. This soul egg is now in our possession, and we can destroy it at our discretion. However, if there are other eggs still unaccounted for, we must locate them swiftly before they hatch and grow, which would pose a grave threat. Jiang Yuanshan nodded in agreement. I see. So what should we do now? Jiang Tian inquired. Jiang Yuanshan responded. We must first send individuals to scour the Purple Lake secret realm extensively to see if we can find any remaining soul eggs. Additionally, we need to inform the other top-tier forces about the discovery of the magical beast soul egg and discuss strategies. Jiang Tian furrowed his brow and asked, but wouldn't that expose Xiao Luo's beast taming talents? Can't we just say I discovered it? Jiang Yuanshan countered. Ah, yes, that could certainly work, Jiang Tian acknowledged, feeling reassured. Enough of this for now. We must hastily send people into the secret realm to search for additional soul eggs, Jiang Yuanshan urged, his anxiety palpable. Ultimately, the situation was dire. Jiang Tian nodded and promptly departed to manage the matter. Tian Yin turned to Jiang Yuanshan and asked, Father, should I now inform the high-ranking members of the other top-tier forces about this situation? Jiang Yuanshan nodded. Consequently, Tian Yin took her leave. Jiang Yuanshan looked at Jiang Luo and cautioned, Xiao Luo, You must not speak of the soul egg to anyone. Jiang Luo nodded and then inquired, Grandfather, how should we convey the information regarding the soul egg being that of the devouring sky python, one of the 5 supreme magical clans of the Tianma star? To the high-ranking members of the top-tier forces? When the Jiang family convened the high-ranking members of the foremost forces, it would be prudent to disclose the details surrounding the soul egg. However, explaining the source of this information posed a challenge. After all, he could not allow his beast-taming talents to be revealed. Jiang Yuanshan pondered for a moment before replying. This is easily addressed. Just say that in your youth, you once came across an ancient tome that contained records pertaining to this matter. You suspect that this soul egg belongs to the devouring sky python clan. But as for the ancient tome, it has long since been lost to time. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jiang Luo stated, fully aware that he had yet to earn the right to participate in the high-level discussions. Moreover, it was unnecessary. He could always inquire about the proceedings later from his grandfather and parents. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Luo found himself devoid of the enthusiasm to select gifts for Gu Lingbing. Having learned about the Tianma star, the 5 supreme magical clans, the devouring sky python, and the soul egg, he felt an ominous foreboding that an appalling event might soon transpire on the Beast Tamer continent. This realization filled him with a profound sense of urgency. Fortunately, his cherished beasts were exceptional in their own right and displayed commendable diligence, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Before the Purple Lake secret realm, under Jiang Tian's orders, numerous silver-grade beast tamers from the Jiang family entered the realm in search of the soul egg. Of course, these individuals were unaware that the object of their quest was a fearsome magical beast soul egg. They believed they were seeking peculiar star stones. Simultaneously, Tian Yin had already contacted all the high-ranking members of the top-tier forces, informing them of the discovery of the soul egg and urging them to hasten to the Jiang family for a council. The most powerful individuals among the foremost forces were well acquainted with the significance of the soul egg's reappearance and thus did not dare to treat this matter lightly. Hastening to Jiang's residence with urgency, naturally, the elite members of the Gu and He families, also situated in Nantai City, were among the first to arrive at the Jiang family estate. Jiang Yuanshan first presented them with the soul egg of the devouring sky python. Is this truly a magical beast soul egg? He Yuntian and Gu Qian, though familiar with the concept of soul eggs, had never witnessed one firsthand. Indeed, and it is no ordinary soul egg, Jiang Yuanshan affirmed with a nod. What do you mean by no ordinary soul egg? Which beast does it belong to? Upon hearing this, He Yuntian and Gu Qian furrowed their brows, their expressions tense with unease. Chapter 69. The high-ranking members of the 5 domains gather at the Jiang family for a council. Let us wait for the leaders of the other major powers to arrive before we discuss this matter further. Otherwise, we shall have to repeat ourselves, which is quite troublesome, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. Very well, He Yuntian and Gu Qian nodded in agreement. 5 hours later, the leaders of the 5 major powers, East, South, West, North, and Central, convened in the Grand Hall of the Jiang residence. The Jiang family was represented by only 3 individuals, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Tian, and Tian Yin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the beast soul egg we inadvertently discovered. Please take a look, Jiang Yuanshan announced as he presented the soul egg of the devouring heaven python for scrutiny. Is this truly the legendary soul egg? It resembles a spirit beast egg quite closely, one of the leaders remarked. Indeed, it appears to be a transparent spirit beast egg. It also bears a striking resemblance to some peculiar star stones, another added. The leaders of the 5 major powers gazed at the soul egg of the devouring heaven python, engaging in animated discussion. Although they had heard tales of such a thing, none had ever laid eyes on it before, and its appearance was indeed novel to them. Yes, we stumbled upon it while procuring star stones, only to find it was a soul egg, Jiang Yuanshan explained. Old Jiang, now that everyone is present, please enlighten us about the spirit beast from which this soul egg originates, He Yuntian urged. Jiang Yuanshan nodded solemnly and replied, Esteemed colleagues, this beast soul egg is not an ordinary one. It belongs to the devouring heaven python lineage. The devouring heaven python lineage? What sort of beast is that? I have never heard of it. Has anyone else? I have not heard of it either. This is my first encounter with such a name. From its title, it must be quite extraordinary. Indeed, what common beast would dare to bear such a name? The assembly shook their heads, having never heard of the devouring heaven python lineage. However, the name alone suggested that this beast was indeed remarkable. Jiang Yuanshan continued, It is indeed exceptional. In my youth, I once perused an ancient tome that detailed this creature. It is purportedly one of the 5 supreme demon clans from a place known as the Demon Star, possessing immense power. The Demon Star, one of the 5 supreme demon clans? What is this Demon Star? Is it located in the Beastmaster continent? I am not certain. one of the 5 supreme demon clans. The title alone signifies that the devouring heaven python is anything but ordinary. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the leaders, who had initially gathered merely to discuss the discovery of a beast soul egg. They were now confronted with the realization of its extraordinary nature. Indeed, the devouring heaven python is immensely powerful. Thankfully, we discovered it early. Had it hatched and reached the legendary level of maturity, the consequences would be dire. No need for me to elaborate. I trust you all understand, Jiang Yuanshan remarked with a serious countenance. Indeed, we are fortunate to have discovered it before hatching. The leaders collectively nodded, their expressions reflecting their unease. Jiang Yuanshan added, although we have identified this soul egg, I am concerned that there may be other soul eggs yet undiscovered. Thus, I have convened you all to discuss how we might prevent future calamities. Old Jiang is correct. This entity is too fearsome to be left unchecked. We must eradicate it completely. Leaving even one could lead to endless troubles. However, the question remains, how do we ascertain the locations of the other soul eggs? Indeed, that presents a vexing dilemma. As the leaders deliberated, a sense of collective apprehension enveloped them. Old Jiang, from where did you acquire this soul egg? Gu Qian inquired after a moment of contemplation. Jiang Yuanshan replied, it was found within the Purple Lake secret realm in our southern domain. I have already dispatched personnel to search for any additional soul eggs within. But considering the realm has been accessible for quite some time, and many have entered, it's possible others have brought them in from elsewhere. I see. That complicates our search for the source, Gu Qian lamented, a furrow of concern forming on his brow. The other leaders echoed his sentiment. Jiang Yuanshan continued, indeed, even if this soul egg originated from the Purple Lake secret realm, and we happen to find more within, we cannot dismiss the possibility that there are additional soul eggs in other secret realms or locations. Exactly, unlike demonic seeds, which typically manifest within demonic secret realms and provide markers upon eradication, these soul eggs can appear in any secret realm without any indication, making them nearly impossible to locate entirely. It's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed, the challenge is formidable, far more daunting than ascending a mountain. Ascending a mountain can be accomplished with the aid of a flying spirit beast, yet locating these soul eggs may require an eternity if fortune does not favor us. As their discussions continued, the weight of the situation became increasingly apparent. Upon reflection, it seems we possess no particularly effective strategies. We must mobilize substantial manpower and resources to scour the various secret realms. The safety of the entire continent is at stake. And I hope you will not be stingy with your finances. Indeed, we have few alternatives. We must proceed thus, they concurred. Rest assured, we comprehend the gravity of this situation and would never err in such critical matters, assured the leaders of the major powers, recognizing the necessity of their actions. Very well. Then, return and make the necessary arrangements. And remember to keep this matter confidential to avoid inciting panic among the populace. We shall state that we are merely searching for star stones, Jiang Yuanshan cautioned. Fear not. We are well aware, they replied. After the leaders departed, Jiang Tian received news from the Purple Lake secret realm. The silver-tier beastmasters who had entered to search for soul eggs had thoroughly scoured the realm, but found nothing. With no other options, Jiang Tian had no choice but to call them back. Sensing that the leaders had likely left, Jiang Luo sought out his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan. Upon entering the courtyard, he found his grandfather sitting on a stone bench, a troubled expression etched upon his face. Grandfather, have they departed? Jiang Luo inquired. Jiang Yuanshan nodded. Was any resolution reached? Jiang Luo pressed. The consensus was that there are no viable solutions. We shall have to resort to a laborious approach, mobilizing significant manpower and resources to search through the various secret realms, Jiang Yuanshan explained. Jiang Luo contemplated for a moment before responding. I too have pondered this for quite some time and have come to the same conclusion. Besides this cumbersome method, we must also focus on enhancing our own strength. Should any remaining eggs hatch, we will need sufficient power to confront the ensuing threats. Jiang Yuanshan nodded, saying, indeed, particularly you. Your spirit beasts possess formidable strength. And once they mature, you will have the capability to face any unforeseen crises. Jiang Luo affirmed earnestly, I will strive to enhance my spirit beast's abilities. Jiang Yuanshan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him as he considered Jiang Luo's formidable companions, the Dark Destroyer, the Earth Controller, and the Thunder Prison Wolf. Chapter 70. The Furious Gu Lingbing upon returning to their respective domains. The leaders of the 5 major powers dispatched individuals into the various secret realms in search of soul eggs, offering high prices to incentivize participation and enhance efficiency. Officially, they claimed to be in pursuit of rare star stones, which left many starstone enthusiasts somewhat bewildered. How is it that the foremost powers have suddenly developed an affinity for starstones? Gu Lingbing, a member of one such faction, found herself puzzled by this phenomenon. Thus, she sought an explanation from her father, Gu Yan. Gu Yan deceitfully claimed that a peculiar star stone could enhance the strength of spirit beasts, which had led the upper echelons of the prominent factions to seek it fervently. The reason he withheld the truth from Gu Lingbing was not out of fear that she might indiscriminately divulge it, but rather to shield his beloved daughter from the unsettling implications of the matter concerning the demonic beast soul eggs. After all, coming to know of such a thing might tarnish her happiness in the future. Naturally, Gu Lingbing accepted her father's explanation without skepticism, as it appeared quite plausible. Had he suggested that they had suddenly taken to star stones, she would have doubted it, for it seemed far too coincidental that all top factions would simultaneously develop an interest in them. In addition to these enthusiasts of star stones, other factions, not among the elite, were equally intrigued by this development, believing that the actions of the top powers must be rooted in some hidden motive. Consequently, they sought to uncover the reasons behind this sudden fervor through various channels and methods, fearing that they might miss out on a lucrative opportunity. However, apart from the high-ranking officials of the major factions, no one else was privy to the true nature of the situation. Thus, they found themselves unable to ascertain why the leading powers were so zealously acquiring these peculiar star stones at exorbitant prices. Yet, they were certain that the matter was far from simple. As a result, some astute individuals began to procure and collect these unusual star stones, anticipating their future utility. Upon returning to the Gu residence, Gu Lingbing settled into a rocking chair in the courtyard. Her thoughts turned to Jiang Luo, and her spirits immediately sank. How could he not come to find her? Had she known that parting with the Sirius star would lead to such a lack of contact, she might have hesitated. Perhaps he had coveted the Sirius star not for its aesthetic value, but for its potential to enhance spirit beast capabilities? Suddenly, Gu Lingbing's expression shifted as realization dawned. Yes, it must be so. Jiang Luo had stated that his interest in the Sirius star was not admiration, but utility, indicating that he had discerned its capacity to bolster spirit beasts. He was not truly an aficionado of star stones. During the Starstone exhibition, he observed rather than purchased, clearly indicating his disinterest. His attendance at the exhibition was likely in pursuit of a stone that could enhance spirit beasts, and unexpectedly, he had encountered her. The extraordinary prowess of his Qinyin divine dragon was undoubtedly linked to the star stone's enhancing properties. As Gu Lingbing pondered further, her conviction grew, leading to a surge of discontent. She felt deceived, as if Jiang Luo had regarded her as a fool. No, she could not let this indignity pass. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, prompting her to seek out Jiang Luo. At that moment, Jiang Luo was engaged in battle within a hellish-level secret realm, accompanied by his pet beast. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Gu Lingbing was informed that Jiang Luo was absent. Absent? Was he too ashamed to face her after taking the Sirius star? It made sense now why he had ceased to seek her out. Gu Lingbing fumed as she departed. On her way home, she muttered to herself, "So, he thinks he can evade me? I will see how long he can hide. I refuse to believe he will remain within the Jiang residence forever. Starting tomorrow morning, I shall wait near the Jiang estate. I will catch him." Gu Lingbing was resolute in her intention and determined to follow through. The next morning, she concealed herself near the Jiang residence, awaiting Jiang Luo's emergence to confront him. After tending to his pet's first meal, Jiang Luo, accompanied by his guardian Lin Tianya, departed the Jiang estate, making his way towards the secret realm. Gu Lingbing, observing from the shadows, rushed forward. "Jiang Luo," she exclaimed, confronting him with indignation. "Ah, Miss Gu, you've come to find me?" Jiang Luo greeted her with a smile. Appearing unfazed, "I have matters to discuss with you. Shall we find a more private setting?" Gu Lingbing had arrived in a furious state, wishing to ruin Jiang Luo's reputation, but upon seeing his smiling face, she found it difficult to act on her initial impulse and opted for discretion. "Very well." Jiang Luo, perceptive to her intentions, nodded and suggested, "Let us go to my quarters." Gu Lingbing acquiesced, and Jiang Luo led her further into the Jiang estate, with Lin Tianya trailing behind. "It has been some time. How have you been?" Jiang Luo inquired as they walked. "You noticed it has been a while?" Gu Lingbing replied with a cold laugh, her tone sharp. Jiang Luo paused, momentarily taken aback. Why did it seem to him that her tone carried resentment? Did she hold him accountable for not following through on his promise to treat her to a meal? "My apologies, I have been quite busy. I had intended to treat you to a meal, but it has yet to happen. How about this? I will take you to lunch today," Jiang Luo quickly offered, seeking to placate her. "I'm not free," Gu Lingbing retorted icily. "Very well," Jiang Luo conceded with a sigh, and the remainder of their journey was marked by silence. Upon reaching the courtyard, Gu Lingbing noticed that Lin Tianya had not followed them inside and halted her steps. Jiang Luo also came to a stop. "Young Master Jiang, let us be frank. Did you find it amusing when you saw me?" Gu Lingbing fixed her gaze on Jiang Luo, posing the question directly. Jiang Luo was taken aback by her inquiry. Why would I find it funny to see you? You think I'm a fool, Gu Lingbing muttered with a self-deprecating smile. Miss Gu, I fail to comprehend your words. Please, speak plainly, Jiang Luo requested, sensing the underlying message in her words but unsure of its meaning. You are not a true aficionado of starstones, Gu Lingbing asserted. Jiang Luo nodded, admitting, indeed, I cannot be classified as a starstone enthusiast. You seem quick to concede now, Gu Lingbing retorted coldly. I never claimed to be an aficionado, Jiang Luo clarified. He merely acknowledged his appreciation for starstones, which did not equate to being a devotee. It was simply an affirmation of beauty. Right, you never said so. It was my foolishness to assume you were a starstone enthusiast, Gu Lingbing remarked with self-mockery. Miss Gu, my status as a starstone enthusiast should not cause you any harm, should it? Jiang Luo asked, puzzled. Indeed, it does not, after all. Losing a starstone I particularly cherished is hardly a significant injury, Gu Lingbing continued to speak in sarcasm. Chapter 71. Gu Lingbing interrogates Jiang Luo. I understand now. The reason you were willing to give me the Sirius star was that you believed I was a starstone enthusiast. Upon realizing I was not, you regretted bestowing it upon me, correct? Jiang Luo inquired. Yes, I regret giving you the Sirius star. However, it is not because you are not a starstone enthusiast, but because you deceived me, Gu Lingbing replied, her anger manifesting. I deceived you? In what way? Jiang Luo was taken aback by her accusation. What do you intend to do with the Sirius star? Gu Lingbing asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's heart tightened. Could it be that Gu Lingbing was aware of his use of Sirius to evolve the purple lightning wolf? If that were true, it would indeed spell trouble. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed implausible that Gu Lingbing could possibly know about this matter. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Jiang Luo replied. Cannot disclose? Gu Lingbing scoffed. Do you think I am so naive as to be completely oblivious? Jiang Luo furrowed his brows. Her expression suggested she might actually know something. What do you know? He inquired. Sirius can enhance the strength of spirit beasts, Gu Lingbing stated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Gu Lingbing was indeed aware that Sirius was a mythical grade evolution material. What to do now? Eliminate her to silence her? But she was the eldest daughter of the Gu family, not someone to be trifled with. Killing her would lead to dire consequences. Yet, if he chose not to kill her, and she divulged this information to the other top-tier forces, they would likely unite to obliterate the Jiang family. After all, no major power wished for a singular dominance that could threaten their standing, which was contrary to their interests. In a moment, Jiang Luo found himself overwhelmed. I was right, wasn't I? Gu Lingbing observed Jiang Luo's unusual demeanor and, sensing his anxiety, realized her suspicions were accurate. Sirius was indeed a peculiar starstone capable of enhancing the strength of spirit beasts. How did you learn that? Jiang Luo asked, intrigued. This was something Gu Lingbing should have had no way of knowing, yet she appeared to possess undeniable knowledge. Do you truly believe I am so pitiable and foolish? The top-tier forces are all in search of extraordinary starstones precisely because they can enhance spirit beasts' power, Gu Lingbing retorted with a huff. Extraordinary starstones can enhance spirit beast strength? Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Still pretending? If you didn't know that Sirius could enhance spirit beasts, why would you desire it? Gu Lingbing said with a disdainful expression. Jiang Luo instinctively wanted to explain, but he realized she had not spoken incorrectly. If he had not known that Sirius was one of the materials needed for the purple lightning wolf to evolve into the thunder prison wolf, he indeed would not have sought after it. After all, he was not a starstone enthusiast and had no hobby of collecting them. You have no words to retort, do you? Still pretending, Gu Lingbing coldly laughed. Wait a moment, my thoughts are a bit muddled. You said the top-tier forces are looking for extraordinary starstones because they can enhance spirit beast strength? Who told you this? Jiang Luo queried. My father said so. You wouldn't suggest that my father is lying to me, would you? Gu Lingbing asked with a scoff. Your father said that? Jiang Luo was momentarily stunned, feeling quite surprised. Why would the head of the Gu family say such a thing? Wasn't he actually searching for demonic beast soul eggs? To avoid causing panic. He had only mentioned extraordinary starstones. How could they enhance spirit beast strength? Not all extraordinary starstones, like Sirius, were evolution materials. However, it seemed that Gu Lingbing was unaware that Sirius was a mythical grade evolution material. With this realization, Jiang Luo felt a wave of relief. Jiang Luo, you have truly gone too far. Here I was, generously offering you Sirius, but little did I know you had been plotting against me from the very beginning. Gu Lingbing glared at him, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. I wouldn't call it plotting. I merely wished to ascertain if you possessed Sirius. If you did, I intended to purchase it. It was you who offered it as a gift, Jiang Luo explained. So, You mean to imply that I am foolish enough to give it to you for free? Gu Lingbing retorted angrily. No, 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 that is not my intention at all. I simply wanted to express that I am not scheming against you. I heard you had a collection of many star stones. So I only wished to see if you had the Sirius I desired. To my surprise, you truly did, hence my expression of interest. I have made it clear that I have a practical use for it, not merely for admiration. This hardly constitutes a scheme, does it? Jiang Luo hurriedly clarified. He did not wish for her to misinterpret his intentions. But you didn't inform me that Sirius could enhance Spirit Beast strength because you feared that if you told me, I would no longer give it to you. After all, no Beast Tamer would want to forego the opportunity to enhance their Spirit Beast strength. Of course, you could argue that you are under no obligation to share such information, but considering that I was willing to part with my star stones for you, it seems quite ungrateful and unethical to withhold it, Gu Lingbing questioned, her voice filled with indignation. That is indeed something I did not disclose, but not out of fear of losing Sirius. It is only through my possession of Sirius that I can enhance the strength of my spirit beasts. For you, it would merely be for admiration, hence there was no necessity to inform you, Jiang Luo replied. Nonsense. Your spirit beasts are spirit beasts, while mine are not. Why should Sirius be able to enhance the strength of your spirit beasts and not mine? Gu Lingbing grew even angrier, utterly unconvinced by Jiang Luo's words. Hearing her insistence, Jiang Luo became increasingly certain that she was completely unaware that Sirius was a mythical-grade evolution material, mistakenly believing that any spirit beast could benefit from it. This realization eased his mind, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Do you also find your words amusing? Gu Lingbing coldly inquired upon seeing Jiang Luo's smile. It is not as you think. Allow me to clarify. Sirius is an evolution material that can enable my spirit beast to undergo evolution. Naturally, its strength will increase post-evolution. So your assertion of enhancement is correct. However, it is not as you presume that every spirit beast can strengthen through it. There seems to be nothing in existence that can universally enhance all spirit beasts, right? The fact that Sirius was an evolution material was something he could share with Gu Lingbing, as she was unlikely to grasp its mythical-grade potential. After all, mythical-grade spirit beasts had yet to make a legitimate appearance in the world. Even if he were to disclose to Gu Lingbing that it was a mythical-grade evolution material, she would likely not believe him. Chapter 72, The Soul Egg of the Skyward Demon Bull. An evolution material? Gu Lingbing paused momentarily. Yes, precisely an evolution material. Jiang Luo confirmed with a nod. So, the top-tier forces are also in search of extraordinary star stones for the evolution of their spirit beasts? Gu Lingbing inquired. Did your father not tell you that they are actually seeking soul eggs, not extraordinary star stones? Jiang Luo countered with a hint of surprise. Not extraordinary star stones, but soul eggs? What exactly are soul eggs? Gu Lingbing asked, momentarily bewildered. It seems your father has not shared this with you. Oh, I understand now. He likely wishes to shield you from the knowledge of soul eggs, fearing it might cause you distress. I should have realized that sooner. Had I thought of it, I would not have mentioned it to you, Jiang Luo expressed with a hint of regret. What is going on? Please clarify everything for me. Perhaps it's better not to say. Your father prefers you remain unaware. If you refuse to explain, I will assume everything you previously stated was a deception. Very well. Jiang Luo relented, ultimately revealing the information regarding soul eggs to Gu Lingbing. He had not anticipated that it would turn out like this. Upon gaining clarity on the matter, Gu Lingbing's expression turned solemn, evidently affected by the revelation. They say ignorance is bliss. You insisted on knowing, and now look where we are. Jiang Luo remarked with a hint of exasperation. The existence of the soul egg does cause me some concern. Yet knowing that you were contemplating a gift for me brings me great joy, Gu Lingbing replied with a gentle smile. Alas, the gesture of politeness has been squandered. However, your fondness for the star stones inspired me to prepare a unique star stone for you, and inadvertently led me to discover the soul egg. If we can locate and eliminate all the soul eggs this time, it could be said that your passion has saved the world, Jiang Luo stated. It was your thoughtfulness in preparing a gift for me and inviting me to dinner that led to this discovery of the beast's soul egg, Gu Lingbing said bashfully. Now, are you going to call me heartless? Jiang Luo teased with a smile. Gu Lingbing's cheeks flushed as she replied, I apologize. I misjudged you earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Don't be so tense. I was merely jesting. I've greatly benefited from your presence, so how could I possibly blame you? Jiang Luo chuckled. Since it was a misunderstanding, he had no reason to hold it against Gu Lingbing. Moreover, her apology confirmed her character as a fundamentally good person. How embarrassing. I caused quite a scene, all because my father withheld the truth from me, leading to my humiliation in front of you, Gu Lingbing lamented. Do not blame your father. He acted with your best interests in mind. Had I been aware, I would have refrained from telling you, Jiang Luo replied. That is true, Gu Lingbing acknowledged. While she felt a bit disheartened, She soon dismissed her grievances against her father, instead feeling warmth in her heart. By the way, you must have had something to attend to outside, right? Gu Lingbing suddenly recalled that Jiang Luo had intended to leave, but returned because of her. Jiang Luo nodded, but refrained from mentioning his plan to train his pet beast in the secret realm, fearing that Gu Lingbing would suggest joining him, which would expose the condition of his pet. Then I shall not intrude further. I will treat you to dinner another day, Gu Lingbing declared. I will take you out to eat soon, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. You treat me once, and I shall treat you in return, Gu Lingbing said, her laughter brightening the mood. The more meals we share, the more opportunities we have to meet, she added. Agreed, Jiang Luo responded with no objections. After parting ways with Gu Lingbing at the entrance of the Jiang residence, he boarded Lin Tianya's Gale Eagle and flew towards the secret realm. Time flew by, and a week passed. The second soul egg was discovered in a long-established secret realm in the northern region, although it remained unclear which beast it belonged to. Its appearance resembled that of the soul egg of the devouring serpent, both being translucent and oval, yet instead of a black serpent, it cradled a black bull. The Lu family, a prestigious family in the northern region, found this soul egg. Unsure if it was indeed a soul egg, the higher-ups sent images to various elite factions for verification. Upon receiving the image, Jiang Tian shared it with Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Yuanshan believed it to be a soul egg, but was uncertain as to which beast it belonged. He surmised that only Jiang Luo might possess the knowledge to identify it, and it would require the eye of the deity for confirmation. Thus, he needed Jiang Luo to examine the soul egg. Consequently, Jiang Yuanshan feigned difficulty in assessing the image and requested that the Lu family send the soul egg to him for inspection. Although the Lu family had shared the image with various elite factions, they primarily relied on Jiang Yuanshan's expertise, recalling that he had consulted an ancient tome in his youth which contained information on soul eggs. After all, it was he who had identified the devouring serpent. Upon learning that Jiang Yuanshan wished to inspect the soul egg, the Lu family promptly dispatched a messenger to deliver it. Upon receiving the soul egg, Jiang Yuanshan hurried to find Jiang Luo, who had just returned home. As he entered the courtyard, he was greeted by his grandfather and father awaiting him. Grandpa, Dad, what brings you here? Jiang Luo inquired as he approached them. Jiang Yuanshan produced the soul egg, saying, This is a suspected soul egg discovered by the Lu family in a long-established secret realm in the northern region. Grandpa believes it is indeed a soul egg, but we are uncertain of its origin. Please take a look. Have we truly discovered another soul egg? Jiang Luo's expression shifted, his brow furrowing. The matter of soul eggs was indeed troubling. Uncertainty gnawed at him when none was found, and the discovery of another brought discomfort, knowing there might be more undiscovered. You see, it is virtually identical to that of the devouring serpent, differing only in the beast soul within. It must belong to another kind of beast, Jiang Yuanshan asserted. Upon examining the soul egg, Jiang Luo also concluded it was likely a soul egg, as its shape mirrored that of the devouring serpents, except that instead of a black serpent, it housed a black bull. Immediately, Jiang Luo utilized the eye of the deity to investigate. Soul egg of the soaring bull. The soul egg of the soaring bull clan, upon meeting the hatching conditions, can give rise to the soul body of the soaring bull. The soaring bull clan is one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star. Soul egg, an egg containing a demon soul, capable of hatching into a beast soul body. Indeed, it is a beast soul egg, and not just any ordinary one, Jiang Luo remarked, his brow furrowed. What kind of beast does it belong to? Jiang Yuanshan inquired. The soul egg of the soaring bull, Jiang Luo replied. The soaring bull, could it also be one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star? Jiang Yuanshan asked, his expression laced with concern. Jiang Luo nodded gravely. He suspected that the demon star was a planet, thus not situated on the Beastmaster continent. However, the fact that they could place a soul egg on the Beastmaster continent was unsettling. Yet, it appeared that the beasts from the demon star could not directly reach the Beastmaster continent. Otherwise, there would be no need to place the soul egg here. However, the current situation might not always remain unchanged. Consequently, a sense of crisis filled Jiang Luo's heart. Upon learning that the soaring bull was also one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star, Jiang Yuanshan's frown deepened. Indeed, it is one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star. This is truly troubling. I wonder what kind of place the demon star is, he said, his expression grim. It certainly cannot be on the Beastmaster continent. It must be on another planet, Jiang Luo replied. But how could they place the soul egg on the Beastmaster continent? Jiang Yuanshan questioned. I do not know, but it is certain that they cannot come to the Beastmaster continent. Otherwise, there would be no need to bring in the soul egg. Nor could the soul body be placed here directly, Jiang Luo explained. Fortunately, they cannot come. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the Beastmaster continent, leading to untold suffering for its inhabitants, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. Jiang Luo nodded, his expression tinged with concern as he remarked, however, their inability to arrive now does not imply they will never come. It is prudent for us to bolster our strength before their arrival. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanshan also displayed a worried demeanor, nodding in agreement as he replied, "You are right. We must seize the time to enhance our prowess." Yet, the strength of the magical beasts is generally formidable, and the Supreme Demon Clan is no exception. For ordinary individuals, even an increase in power may not yield significant results. We primarily depend on you. It remains uncertain whether we have enough time. That is beyond our knowledge. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. If fate intends our demise, there is little we can do, Jiang Luo stated. Jiang Yuanshan nodded and said, "I will inform the leaders of the major powers." Jiang Luo acknowledged with a nod. Soon, the upper echelons of the various leading forces learned that the soul egg discovered by the Lu family was that of the siege Mni, one of the 5 supreme beings of the Demon Star. This news was evidently far from reassuring, causing their expressions to darken and their brows to furrow. There are 5 supreme demon clans in total on the Demon Star, and now 2 of their soul eggs have already been uncovered. It is highly likely that all 5 supreme demon clans have concealed their soul eggs within the beast taming continent. From this perspective, it seems the entire Demon Star harbors ill intentions towards the beast taming continent, instilling in them a profound sense of crisis. Yet, they had no alternative but to intensify their efforts in searching for and eliminating the soul eggs. Time passed swiftly, and another week slipped by. During this interval, no new soul eggs were discovered. Jiang Luo continued to devote the majority of his time to training with his beloved beasts. One morning, as usual, he fed his beasts their first meal of upgrade materials and prepared to venture into the secret realm. Just as he was about to depart, a surge of lightning energy erupted from the Thunder Prison Wolf, leading to its elevation from the bronze level to the silver level. Jiang Luo promptly received feedback regarding the upgrade, feeling his physical strength intensify and his internal spiritual energy swell. This sensation was extraordinarily invigorating, making him feel that his efforts during this period were indeed worthwhile. The Thunder Prison Wolf, inherently fond of combat, let out an exhilarating howl upon feeling the newfound power coursing through its body, further igniting its desire for battle. Jiang Luo, accompanied by his beasts, departed from the Jiang residence and set off for the secret realm alongside his guardian, Lin Tianya. Although the Thunder Prison Wolf had previously been capable of battling beyond its level, this might no longer hold true post-upgrade, as the disparity in strength between the silver and gold levels is significantly greater than that between bronze and silver. Hence, Jiang Luo resolved to first explore a hellish silver-level secret realm, allowing the Thunder Prison Wolf to engage in combat with equally formidable spirit beasts to assess the situation. With the speed of the Beast King level flying spirit beast, the Gale Eagle, it wasn't long before Jiang Luo and Lin Tianyao arrived at a hellish silver-level secret realm. Upon summoning the Thunder Prison Wolf, they stepped into the realm. The interior environment of this secret realm was a vast grassland, with the entrance surrounded by nothingness, offering a wide field of vision. Jiang Luo and the Thunder Prison Wolf soon observed numerous spirit beasts roaming ahead, some solitary and others in groups. The Thunder Prison Wolf awaited Jiang Luo's choice of opponent. After careful consideration, Jiang Luo selected a rhinoceros spirit beast known for its formidable defense, the iron-armored rhinoceros. This spirit beast is renowned for its robust defense, though its attack power should not be underestimated, given its enormous horn capable of delivering significant impact and lethality. Jiang Luo's intention in choosing it was to ascertain whether the Thunder Prison Wolf could easily breach its defenses. If so, it would indicate the potential for continued battles beyond its level. Upon receiving Jiang Luo's command to engage, the Thunder Prison Wolf excitedly howled before dashing towards the grazing iron-armored rhinoceros like a bolt of lightning. The iron-armored rhinoceros, known for its strong attack and defense, was bold and unafraid. When it perceived the charging Thunder Prison Wolf, it did not pay it any heed, much to the wolf's displeasure. How dare it underestimate this wolf? It would soon witness the wolf's prowess. As the Thunder Prison Wolf closed in, it struck the rhinoceros with a paw. The iron-armored rhinoceros remained unfazed. It had faced numerous spirit beasts attempting to attack it in the past, with results invariably leading to either its own injury or the assailant's retreat. Thus, it was disinclined to respond. Moreover, the rhinoceros, aware of the Thunder Prison Wolf's swift movements, understood that a counterattack might not land effectively. Otherwise, it would not hesitate to retaliate. However, when the Thunder Prison Wolf's paw landed upon it, the rhinoceros's eyes widened in astonishment as a resounding thud echoed, and the skin at the point of impact split open instantaneously. How could this be? Its rhinoceros hide had been torn by a mere wolf's paw? This was utterly unreasonable. At this moment, the Thunder Prison Wolf shared the same sentiment as the iron-armored rhinoceros. Despite its significant power increase post-upgrade, it had not managed to obliterate its opponent with a single strike, merely inflicting a superficial wound. This was incomprehensible. Both beasts began to question their existence. Jiang Luo, of course, was unaware of the rhinoceros's thoughts. However, he could sense the Thunder Prison Wolf's contemplation. Understanding its mindset, he felt compelled to remark, "You have grown rather arrogant after your upgrade. Your opponent is not an ordinary spirit beast of the same level. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Do you expect to annihilate it with a single attack? Simply being able to breach its defenses with one strike is already commendable. A wolf should not be overly presumptuous." Evidently, Jiang Luo was quite satisfied with the Thunder Prison Wolf's ability to breach the iron-armored rhinoceros's defenses with its paw. Chapter 74. The Thunder Prison Wolf's over-level kill of the Shadow Wolf. Stop doubting your existence. Unleash your Thunder Punishment and see how much damage it inflicts on your opponent. Remember, do not strike the same area you previously attacked. Jiang Luo instructed the still-doubting Thunder Prison Wolf. Upon receiving the command, the Thunder Prison Wolf promptly executed the Thunder Punishment. Dark clouds gathered above, swiftly converging over the iron-armored rhinoceros. Subsequently, bolts of lightning descended from the clouds, striking the equally bewildered rhinoceros. Sensing the ominous energy emanating from above, the iron-armored rhinoceros, filled with terror, hastily attempted to flee. Yet, how could its speed rival that of the Thunder Punishment's assault? In the next instant, it was struck by a bolt of lightning imbued with a hint of divine retribution, piercing through its massive body, causing it to collapse motionless on the ground. Instant kill. After employing the Thunder Punishment, the Thunder Prison Wolf required only a single strike of lightning to dispatch a spirit beast of equal level with exceptional defense. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Luo felt a twinge of surprise, followed by a smile of satisfaction. It appeared that post-upgrade, the Thunder Prison Wolf could still engage in battles beyond its level. Excellent. Observing its successful kill of the iron-armored rhinoceros, the Thunder Prison Wolf felt a sense of relief. There was no need to continue battling here. It was time to shift to a hellish gold-level secret realm. Consequently, Jiang Luo promptly departed from this hellish silver-level secret realm with the Thunder Prison Wolf. Upon the canopy of a grand tree near the entrance of the secret realm, Lin Tianya lay leisurely, indulging in drink, when he was suddenly informed by the circling Gale Eagle that Jiang Luo had emerged. What? He is out so soon? Lin Tianya was taken aback, promptly rising to his feet. Upon further inspection, he realized that Jiang Luo had indeed returned. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the tree and swiftly made his way towards Jiang Luo, who was searching for him. "Young master, why are you out so quickly?" Lin Tianya inquired as he approached. Jiang Luo smiled and replied, "I changed to a different secret realm." Lin Tianya refrained from asking further questions, recognizing Jiang Luo's unspoken reasons, a testament to his resolve as a guardian. Before long, Jiang Luo, accompanied by Lin Tianya on the Gale Eagle, arrived at the entrance of a hellish difficulty, golden-level secret realm. Summoning the Thunder Prison Wolf, he stepped into the realm. The environment within was a dense forest, with towering trees and lush vegetation. Shortly after entering, Jiang Luo and the Thunder Prison Wolf encountered a black wolf. Jiang Luo immediately activated his divine eye to glean information about the creature. He discerned that it was a beast known as the Shadow Wolf, dark and possessing dual attributes of darkness and wind, with formidable racial strength. If the Thunder Prison Wolf could vanquish it, it would be capable of defeating most golden-level spirit beasts, even those of higher rank. As Jiang Luo examined the Shadow Wolf's details, the creature was also fixated on the Thunder Prison Wolf, sensing a potent bloodline power emanating from it, which thrilled the Shadow Wolf. Despite the thunder attribute of its opponent, the allure of devouring such a creature promised substantial rewards. Upon realizing the Shadow Wolf's intentions, the Thunder Prison Wolf's eyes sparkled with disdain. "What a fool, daring to target me." It promptly requested to engage in battle, a request Jiang Luo readily granted. The Thunder Prison Wolf unleashed several bolts of lightning to strike the Shadow Wolf. However, as a wind attribute spirit beast, the Shadow Wolf was swift and easily dodged the attacks, leaping towards the Thunder Prison Wolf. Upon closing the distance, the Shadow Wolf lunged with a claw aimed at the Thunder Prison Wolf. Channeling its own electrical might, the Thunder Prison Wolf retaliated with a claw strike of its own. The clash reverberated through the air, sending the Thunder Prison Wolf staggering back a few steps, while the Shadow Wolf remained steadfast. Given its higher rank, it was not surprising that the Shadow Wolf held the upper hand in direct confrontation. Nonetheless, the Thunder Prison Wolf sustained no injuries, an impressive feat in itself. The Shadow Wolf, taken aback, soon succumbed to excitement. The more extraordinary the Thunder Prison Wolf appeared, the greater the spoils it would reap after the inevitable victory. With a triumphant howl, the Shadow Wolf extended its neck and let loose a cry. In response, the Thunder Prison Wolf unleashed a thunder punishment. A surge of electrical energy enveloped it, coalescing into a storm cloud above, which swiftly drifted over the Shadow Wolf and unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes imbued with a hint of divine retribution. The exuberant Shadow Wolf, sensing the formidable power above, displayed a flicker of fear and hastily attempted to evade. The speed of the thunder punishment was far superior to that of ordinary lightning strikes, and the Shadow Wolf narrowly escaped the onslaught. Recognizing that the thunder punishment had failed to land a blow, the Thunder Prison Wolf understood that it needed to resort to its ultimate skill, Thunder Prison. With a surge of electrical energy, it rapidly formed a lightning cage overhead. With a mere thought, the cage descended upon the Shadow Wolf, which, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to evade. Yet, the expansive range of the Thunder Prison, coupled with its swift pursuit, proved too much for the Shadow Wolf to escape, ensnaring it within the electric confines. Instantly, the Shadow Wolf felt the oppressive aura of destructive lightning and panicked, unleashing its own spirit energy in a bid to withstand the impending assault from the Thunder Prison. However, it soon discovered that this skill was purely a control technique and lacked offensive capabilities. A wave of relief washed over the Shadow Wolf. Although it was of a higher level, the instinctual tension from being ensnared by a lower-ranked opponent's skill was palpable. Yet, a sudden realization struck the Shadow Wolf. It had to flee. It interpreted the Thunder Prison as an entrapment meant to facilitate its escape, a notion it could not accept. Consequently, it activated its Shadow Claw to attack the Thunder Prison Wolf. The Thunder Prison Wolf, however, had no intention of retreating or remaining passive after ensnaring its opponent. It dashed towards the Shadow Wolf and, upon closing in, unleashed a thunder blast. A tremendous surge of electrical energy erupted from the Thunder Prison Wolf, forming a colossal lightning sphere, its chaotic energy thrashing wildly. The sphere erupted, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged towards the Shadow Wolf. Upon colliding with the Shadow Wolf's Shadow Claw, the sheer force obliterated the attack, following through to strike the Shadow Wolf itself, resulting in its explosive demise. A successful defeat against a higher-level foe, though it had required the use of Thunder Prison and Thunder Blast to achieve this victory. Jiang Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, this was a battle fought at a higher level, and the Shadow Wolf was no trifling opponent. Chapter 75. The Barbecue of the Savage Wild Bull. Aroma attracts the Fire Spirit Tiger and the Mighty Bear. The Shadow Wolf's rapid agility had rendered the Thunder Prison ineffective in control. Jiang Luo pondered whether the Thunder Prison Wolf could defeat a golden-level spirit beast that was neither particularly fast nor robust without needing to resort to Thunder Prison at all. Only one way to find out, Jiang Luo mused as he set out with the Thunder Prison Wolf in search of a target. 10 minutes later, a suitable target emerged, a stout, completely black bovine spirit beast adorned with large horns. Utilizing his divine eye, Jiang Luo identified it as the Savage Wild Bull, known for its explosive temperament and considerable attack power. Although not particularly swift, its defensive capabilities were commendable, aligning perfectly with Jiang Luo's desired target. That's the one. Attack it with thunder punishment. Jiang Luo commanded the Thunder Prison Wolf. The Thunder Prison Wolf complied without delay. However, the Savage Wild Bull, noticing Jiang Luo and the Thunder Prison Wolf, glared displeasedly and charged towards them, irked by their presence. Its explosive temperament was evident. Yet, before it could reach Jiang Luo and the Thunder Prison Wolf, storm clouds had already gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning descended upon it, infused with a trace of divine might. Despite its fierce nature, the Savage Wild Bull was no fool. Sensing the overwhelming power of the lightning, it promptly turned and fled. However, it lacked the speed of the Shadow Wolf and could not escape. A bolt of lightning struck it, and while it could not pierce this wild bull like it did the ironclad rhino, it nonetheless brought the creature crashing to the ground. Subsequently, a second, third, and fourth bolt of lightning descended in succession. After a relentless barrage, the wild bull was left battered and lifeless, its skin even charred. The enticing aroma of barbecued beef wafted through the air. The keen-nosed Thunder Prison Wolf was the first to detect this delectable scent, unable to suppress its salivation. It then inquired of Jiang Luo whether it could partake in the feast. Jiang Luo paused momentarily, approached, and was also captivated by the mouth-watering fragrance emanating from the wild bull. Without hesitation, Jiang Luo tore off a strip of the grilled meat and sampled it, finding it indeed quite delightful. Although unseasoned, the inherent flavor of a golden-tier spirit beast was exceptional. Seeing Jiang Luo indulge, the Thunder Prison Wolf became even more ravenous, drooling profusely. Noticing this, Jiang Luo chuckled and said, "Go ahead and eat." The Thunder Prison Wolf eagerly began to devour the roasted beef. Truly, provided it could strike, lightning could contend with the vast majority of golden-tier spirit beasts, showcasing the formidable power of the Thunder Prison Wolf. While savoring the grilled beef, Jiang Luo couldn't help but reflect on the situation. After a while, an unexpected visitor appeared, a ferocious tiger, resplendent in fiery red. Drawn by the tantalizing aroma of the barbecue, it approached. Jiang Luo utilized the eye of the divine spirit to assess the creature, identifying it as a fire spirit tiger. A spirit beast of the fire attribute, it possessed formidable bloodline power and could be considered the sovereign of this forest. Upon the arrival of the fire spirit tiger, the thunder prison wolf ceased its meal, casting an annoyed glare at the newcomer. How dare this infernal tiger disrupt its feast at such a moment? With a growl, the fire spirit tiger sensed the thunder prison wolf's gaze upon it, perceiving a challenge to its authority as the forest king. It responded with a low growl, attempting to intimidate the thunder prison wolf into submission. However, this tactic bore no fruit with the thunder prison wolf. Instead, it summoned a bolt of lightning directed at the fire spirit tiger. The fire spirit tiger, agile as ever, deftly evaded the strike and, filled with anger, lunged forward, trailing a blaze of fire as it approached the thunder prison wolf. The thunder prison wolf intended to dodge, but considering Jiang Luo was nearby, it could not retreat. Instead, it charged forward to withstand the attack, only to be swatted away by a mighty paw from the fire spirit tiger. Jiang Luo realized that without the thunder prison wolf, even with the use of thunder punishment and thunder explosion, he would still be unable to strike the fire spirit tiger. However, both thunder punishment and thunder explosion were highly taxing on spiritual energy. The thunder prison wolf had already employed these skills several times, and after using thunder punishment multiple times, its internal energy was far from sufficient. It could not summon thunder prison again. As a result, Jiang Luo decided to call forth the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Initially, he had intended to send the Earth Controller into battle, hoping to expedite its leveling through a challenging fight. Yet, considering the Fire Spirit Tiger's agility and strength among Golden Tier beasts, he deemed it unwise. The Earth Controller could likely hold its ground, but defeating the Fire Spirit Tiger would be a daunting task, especially with the risk of a surprise attack. Thus, he summoned the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. As a Golden Tier beast with mythical potential, it would undoubtedly handle the Fire Spirit Tiger with ease. The sudden appearance of the Azure Flame Divine Dragon startled the Fire Spirit Tiger. Upon sensing its equal status and robust bloodline power, the tiger felt a twinge of trepidation. Resorting to a fierce roar in a display of bravado, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, however, was not swayed by such theatrics. It unleashed a torrent of azure flames towards the Fire Spirit Tiger. The tiger, recognizing the formidable might of the azure flames, was taken aback and swiftly dodged, causing the flames to strike a nearby tree, instantly reducing it to ashes. The Fire Spirit Tiger trembled. It had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from the dragon beast and began to entertain thoughts of retreat. At that moment, a massive bear came barreling in from the distance. Upon sighting the bear, the Fire Spirit Tiger's eyes lit up, and it quickly communicated with the newcomer through beast speech. Following their exchange, the tiger and bear resolved to join forces against the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, aiming to feast on the sumptuous barbecued beef and potentially dragon meat. The bear, drawn by the aroma of grilled beef, was also a glutton, making it a perfect ally. Clearly, the bear was not an ordinary creature, as it had caught the attention of the Fire Spirit Tiger. Jiang Luo, utilizing the eye of the divine spirit once more, discerned that the bear was known as the mighty grizzly bear, a land attribute spirit beast. Its attack and defense were formidable, renowned for its immense strength. Faced with two powerful spirit beasts, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon remained undaunted. After repelling the Fire Spirit Tiger with a blast of azure flames, it swung its tail towards the mighty grizzly bear. However, to its surprise, the bear's paw swatted it away. One could not deny the bear's sheer power, yet this strength was more about physical force rather than spiritual energy. As a result, although the Azure Flame Divine Dragon was knocked back, it sustained no injury and felt no pain from the impact. After sending the Azure Flame Divine Dragon flying, the mighty grizzly bear turned its gaze towards Jiang Luo, a mischievous glint in its eyes, and brazenly gestured with its paw across its neck, indicating its intention to slay him. Clearly, this bear understood that killing the Beast Master would spell doom for the spirit beasts. Unfortunately for it, it was unaware that Jiang Luo still had other beasts at his disposal. Chapter 76. The Dark Destruction God annihilates the mighty grizzly bear. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon slays the Fire Spirit Tiger. Realizing the mighty grizzly bear was preparing to attack, Jiang Luo swiftly summoned the Dark Destruction God from his beast space. At this moment, only the Dark Destruction God could save him. Summoning the Earth Controller would likely result in a swift defeat. Although the mighty grizzly bear was a land attribute spirit beast, theoretically, the Earth Controller could dominate it. The reality was different. It was a level above and a considerably strong spirit beast, making control improbable. He could not gamble with his life. Upon the Dark Destruction Goddess' arrival, it witnessed the mighty grizzly bear's massive paw descending towards Jiang Luo, a paw larger than Jiang Luo himself. The little creature's eyes narrowed, and it swiftly unleashed a beam of dark light that struck the bear's head, creating a small hole in its skull. Though the hole was small, it was lethal. The colossal form of the mighty grizzly bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground and sending dust soaring. The fire spirit tiger, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. A little black cat, so powerful? It had annihilated a bear that even it found challenging to defeat? At that moment, the fire spirit tiger was confronted with an even more shocking revelation. It heard the little black cat address the human, asking, "Should I kill this tiger as well?" What? It can talk. The fire spirit tiger was taken aback. How could a golden tier little black cat possess the ability to speak human language? Was it possible that its true form was that of a beast monarch? After all, only beast monarchs typically possessed such capabilities. In fact, some beast monarchs could not even speak human language, and only imperial beasts could undoubtedly do so. No, that couldn't be right. It could not possibly be a beast monarch, let alone an imperial beast. Previously, the attack on the Titan bear, although immensely powerful, was undeniably of golden tier strength. It was quite perplexing. The fire spirit tiger appeared to be in deep contemplation. However, it soon found itself relieved of such thoughts. As the Azure flame dragon soared over, Jiang Luo commanded it to eliminate the fire spirit tiger. Indeed, Jiang Luo entrusted this task to the Azure flame dragon. The dark destruction god could have dispatched it with ease, but that would have been of little benefit. By allowing the Azure flame dragon to slay it, he could somewhat expedite its leveling process. Nevertheless, the effect was rather limited, for even with the Azure flame dragon in combat, the battle concluded swiftly. After all, the Azure flame's superiority over the fire spirit tiger's flames rendered the latter utterly suppressed. As the Azure flame dragon landed a lethal blow with its azure claws, piercing the tiger's neck, it fell lifelessly. Jiang Luo collected the corpses of both the fire spirit tiger and the Titan bear into his spatial ring, intending to bring them back for a culinary delight. A hearty soup brewed from tiger bones and steamed bear paws would indeed be a delectable feast. Ironically, the fire spirit tiger and Titan bear, once desiring roasted beef and dragon meat, now found themselves reduced to mere ingredients. How aromatic! The dark destruction god sniffed the air and remarked. Jiang Luo chuckled and replied, "It's the enticing aroma of roasted wild bull meat. Come and indulge." Immediately, the Azure flame dragon, the dark destruction god, and the earth master joined in the feast of roasted bull meat. Before long, only the skeletal remains of an entire wild bull remained. Jiang Luo was taken aback. These creatures had quite the appetite. After they had feasted to their heart's content, Jiang Luo summoned the Thunder Prison Wolf into the beast space for rest and recovery, while allowing the Azure Flame Dragon and Earth Master to continue battling in this secret realm to hasten their leveling. The Dark Destruction God, in the meantime, merely accompanied him for protection. After all, as an unmatched entity of the same rank, she faced no formidable opponents here. To accelerate her own leveling through battle, she needed to venture into a platinum-tier secret realm of hellish difficulty. Other difficulties would prove futile. Thus, once the Azure Flame Dragon and the Earth Master concluded their skirmishes in this realm, Jiang Luo would escort the Dark Destruction God to a platinum-tier secret realm of hellish difficulty for further combat. Several hours later, the Azure Flame Dragon and Earth Master finished their battles, prompting Jiang Luo to exit the Golden Tier secret realm. Under Lin Tianya's guidance, he proceeded to a platinum-tier secret realm of hellish difficulty. To avoid depleting the formidable spirit beasts of any particular realm, Jiang Luo would continuously rotate the secret realms for his beasts to engage in combat. An hour later, he departed from the platinum-tier secret realm. Upon returning home, night had fallen. He summoned his beasts for their final meal of the day and also called forth the Bloodfire honey badger from its spirit ball, providing it with nourishment, having neglected it for several days. After a satisfying meal, the once feeble Bloodfire honey badger quickly regained its vigor. Its tenacious vitality left Jiang Luo somewhat astonished. Were it not for its low potential, he would have considered forming a contract with it, given its resilience. Perhaps he could provide it with upgrade materials daily to enhance its level? This way, the Dark Destruction God could enjoy longer bouts of play. Yet, if she desired a higher-level Bloodfire honey badger, why not simply purchase one of superior rank? Observing the Bloodfire honey badger, which would never yield and would seek out the Dark Destruction God for a beating after a meal, Jiang Luo pondered. He then inquired of the Dark Destruction God whether she wished for him to procure a Bloodfire honey badger of the same level or one of a higher level. The Dark Destruction God's eyes lit up at the suggestion and nodded eagerly. To her, a higher-level Bloodfire honey badger would provide a more exhilarating challenge in combat. So, would you prefer one of the same level or a level higher? Jiang Luo asked. A level higher, please, she replied. I anticipated as much. Very well. I shall acquire a platinum-tier Bloodfire honey badger for you tomorrow, Jiang Luo declared. The Dark Destruction God nodded enthusiastically. The following morning, Jiang Luo dispatched someone to procure the higher-level Bloodfire honey badger for the Dark Destruction God, while he planned to continue guiding his beasts into secret realm battles. Just before his departure, he received a message from Gu Lingbing, inquiring whether he was free for lunch, as she wished to treat him. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that a mere lunch would not consume too much time and replied affirmatively. They arranged to meet at the same restaurant as before, which offered cuisine pleasing to their palates. After an entire morning of battling in the secret realm and providing his beasts with upgrade materials, Jiang Luo made his way to the restaurant to meet Gu Lingbing. Upon nearing the entrance, he spotted her waiting for him. You've arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, Gu Lingbing's face lit up with a captivating smile. I hope I didn't keep you waiting, Jiang Luo inquired. Not at all. I just arrived myself, she replied. Then let us proceed inside, Jiang Luo suggested. The two entered the restaurant, settled at a window-side table, and began to place their orders. Soon, they had decided on their meals and were sipping tea while awaiting their food. How have you been lately? Jiang Luo asked Gu Lingbing. Quite well, and you? She responded. Not bad, though the matter of the soul egg has been somewhat bothersome, he confessed. In truth, you need not concern yourself with it at all, Gu Lingbing reassured him. Jiang Luo paused, taken aback. Could it be that Gu Lingbing possessed a viable solution to this troublesome issue? Why? Do you have a good method to resolve this matter? Jiang Luo asked, excitement bubbling in his tone. I do not, Gu Lingbing shook her head. Jiang Luo's enthusiasm deflated instantly, and he replied, somewhat exasperated. Then why suggest that I shouldn't worry? Gu Lingbing continued, such matters are beyond our influence. They are not for us to manage. As the old saying goes, when the heavens fall, there will be someone taller to bear it. This should be a concern for our grandfathers and fathers. We should continue living as we have, enjoying our meals and drinks, and pursuing happiness. Your perspective is remarkably healthy, Jiang Luo remarked, feeling a twinge of envy towards Gu Lingbing, not for her mindset, but for her comparatively lesser responsibilities. She was right. Such burdens were not hers to bear. But for him, he had to strive diligently to enhance his beast's powers, as the world might soon require his salvation. Naturally, he did not aspire to be a savior, primarily because he lacked the strength to safeguard himself, let alone protect his family. You must also adjust your mindset and cease allowing the soul eggs issue to weigh on your heart. Moreover, with the search efforts being so thorough, it is likely that the soul eggs will be located and eliminated soon, thus alleviating any further concerns. Gu Lingbing smiled. Jiang Luo sighed, nodding in resignation. By the way, I have a question for you, Gu Lingbing stated. What troubles you, my friend? Jiang Luo inquired. Are we now considered friends? Gu Lingbing asked nervously. I suppose so, Jiang Luo replied. Then I shall no longer refer to you as young Master Jiang. Nor shall you call me Miss Gu, Gu Lingbing declared. Very well, you may simply call me by my name. I shall call you Lingbing, if that is agreeable. Jiang Luo suggested. That sounds perfect, Gu Lingbing said with a delighted nod. With their friendship established, future meetings would undoubtedly be more convenient. Soon, the dishes were served at the table. Jiang Luo and Gu Lingbing chatted amiably as they dined. After their meal, they took a leisurely stroll down the street before parting ways to return to their respective homes. Upon arriving at his residence, Jiang Luo sought out his guardian, Lin Tianya, to guide him to the secret realm. After all, safety could not be guaranteed once they left the city. Venturing alone would be too perilous. Even a golden-tier dark destroyer would not afford him the luxury of recklessness. Why are you home so early today, Xiao Luo? Jiang Tian, his father, asked with surprise as Jiang Luo stepped inside the Jiang estate. They were well aware of his diligent efforts, often returning late after battling with his pet beasts in the secret realm. Thus, it was unexpected for them to see him returning at midday. Miss Gu Lingbing invited me to lunch, so I asked Uncle Lin to return ahead of me. After dining, I planned to find him to take me into the secret realm, Jiang Luo explained. I see. That explains your early return, Jiang Tian acknowledged. By the way, Xiao Luo, since you are back, you should visit your grandfather. He has received something from the Song family of the central region that resembles a soul egg. He intended for you to examine it, but considering you were out of town with no signal, he refrained from contacting you. Now that you are back, you should go see if it is indeed a soul egg, Tianyan added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's expression shifted slightly. Had another soul egg been discovered? All right, I will go take a look, he affirmed. After parting with his parents, Jiang Luo hurried to the residence of his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan. Upon arrival, he found his grandfather seated at a stone table in the courtyard, gazing intently at an oval, translucent object upon the table, where a dark-furred tiger beast was nestled. At first glance, Jiang Luo surmised that this was likely a soul egg. After all, It bore a striking resemblance to the soul eggs of the devouring sky serpent and the sky bull, differing only in the beast spirit it contained. This tiger beast might very well be one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the heavenly demon star. Jiang Luo, you have returned, Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Luo nodded and asked, have you discovered another soul egg? It was found by the Song family of the central region, but they are uncertain of its nature. They sent it for your grandfather to examine. However, your grandfather lacks the expertise. It requires your insight. From what I can see, I believe it is indeed a soul egg, and it may belong to one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the heavenly demon star, Jiang Yuanshan replied, clearly sharing the same conclusion as his grandson. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Luo activated his divine eye for further examination. Soul egg of the devouring sky demon tiger, a soul egg from the devouring sky tiger clan. Upon meeting the conditions for hatching, it can produce a soul body of the devouring sky demon tiger. The devouring sky tiger clan, one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the heavenly demon star. Soul egg, an egg containing a demon soul, capable of hatching into a demon beast soul body. Indeed, it is a soul egg, and furthermore, it is from one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the heavenly demon star, Jiang Luo confirmed after his assessment. What kind of demon beast soul egg is it? Jiang Yuanshan inquired. It belongs to the devouring sky tiger clan, Jiang Luo responded. That makes 3. We have now discovered 3 soul eggs from the 5 supreme demon clans of the heavenly demon star. It is highly probable that the other 2 supreme clans also possess soul eggs hidden within our beast taming continent, Jiang Yuanshan remarked, his expression grave. Jiang Luo nodded, sharing the same sentiment. By the way, Xia Luo, have any of your pet beasts leveled up recently? Jiang Yuanshan asked, clearly placing his hopes on Jiang Luo. The Thunder Prison Wolf has leveled up and is now at the silver tier. Just yesterday, I took it to the secret realm for a test, and it can still engage in combat beyond its level, Jiang Luo replied. That's splendid news. Thank you for your hard work with your pet beasts, Jiang Yuanshan said appreciatively. It's not too taxing. I merely accompany them for walks and provide them with upgrade food, and they are quite eager to battle, relishing the experience, Jiang Luo explained. Very well, you may return to your endeavors. I shall relay this news to the higher-ups of the major factions, Jiang Yuanshan said as he rose. Understood, Jiang Luo responded, turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, the leaders of the major factions became aware that the object discovered by the Song family of the central region was indeed a demon beast soul egg, specifically that of the devouring sky demon tiger, which only heightened their unease. In a dimly lit grand hall, 5 indistinct figures sat upon chairs. My soul egg has also been destroyed. Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. It must be the people of the Earth's spirit star who have discovered our soul egg and are deliberately seeking to eliminate it, a deep male voice intoned. It seems improbable that this is mere happenstance. I never expected a soul egg so well concealed to be discovered. One would think the Earth's spirit star inhabitants would be unaware of what a soul egg even is. A voice tinged with doubt responded, distinctly feminine. Indeed, it is a pity, such a waste of our demon souls, lamented another male voice, resonant and heavy. Let us hope that Mai and Long Ji's soul eggs remain undiscovered. As long as we successfully hatch at least one and nurture it, we can achieve our goals, a higher-pitched male voice chimed in. Chapter 78, The Soul Egg of the Devouring Sky Demon Mouse. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, another week had slipped by. During this week, nothing noteworthy occurred. Jiang Luo continued his routine of early departures and late returns, engaging in battles with his pet beasts in the secret realm. No pet beasts leveled up during this time, and no other soul eggs were discovered by the major factions. Within an opulent estate, in a study, a corpulent middle-aged man sat at a desk, perusing a volume detailing information on starstones. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Come in, the middle-aged man instructed. The door creaked open, and a lean middle-aged man bent over as he entered. Master, we have found another peculiar starstone, the lean man announced. Let me see it, the corpulent man replied. The lean man hurried forward, summoning a star stone from his spatial ring. The star stone was oval and translucent, with a black dragon curled within. This star stone is indeed quite extraordinary. I have never encountered one like it before, the corpulent man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The lean man smiled. This is the most unusual star stone we have found recently. Excellent. Let's add it to our collection. I am eager to uncover the secrets these extraordinary star stones may hold, secrets that have driven the major factions to seek them so fervently. The corpulent man affirmed with a nod. Upon returning to the Jiang estate, Jiang Luo was promptly informed by a guard at the entrance that his grandfather wished to see him immediately. Jiang Luo pondered. Could it be that another soul egg has been discovered? Without delay, he hurried to his grandfather Jiang Yuanshan's residence. Upon arrival, he found his grandfather seated gravely at the stone table, gazing intently at an object laid before him. Jiang Luo's eyes fell upon an oval, translucent entity, within which rested a black rat. Recognizing this peculiar item, Jiang Luo realized his suspicion was correct. A soul egg had indeed been uncovered. Although he had not inspected it closely, he felt certain that this object was a soul egg, for it bore a striking resemblance to the previously discovered soul eggs of the devouring sky python, the skyward demon bull, and the celestial slaughtering tiger, differing only in the soul of the beast contained within. Xiao Luo, you've arrived. Come and see if this is a soul egg. Jiang Yuanshan beckoned upon noticing Jiang Luo. Nodding in affirmation, Jiang Luo employed his divine eye for inspection. Soul egg of the devouring sky rat. This egg belongs to the devouring sky rat lineage and can hatch into a devouring sky rat soul body upon meeting certain incubation conditions. The devouring sky rat lineage is one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star. A soul egg is an egg that contains a demonic soul and can hatch into a beast soul body. Indeed, another soul egg. And it belongs to one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star, Jiang Luo declared after his examination. What demon clan does it belong to? Jiang Yuanshan inquired. The soul egg of the devouring sky rat, Jiang Luo replied. With this discovery, 4 soul eggs from the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star have been found. I wonder if each clan has only placed 1 soul egg in the Beast Master continent. If that is the case, we are merely 1 away from completion, Jiang Yuanshan remarked. Jiang Luo contemplated this and responded. While I am uncertain whether each of the 5 supreme demon clans has only deposited a single soul egg in the Beast Master continent, I believe that the number of soul eggs there cannot be many. Why do you think so? Jiang Yuanshan asked. Jiang Luo explained, if there were many, it is likely that some would have already hatched, resulting in the emergence of beast soul bodies. That is a valid point. It seems that these soul eggs are not simply placed at will, nor can the demon clans of the demon star produce as many soul eggs as they desire. Jiang Yuanshan acknowledged. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Very well, you carry on. I will inform the high-ranking officials of the major powers about this news, Jiang Yuanshan said. Jiang Luo nodded once more and then departed. Soon, the high-ranking officials of the major powers learned that the 4th item suspected to be a soul egg was indeed a soul egg, specifically that of the devouring sky rat from one of the 5 supreme demon clans of the demon star. They were not surprised by this revelation, given that prior discoveries had included the soul eggs of the devouring sky python, the skyward demon bull, and the celestial slaughtering tiger, all of which bore a remarkable similarity to this new find, making the probability of it being a soul egg exceedingly high. After notifying the high-ranking officials of the major powers, Jiang Yuanshan disposed of the soul egg. In a pitch-black grand hall, 5 empty chairs suddenly emanated a dark radiance. Subsequently, 5 indistinct figures materialized upon the chairs. My soul egg has also been destroyed, a sharp, thin male voice echoed. Alas, now only Brother Long's soul egg remains. I hope it doesn't get discovered, a deep sigh followed. I truly cannot fathom how the people of the Earth Spirit Star recognized our soul eggs. Our current soul eggs are completely different from those placed in the Beast Master continent long ago, a voice filled with confusion remarked. Exactly. It is rather peculiar. If it weren't for the consecutive destruction of our soul eggs, I would almost suspect it to be mere coincidence, a magnetic male voice chimed in. Brother Long, why don't we create more distractions for those humans in the Beast Master continent? This way, they will be less likely to find your soul egg. The previously low voice suggested again. Are you implying we should deploy the demonic seeds once more? The magnetic voice inquired. Yes. If we give them more tasks to occupy their time, they will lack the energy to search for your soul egg. The suggestion was met with approval. All right. Then let us sacrifice some demonic seeds to create some disturbances. Or better yet, should we pay a greater price and orchestrate something grand? Are you suggesting? Precisely. In the Beast Master continent, central region, at the Wanling mountain range, Holy Spirit Mountain, a sudden explosion of black energy shot skyward, marked by intricate, mysterious black runes. Clearly, a demonic secret realm had been activated. Upon receiving the news, the 3 foremost Beast Master families of the central region, along with the higher-ups of the Beast Master Guild, rushed to the scene. Upon learning of the demonic secret realm, their expressions shifted dramatically, brows furrowing in concern. A hell-level difficulty golden secret realm. This is going to be arduous to clear. Indeed. It seems we must send our core disciples from the major powers to exorcise the demons. Even they may struggle to accomplish the task. Once inside, their chances of survival are slim. Yet we cannot allow the demonic seeds to thrive. What will we do then? Indeed, we have no choice but to let them attempt it. Chapter 79. Heading to the central region to exorcise demons. Jiang Luo's speculations. Before long, the core disciples of the 3 major families in the central region, along with the exceptionally skilled golden-level beast masters cultivated by the Beast Master Guild, entered the newly opened hell-level difficulty Golden Demonic Secret Realm to carry out demon exorcism. The task was exceedingly daunting, and even for them, the pressure was immense. This venture presented a perilous journey, fraught with danger. The inherent strength of the demonic beasts was already formidable, not to mention the beasts within a hell-level difficulty demonic secret realm. I have a feeling this will not suffice. Perhaps we should invite top-tier powers from the other 4 regions to assist? The head of the Song family, Song Fong, expressed his unease outside the demonic secret realm. Having them come to assist is not timely by the time they arrive. The strength of the demonic beasts that are parasitized by the demonic seeds would have likely elevated to platinum level, another voiced concern. Sending our exceptional golden level beast masters there would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Then what if we cannot resolve it ourselves? We might as well give it a try. Perhaps, under the interference of our dispatch personnel, the growth rate of the demonic seeds will not be as rapid. With the assistance of top-tier powers from other regions, we may be able to eliminate the demonic seeds within this secret realm. Very well. Let us request assistance from the top powers in the other 4 regions. After deliberation, the major powers of the central region decided to inform the top beast master powers of the other 4 regions in search of their aid. Before long, the high-ranking officials of the top powers in the east, south, west, and north regions learned that a hell-level difficulty golden secret realm had emerged in the central region, and they were asked to send aid for the demon exorcism. Upon receiving this news, the leaders of the 4 regions furrowed their brows in concern. A hell-level difficulty demonic secret realm? This exorcism task seems incredibly daunting, especially if we send people over by the time they arrive. The strength of the demonic beasts parasitized by the demonic seeds would likely have increased to at least platinum level, right? However, upon further reflection, they comprehended the reasoning behind the decisions made by the upper echelons of the prominent factions within the central domain. They recognized that these leaders were excessively preoccupied and, having no alternatives, were compelled to seek their assistance. And they could not simply disregard this matter. After all, this was not merely an issue confined to the central domain. It pertained to the safety and stability of the entire Beastmaster continent. Should the distinguished Beastmasters dispatched from the central domain fail to vanquish the malevolent forces within the cursed realm, the demonic seeds could potentially thrive, posing a grave threat to the whole continent. In such a scenario, none would evade the impending peril. Thus, despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to promptly send their finest golden-level Beastmasters to lend their aid. No faction dared to harbor selfish intentions, for often, it is the slightest margin that determines success or failure. Upon learning of this urgent situation, Jiang Tian immediately informed Jiang Yuanshan, inquiring whether Jiang Luo should be sent to exorcise the demons. It was evident that he was concerned for Jiang Luo's safety. Jiang Yuanshan shared similar apprehensions. Yet, Jiang Luo was the most promising candidate to succeed in this endeavor. Should he be withheld from participating and the exorcism fail, regret would come too late. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuanshan resolved to send Jiang Luo. At that moment, it was the dead of night, and Jiang Luo was in a deep slumber when a sudden, urgent knocking at the door roused him. Realizing that a late-night visitor must bring pressing news, he quickly arose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find his grandfather, Jiang Yuanshan, standing there. "Grandfather?" Jiang Luo exclaimed, surprised to see him. "Let us discuss this on the way," Jiang Yuanshan replied hastily, emphasizing the need to act swiftly. "Very well," Jiang Luo responded, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding the nature of the urgency. Nevertheless, respecting his grandfather's directive, he refrained from pressing for details. Stepping outside, he beheld his grandfather's emperor-level Qingyan dragon. Climbing onto its back, Jiang Yuanshan commanded the dragon to soar at full speed toward the central domain. "Grandfather, what is so pressing?" Jiang Luo inquired as they flew. Jiang Yuanshan proceeded to explain the situation. "A hellish-level cursed realm has emerged. This is quite rare," Jiang Luo exclaimed, astonished, for this was the first time he had ever heard of such a cursed domain of hellish difficulty. Jiang Yuanshan admitted it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon as well. "This cursed realm has manifested in the central domain, and by the time we arrive, the demonic beasts within, having been parasitized by the demonic seeds, will likely have ascended to at least platinum level. They will be formidable opponents," Jiang Luo remarked, furrowing his brow. Although the Dark Destruction God could indeed combat opponents of higher levels, the strength of the demonic seeds within a hellish-level cursed realm would undoubtedly be significant, rendering the situation rather precarious. Indeed, they are not to be underestimated. However, aside from you, there is no other with hope of success. Which is why I must send you to assist, Jiang Yuanshan said with a hint of resignation. "Grandfather, do you think these demonic seeds were unleashed by the demonic race from the demon star?" Jiang Luo posited, a thought emerging in his mind. Given your suggestion, it is not inconceivable. The soul eggs from the demon star could easily be placed within the Beastmaster continent. And it would not be surprising if the demonic seeds were their doing. After all, they are the demonic race, capable of transforming spirit beasts into demonic beasts. Such a method is likely exclusive to them, Jiang Yuanshan replied, his expression shifting to one of concern. It seems the demon star has long been coveting our Beastmaster continent. Jiang Luo noted. Jiang Yuanshan's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow. I am pondering whether our recent destruction of 4 soul eggs has provoked their wrath, leading them to orchestrate this hellish-level cursed realm. At this, Jiang Yuanshan was visibly shaken, realizing the possibility. If that is indeed the case, it is a cause for celebration, Jiang Luo asserted. A cause for celebration? Jiang Yuanshan echoed, bewildered. What is there to celebrate? Grandfather, consider this. If this hellish-level cursed realm was indeed created by the 5 supreme demonic races of the demon star in retaliation for our destruction of the 4 soul eggs, it implies that those soul eggs are highly valuable to them and not easily obtained, Jiang Luo elucidated. This suggests that the number of soul eggs placed within our Beastmaster continent is quite limited, perhaps only 1 per race, and they cannot simply produce more at will. Thus, if we manage to locate and eliminate the remaining soul egg, our Beastmaster continent would be devoid of soul eggs. Jiang Yuanshan's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, Indeed, your reasoning is compelling. It is quite possible. If this holds true, it would be magnificent indeed. Chapter 80. The Alliance of Prominent Factions to Exorcise Demons. Beastmaster Continent. Central Domain. Mount Wanling, Sacred Spirit Mountain. Hellish-level Golden, Cursed Realm. At this moment, within the Cursed Realm, over a dozen elite Golden-level Beastmasters from various prominent factions in the Central Domain were commanding their spirit beasts in combat against 3 demonic beasts. Clearly, they held a decisive numerical advantage. With more than a dozen elite Golden-level Beastmasters at their disposal, they could effectively engage in a 3-to-1 battle against the demonic beasts. Yet, unexpectedly, nearby lay the lifeless body of a spirit beast. Beside it stood a pale, weakened young woman, clearly devastated as the death of her battle companion had resulted in a backlash against her. Despite their numerical superiority, the elite golden-level spirit beasts had suffered a casualty against the 3 demonic beasts, underscoring the formidable prowess of the demonic seeds within this hellish-level cursed realm. The demonic beasts, having been parasitized and transformed, were indeed exceptionally powerful. The death of the young woman's spirit beast instilled a palpable tension among the remaining golden-level beastmasters, each anxiously fearing for their own spirit companion's safety. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of the premier factions from the east, south, west, and north regions were hastily dispatching their finest golden-level beastmasters to this cursed realm. Aside from Jiang Luo, all other golden-level beastmasters sent forth were youthful, with him being the sole boy among them. Under ordinary circumstances, it was exceedingly rare for someone of his age to attain the status of golden-level beastmaster, even among elite beastmaster families. Were it not for the Qingyan dragon consuming the Qingyan fruit and the dark destruction god consuming an unknown but potent substance, he would not have reached this level. As time flew by, the combat within the cursed realm intensified. Suddenly, a spirit beast fell victim to a demonic beast's claw, which pierced its throat, bringing an abrupt end to its life. Its owner, a handsome young man, immediately spewed blood, collapsing to the ground in despair. Witnessing this, the remaining beastmasters grew increasingly anxious, sweat beading on their foreheads and palms. Curse these demonic beasts. Alongside their growing fear, the beastmasters felt an overwhelming anger toward the 3 demonic beasts before them. Outside the cursed realm, the upper echelons of the central domain's premier factions awaited with worry, their expressions etched with concern. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the sky, and a pure white phoenix descended towards them. From the resplendent figure of the snow-white phoenix emanated an extraordinarily potent force and aura. The imperial beast, the ice phoenix, heralded the arrival of the esteemed Duan family from the southern region. Upon witnessing this majestic imperial beast, the high-ranking officials of the various prominent factions in the central region immediately recognized that the foremost beast-taming family from the south, the Duan family, had arrived. This was due to the fact that the apex beast of their strongest member, Duan Hong, was none other than an ice phoenix. Indeed, there was likely only this single imperial-level ice phoenix in the entire beast-taming continent. Who else could it possibly be but the Duan family? As expected, once the ice phoenix alighted, Duan Hong descended alongside several distinguished golden-level beast tamers from his family, striding towards them. Old Duan, you have arrived. The high-ranking officials of the various factions in the central region promptly greeted Duan Hong. Noticing the towering black energy beam emanating from the demonized secret realm, Duan Heng's expression shifted to one of concern as he remarked, "It appears that the demon eradication mission has encountered significant difficulties." The elite representatives from the central region nodded in resignation. Indeed, the golden-level beast tamers we dispatched have been inside for quite some time and have yet to complete the mission. The difficulty level of this hell-grade, demonized secret realm is exceedingly high. Precisely, which is why we require the assistance of the prominent factions from each region, they collectively expressed. Duan Heng inquired, "Have the representatives from the other 4 regions yet to arrive?" "No, you are the first to arrive. Under normal circumstances. With an imperial beast like the Ice Phoenix, it is only natural for you to be the first to come," stated Song Gang, the strongest member of the Song family. Followed by the president of the Beast Tamer Association, Wei Qi. "That is true. Then you all should hasten inside to assist." Duan Heng nodded and then addressed the several golden-level beast tamers from his family. "Understood," they replied, promptly entering the secret realm to lend aid. Shortly after their entrance, a colossal golden eagle soared into view. The high-ranking officials recognized immediately that the elite Jin family from the eastern region had arrived. This imperial-level golden feather eagle was in the possession of none other than Jin Dingshan, the strongest member of the Jin family. As anticipated, upon the descent of the golden feather eagle, Jin Dingshan, accompanied by 3 golden-level beast tamers from his family, leaped down to approach them. Although the number of golden-level beast tamers brought by Jin Dingshan was fewer than those brought by Duan Heng, no one voiced any objections. They all understood that only the most exceptional golden-level beast tamers could be sent into a hell-grade difficulty secret realm. Otherwise, their presence would be of no consequence. If mere quantity were the goal, the various top factions in the central region could easily dispatch numerous golden-level beast tamers. Jin Dingshan's decision to bring only 3 indicated that the Jin family could only provide this number of qualified golden-level beast tamers. Upon grasping the situation, Jin Dingshan quickly instructed the 3 golden-level beast tamers he had brought to enter and assist. Soon after, representatives from various prominent factions began to arrive in succession. Inside the demonized secret realm, as the number of exceptional golden-level beast tamers entering increased, after the demise of 6 spirit beasts, the 3 demon beasts were finally vanquished. However, uncertain about the presence of any remaining demon seeds, they decided to exit and inquire further, while also escorting the fallen beast tamers out. With their battle companions deceased, remaining inside held no purpose for them. Outside the secret realm, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from the various factions grew increasingly grim. Despite the influx of golden-level beast tamers, the demon seeds had yet to be eradicated. The strength of the demon seeds had undoubtedly risen, and the demonized beasts now possessed at least platinum-level power. There was even a possibility of encountering diamond-level demon beasts. Under such circumstances, the golden-level beast tamers sent and might not return alive. These golden-level beast tamers were not ordinary individuals. They were the core descendants of the various factions, many of whom had close familial ties to the high-ranking officials, be it grandchildren, sons, daughters, nephews, or nieces. It was evident that their deaths would bring immense grief to the elite leaders of these factions, just as they were contemplating sending someone inside to ascertain the situation. A golden-level beast tamer emerged from the secret realm, leading 7 others who had lost their battle companions. Upon seeing their return, the officials initially felt a surge of relief, but that quickly dissipated. Their emergence indicated survival, yet the demon seeds remained unvanquished, and the mission was far from complete. Moreover, many were still unaccounted for. Could it be that those still inside had perished? Chapter 81. Could it be that Jiang Luo can defeat a platinum-level demon beast? Song Fong, upon spotting the foremost golden-level beast tamer, who belonged to the Song family, inquired, "How did you all manage to exit?" "Head of the family, we just defeated 3 demon beasts. I came out to check if the demon seeds had been cleared. The others lost their battle companions and were left without further combat capability, making it unnecessary for them to remain in the secret realm, so I escorted them out," the golden-level beast tamer from the Song family explained. Hearing this, Song Fong and the other elite officials from the prominent factions wore an even more troubled expression. They understood that the demon seeds had not been eradicated. Noticing Song Fong's demeanor, the golden-level beast tamer realized the gravity of the situation. Turning to look, the towering black energy beam still surged skyward, indicating that the situation had become dire. After such a prolonged duration, the strength of the remaining demon seeds had undoubtedly escalated. They could no longer be dealt with by golden-level beast tamers. Now we are truly in trouble. With the demon seeds still unvanquished, and given the time that has passed, their strength has certainly increased beyond what golden-level beast tamers can handle. Indeed, but those above the golden level cannot enter. What are we to do? Lamented the high-ranking officials, their faces reflecting their distress. Suddenly, Song Fong exclaimed in alarm, "If there are still demon seeds present, then the remaining individuals inside may be doomed." It is possible that they have already. His words trailed off, but the others understood the implication, and their expressions turned somber with grief. However, they quickly steeled themselves, for they were the pinnacle figures of the beast taming continent. They recognized that this was not the time for sorrow, but rather to devise a plan to eradicate the demons. Allowing the demon seeds to grow within the Hellgrade secret realm would pose a threat even to them. With the soul egg situation unresolved, the prospect of additional troublesome demon seeds was utterly harrowing. Yet, despite their keen intellects, they found themselves at a loss for solutions. After all, this was a newly manifested golden-level secret realm governed by stringent entry rules, permitting only golden-level beast tamers and golden-level spirit beasts. But now, sending in golden-level beast tamers equated to a death sentence. What recourse did they truly have? Just as they floundered in their indecision, Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Luo arrived aboard a Beast Emperor-level Azure Flame Dragon. Indeed, they had only just now made their appearance. There is no choice, after all. They are riding the Beast Emperor-level flying spirit beasts, while the others from the top-tier forces are aboard Imperial Beasts. Even if they are not flying-type Imperial Beasts, they can traverse the ground with greater speed than the Beast Emperor-level flying spirit beasts. However, Jiang Yuanshan's Imperial Beast is the sky-piercing tortoise, which is not particularly swift. In fact, when taking a detour, it would be outpaced by a Beast Emperor-level flying spirit beast. Old Jiang has arrived. I had presumed everyone was present. But it turns out old Jiang was previously absent. His Imperial Beast is the sky-piercing tortoise, known for its sluggish pace. And he is naturally delayed since he is riding the Beast Emperor-level Azure Flame Dragon. Upon seeing Jiang Yuanshan's arrival, the high-ranking members of the various top-tier factions realized that not all the elite representatives were assembled. Nevertheless, they expressed their understanding regarding Jiang Yuanshan's tardiness. Apologies for my lateness. Jiang Yuanshan addressed the crowd. Old Jiang, why did you only bring one person, and a youth at that? They inquired. Surely, your entire Jiang family cannot be devoid of a single exceptional golden-level beastmaster? The high-ranking members of the top-tier forces could not help but ask upon noticing that Jiang Yuanshan had brought only Jiang Luo with him. It would be meaningless regardless. Even if old Jiang had brought a dozen outstanding golden-level beastmasters, what could they possibly do against the current magical entities? Jin Dingshan lamented before Jiang Yuanshan could respond. That is indeed a valid point. Upon hearing Jin Dingshan's words, the others immediately appeared dejected, akin to a deflated balloon. What is happening? Has the magical entity matured to an uncontrollable extent? Jiang Yuanshan's expression shifted as he questioned. After such a protracted period, only 3 magical entities have been eradicated. The remaining ones must have significantly increased in strength, likely achieving at least platinum level. Deploying golden level individuals now would be futile. The high-ranking members of the top-tier forces sighed in unison. If they are merely of platinum level, it is hardly a cause for hope, Jiang Luo interjected. At his words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Xiao Luo, you should promptly enter and eliminate the magical entities. However, if you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to retreat, Jiang Yuanshan advised. Jiang Luo nodded and summoned the Azure Flame Dragon, hastening towards the depths of the secret realm. What is the situation? This young man is already a golden-level beastmaster? It seems plausible, yet even so, he cannot possibly contend with a platinum-level magical beast. The high-ranking members of the top-tier forces mused, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. As they watched, Jiang Luo ventured into the secret realm. Old Jiang, what is happening? Who is that youth? They inquired, perplexed. That is Jiang Luo, old Jiang's grandson, a remarkably talented young beastmaster. He Yuntian spoke in admiration before Jiang Yuanshan could respond. Jiang Luo's audacity to enter the secret realm and confront the magical entities only elevated He Yuntian's esteem for him. Old Jiang's grandson. Did he not just recently awaken his beastmaster talents? Indeed, how has he already attained golden-level status? Upon learning that Jiang Luo was Jiang Yuanshan's grandson, the high-ranking members of the top-tier beastmaster factions were astonished. Although they had not met Jiang Luo, they were aware that Jiang Yuanshan's only grandson, Jiang Luo, had recently awakened his beastmaster talent. Yet, in such a short span, he had remarkably become a golden-level beastmaster. This was utterly astonishing, Jiang Yuanshan explained. Xiao Luo obtained a fortuitous item within the secret realm that elevated his beastess level, thus propelling him to golden-level status. Ah, so it is a matter of serendipity. That changes everything. This child possesses remarkable fortune. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and felt a tinge of envy. This child is not only fortunate, but also courageous and responsible. I truly envy old Jiang. If I had such a grandson, I would willingly forego a century of life. He Yuntian remarked enviously. However, His envy did not stem from Jiang Luo's good fortune, but rather from Jiang Yuanshan having such an exceptional grandson. Considering the current circumstances, the fact that Jiang Luo resolutely entered the secret realm to confront the magical entities led to a consensus among the onlookers, who nodded in agreement and praised Jiang Luo. By the way, Xiao Luo just mentioned that if they are merely of platinum level, it is hardly a cause for hope. What did he mean by that? Could it be that Xiao Luo can slay a platinum-level magical beast? Song Feng mused, recalling Jiang Luo's earlier statement. The others also pondered this. Their curiosity piqued as they looked toward Jiang Yuanshan. Chapter 82. The Dark Destroyer overcomes platinum-level magical beasts with ease. Xiao Luo's companion beast consumed a rare treasure, resulting in a mutation that significantly enhanced its strength and conferred a restraining effect against magical beasts, offering hope for overcoming challenges beyond its level. Jiang Yuanshan had anticipated how to address this. Indeed, that is splendid news. If that is the case, there is hope for eliminating the magical entities within this secret realm. Upon hearing Jiang Yuanshan's words, the crowd felt a renewed sense of hope ignite within them. Once Jiang Luo entered the secret realm, he summoned the Dark Destroyer from his Beast Master space. The magical entities within this cursed secret realm have likely ascended to platinum level. Relying solely on the Azure Flame Dragon will not suffice. He had refrained from summoning it earlier to avoid drawing attention to the Dark Destroyer. As for being spotted within the secret realm, Jiang Luo deemed it improbable. Yes, Jiang Luo believed that the golden-level beast masters who had previously entered the secret realm must have perished within its confines. After all, the magical entities that remained alive were far too powerful for those golden-level beast masters to contend with. Of course, Jiang Luo was also a golden-level beast master, but with the Dark Destroyer by his side, his strength was comparable to that of a platinum-level beastmaster, perhaps even surpassing the majority of them. A strong scent of blood wafted through the air. After progressing for a while, the Dark Destroyer twitched its nose and remarked to Jiang Luo, "Let us investigate." Riding the Azure Flame Dragon, Jiang Luo urged it to accelerate towards the source of the scent. The Dark Destroyer naturally perched on the back of the Azure Flame Dragon. Before long, the Azure Flame Dragon brought Jiang Luo and the Dark Destroyer to a locale thick with the stench of blood. Before them lay a multitude of corpses, blood pooling around them. The bodies included both human and spirit beast remains, alongside those of magical beasts. There were dozens of human and spirit beast corpses, while only 3 magical beast carcasses lay among them. It appeared that all had perished here. These 3 magical beast bodies must be the same ones previously slain. As no further kills had occurred, this indicated that the later arrivals among the magical beasts had become too powerful for golden-level beast masters to handle. Gazing at the grim scene, Jiang Luo analyzed, "We must swiftly locate the remaining magical entities. Otherwise, if they continue to grow stronger, even you may prove unable to confront them." The Dark Destroyer nodded in agreement. The trio, 1 human, 1 dragon, and 1 cat, hastened their search for the magical beasts within the secret realm. 10 minutes later, Jiang Luo noticed that the surrounding trees and vegetation were still vibrant, and his eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that the essence of the flora had yet to be consumed, indicating that magical beasts were nearby. Even if they were not present, they would likely approach. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace. Upon entering the grove, Jiang Luo, along with the Azure Flame Dragon and the Dark Destroyer, soon spotted a massive black spider perched atop a grand tree, absorbing the essence of the tree. Its eyes gleamed a blood-red hue, and dark demonic energy emanated from its form. Evidently, it was a monstrous beast. Upon encountering Jiang Luo and his companions, the black spider creature emanated an overwhelming aura of formidable magic. Judging by the intensity of this power and its presence, Jiang Luo was acutely aware that this black spider beast was indeed of the platinum level. "Is there any issue with engaging in a battle across levels?" Jiang Luo inquired of the Dark Destruction God. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of black light surged forth, obliterating the black spider beast in an instant. Jiang Luo was left utterly dumbfounded. A swift extermination of a platinum-level beast across levels. Is this truly feasible? Stop dawdling. Let us find another beast. Perhaps I can manage one of diamond rank, but anything beyond that may prove beyond my capabilities, the Dark Destruction God advised the still-stunned Jiang Luo. My goodness, how on earth did you manage to eliminate a beast of a higher rank so effortlessly, especially one from the hellish difficulty of the demonic realm? Jiang Luo asked, his face a mask of astonishment. Did I not mention? The more dark power a beast harbors within, the easier it is for me to vanquish it. Of course, I cannot contend with those whose rank exceeds mine significantly, replied the Dark Destruction God. I understand now, when the level discrepancy is minimal. The greater the dark power contained within, the easier it is for you to eliminate, Jiang Luo remarked. Indeed, the Dark Destruction God affirmed. Excellent. Let us hasten to find other beasts. Should we encounter one of the leader level, we may find ourselves in dire straits, Jiang Luo stated. No need to search. Several beasts are approaching, the dark destruction god remarked, her ears twitching. No sooner had she spoken than shadows darted towards them. In the blink of an eye, 5 beasts surrounded Jiang Luo, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, and the Dark Destruction God. From the fluctuations of their power and presence, it was clear that all 5 beasts were of the platinum level. At first, Jiang Luo felt a twinge of panic at the sight of so many beasts. However, upon realizing they were all platinum level, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The 5 beasts, enraged at the sight of Jiang Luo and his companions having dispatched one of their own, let out furious howls and charged at them. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon swiftly took Jiang Luo into the air, evading the onslaught of the 5 beasts. In that fleeting moment, the Dark Destruction God's eyes swirled with a vortex of darkness, and a dark whirlpool materialized before her. Dark Destruction Vortex. The instant the vortex appeared, fear flashed in the eyes of the 5 beasts, who promptly turned to flee. Yet, it was too late. The Dark Destruction Vortex unleashed a tremendous gravitational force, drawing the fleeing beasts into its depths, where they were consumed entirely. In that singular moment, the 5 powerful platinum-level beasts perished, along with the demonic seeds within them. Were this scene to be witnessed by those waiting outside the realm, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. Indeed, the same task, when undertaken by different individuals, can present a chasm of difficulty. Those beast tamers had perished in their attempts to eradicate the demons, while I effortlessly dispatched them across levels. However, I remain uncertain if I have cleared them all, Jiang Luo mused. Outside the realm, the soaring column of black energy suddenly transformed into a vivid emerald green. Those who observed this phenomenon expressed their excitement, exclaiming, "It has changed, it has changed." What has changed? Some who had yet to notice the alteration in the energy column inquired. The color of the energy column has shifted. It is no longer black, but has become emerald green, and the demonic patterns have vanished. What? The energy column has changed color, and the demonic patterns have disappeared? Does that not imply? Indeed, the demonic seeds have been eradicated. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Upon realizing that the demonic seeds had been eliminated, a chorus of jubilant voices arose. My heavens, Jiang Luo has only just entered and has already eradicated the demonic seeds within this realm. How efficient! He Yuntian exclaimed. Chapter 83. Jiang Luo successfully completes the demon extermination task, obtaining a trove of treasures. Indeed, Jiang Luo is truly remarkable. Unbelievable. Old Jiang, your grandson is extraordinary. While old Jiang's grandson was indeed impressive, one could not help but lament the demise of his own grandson within those confines. Now that you mention it, my grandson also perished in there. It is quite distressing, another lamented. I lost my daughter in there. My heart aches, yet another added. The leaders of various factions, who had only recently been rejoicing, fell into sorrow as they remembered their own lost family members. Among the current high-ranking members of the factions, only Jiang Yuanshan and He Yuntian had not lost loved ones and quickly sought to console the grieving assembly. Naturally, they did not forget to send someone in to inform Jiang Luo that the demonic seeds had been eradicated. Within the realm, Jiang Luo, uncertain whether he had cleared all the demonic seeds, continued to search alongside the Azure Flame Divine Dragon and the Dark Destruction God. Half an hour later, the golden-ranked Beast Tamer who had come to find Jiang Luo finally located him. This individual was none other than the Song family's golden-ranked Beast Tamer, who had previously ventured out to assess the elimination of the demonic seeds. He was also the only other person, aside from Jiang Luo, who had entered the realm to exterminate demons and emerged unscathed, with his beasts still alive. As he approached, the Dark Destruction God alerted Jiang Luo of an approaching presence. Jiang Luo deduced that it was likely the notification of the eradication of the demonic seeds sent by the high-ranking factions. So he stored the Dark Destruction God in his beast space and awaited the visitor alongside the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Thus, the Song family's golden-ranked Beast Tamer saw only Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, unaware of the presence of the Dark Destruction God. Young Master Jiang, the demonic seeds within this realm have all been eradicated. You may exit now, the golden-ranked Beast Tamer from the Song family said, approaching Jiang Luo with a look of admiration and respect. Very well, let us depart, Jiang Luo replied with a slight smile. The golden-ranked Beast Tamer from the Song family nodded eagerly and walked alongside Jiang Luo, his face radiating admiration as he exclaimed, Young Master Jiang, you are truly remarkable. You cleared the demonic seeds in such a short time after entering. I am in awe of you. It is nothing, merely good fortune, Jiang Luo humbly replied. However, this was indeed the truth. In this world, to become a strong individual, luck plays a far greater role than mere effort. If Jiang Luo had not possessed such a distinguished lineage, had he not awakened a mythic-level talent, and had he not fortuitously acquired the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, the Dark Destruction God, the Earth Controller, and the Thunder Prison Wolf, could he have attained his current strength? Could he have so effortlessly succeeded in eradicating demons? Yet, even if this is the case, many only scrutinize the outcome without delving into the reasons behind it. As long as one is strong, admiration follows. If one is humble, one is regarded even more highly. The golden-ranked Beast Tamer from the Song family was such an individual. He had always held Jiang Luo in high regard, and now, witnessing Jiang Luo's humility at such a young age, his admiration only grew. From that point onward, whenever he spoke of Jiang Luo, he would sing his praises endlessly. In no time, Jiang Luo and the golden-ranked Beast Tamer from the Song family exited the demonic realm. Upon seeing Jiang Luo emerge, the leaders of the 5 domains' top factions greeted him with smiles, their faces alight with joy. Among the younger generation, only Jiang Luo enjoyed such treatment. Esteemed elders, Jiang Luo has fulfilled his mission and completed the demon extermination task. Jiang Luo addressed the high-ranking officials of the various top-tier forces in the 5 domains. Well done, Xiao Luo. Splendid work. Xiao Luo, you are truly remarkable. Your actions have alleviated a significant burden for us. We have just conferred and decided that each of our families shall present you with a precious artifact. The officials of the 5 domains expressed their admiration one after another. Upon hearing about the treasures, Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worth noting that these were the elite of the top-tier forces. The treasures they offered could not possibly be ordinary. Moreover, with so many factions involved, how many treasures might he receive? The thought alone filled him with uncontainable enthusiasm. However, Jiang Luo did not show his excitement outwardly. Instead, he began to decline the offers, stating, "This seems inappropriate. As a person of the Beastmaster continent, especially as the heir of a prestigious beast taming family, it is my duty and obligation to vanquish evil. How could I accept treasures from esteemed seniors?" Jiang Luo's response undoubtedly elevated the regard in which the assembly held him. "Xiao Luo, you speak truthfully, but your contributions warrant reward. Please do not refuse us," they urged. "Indeed, Xiao Luo, do not be modest, accept it. You have earned this, so accept it graciously." The high-ranking officials from the various top-tier forces persistently encouraged Jiang Luo to accept their gifts. Jiang Luo then acquiesced, saying, "Since you esteemed seniors insist, I shall humbly comply." "That's the spirit," the officials exclaimed. One by one, they retrieved treasures from their spatial rings, introduced them, and presented them to Jiang Luo. In a short time, Jiang Luo amassed a considerable collection of artifacts. Due to the rapid introductions, he could hardly recall the details of each item and decided to examine them at leisure upon his return. After expressing his gratitude, he carefully stored them in his spatial ring. With the demon-slaying mission completed, it was time for everyone to depart. The high-ranking officials from the central region extended invitations to Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Luo to visit their homes. However, they declined, citing the late hour and their need for rest. Thus, Jiang Luo took to the skies aboard his grandfather Jiang Yuanshan's Azure Flame Dragon, returning to the Jiang residence that very night. Along the way, Jiang Yuanshan inquired, "Xiao Luo, how many magical beasts did you eliminate upon entering the secret realm?" Jiang Luo replied, 6. Initially, there was 1, and after defeating it, 5 more appeared. "What levels were they?" Jiang Yuanshan asked. "All were at the platinum level." Jiang Luo responded, "Indeed, your strength has improved, albeit only by 1 level. Yet, to dispatch 5 platinum-level magical beasts so swiftly is impressive," Jiang Yuanshan remarked, somewhat astonished. Jiang Luo chuckled. There was no alternative. The Dark Destruction deity was exceedingly powerful and had a natural advantage over them. She mentioned that unless the opponent's level vastly exceeded hers, the stronger the dark energy within them, the easier they would fall. With a single Dark Destruction vortex, he had obliterated the 5 platinum-level magical beasts. Remarkable. Truly a formidable tool for demon slaying. Jiang Yuanshan exclaimed in awe. "Indeed, without her, our predicament would have been dire." Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. In a pitch-black grand hall, 5 chairs suddenly erupted with dark light, and 5 indistinct figures materialized from thin air. "Damn it! That secret realm's demonic seeds were eradicated so swiftly," one figure exclaimed. "The beast masters of the Earth Spirit Star have become exceedingly powerful, haven't they? We paid such a hefty price, yet it cost us only this little time and effort. What a bloodbath." Another figure lamented. "It seems the demonic seeds are unlikely to succeed. We should refrain from using them in the future. Now we can only hope that Long Ji's soul egg remains intact. If it successfully hatches and grows, it may still bear fruit." The indistinct figures deliberated. Chapter 84. Consuming the Dark Devouring Fruit. The Dark Destruction deity ascends to platinum level. At 5:30 in the morning, Jiang Luo and his grandfather Jiang Yuanshan returned to the Jiang residence before heading to their quarters. Once back, Jiang Luo found it impossible to sleep. He resolved to extract the treasures given by the high-ranking officials of the various top-tier forces from his Beastmaster space, intending to examine them closely. Previously, the introductions had been too swift for him to absorb the details, and he had not bothered to listen intently. Fortunately, with his divine eye, he could discern their properties with ease, perhaps even better than the givers themselves. To his astonishment, as he retrieved the items, he discovered that only a single black spirit fruit remained. What on earth? Jiang Luo exclaimed in disbelief. He summoned all the items from his spatial ring, and it became evident that the only treasure left from the esteemed officials was this solitary black spirit fruit. What trickery is this? Jiang Luo pondered. Could it be that those officials are playing a prank on me, leading me to believe I had acquired treasures, only to reclaim them, leaving behind an honest gift? Jiang Luo speculated. Yet, it seemed improbable. These were the top-tier elites of the Beastmaster continent. Surely they would not resort to such tactics. Moreover, his grandfather had been present. If he could not discern the truth, surely the elder could. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Luo mused. Oh well, if there's only one, then so be it. It's still an unexpected gain. Let us see what this is. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset and used his divine eye to inspect the black spirit fruit. Dark devouring fruit. A spiritual fruit capable of devouring all heavenly materials and treasures. When consumed by dark attribute spirit beasts, it grants them the ability to devour. For those already possessing devouring capabilities, consuming it may enhance their abilities and increase the likelihood of leveling up. I recall that the treasures gifted by those officials were indeed top-tier materials. It seems they were consumed by this dark devouring fruit. I knew those esteemed figures would not stoop to such actions. My apologies for misjudging you. After reviewing the information on the black spirit fruit, Jiang Luo realized he had misunderstood the intentions of the officials and hastily offered his apologies. Relieved to know he had not been deceived, his spirits lifted, though he lamented the loss of the heavenly materials that had been consumed. By the way, who gifted me this dark devouring fruit? Why did they not inform me that it could devour other heavenly materials? Jiang Luo pondered. Fortunately, I had no heavenly materials in my spatial ring earlier. Otherwise, the loss would have been even greater. Or did they mention it? And I simply failed to heed their warning? But if that were the case, they should have reminded me again upon seeing me store both the heavenly materials and the dark devouring fruit in the same spatial ring. Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, upon discovering further details about the dark devouring fruit, his discontent dissipated. The more heavenly materials and treasures the dark devouring fruit consumes, the higher the quality, the stronger the devouring ability of the dark attribute spirit beast that consumes it, and the greater the enhancement of devouring capacity and level up probability for those already possessing such abilities. Excellent. It can enhance the quality. So my consumption was not in vain. Higher quality means a greater chance of leveling up. Perhaps after feeding it to the dark destruction deity, it can ascend a level. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Naturally, the dark devouring fruit was destined for the dark destruction deity. As long as it could elevate her level, the consumption of those heavenly materials would not be in vain. Immediately, Jiang Luo summoned the dark destruction deity from his Beastmaster space. Upon seeing the dark devouring fruit, her eyes gleamed with light, and the swirling black vortex within her gaze could not help but begin to whirl. The dark destroyer, with an eager sniff, inquired, "What is this spirit fruit?" "It is imbued with an exceptionally dense dark power and devouring force. I am utterly tempted to consume it." "This is the dark devouring fruit," Jiang Luo replied with a smile. "When consumed by dark attribute spirit beasts, it can enhance their devouring abilities and has a certain probability of leading to an upgrade." The dark destroyer became even more excited. "Wow, what a magnificent treasure. Yes, you should eat it. I hope it helps you level up." Jiang Luo gently patted the fluffy head of the dark destroyer. "Really? Then I shall not hold back." The dark destroyer's eyes sparkled with fervor as it spoke. Without further ado, it devoured the dark devouring fruit in one gulp. Upon consuming the fruit, the swirling black vortex in the dark destroyer's eyes began to spin uncontrollably at a rapid pace, while a rich dark power surged around it. "I can't hold it in any longer. I must go outside." With that, the dark destroyer dashed out of the room. Jiang Luo wondered if the dark destroyer was suffering from an upset stomach. However, the dark destroyer was merely unable to contain the release of its dark destructive vortex. If it were to unleash such power indoors, the room would be consumed entirely. Thus, it was imperative to exit. Should I go outside to take a look? But since Little Black is female, it would be inappropriate for me to intrude during her moment of relief. Jiang Luo hesitated, but soon felt an overwhelming devouring force emanating from outside. Unable to resist, he peeked out the window and beheld a colossal black vortex before the dark destroyer. exuding formidable devouring energy and an aura of despairing destruction. Little Black's dark destructive vortex has grown significantly stronger. Not long ago, Jiang Luo had sensed the Dark Destroyer's vortex in the demonized secret realm, and it had been nowhere near this powerful. The Dark Devouring Fruit is indeed a remarkable item. Of course, gratitude is also due to the treasures that it has devoured. Should it manage to level up, that would be even better. Just as Jiang Luo's thoughts concluded, the Dark Destroyer leveled up from gold to platinum. Jiang Luo followed suit, becoming a platinum beast master. He received the feedback from the upgrade, which was notably more abundant than any prior experience. In fact, the cumulative feedback from all previous pet upgrades did not compare to this one. Jiang Luo's physical strength surged dramatically, and his inner spiritual power increased significantly. This sensation was exceptionally gratifying. Furthermore, Jiang Luo discovered that the Dark Destroyer had activated a new skill, Superior Dark Attribute Affinity. This passive skill would greatly enhance the Dark Destroyer's combat prowess in areas rich in dark power. While the Dark Destroyer could easily handle monsters of similar levels even without this skill, who would ever complain about having more abilities? As the saying goes, more skills do not weigh one down. Chapter 85. Contracting the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit, testing the power of Superior Dark Attribute Affinity. After the upgrade, the Dark Destroyer could once again control the enhanced devouring force of the Dark Destructive Vortex with great ease. After retracting the vortex from the courtyard, the Dark Destroyer returned indoors and said to Jiang Luo, "I have activated a new skill, Superior Dark Attribute Affinity." Jiang Luo smiled and replied, "I already knew that. How about we find a place rich in dark power tomorrow and see just how formidable your combat capabilities have become with this new skill?" The Dark Destroyer inquired. "That sounds splendid. I, too, am eager to witness the extent of your power in a dark, energy-rich environment." Jiang Luo replied with a grin. "All right, it's settled then. I shall return to the beast space for a rest. Call me when we arrive," the Dark Destroyer stated. "Understood." Jiang Luo chuckled as he summoned the Dark Destroyer into the beast space. Once inside, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Earth Controller, and Thunder Hell Wolf immediately sensed the Dark Destroyer's enhanced aura. They hurriedly asked if she had leveled up. The Dark Destroyer had no reason to conceal her progress and readily admitted to her upgrade. Upon hearing this, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon felt a wave of despair. Indeed, she had failed to maintain her position as the highest level and had been surpassed. The Earth Controller grew increasingly anxious as the gap between it and Little Black widened. Meanwhile, the Thunder Hell Wolf now stood at the same level. Should it advance first, it would fall to the bottom of the ranks. "I must strive harder from now on." Only the Thunder Hell Wolf maintained a positive outlook for it. The Dark Destroyer's upgrade was a source of joy rather than concern. Sensing the thoughts of his spirit beasts, Jiang Luo smiled, and then summoned a spirit beast orb from his spatial ring. Naturally, he would not summon the orb containing the Bloodfire Honey Badger at this moment, but rather the orb containing the Crimson Flame Sword. Indeed, Jiang Luo was about to contract the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit. The sooner one contracts a satisfactory spirit beast, the better, as early contracting allows for timely training and leveling. Having frequently played with the Crimson Flame Sword, his rapport with the spirit had already reached its peak, making the contract effortless. Thus, the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit became Jiang Luo's fifth spirit beast and his first special spirit beast. After the contract, Jiang Luo and the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit could communicate through mental connection, which thrilled the spirit. It swiftly emerged from the sword, unleashing a wave of intense heat that enveloped Jiang Luo. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit, but recalled the last time he had burned his hand, and thus refrained from doing so. "Now that we are contracted, it's time to provide you with the materials for your upgrade." Jiang Luo summoned a Fire Spirit Crystal from the beast space. This was the required material for the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit's upgrade, which Jiang Luo had prepared in advance. Upon seeing the Fire Spirit Crystal, the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit became even more exhilarated. After receiving Jiang Luo's permission, it began to absorb the fiery energy contained within the crystal. In no time, it finished absorbing the energy. However, as Jiang Luo had anticipated, no upgrade occurred. Indeed, the speed of a sword spirit's upgrade tends to be slower than that of ordinary spirit beasts. Jiang Luo felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood the situation. He then took the Crimson Flame Sword and exited the room. With nothing else to occupy his time, and feeling invigorated after the upgrade, he had no desire to sleep. Thus, he decided to practice swordplay in the courtyard. The experience was delightful. However, after a short while, he grew bored. Suddenly, he had an idea. He could have the sword spirit cooperate with him to unleash skills, which would undoubtedly make the experience much more enjoyable. After communicating with the sword spirit, Jiang Luo swung his sword with a powerful shout, "Crimson Flame Slash." In an instant, The Crimson Flame Sword unleashed a fiery sword aura, shattering a nearby boulder into fragments. Exhilarating. Although the skill was executed by the sword spirit, it felt as though it was Jiang Luo himself who had unleashed it, bringing him immense joy. Following this, Jiang Luo struck the ground with another sword blow, exclaiming, "Earthquake slash." At once, a surge of fiery sword energy erupted from the Crimson Flame Sword, extending forth with fervor. This was simply delightful, and Jiang Luo reveled in it like a child. After executing the Flame Sword wave, he finally concluded his swordplay, thoroughly satisfied. As dawn broke, Jiang Luo summoned his companion beasts from the beast control space and provided them with their first meal of the day. He then departed from the courtyard, allowing his guardian, Lin Tianya, to escort him to a hellish, platinum-level secret realm dense with dark elemental energy. Upon entering the dark plains, Jiang Luo immediately felt the profound aura of darkness enveloping him. Before his eyes lay an expanse of black grassland. Not far ahead, a herd of black antelopes grazed peacefully. Suddenly, a black panther sprang forth, launching an attack on one of the antelopes, clearly in pursuit of prey. However, the speed of the antelopes was remarkable, and the panther missed its mark, much to its chagrin. At that moment, it caught sight of Jiang Luo not far away, and its eyes gleamed with excitement. It appeared that a meal was within reach. With enthusiasm, it dashed towards Jiang Luo. In response, Jiang Luo summoned the Dark Destruction God from the beast control space. Upon its arrival, the Dark Destruction God sensed the overwhelming dark power in the vicinity and became exhilarated. Raising a paw, it unleashed a beam of black light that struck the approaching panther, obliterating it instantly. The panther, despite being formidable for its level, was effortlessly defeated with a single strike, proving that the dark energy here significantly enhanced one's strength. Jiang Luo remarked, "In this place, your power has surged immensely." The Dark Destruction God replied, "Defeating opponents of the same level is rather dull. You should take me to face those beyond my rank." "Indeed," Jiang Luo acknowledged. "Let us proceed then." With that, he returned the Dark Destruction God to the beast control space and turned to leave. Alas, the unfortunate panther lost its life due to Jiang Luo's oversight. Outside the secret realm, Lin Tianya was about to sip some wine when he saw Jiang Luo emerge. He suspected that the difficulty of the secret realm had proven too great for Jiang Luo to handle. After all this time, he was aware that Jiang Luo's companion beasts could engage in battles beyond their level. Yet, if he encountered an exceptionally powerful spirit beast, it would not be able to fight beyond its rank. As Jiang Luo approached, he said, "Uncle Lin, take me to a hellish, diamond-level secret realm rich in dark elemental power." "What?" Lin Tianya exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Did you say a diamond-level secret realm of hellish difficulty?" Jiang Luo reiterated his request. "What business do you have there?" Lin Tianya typically did not inquire so, yet his surprise led to an unguarded question. Jiang Luo smiled at him, remaining silent, as if to imply that he was clever enough to understand. Lin Tianya paused for a moment before realizing, exclaiming, "Could it be that your companion beast has already advanced to diamond level?" Jiang Luo shook his head, expressing that while he wished for such progress, the speed of advancement was regrettably slow. "Not diamond, perhaps platinum?" Lin Tianya pondered, then suddenly recognized that Jiang Luo's companion beast could engage in battles beyond its level, suggesting that a platinum-level beast might indeed contend with a diamond-level one. "Yes, that's right. Let us hurry," Jiang Luo confirmed. After all, accompanying his beasts into various secret realms for battles alongside Lin Tianya had made it impossible to conceal certain matters. It was better to openly acknowledge them. "Your battle companion's upgrade speed is truly remarkable," Lin Tianya marveled. Jiang Luo merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Tianya then contemplated which secret realm would meet Jiang Luo's requirements before leading him to the location. "The Dark Swamp," he declared. This was a diamond-level secret realm of hellish difficulty, brimming with dark elemental energy. Upon summoning the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Jiang Luo entered the secret realm. "Why do I feel that the Azure Flame Dragon isn't at the platinum level?" Although the Azure Flame Divine Dragon did not exhibit any fluctuations in spiritual energy, Lin Tianya, as a king-level beast master, sensed that the dragon seemed not to have advanced to platinum level. Of course, Lin Tianya could only speculate and was not certain. "Perhaps I misjudged. If the Azure Flame Dragon hadn't reached platinum level, how could young master dare venture into a diamond-level secret realm? Yet, why choose a realm rich in dark elemental energy? Could it be that young master's second companion beast has already advanced to platinum level? But that seems unlikely. A series of hypotheses raced through Lin Tianya's mind. At that moment, Jiang Luo had already entered the dark swamp with the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Upon arrival, he promptly summoned the Dark Destruction God from the beast control space, for without it, he and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon lacked a sense of security. especially in a diamond-level secret realm of hellish difficulty. Wow, the dark energy here is so dense, it feels marvelous. The Dark Destruction God exclaimed in delight upon sensing the overwhelming dark power surrounding them. Be cautious, the disparity between diamond-level and platinum-level spirit beasts is significant. Despite knowing that the Dark Destruction God possessed terrifying combat prowess, Jiang Luo could not help but issue a warning. The Dark Destruction God nodded and began to search for its target. Jiang Luo, meanwhile, rode the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, soaring through the air alongside the Dark Destruction God. He was wary of the swamp below, fearing that both he and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon might become trapped. The Dark Destruction God, however, was unperturbed, as its lightweight and agility ensured it would not sink. Soon, Jiang Luo, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, and the Dark Destruction God encountered their first spirit beast within the dark swamp, a crocodile covered in sludge. Jiang Luo employed the Eye of the Divine to inspect it, discovering that it was a creature known as the Dark Devouring Crocodile, possessing formidable racial strength. It was a dual-element spirit beast, embodying both earth and darkness, with the ability to consume. Naturally, it was diamond level, marking it as a particularly strong spirit beast within that tier. Furthermore, it possessed a passive skill of dark affinity, albeit merely an ordinary one. Compared to the Dark Destruction God's exceptional dark affinity, its enhancement was significantly less pronounced. At that moment, the Dark Destruction God could distinctly feel its own power bolstered by this passive skill, instilling it with confidence to battle beyond its rank. The Dark Devouring Crocodile. Noticing Jiang Luo soaring above on the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, as well as the Dark Destruction God on the ground not far away, sensed the power fluctuations emanating from the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. It quickly assessed its level to be merely at the golden tier. Typically, it would scoff at such a low-level spirit beast, but if it were a dragon beast, it would be a different story altogether. The bloodline power of dragon beasts is typically formidable, and consuming them undoubtedly yields benefits. Another pivotal reason lies in the exquisite taste of dragon meat. This dark devouring crocodile had once had the fortune of feasting upon a dragon beast, a delectable experience it found impossible to forget. For the mere thought of it ignited an insatiable craving within. Today, it finally encountered another dragon beast, and remarkably, it was of a relatively low rank, merely golden tier. There was no way it could let this opportunity slip by. As for the platinum-level cat beast, insufficient to even fill a gap between teeth, it could wait. Without hesitation, the dark devouring crocodile opened its cavernous maw, gathering a swirling black vortex within. From that vortex emanated an immense gravitational pull, which instantaneously drew Jiang Luo and the Azure Flame Divine Dragon from the air, bringing them before it. It then lunged to bite the dragon's head, a strike that would surely spell doom for the Azure Flame Divine Dragon. Just at that critical juncture, the Dark Destroyer unleashed a dark destruction sphere upon the crocodile's head, sending it hurtling away, lifeless upon impact. Is it dead? Jiang Luo, still in shock, asked incredulously. The Dark Destroyer examined the creature and confirmed, indeed, it is deceased. Goodness, it can be dispatched in a mere instant? Jiang Luo was astounded. The Dark Devouring Crocodile was undoubtedly a powerful spirit beast among diamond-grade entities. He never expected it to be vanquished so swiftly by the Dark Destroyer. Although the skill employed was the Dark Destruction Sphere, the sheer ferocity was undeniable. After all, there was a level disparity. Thank goodness for the new skill. Otherwise, it would have been quite the challenge, the Dark Destroyer remarked. This new skill is indeed formidable. Now that the test is complete, let us depart, Jiang Luo stated. Given that the Dark Destroyer could eliminate even the Dark Devouring Crocodile with a single skill, it was clear that the majority of diamond-grade spirit beasts would pose no threat to it, rendering their presence unnecessary. The Dark Destroyer nodded in agreement. Jiang Luo mounted the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, accompanied by the Dark Destroyer, as they exited the secret realm. As they emerged, he promptly stored the Dark Destroyer within the Beastmaster space, followed by the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, before leaving the area with Lin Tianya. Lin Tianya was not the least surprised by Jiang Luo's swift return. To him, it seemed evident that, even if Jiang Luo's beast could previously engage in battles above its rank, combating diamond-level creatures at the platinum level was no simple feat, especially within the hellish challenges of a diamond-grade secret realm. Indeed, Lin Tianya surmised that Jiang Luo's hasty exit was due to the overwhelming difficulty of the encounters. Consequently, he wisely refrained from inquiring about the reasons for Jiang Luo's rapid departure, completely oblivious to the fact that it was the swift resolution of the battle that had led to his early exit. After leaving the dark marshes, Jiang Luo ventured into a golden tier secret realm, allowing the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Earthmaster, and Thunder Hellwolf to engage in combat to hasten their leveling. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon, recalling the scene where the Dark Destroyer had effortlessly eliminated Diamond-tier spirit beasts, felt a twinge of discontent as it observed itself and its two companions, who were one rank lower, battling in the Golden-tier realm. However, there was little it could do. Strength was the determining factor. Once the trio concluded their battles, Jiang Luo proceeded to an ordinary difficulty Bronze-tier secret realm. Here, his aim was to facilitate the leveling of the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit. To be candid, it was also for his own enjoyment. The choice of an ordinary difficulty realm was made with safety in mind. Had the Crimson Flame Sword Spirit fought independently, it could have selected a nightmarish level. However, since Jiang Luo intended to wield the sword himself, he had to prioritize his own safety, thus opting for a more secure ordinary level. Upon entering the realm, Jiang Luo transformed into the Crimson Flame Swordsman, brandishing the Crimson Flame Sword in personal combat. This sword was no ordinary weapon. It bore the potential of mythical caliber. And naturally, its power was formidable. As a platinum-level beast master, Jiang Luo's prowess was comparable to that of a silver-tier spirit beast, and the force behind his strikes was considerable. With a single slash, he could fell ordinary bronze-level spirit beasts. Were it not for the inherent weakness of the beast master's combat strength, which, despite being on par with silver tier, was still at the lower end of the spectrum, Jiang Luo might have sought to challenge silver tier beasts. Crimson Slash, Earth Shatter Slash, Crimson Sword Wave. Although there was no need to employ the skills of the Crimson Flame Sword against these bronze-tier spirit beasts, Jiang Luo, eager for an exhilarating experience, generously unleashed his abilities. Each skill cast forth was a thrill, and the enjoyment was immense. After indulging himself, Jiang Luo exited the secret realm and returned to the Jiang residence riding Lin Tianya's Gale Hawk. Upon his return, night had fallen. After instructing the kitchen staff to prepare dinner, he first fed his beasts their final meal of the day. The Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Earth Master, Thunder Hell Wolf, and Crimson Flame Sword Spirit delightedly consumed their upgrade provisions. The Dark Destroyer, however, was unhurried, awaiting the opportunity to dine with Jiang Luo. An hour later, the kitchen staff delivered a sumptuous dinner, and Jiang Luo shared the meal with the Dark Destroyer. Once the Dark Destroyer had its fill, it expressed a desire to engage with the Blood Flame Honey Badger. Jiang Luo summoned the creature from its spirit beast ball for the encounter. The result? The upgraded Dark Destroyer dispatched the Blood Flame Honey Badger with a single blow. Your strength has become too overwhelming. It simply cannot withstand you, Jiang Luo remarked. The Dark Destroyer appeared somewhat dejected, as the creature's demise had soured its mood. How infuriating. Noticing the Dark Destroyer's disappointment, Jiang Luo consoled, "Do not fret. Tomorrow I shall procure a diamond-tier Blood Flame Honey Badger for you to battle at your leisure." "Excellent. But for now, let's summon that one and have some fun." The Dark Destroyer replied eagerly. "Which one?" Jiang Luo inquired, caught off guard. "The previous Blood Flame Honey Badger. It has been ages since I last fought it. I find myself missing it," the Dark Destroyer confessed. "That creature? It was merely silver tier. How could it withstand your might? Even a platinum-tier Blood Flame Honey Badger was vanquished in an instant," Jiang Luo pointed out. The Dark Destroyer had indeed defeated the platinum-tier Blood Flame Honey Badger that Jiang Luo had purchased later, not the earlier silver tier one. Since acquiring the platinum tier, the Dark Destroyer had not laid a hand on the silver tier. "I shall exercise restraint, for I cannot consistently overpower the weaker ones," the Dark Destroyer assured. Nearby, the Azure Flame Divine Dragon, Earth Master, and Thunder Hell Wolf, having overheard the Dark Destroyer's words, quickly communicated through thought, urging Jiang Luo to release the Blood Flame Honey Badger for the Dark Destroyer to battle. Jiang Luo chuckled helplessly and replied, "Very well. Though I am uncertain if that creature is still alive, considering I haven't fed it in quite some time." With that, Jiang Luo summoned the spirit beast ball containing the Blood Flame Honey Badger and released the creature. I cannot tell if it has fainted or perished." As soon as the Blood Flame Honey Badger was summoned, it collapsed to the ground, motionless, eyes closed, seemingly devoid of life. Jiang Luo awkwardly remarked. After inspecting the creature, the Dark Destroyer confirmed, "There is still a faint breath." "Very well, let us attempt to revive it," Jiang Luo decided. Jiang Luo produced a mystical elixir and placed it into the mouth of the blood-burning honey badger. The elixir dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that coursed through the creature's body. Before long, the honey badger regained consciousness, albeit appearing quite feeble, its stomach rumbling incessantly. Jiang Luo then offered it the remnants of his meal. Once satiated, the honey badger became lively again. "What a resilient creature it is," Jiang Luo couldn't help but exclaim. The Dark Destroyer nodded in agreement. Were it not for the concern that striking at this moment might provoke the honey badger to regurgitate, he would have been unable to resist unleashing a flurry of blows upon it. However, the honey badger, known for its grudges, took the initiative against the Dark Destroyer first. only to be sent flying with a single kick. Truly, this creature harbors a deep-seated resentment and is remarkably difficult to subdue. Despite enduring relentless beatings, it remains defiant. Jiang Luo remarked, somewhat impressed by the honey badger's tenacity. As the honey badger digested its meal, the Dark Destroyer finally decided to take action. Naturally, he moderated the force of his blows, for a full strike could easily obliterate this silver-tier honey badger. However, as time passed, the Dark Destroyer became increasingly engrossed in the encounter, gradually allowing himself to unleash more power. With a single claw strike, he caused the honey badger's skin to rupture, rendering it a mere bloodied husk, gasping for breath on the ground. In a moment of exuberance, he lost track of his control over strength. He mused with a furrowed brow. Upon inspecting the creature, Jiang Luo was astonished to discover that, despite the loss of its skin, this silver-tier honey badger had miraculously survived. Did you just unleash your full strength? Jiang Luo inquired of the Dark Destroyer. The Dark Destroyer nodded affirmatively. Then why hasn't he perished? Jiang Luo asked in bewilderment. It's simply resilient, the Dark Destroyer casually remarked. However, judging by this condition, it may not survive much longer, he added. Even if it does not survive, its endurance is impressive, Jiang Luo praised. How so? Questioned the Dark Destroyer. Consider this. The Platinum-tier honey badger fell to your single strike. Yet this silver-tier honey badger endured your full force without immediate demise. Would you not agree that it is indeed remarkable? Jiang Luo articulated. The Dark Destroyer, upon hearing this, began to grasp the significance of the situation, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, I dispatched the Platinum-tier honey badger in an instant. Yet this creature withstood my blow and did not perish immediately? He marveled. It appears that this honey badger is truly extraordinary. Jiang Luo concluded.